Ding. System successfully activated. Host confirmed. Commencing random superpower selection. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've been granted the luck superpower. Your luck level is maxed out, you're practically a divine level jackpot winner. From 3 p.m. on July 28, 2019, the system will officially bind to the host. A new superpower will be activated every 168 hours, while the system will remain dormant in the interim. Man, I must have gone nuts gaming last night, huh? Shin Fong glanced at his still-on computer and let out a yawn. On the screen was Dungeon Fighter Online, commonly referred to as DNF. Shin Fong had spent the entire night grinding dungeons, yet not a single epic item dropped. His luck was absolutely in the dumps. If it weren't for the ridiculous amount of time and money he'd already sunk into the game, not to mention his gear, he would have quit ages ago. Bro! Get up already! You're gonna be late, it's the first day of the new semester, came the urging voice of his younger sister, Shin Chuchu, from outside his door. I got it. Shin Fong mumbled groggily, tossing off his blanket and rolling out of bed. He shut down his computer, picked up a dart from the table, and narrowed his eyes, focusing on the dartboard hanging on the door. Throwing darts in the morning was a little ritual of his, to gauge how his day might go. Alright, here we go. He squinted slightly and gave the dart a casual toss. Shockingly, it landed dead center in the bullseye. Walking over to retrieve the dart, he ran his fingers over the tiny puncture in the board and exclaimed, "Whoa, today's luck isn't half bad." After all, he'd only gotten 3 hours of sleep, he was practically a zombie. How had he managed to hit the bullseye with such a casual throw? Bro! Seriously, get out of bed. The knocking on the door grew louder, causing the dartboard to wobble. Alright, I'm up. Shin Fong called back, tossing the dart onto the table before opening the door. In the living room, his sister Shin Chuchu, clad in her school uniform, was setting the table for breakfast. She had just turned 17 and was Qin Fang's only family. Noticing him, she shot him a look of disapproval. I told you not to stay up so late gaming. If I didn't wake you up, you'd totally be late again. Heh, I'll be more careful next time. Gotta run, time to wash up. Shin Fong chuckled before disappearing into the bathroom. As he blow-dried his hair, he stared at his reflection in the mirror and muttered to himself, was all that system activation stuff just some weird hallucination from gaming too much? Looking back at him from the mirror was a young man with strikingly handsome features. His clean-cut black hair framed his face nicely, and his toned physique gave him an air of confidence. At around 5 feet 9 inches tall, he looked sharp and full of energy despite his exhaustion. After finishing up in the bathroom, Shin Fong didn't dwell on it further. He headed to the living room for breakfast. It was the first day of senior year, and there was no way he could afford to be late. As he sat down at the table, he noticed Shin Chuchu holding a bottle of breakfast milk. What are you doing? He asked as he sat across from her. Checking if I won anything. This milk brand's running a promotion. First prize is an iPhone 8. Shin Chuchu's face lit up with anticipation. Pfft, those small-time promotions are a scam. The odds of winning are like 1 in a million. Don't get your hopes up, Shin Fong teased, taking the bottle from her hands to inspect the cap. The prize details were printed neatly. First prize, 1 iPhone 8, only 100 available. Second prize, a box of breakfast milk. Third prize, 1 extra bottle of milk for just $1. The promotion ended on August 21, 2019. Only 100 iPhones? Yeah, good luck with that, Shin Fong scoffed, putting the bottle down and sipping on his porridge. OMG, big bro. Shin Chuchu suddenly squealed, her face lighting up. I won. I actually won an iPhone 8. Wait, seriously? Shin Fong looked at her, stunned. If it were real, they could sell it for a decent amount of cash. Nah, just kidding. Shin Chuchu stuck her tongue out mischievously. Ugh, you're the worst, Shin Fong groaned, rolling his eyes. You said yourself the odds are crazy low. Don't waste your time dreaming. Hey, it's fun to imagine. Shin Chuchu giggled, screwing the cap back onto the bottle.
Drama queen, Shin Feng muttered, giving her a side eye as he grabbed another bottle, twisting the cap off absent-mindedly.
Hee, bro, did you win an iPhone 8?
Shin Chuchu teased with a playful grin.
No way.
Your acting sucks, by the way, Shin Feng shot back. But then he froze. His eyes widened as he stared at the words etched on the underside of the bottle cap, first prize winner.
The reward? A brand new iPhone 8. Wait, no way.
This can't be real, he muttered, holding the cap closer to make sure he wasn't seeing things.
Bro, are you serious? Let me see.
Shin Chuchu snatched the cap from him, her eyes lighting up as she inspected it.
It's legit. First prize. An iPhone 8, she shouted, practically jumping out of her chair. We actually won. This is insane. Shin Feng blinked in disbelief. What were the odds? They'd just bought this bottle on a whim. Could his sudden streak of good luck really be thanks to the system? Feeling lucky.
Shin Feng laughed happily, but his smile quickly faded as he suddenly felt like he'd forgotten something important. Shin Chuchu glanced at the address on the prize-winning milk bottle cap and said, "The prize redemption office is at Century Plaza in S-City.
It's just a 10-minute light rail ride away. Bro, how about I go redeem the phone tonight and sell it to one of my classmates?"
Sure, just be careful on the way, Shin Feng agreed easily. After all, the siblings weren't well off enough to afford an iPhone 8 for themselves.
Earning money was the priority. We're gonna make some cash. Shin Chuchu grinned, holding the prize cap like a treasured item. After breakfast, the siblings walked to school together.
Shin Feng was in his senior year, while Shin Chuchu was a junior.
Once they reached the school building, they went their separate ways.
Shin Feng's grades were average, not bad, but not outstanding either. Still, he had already decided he would leave school to work and make a living after this semester. With no one in the family employed and their savings running low, it was up to him to take care of things. Walking into his classroom, Shin Feng noticed several unfamiliar faces. Various eyes turned to look at him, especially a small group of girls who were sneaking glances his way.
Shin Feng was tall and lean, with well-defined features. He wasn't overly muscular, but his build had a firm, athletic quality. Coupled with his good looks, it was no wonder he caught the attention of many girls.
Scanning the new classmates briefly, Shin Feng stepped out into the hallway and leaned on the railing, gazing down at the parents accompanying the new students. A small twinge of envy flickered in his heart. A few days earlier, an old classmate had mentioned that the senior classes would be getting new homeroom teachers this year, and that seating arrangements would be assigned randomly by computer to prevent parents from bribing their way into getting their kids the best spots. After all, senior year grades were crucial.
Wow!
That girl is gorgeous, someone suddenly exclaimed. The whole class turned to look out the window, and Shin Feng, curious, followed their gazes toward the right side of the hallway. What he saw was a slender girl in a light black school uniform, her long legs accentuated by black over-the-knee socks.
She immediately drew attention.
The girl had a stunningly beautiful face, her shoulder-length black hair cascading smoothly. But her expression was cold and aloof. Holding onto her satchel, her demeanor gave off a vibe of indifference and faint annoyance, as if an aristocratic lady had been forced to attend a regular school to experience life. She pulled out her phone, checked her classroom number, sighed softly, and then walked into Shin Feng's class. Without a word, she sat in the corner by the window and started playing on her phone. Watching her actions, Shin Feng couldn't help but wonder if she had some kind of powerful background. Maybe her family was rich, or she had connections with the school leadership. As the clock ticked closer to class time, Shin Feng also went back into the classroom and casually chose an empty seat, waiting with the others for the new homeroom teacher to arrive. Soon, the classroom filled up, and students chatted enthusiastically. The only exception was the aloof girl, who remained glued to her phone. A few boys tried striking up a conversation with her, but the attempts fell flat, leaving everyone feeling awkward. "Mr. Su is here," someone near the window blurted out. The sound of high heels clicking down the hallway silenced the boisterous class in an instant. A woman in a sleek black business suit stepped into the room, carrying a stack of textbooks. Her heels clacked against the floor as she made her way to the podium. She had bright, expressive eyes that sparkled like clear water, complemented by her soft, wavy black hair cascading onto her shoulders. Her fitted suit emphasized her curvy figure, leaving some of the boys wide-eyed and swallowing nervously. No one had expected their new homeroom teacher to look this stunning. She glanced around the room nervously, then picked up a piece of chalk and wrote on the blackboard, Su Xinyan. "Good morning, everyone," she began with a small smile, her hands fidgeting slightly behind the podium. "Since Mr. Chen, your previous homeroom teacher, resigned last year, I'll be taking over for the rest of your final year."
My name is Su Xinyan, and you can call me Miss Su. Good morning, Miss Su, the students responded, the boys' voices especially enthusiastic. With a teacher like her, it was hard to imagine classes being boring. She must be an intern, Qin Feng thought to himself. She didn't exude much authority, and she looked no older than 24, most likely a recent college graduate doing her teaching practicum. Miss Su nodded slightly, turned on her laptop, and pulled down the projector screen, which displayed a seating chart filled with the names of all the students in the class. "As you all know," she said, "this year, all senior classes are using a computerized system to randomly assign seating. We'll now begin assigning new seats and desk partners." With that, she clicked the reset button. Within seconds, the seating arrangement was shuffled, and students began scanning the chart to see where they'd been placed. The room buzzed with chatter. Qin Feng lucked out. He was assigned a spot in the third row, second seat from the window, a prime location. From here, he could easily see the blackboard and enjoy the view outside. It was perfect for focusing on his studies or for sneaking a quick daydream without getting caught by the principal or dean during their rounds. "Please settle down and move to your new seats," Miss Su gently reminded. The students quickly gathered their things and switched seats. Qin Feng grabbed his empty backpack and happily took his new spot by the window. However, he soon noticed the envious glances coming from some of the boys. It didn't take long for him to realize why his new deskmate was none other than the icy, aloof beauty, Su Yue. He glanced at her. Propping her chin up, she stared at the podium with a bored expression, not bothering to greet him. He thought she wasn't simple and decided it was better to keep his distance. Su Yue looked quiet, which meant she probably wouldn't disturb him during class. Su Yue also sneaked a glance at Qin Feng. After all, they were going to be deskmates for the next 6 months. Seeing that Qin Feng wasn't paying her any attention, she pulled out her phone and started playing games. She wasn't interested in handsome guys, she was just here to pass the time. The other students in the class gradually found their seats and began getting to know their new deskmates. Suddenly, a boy shouted, "What the heck? Group 3 is all girls." His exclamation drew everyone's eyes to Qin Feng's group. Qin Feng looked up as well and realized that he was surrounded by girls. His deskmate was the new student Su Yue, the class president Chen Xinya was seated behind him, and a petite girl sat in front of him. All of them were staring at him with surprised expressions. In Group 3, apart from Qin Feng, everyone else was a girl. And not just any girls, the prettiest ones in the class were all seated around him. It was like he'd hit the jackpot of good fortune. "Teacher! What kind of messed up seating system is this? How can an entire group be all girls except for one guy?" A boy shouted in a mix of envy and jealousy, and the other boys quickly joined in. Senior year was the perfect time for budding romances. Having a girl as your deskmate was the dream. Boring classes could easily turn into opportunities to chat with them. But somehow, the seating arrangement had placed 2/3 of the class's girls in Group 3, leaving the other groups with only average or less attractive girls. The most beautiful girls were all clustered around Qin Feng, and no one could take it. This was ridiculous. Had this guy been an errand boy for Cupid in his past life to end up with so many red strings of fate tied to him? "The teacher doesn't know either," Su Xinyan said helplessly, glancing at Qin Feng. "The seating arrangement can only be reset once, and the computer has already finalized it. The student numbers and seats can't be changed anymore, you'll have to stick with it." "Seriously?" Several boys in Groups 1 and 2 groaned in frustration and envy. This arrangement was practically like setting up a harem for Qin Feng. No one could accept it,
but they had no choice. Grumbling, the boys sat down and started class, but their envious gazes still lingered on Chin Fong. The prettiest girls in the class were all around him, how could they not be jealous? What's going on today? Chin Fong leaned against the wall, his face full of awkwardness. He looked around at the girls surrounding him, feeling a tangle of emotions. This kind of luck was just too strange. Despite being surrounded by girls, Chin Fong wasn't particularly happy about it. When he tried to doze off in class, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. By the end of the lesson, the news about the all-girls group 3 had spread to other classes. The bizarre seating arrangement turned Chin Fong and the girls around him into a spectacle, with students from other classes crowding the hallway to sneak glances, as if they were observing a rare animal at the zoo. This guy's luck is insane. His whole group is girls, how lucky can you get? No way. He must have connections at school. How else could his group end up like this? He doesn't have any connections. His parents passed away in a car accident over the summer. It's pure luck. The girl sitting next to him is stunning, she's got the looks and figure of a model. Chin Fong propped his chin on his hand and stared out the window, ignoring the tourists in the hallway. Something about today felt off, but he couldn't quite pin down what it was. Time flew by, and soon it was the last class of the day. The dismissal bell was about to ring. Most students were eagerly waiting for class to end, ready to embrace their freedom. The last class was math with the homeroom teacher, Su Xinyan. Standing at the podium, her well-proportioned figure caught the attention of many students. Even those who usually struggled with math didn't find the class boring anymore. Chin Fong was the exception. Having stayed up all night playing Dungeon Fighter online, he was utterly exhausted and had fallen sound asleep. Meanwhile, Su Yue sat beside him, quietly playing on her phone under the desk. Su Xinyan held a piece of chalk and pointed to the board covered in equations, her tone gentle. Class is almost over. Make sure to review today's material at home, it'll be on the quiz next week. The students responded in unison, got it. She smiled, feeling that her first day as a teacher had gone fairly well. But as her gaze swept over Group 3, which had a single boy surrounded by girls, she noticed Chin Fong still fast asleep. A twinge of disappointment flashed across her face. It seemed not everyone was eager to learn. She glanced at Chin Fong with a mix of helplessness and fondness, put down her chalk, and walked toward him in her black stockings and high heels, the sound of her footsteps echoing through the room. With only 2 minutes left before dismissal, she planned to wake him up, not too harshly, but enough to set an example for the rest of the class about not sleeping in her lessons. Su Yue noticed and sighed, putting away her phone slowly. She glanced at the still sleeping Chin Fong and smirked, clearly enjoying the show about to unfold. The entire class watched as Su Xinyan approached Chin Fong, curious about how the new teacher would handle a student napping in class. Just as Su Xinyan reached Su Yue's desk and was about to wake Chin Fong, the thermos bottle belonging to the girl in front of him, Li Keqing, suddenly slipped out of her desk and rolled to Su Xinyan's feet. Before she realized it, her high heel stepped on something slippery, causing her to lose balance completely. She stumbled forward, falling straight toward Chin Fong and Su Yue. With a loud thud, Chin Fong and Li Keqing's desk overturned, books and pens scattering all over the floor. Students from the third group, along with Su Xinyan, were all sent tumbling to the ground. What happened next was utterly shocking. Am I dreaming? Chin Fong, who had just been startled awake, looked blankly at Su Xinyan, who was now inches away from his face, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Ah! Someone's sudden exclamation broke the silence, and all the students turned to look at Chin Fong, their gazes filled with playful teasing. A few bold classmates stood up to get a better view, while most of the boys looked on with envy and jealousy. Su Xinyan, as if jolted from a dream, quickly got up and pushed herself off Chin Fong. Her face turned as red as a ripe apple as she hurriedly wiped her mouth and darted toward the podium. She never would have imagined that her first kiss, something she had kept for 24 years, would be taken in such a ridiculous manner by a classmate. To make matters worse, he had accidentally touched her inappropriately. The mere thought made her feel humiliated. It was a disgrace, especially as a teacher. After Su Xinyan left, Su Yue also stood up, her cheeks flushed as she glared at Chin Fong like he was her sworn enemy. Suddenly, the dismissal bell rang. Su Xinyan hastily gathered her teaching materials, her face still red, and said, "Third group, clean up the desks quickly.
Class is over. See you tomorrow."
With that, she bolted out of the classroom like a thief, vanishing at the end of the hallway. As soon as the homeroom teacher was gone, a few male students started jeering at Qin Feng in a mocking tone, venting their bitterness. Su Yue stood up, glaring fiercely at them.
"Say one more word, I dare you."
The boys instantly quieted down, obediently sitting back and packing their bags. They knew better than to mess with Su Yue, who had a powerful background. Seeing the situation, Qin Feng quickly tidied up the desk, grabbed his empty shoulder bag, and dashed out of the classroom as if riding a skateboard.
"Qin Feng, you just wait."
Su Yue shouted angrily, kicking his chair hard. When he got home, Qin Feng slumped into his room, tossing his bag aside.
He walked into the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he muttered, "What the heck was today? Nothing makes sense."
That morning, he had miraculously hit a bullseye at the shooting range, and to top it off, his breakfast milk carton revealed he'd won an iPhone in a prize draw. But the afternoon was a complete disaster, leaving him utterly confused. Could it be Qin Feng suddenly remembered something? He rushed back to his room, grabbed the dart on his desk, and focused on the dartboard hanging behind the door. He hurled the dart with all his might, and it struck dead center in the bullseye. Without pausing, he pulled the dart out, took a few steps back, and threw it again, this time deliberately aiming away from the center. Yet, once again, it hit the bullseye perfectly. That morning, Qin Feng had heard a strange mechanical voice. The voice mentioned something about a luck ability that activates every 168 hours, once a week, while remaining dormant the rest of the time.
"System? Can you respond to me?"
Qin Feng asked instinctively, but after waiting a while, he received no reply.
"Looks like it's in dormancy right now," he speculated. "So? I'm really a lucky god now?"
He stared at his hands in excitement, unable to resist testing his newfound luck. He glanced over at his computer, quickly sat down, and logged into Dungeon Fighter Online to see if his luck stat was truly maxed out. The night before, he had spent hours farming for deer with no results. If the system was real and he had a luck ability, then this game would be the perfect way to test it. He selected his level 95 Berserker character and exchanged 20 Starry Night stones for a ticket to the Ultra Starry Abyss in the Harlem region. Then, using a teleportation potion, he headed straight to the dungeon entrance and started the challenge. Qin Feng's gear consisted of a simple time traveler's set, with a Saint's Redemption sword as his weapon. His strength stat barely surpassed 3,000, making him a nobody in the level 95 meta. Warrior, open the gates of the abyss and join the party of the depths. The game's abyss mode notification flashed on the screen. "Let's see if this works." Qin Feng muttered as he skillfully controlled his berserker, activating Bloodlust and Rampage. A massive blood-red sword slashed through the early waves of enemies effortlessly. Soon, he reached the boss room. The boss was a giant eye monster that fired lasers and teleported to knock players into the air. Wasting no time, Qin Feng launched his ultimate skill, the Blood Sword, pinning the boss in place. He followed up with the Mountain Cleave, sending waves of dark energy that obliterated the boss's hefty 180 health bars. "Drop something good." Qin Feng growled, and as the boss's health dwindled to its last few bars, he activated another skill, a piercing stab that finished it off instantly. 3 golden lights flashed on the screen, illuminating the boss's loot. This is a symbol of the Abyss Blessing, and it's an ultra-rare triple gold drop. Qin Feng's eyes widened as he stared at the screen, his previously tense expression melting into one of pure joy. The 3 items were Twilight of the Sky's Blade, Vera's Light Purification, and Kalen Cheeler's Judgment. One is a must-have katana for the Red God build, and the other 2 are heavy armor legendary pieces, key components for any Red God player. Anyone who's played DNF, Dungeon and Fighter, knows how much time and money it takes to piece together a full set of heavy armor for the Red God. These are endgame items, and the drop rate in the Abyss is notoriously low. Many players grind for months without finding a single suitable piece. But Qin Feng's luck today was otherworldly, unprecedented, even. Without hesitation, he grabbed the 3 items and stashed them in his inventory. With the weapon, belt, and chest armor in hand, he was only 3 pieces away, shoulders, leg armor, and boots, from completing the full Red God Glory of the Elves endgame set. After picking up the loot, Qin Feng immediately clicked to challenge the Abyss again. This time, his fingers flew across the keyboard, clearing the mobs in seconds and reaching the Abyss boss room in just 40 seconds. The boss was the same as before, an oversized eye monster. Qin Feng opened with his awakening skill, followed by ground crash and blood sword, instantly obliterating its massive health bar. When the boss's HP hit 0, 3 beams of golden light erupted from its body. Another triple gold drop. This confirmed to Qin Feng that he truly possessed some kind of supernatural luck system. The 3 legendary items this time were precisely the ones he was missing: Fenno's Wrathful Courage, Illuvita's Genesis, and Vanya's Supreme Beauty. In just 2 Abyss runs, Qin Feng not only completed the Glory of the Elves set for his Red God but also scored the coveted Twilight of the Skies Blade. If he told other DNF players about this, they'd probably roll their eyes and say, "Yeah, right. Keep dreaming." Chuckling to himself, Qin Feng muttered, "I've got such an amazing ability, and I'm using it to farm Game Gear? What a waste of talent." With maxed out luck and an insane drop rate, Qin Feng could have easily turned his fortune toward horse racing, stock trading, or even gemstone gambling. He could become a millionaire in a single day. But all those ventures required startup capital and connections, things he didn't have. All he had was a little over 200 yuan in his pocket. His friends were all regular folks, too, unable to offer much help. Plus, the family finances were under his sister Qin Chuchu's management. After their parents' car accident, she had taken on the burden of household expenses. Qin Feng didn't feel right asking her for money. So, how am I supposed to make the most of this luck ability? Qin Feng fell deep into thought. As he scratched his head, his gaze fell on the Red God's character screen. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "How could I forget this?" He began organizing all the materials in his account, preparing to sell off everything and turn his game currency into cash. In DNF, aside from gear, players go wild for amplification and enhancement scrolls. These scrolls can drastically increase a character's power, but their success rates are abysmally low, making them extremely expensive. A single plus 12 diamond amplification scroll could sell for 1,300 yuan in the marketplace. Qin Feng planned to use his luck to open loot boxes and snag these high-value scrolls. He sold all his spare equipment, funneled gold from his secondary characters to his Red God account, and managed to pull together nearly 90 million gold, just shy of 100 million. He also sold off all his colorless materials. Then, he exchanged the gold for tokens and bought 98 serious loot boxes. Qin Feng lined up the 98 loot boxes in his inventory's first slot, took a deep breath, and clicked to open the first 10. A crisp sound played as the items inside appeared one by one. On the left side of the screen were the common items: 10 equipment-grade adjustment boxes, 50 golden beeswax, 50 resurrection coins, 100 magic fruit juices, 100 her heart items, a 5-day expert contract, 5 demonic realm fatigue potions, 20 Master Shilan secrets, a 10-day growth contract, and 10 golden equipment fusion devices. These were all standard items from Syria's loot boxes. Apart from the golden equipment fusion devices, the rest were pretty underwhelming. However, opening 10 boxes came with a bonus: 3 double reward items. It was the items on the right side that Qin Feng cared about most. You received the following double reward items: X2. Plus 12 Emerald Amplification Scroll. Plus 12 Diamond Amplification Scroll. Divine Rare Clone Avatar Set Gift Box. Qin Feng stared at the rewards on the right side, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face. Now this is what it means to be truly lucky. Any other DNF player seeing this would immediately accuse him of playing on a private server. The drop rate for a plus 12 diamond amplification scroll was only 0.0001%, and yet he'd pulled 2 in just 10 boxes. His luck was absolutely off the charts. Not to mention the Divine Rare Clone Avatar Set Gift Box, an item that made his excitement skyrocket. Many players spent tens of thousands and still couldn't get it, but Qin Feng hit the jackpot in one go. Now that's what being truly lucky is like. 2 plus 12 diamond amplification scrolls worth 2,600 yuan, plus 2 plus 12 emerald amplification scrolls worth 2,000 yuan. Qin Feng made a total profit of 4,600 yuan in just a few minutes with those 10 boxes. The sacred rare clone costume set gift box couldn't be sold, so Qin Feng planned to keep it for himself. With the amplification scrolls in hand, someone had to buy them for the profit to roll in. Without overthinking, Qin Feng immediately opened the livestream of Jojo Baobao, known as the #1 player in Dungeon Fighter Online, DFO. Since they were on the same server, Qin Feng could directly mail the scrolls to him and just provide his Alipay account for payment. After all, Jojo Baobao was a big-time streamer and wouldn't risk his reputation over a small amount of money. After mailing 2 plus 12 diamond amplification scrolls and 2 plus 12 emerald amplification scrolls to Jojo Baobao, Qin Feng returned his focus to opening the remaining 80 plus Syria gift boxes. At that moment, Jojo Baobao had just finished a dungeon run and was clearing his in-game mailbox. His livestream prominently displayed ads for buying amplification scrolls, and everyday players sent him various items. Holy crap! The moment he opened his mailbox, Jojo Baobao froze, his eyes wide, his hands gripping his chair, completely dumbfounded. The nearly 5 million viewers in his livestream were equally stunned, and the chat exploded. In his mailbox were 12 diamond amplification scrolls, 11 emerald amplification scrolls, and 11 diamond reinforcement scrolls, a total of 34 scrolls. At the moment, plus 12 diamond amplification scrolls couldn't even be found in the auction house, as merchants had hoarded them all, waiting to resell at higher prices later. But this player, with the ID Oil Slayer, had sent Jojo Baobao 12 of them in one go. Clearly, some merchant had decided to cash out. After all, hoarding them longer would only make the prices go up. The chat went wild. OMG! 12 diamond amplification scrolls, 11 emerald ones, and 11 diamond reinforcement scrolls? The merchant just gave up on life. Oil Slayer? This guy must be made of oil money. Could it be some lucky player who opened all these? What if it's not a merchant? Come on, think about it. I've been playing DFO for years and have never even opened a single plus 12 diamond scroll. Someone livestream themselves opening one if you're so confident. Hey, the other day I got a box after a dungeon and spent millions to buy a hammer. I opened a plus 11 golden amplification scroll with it. Whoa, lucky you. W? Behind the scenes, Bingzi, Baobao's assistant, who handles a lot of DFO-related transactions, reached out to some big-time merchants to see if anyone knew about Oil Slayer. The merchants' groups had no clue who this player was. When Baobao got the news, he was puzzled, so these scrolls weren't from a merchant after all? Could it really be just a player who opened and hoarded them? That's insane. Bingzi asked, should we buy these scrolls? If yes, I'll send the payment right now. After thinking for a moment, Baobao replied, buy them. Also, send him an extra 1,000 yuan as a thank you bonus. After all, the 12 diamond amplification scrolls would only become more valuable over time. Selling them to Baobao was already a huge win for Oil Slayer, and the 1,000 yuan was just a gesture of appreciation. Got it, Bingzi said, and immediately transferred 31,000 yuan to the Alipay account left by Oil Slayer. Alipay notification, 31,000 yuan received. Qin Feng's phone chimed. Seeing his balance, he smiled. This was the first time his account had hit 5 digits. Let's sell the new amplification and reinforcement scrolls to Baobao too, Qin Feng thought, looking at the 20 plus freshly opened plus 12 diamond amplification scrolls and other reinforcement scrolls in his inventory. Excited, he quickly mailed them to Baobao's in-game mailbox before heading to the kitchen to cook. His sister Qin Chuchu would be home soon. Meanwhile, in Jojo Baobao's livestream, Baobao stared at the 20 plus 12 diamond amplification scrolls that had just been sent by Oil Slayer, looking utterly helpless. Counting them, Baobao realized this mysterious player, Oil Slayer, had just sent him 26 diamond amplification scrolls, 27 emerald amplification scrolls, and 30 diamond reinforcement scrolls. It was like playing on a private server. To put things in perspective, the chance of opening a plus 12 diamond scroll was ridiculously low. Many players spent thousands without getting a single one. Yet here was this guy, sending over 30 diamond plus 12 amplification scrolls in under half an hour.
It felt like a glitch in the system.
Baobao's mailbox was now packed with rows and rows of high-tier scrolls, and his chat exploded again.
OMG, 666.
26 diamond amplification scrolls, 27 emerald amplification scrolls, this is crazier than any merchant. He must have started hoarding these from the moment protection scrolls were released. No way you gather 40 plus diamond scrolls in just a few years.
Honestly, this guy isn't just lucky. Hackers, just like those seasoned old merchants. What if he really is the luck god, and all these scrolls are legitimately drawn? Of course, that's just speculation. Come on, you guys, don't overthink it. I've been playing DNF since beta testing, and I've never seen someone this lucky unless it's some internal exploit or hacked code. No one could possibly be this fortunate.
The viewers in the livestream started speculating that Oil Slayer of the Heavens might be a hacker or an insider. Feeling slightly uneasy, ASU Baby chuckled nervously and said, "With the way you're talking, I'm almost afraid to accept these enhancement protection scrolls."
Just then, Baoba's phone buzzed.
It was a message from Gunsol Bingzi.
"Take them, Baogu. Weren't you planning to enhance your female launcher's gear? These scrolls are perfect for that. Who cares where they came from? You're just the buyer, no need to overthink it." After glancing at the message, Baogu nodded in agreement.
After all, as a buyer, it wasn't his responsibility to worry about where these scrolls came from. Meanwhile, behind the scenes at DNF headquarters, a group of staff members huddled around a computer, analyzing Qin Feng's account data. They were trying to crack the cheat that Qin Feng might have been using. Earlier on the livestream, Oil Slayer of the Heavens had casually given Baogu over 40 diamond level 12 enhancement scrolls, which immediately raised red flags. The internal team knew that a regular player couldn't possibly have that many diamond enhancement scrolls. It had to be a cheat or a bug exploit. After a few minutes of analysis, they were stunned.
Those 40 plus enhancement scrolls?
Qin Feng had actually drawn them all within the span of 1 hour. To put it into perspective, the drop rate for a diamond level 12 enhancement scroll is about 0.00001%. For someone to draw so many in such a short time was utterly impossible. However, after over an hour of investigation, they couldn't find any evidence of cheats or bugs on Qin Feng's account. His game and Tencent accounts were completely clean, everything checked out as legitimate.
But still, 40 plus diamond enhancement scrolls in 1 hour? Tell any DNF player that, and they'd laugh in disbelief. Should we suspend his account for a few days to investigate further? Staff member A asked the team leader reluctantly.
The team leader shook his head and said, "No, not yet.
DNF's popularity is already declining. Without concrete evidence of cheats or exploits, suspending his account would only anger the players. If he kicks up a fuss, we'll just see more complaints flooding in." DNF was already on thin ice, and any misstep could turn the game into the next Justice Online fiasco. The fate of the game ultimately rested in the players' hands. For now, just keep an eye on him.
"We'll catch him in the act eventually," the team leader said confidently, staring at Qin Feng's account data.
"Hey, boss, do you think he might actually be a luck god? I mean, 40 plus diamond scrolls in an hour?
That's insane," one of the staff joked. The team leader scoffed, "Don't kid yourself.
We know internally how abysmally low the drop rate for those scrolls is. This guy is clearly exploiting a bug, using cheats, or maybe even hacking."
But no matter how advanced his method was, as long as he kept drawing at such absurd rates, it was only a matter of time before he got caught. Their tech team wasn't incompetent. At around 8 p.m., Qin Feng placed the last dish on the table just as Qin Chuchu walked through the door.
"Hey, bro, I'm back. I ran around so much today, I'm exhausted,"
Qin Chuchu said cheerfully as she changed her shoes. "Looks like you managed to sell the phone," Qin Feng thought to himself, then called out, "Come eat."
"Coming."
Qin Chuchu chirped, practically skipping to the table and grabbing her chopsticks to dig in. After dinner, she pulled a stack of cash wrapped in notebook paper out of her backpack and set it on the table.
"Here, bro.
I sold the phone to a classmate.
Got 4,500 yuan for it. Count it if you want. No need.
I trust you to handle the money, Qin Feng replied calmly.
Oh, all right.
Qin Chuchu nodded, spread out the cash, carefully counted out 10 bills, and handed them to Qin Feng. Big brother, this is for you.
You just started senior year, and there are many expenses.
Qin Chuchu smiled and said, Big brother, you scratched off this prize cover, consider this 1,000 yuan as a dividend, hee hee. Qin Feng shook his head, no need, keep it for yourself. I don't have a girlfriend right now, and I don't really have anywhere to spend money. He had just earned over 80,000 yuan, so he wasn't short on cash at all. The two exchanged a smile and continued eating. Qin Chuchu suddenly asked, Big brother, is it true that in your group you're the only boy and the rest are all girls? This rumor has spread to the second year already. Qin Feng replied calmly, yeah, besides me they're all girls. I don't understand it either, maybe it's a system bug. I slept all morning and didn't pay attention, Qin Feng said casually, but in his heart, he was relieved that Qin Chuchu didn't know what had happened after school.
That's good. Qin Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief.
Qin Feng looked at her curiously.
I said, our family is not well off. If you have a girlfriend, we can't afford it.
Qin Chuchu was a bit flustered.
Find a girlfriend? Having you is enough.
Qin Feng said with a smile. He indulgently tapped her forehead, I'll cook today, you do the dishes. I'm going to sleep first, have to get up early tomorrow. After speaking, he stretched lazily and walked back to the room. Qin Chuchu looked at his back, snorted softly, her heart filled with mixed emotions, and began clearing the dining table.
Back in the room, Qin Feng lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, talking to himself, how am I going to explain this to Su Yue tomorrow? Today she only gave the boy a glare, and the boys immediately backed down, which showed that she had a powerful background and definitely wouldn't let today's matter slide. He stared at his palm, thinking, I hope my lucky ability will come in handy tomorrow. Suddenly, he remembered, that's right, the system said a new ability will be drawn 168 hours later. Thinking about the new power he would gain a week from now, Qin Feng was filled with excitement. He leaned against the pillow, guessing, could it be teleportation? Invisibility? Or some kind of summoning spell to call the Toad Elder? No matter what it is, it will let me shine in this magicless world. Thinking this, he lay on his side and gradually fell asleep. At dawn, City Z welcomed the first ray of sunlight. The sun slowly rose like a fireball, its rays gradually spreading across the entire city, full of vitality.
Qin Feng rubbed his messy hair awake, drew back the curtains, and the warm sunlight poured into the room. The bustling scene of cars and people was in full view, filling his heart with warmth. The ancients were right, the plan of the day lies in the morning.
Qin Feng smiled, stretched energetically, and walked toward the living room.
In the kitchen, Qin Chuchu was busy making breakfast. Qin Feng called out, thanks for your hard work, silly girl. Since that incident, Qin Chuchu had taken over making their breakfast.
Brother?
Qin Chuchu turned to look at him, her eyes a little strange.
What? Qin Feng asked awkwardly.
You got up so early today, it's really rare.
I'm almost in tears. Qin Chuchu teased, putting on a pitiful look. Silly girl.
Qin Feng glanced at her, then turned to wash up. After washing up and putting on his school uniform, Qin Feng sat at the table and began to eat.
Brother, my friend said your deskmate is really amazing.
Qin Chuchu said seriously.
How impressive. Qin Feng asked curiously. You know Ting Yuan Real Estate, right? Your deskmate Su Yue's sister is the female CEO of that company. Qin Chuchu said. Female CEO of a real estate company? Then her family must be wealthy and powerful. Qin Feng nodded.
Brother, don't mess with Su Yue, our family can't afford to offend her.
Qin Chuchu warned. I've already gotten involved.
Qin Feng smiled bitterly, recalling the scene from yesterday where she was pinned beneath him.
I'll be careful.
Qin Feng responded solemnly. After finishing the meal, the two went out to school together. Shin Fong, carrying an empty bag, walked into the classroom, immediately drawing many gazes, especially from the male classmates, whose looks were complicated, as if they wished they could devour him. Shin Fong ignored them and focused his eyes on his seat, noticing Su Yue sitting there, staring at him intently.
Bro, don't provoke Su Yue anymore.
Our family can't afford to anger her right now, Shin Chuchu reminded Shin Fong by his ear. So annoying, Shin Fong sighed, but still walked to his seat, glanced awkwardly at Su Yue, then sat down in her place. The surrounding classmates' gazes immediately gathered, especially the boys, who looked on with schadenfreude. Su Yue was not someone to mess with. She knew quite a few people from the underworld, and anyone who provoked her would suffer. Shin Fong adjusted his chair, faced Su Yue squarely, and said sincerely, "Although yesterday was an accident, I still have to apologize to you."
Is that it? Su Yue looked at him in surprise.
Before she finished speaking, she stepped on Shin Feng's chair, her shoe tip just a few centimeters from him.
Hey, watch out.
Shin Fong awkwardly turned his head to warn her. Su Yue looked down, and if Shin Fong hadn't blocked the view, the guys behind would have all seen her slip.
I helped you once, so let's just forget about it, okay?
Shin Fong said seriously.
Help? Su Yue widened her eyes in disbelief.
She couldn't believe he dared to say that, acting like he actually helped her after seeing her like that. She stood up and swung her fist at Shin Fong. The boys, seeing this scene, all burst into laughter, eagerly anticipating a good show. Just as the fist was about to come down, a bird suddenly chirped outside the window, and a large black and white bird flew into the classroom, screeching next to Su Yue.
A magpie? Class monitor Chen Xinya recognized it at a glance.
The sudden appearance of the bird scared Su Yue so much that she flailed her arms and legs, trying to shoo it away. Accidentally, she kicked the corner of the desk, then screamed and fell toward Shin Fong. This time Shin Fong caught her in time, preventing her from falling. Feeling his chest, Su Yue suddenly felt a sense of security welling up in her heart. She paused for a moment and looked up at him.
Are you okay?
Shin Fong asked, looking down at her. The magpie circled the classroom once, then flew away as if it had completed its mission. All the male students were stunned. They had expected Su Yue to severely scold Shin Fong, but instead, their moment was interrupted by a bird that suddenly flew in. The bird frightened Su Yue so much that she immediately threw herself into Shin Feng's arms before flying away, just like a scene from a romantic drama.
Hey, come on, it wasn't on purpose yesterday.
You just caught me sleeping again, Shin Fong said impatiently, not wanting to get involved with Su Yue at all. Su Yue was about to retort when the bell suddenly rang, cutting her off.
Su Xinyan entered the classroom and stood on the podium. All right, class, it's time to start. Everyone, please take your seats. Teacher. Su Yue stood up. I want to change seats. I don't want to sit next to him. Su Xinyan glanced at Shin Fong, recalling the embarrassing incident from yesterday. Change seats?
The teacher said yesterday that seats can't be changed casually.
I'll go talk to her later, Teacher Su,
but please promise me first, Su Yue said firmly.
Chen Xinya looked at Su Yue's back in surprise. She actually has connections with the school.
All right then, you can switch seats with Li Keqing, but not too far, Su Xinyan said helplessly.
Switch seats with me?
Li Keqing looked at Shin Fong curiously.
Yeah, whatever.
Su Yue picked up her backpack and walked over to Li Keqing. Although it was just a change of one desk's distance, Su Yue simply didn't want to sit next to Shin Fong. Faced with Su Yue's assertiveness, Li Keqing could only nervously grab her shoulder bag and move from the window side to sit next to Shin Fong.
Shin Fong responded happily, feeling that Li Keqing was less troublesome than Su Yue.
The classmates, seeing Shin Feng's new deskmate, were both envious and displeased. It had only been 2 days since the semester started, and he was already so eye-catching, which was really annoying.
After Su Yue and Li Keqing swapped seats, Su Xinyan said, "All right, class, take out your textbooks." The classroom quieted down, and everyone focused on the blackboard.
The life of the final year of high school was about to begin, a crucial time for their future. Shin Fong stood aside, looking at his new deskmate Li Keqing with satisfaction and happiness. She had delicate, smooth skin, clear eyes tinged with nervousness, a small nose, and was no taller than 1.6 meters.
Combined with her gentle personality, she looked like an innocent little Lolita. Do you play DNF too?
Which server? Shin Fong asked softly, his gaze falling on the female magician she had drawn in her textbook.
Server 6.
Li Keqing was a bit surprised, not expecting Shin Fong to be a player on that server as well.
What a coincidence, I'm on server 6 too.
Shin Fong said with a smile. Listening to the laughter of the two behind her, Su Yue couldn't help but glance back at Shin Fong, lightly snorting with a hint of inexplicable feeling.
Time flew by quickly, and a week passed.
During these days, Shin Fong relied on his luck ability to frantically open Celia boxes, selling all the enhancement and strengthening scrolls he got to high-reputation streamers. But later, DNF internally blocked the enhancement and strengthening scrolls, and these items could no longer be obtained from the boxes.
Players began to complain about the staff and customer service on the official Weibo.
They analyzed Shin Feng's account for many days but found no evidence of him using cheats. However, he opened dozens of diamond enhancement scrolls every day, forcing the officials to block these items and temporarily observe the situation. Even so, Shin Fong opened more than 300 diamond enhancement and reinforcement scrolls in the past few days, successfully sold them, and saved up 250,000 funds, laying a foundation for the future. Early Monday morning, Shin Fong woke up but didn't get out of bed. He lay under the covers thinking about how to use his luck ability to make money. Money is never too much, especially since he has to support a silly little sister. He needs to save more.
Wait.
He suddenly slapped his thigh, sat up, and said expectantly, "A week has passed, the system should reactivate and give me a new ability, right?"
Ding. 168 hours have passed, system activated, extracting new ability. The familiar mechanical voice sounded. So there really is a system.
Shin Fong smiled and waited, hoping this time the ability would be even stronger.
The first lucky ability was practically a bug, this time it definitely wouldn't be bad. Ding.
Congratulations on obtaining the ability, Steel Ambassador, the system officially notified.
Steel Ambassador? What is that?
Shin Fong asked curiously. You can control any metal object, freely disassemble, levitate, and guide them.
Simply put, you have the powers of Magneto.
I see. Shin Fong muttered to himself in realization, Magneto's power is truly godlike. He can control various magnetic fields with a vast range. In the original story, he could easily move planets, make a 30,000-ton nuclear submarine float, and even restructure matter. The system said coldly, "Host, see you in 168 hours." After speaking, the voice vanished from Shin Feng's ear.
Shin Fong smiled awkwardly, the system is so straightforward?
Then he said casually, "Let's try out this ability first." He looked around the room, his gaze resting on the small dart on the table. With a thought, the dart slowly floated up, the dart head pointing upward. After all, Magneto's power is to attract iron. The dart began to rapidly decompose, like a liquid.
The plastic tail of the dart slowly separated, transforming into various shapes in the air, full of a sci-fi feel.
Shin Fong said with satisfaction, the supernatural ability is really powerful. With a thought, he made the flowing metal return to the plastic tail, and the dart restored to its original form.
This ability is not simple.
Shin Fong thought about extracting the iron element from human blood. The victim would die from oxygen deprivation, which is extremely terrifying. It can also manipulate any magnetic field, even moving the Earth's magnetic field, a tremendous power.
However, how can this ability make money?
Shin Fong toyed with the dart, pondering deeply. He had no ambition to unify the world, he just wanted a peaceful life. Could it be that I'm going to carry steel bars at the construction site? He joked to himself, imagining himself using his abilities to carry steel bars and couldn't help but laugh. Let's leave it like this for now, it will be useful eventually. Shin Fong clapped his hands, his gaze landing on the doorknob. The metal doorknob turned automatically, and the door opened easily.
Pretty convenient. He hummed a little tune with a smile and walked toward the living room.
In the living room, Shin Chuchu was making breakfast, busy tidying up in the kitchen. Hearing Chin Fong humming, she didn't turn around but teased, "Big bro, why are you so happy today?" Chin Fong sat on the table, magnetically pulling out a pair of chopsticks, opened the fridge with his left hand to grab a bottle of Coke, and looked at Chin Chuchu's back as he replied, "I'm happy, what's wrong with that?" Chin Chuchu laughed, "Hee hee, there has to be a reason, right?" Chin Chuchu finished washing the dishes, turned around, and sat opposite Chin Fong, smiling as she spoke.
Chin Fong thought for a moment and teased, "Aren't you satisfied with me around?"
Chin Chuchu's face flushed red instantly, and she stammered, "Humph, you're crazy."
Hee hee, just kidding.
Chin Fong laughed as he opened a Coke and picked up his chopsticks to start breakfast. Watching Chin Fong wolfing down the meal she had prepared, Chin Chuchu felt especially reassured. After finishing the meal, the brother and sister put on their school uniforms and headed out to school.
"Brother, have you ever thought about finding a girlfriend?" Chin Chuchu asked curiously.
Chin Fong touched his chin, pondering for a moment. Although he was not cold-hearted, he had thought about finding a girlfriend, but since he hadn't met someone he liked, he hadn't really cared.
"Not thinking about it for now," Chin Fong said. "Besides, if I do find a girlfriend, who cares what you think?" "Hee hee, does that mean I'm more important than your future girlfriend?" Chin Chuchu teased. "Nonsense, of course it's important."
Chin Fong looked at her seriously. "Don't worry, even if I find a girlfriend, I'll live with you."
Chin Chuchu asked in surprise, "So you will still find a girlfriend?" Chin Fong smiled and said, "If I don't find a girlfriend, can I find a boyfriend?" "Humph, someone as straight and lazy as you, who would like that?" Chin Chuchu muttered proudly.
"If I can't find one, forget it, I'll just spend my life with my right hand."
Chin Fong waved his right hand. "Brother, you're disgusting, go to hell."
Chin Chuchu pushed him with a smile. At that moment, a red Lamborghini roared past Chin Fong from behind, splashing a large puddle of dirty water on the roadside. Fortunately, Chin Fong reacted quickly and dodged, otherwise, he would have had to go home and change clothes. But the pedestrians and students ahead weren't so lucky, they were all splashed with dirty water. Those with better luck only had wet pant legs, while the unlucky ones were soaked halfway up their bodies. Several elementary school students had faces covered in dirty water and stood helplessly by the roadside, crying loudly. Several parents saw their children soaked through and chased after the speeding Lamborghini, trying to stop the driver and demand an explanation. But the car was too fast, and after running for a while, they could only stand in place, pointing at the car's rear and shouting curses continuously.
There really are all kinds of people nowadays.
Chin Chuchu stared angrily at the receding Lamborghini, her heart burning with frustration. But she didn't dare make a sound. After all, those who drive such luxury cars are usually wealthy and influential young masters, and she didn't want to provoke them.
"Brother, you didn't get splashed, did you?"
Chin Chuchu asked worriedly, looking at Chin Fong. "I'm fine," Chin Fong replied indifferently. Instead, he felt that his newly acquired supernatural ability was finally coming in handy. He focused on the Lamborghini's tires and activated his magneto-like steel analysis ability. Instantly, the steel parts of the red Lamborghini's front right wheel turned into silver molten iron, rolling inside the tire. Without solid form, the molten iron lost balance due to the high speed, leaving zigzag skid marks on the road before the car slammed heavily into the roadside barrier, the loud crash startling passers-by.
"Wow, bro, it looks like Rambo got into a car crash."
Chin Chuchu stood on tiptoe to watch the commotion, excitedly saying,
"Probably." Chin Fong responded calmly. let's go, we're going that way anyway, let's check it out." Chin Chuchu pulled him forward as they ran. At the scene, Rambo's car was badly damaged, the airbags had deployed, stained with blood.
A police car was parked nearby, and 2 officers were setting up a perimeter around the scene to prevent a secondary accident. The car owner was surrounded by several parents, a young man with blonde hair, his face marked with several bright red slap marks, clearly having been punished.
Chin Fong noticed a business card lying next to the car, with Huaheng Car Rental written on it. "So it's a rental car, huh? Now he's going to pay enough."
Chin Chuchu said proudly.
"Damn it, hit you to death, you bastard. Think you're something special driving a broken car?" Deliberately slandering my son, a parent shouted angrily.
"I'm almost late, and I still have to go home and change my child's clothes. Don't block me, or I'll kick him twice more, another parent said in exasperation. I hate people like you who show off as soon as they have a little money.
Renting a beat-up car and pretending to be a big shot. Amid their shouting, the atmosphere at the scene was tense with hostility.
Several parents of the children surrounded the young man, cursing him wildly, some even slapped him in front of the traffic police. The officers hurriedly stepped in to stop them, saying, "Stop hitting him, stop it." Although they were angry, they couldn't just stand by and watch someone get beaten to death. So, tell me exactly how you ended up hitting the fence, one traffic officer asked impatiently of the man, whose eyes were almost beaten black and blue. Just now, I felt the front right tire suddenly lose air, and the car went out of control, which is why it hit the fence, the man said innocently.
Front right tire deflated?
The traffic officer looked at him in surprise, walked to the front of the car, and looked down. The Lamborghini's front right tire was intact, like new, with no sign of deflation at all. But I really felt the front right tire suddenly disappeared, the man cried out. Before he finished speaking, a Mercedes car with Hwahang Rental printed on it arrived and parked beside the scrapped Lamborghini. The staff got out, looked at the car, then walked over to the man and said sternly, "Sir, the Lamborghini you rented is no longer drivable. You owe us 4.66 million yuan in compensation, or we will sue you according to the law." Hearing this sky-high compensation, the man seemed to lose his soul, sitting down on the ground in despair, staring helplessly at the staff and the traffic officer. The onlookers saw him in such a miserable state and cheered, thinking this punk wasted air while alive and wasted land when dead, deserving the punishment.
Ha, this guy is really unlucky.
Qin Chuchu looked at the man sitting on the ground and laughed with schadenfreude. Qin Feng looked meaningfully at the front right wheel of the wrecked Lamborghini, picked up the empty shoulder bag, and said calmly, "Let's go, we're going to be late."
Oh. Qin Chuchu responded foolishly and followed behind Qin Feng. An old man nearby looked at the man and said bluntly, "Serves you right. If you act despicably, heaven will deliver justice."
Qin Feng felt secretly pleased, thinking that occasionally helping the weak was quite fulfilling. The brother and sister left the noisy crowd and headed straight to school. Qin Feng sat down next to Li Keqing, who gave a sweet smile and stood up to give him receipt.
Su Yue, sitting in the front, glanced at Qin Feng disdainfully and snorted.
After a week of getting along, Qin Feng and the silly yet adorable little girl Li Keqing had become familiar with each other. They played the same game, so naturally, they had plenty to talk about. "Qin Feng, yesterday I was grinding on Superstar, and I actually got a piece of cloth armor,"
Li Keqing excitedly told Qin Feng.
"Congratulations, you're one step closer to graduation,"
Qin Feng responded with a smile.
"But I spent over 300 star spirit stones just to get one piece of gear I can wear, and the other epic items are all trash." Li Keqing sighed helplessly.
Did Brother Ma lower the drop rates again?
At this rate, when will my daughter be fully equipped to graduate?
By the way, didn't you say we're on the same server? What class do you play? Li Keqing asked curiously.
"Male gunner, support, and the main character is the Crimson God," Qin Feng replied. As expected from a red dog, I knew male players were either Ghost Knight or Male Gunner. Li Keqing joked with a smile, "How's your gear now?" Qin Feng thought for a moment. All professions have reached endgame, but lately I've been busy and haven't perfected the gear details on a few of them.
Wow, then you must be a master player.
Li Keqing's eyes sparkled. "I wouldn't call myself a pro. I only started playing from version 70, Qin Feng said awkwardly.
How long did it take you to farm this gear? Which channel do you usually farm the abyss in? Li Keqing asked seriously.
About half a year, Qin Feng said sheepishly, not daring to tell her he only took 2 days.
Half a year is pretty fast.
I know some players who've been playing for a year or more and haven't even finished yet, Li Keqing said with envy.
Are you free this Sunday? Take me to play Birdback. Everyone else is crushing prey, but I can't even beat Birdback, and I'm afraid of getting banned if I fly.
Li Keqing looked at Qin Feng expectantly.
Alright, I'm free this Sunday. Qin Feng nodded. Then add me on WeChat, I'll find you on Sunday. Li Keqing took out her phone. Okay.
Qin Feng also added her as a friend.
That's settled, you must take me bird hunting on Sunday. Li Keqing said earnestly. Got it.
Xin Feng smiled helplessly, feeling she was a bit like his silly younger sister in an endearing way.
The WeChat friend notification sounded.
Su Yue, who was standing in front, turned around with a displeased look on her face.
She glanced at Qin Feng's WeChat friends list, then complained to Li Keqing, "Can you stop always talking about those boring games? I'm so fed up hearing about them every day."
After saying that, she turned back and sulkily played on her phone. Xin Feng looked at her back and muttered to himself, "There's definitely something wrong with this woman."
At that moment, Su Xinyan and class monitor Chen Xinya walked in from the corridor with smiles. Su Xinyan spoke first, "I have some good news for everyone.
Our class has been selected to participate in the volunteer activity Civilized Travel, creating a green city together. After school this afternoon, everyone will stay behind to volunteer at a tourist attraction."
Chen Xinya added, "Each group will have 4 people, teams will be drawn by lot, and the activity will last until 8 p.m. In the afternoon, we will gather at the school gate, or a tour bus will pick us up." Qin Feng snorted coldly, "Staying behind to volunteer is good news? Is it really voluntary?" Soon, it was time to get out of school in the afternoon.
All 50 classmates gathered by the bus at the school gate, with red scarves tied around their arms bearing the 3 big characters, "Volunteer."
Volunteer.
Xin Feng looked helplessly at the red scarf, his mind full of frustration.
Chen Xinya held a box and announced, "Everyone is here now, so let's start the draw. There are 50 slips of paper in the box, numbered 1 to 50.
Every 5 numbers form a group, for example, numbers 1 to 5 make one group, with a total of 10 groups." She added, "Teacher Su is also considered a volunteer and will join the group that is drawn." Many boys' eyes lit up when they heard Teacher Su was participating too, hoping to be in her group.
Chen Xinya drew a slip first, number 32.
The other members of her group were numbers 31, 33, 34, and 35. Then Su Xinyan drew number 31, which happened to put her in the same group as Chen Xinya. "The teacher is in your group, class monitor," Su Xinyan said with a smile.
Chen Xinya responded calmly, holding the box and letting everyone draw slips in turn. After the drawing ended, there were hardly any slips of paper left. The students formed small groups according to their numbers and quickly boarded the bus. Interestingly, Xin Feng's former deskmate Su Yue drew number 34, which meant she was in the same group as Su Xinyan. The boys who didn't get a slip of paper all stared at Su Xinyan and Su Yue, hoping to draw the remaining numbers 33 or 35 so they could be in a group with the 3 beauties. After all, having beauties around made the work feel less tiring. Chen Xinya walked up to Qin Feng holding the box. "You draw, Qin Feng."
Su Yue gripped her slip tightly, her gaze fixed on Qin Feng. Qin Feng was a bit nervous, reached into the box, and pulled out the one at the very bottom. Looking down, he saw it was number 35, the same group as Su Xinyan and Su Yue.
"Number 35, looks like we're in the same group. Everyone, let's get along well," Chen Xinya said calmly.
Though her tone was composed, Su Xinyan surely hadn't forgotten that was the first kiss she had cherished for 24 years and wouldn't let go easily.
"Humph, this guy really is a relentless ghost." Su Yue muttered indifferently and was the first to get on the bus. The male classmates exclaimed, "This guy's luck is insanely good. With 2 numbers left, he actually drew one. I want number 33, absolutely number 33. Whoever draws number 33, sell it to me, $2,000. No matter how tired I am, I'm willing to help the teacher. Whoever gets number 33, hurry and give it to me." Everyone was hoping for number 33 because except for Qin Feng, the group was full of beauties. The mature Su Yue, the doll-like Li Keqing, the no-nonsense class monitor Chen Xinya, the gentle homeroom teacher Su Xinyan, just thinking about it was exciting. "I got number 33.
Li Keqing happily held the note and turned to smile sweetly at Qin Feng.
The boys who hadn't drawn yet cursed inside, "This luck is just too fake."
The most attractive and popular girls in the entire class were all in Qin Feng's group. It was as if he had a cheat code.
Li Keqing came bouncing over, smiling, "Qin Feng, we're in the same group."
Qin Feng replied coldly, "Got it." It seemed his good luck hadn't changed.
Xin Feng and Li Keqing boarded the bus together, while the remaining male classmates stared enviously at their backs.
The bus drove along the mountain road for half an hour and arrived at a quiet parking lot halfway up the mountain. Everyone grabbed their tools, got off the bus, and divided into groups of 5. Xin Feng's group was the most eye-catching. On the left were Su Yue and Chen Xinya, on the right was Li Keqing, and Xin Feng was in the middle, feeling a bit awkward under the admiring looks from many boys. Each person was given pliers and plastic bags, supposedly for landscaping the scenic area, but in reality, it was for picking up trash.
It's 6 now. Gather at the bus stop at the end of the trail at 7.
Don't wander off, there are no signs on the mountain, and it's easy to get lost, Su Xinyan warned.
The students responded, though none of them were willing.
They usually spent this time playing at home, but today they had to come here to pick up trash, which was really boring.
Let's start.
Everyone follow the trail markers, and don't act alone,
Su Xinyan repeatedly reminded them.
The students took their tools and headed down the path, thinking they would just pick up some trash casually and call it a spring outing.
Xin Feng, let's go.
Li Keqing waved her tongs, looking at Xin Feng expectantly.
Xin Feng nodded, then turned to ask Su Xinyan, "Teacher, are we leaving now?"
You guys go ahead, I'll catch up later.
Su Xinyan's face was slightly flushed, and she didn't dare get too close, feeling a bit strange.
Okay. Xin Feng said nothing, leading Li Keqing down the path.
Do you think we'll run into the green-skinned goblins?
Li Keqing teased. You've gone crazy playing games. Xin Feng replied with a smile. After the two disappeared at the end of the path, Su Xinyan said to Chen Xinya and Su Yue, "Let's go, don't let the classmates say I'm skipping work."
Okay. The two followed.
They all knew the reason why Su Xinyan was unwilling to get close to Xin Feng. Whatever the case, it was strange for anyone, and even more inappropriate for something like this to happen between a teacher and a student. Half an hour later, Xin Feng had several snack bags and empty bottles in his pocket. Since the school didn't pay wages, he just made do by picking up some things. Li Keqing, on the other hand, filled her plastic bag to the brim and enthusiastically searched by the roadside for plastic bags, empty bottles, and the like.
She picked up anything that wasn't green.
Look, Xin Feng, I've collected so much. Li Keqing held up the plastic bag, her face sweaty but proud, looking especially cute.
Why work so hard? Studying doesn't even pay you a bonus.
Xin Feng waved his hand in boredom, sitting on a tourist rest bench.
Anyway, since we're just doing nothing, let's think of it as exercise.
Li Keqing smiled and sat down beside Xin Feng.
By the way, did Teacher Su, the class monitor, and Su Yue not come? Could they have gotten lost?
Li Keqing swung her slender legs, looking curiously at the path up the mountain.
It's better that they didn't come, Xin Feng said coldly, not wanting to be with that woman Su Yue. Yeah, Su Yue seems pretty intimidating. Her family also runs a real estate company, they're wealthy and powerful.
Li Keqing smiled bitterly. Xin Feng thought for a moment and said calmly, she's not a bad person, just too willful.
Rich kids are all like that, it's best to have little contact with them. Xin Feng, you sound like an old man who's seen through the world. Have you been through anything major?
Li Keqing asked with a silly smile. At that moment, around the corner of the path, Xin Feng happened to run into Su Xinyan and Chen Xinya. Both were out of breath and looked very worried.
Xin Feng, have you seen Su Yue? Su Xinyan asked anxiously. Didn't see, what's wrong? Xin Feng asked.
She said she was going to the restroom, but it's been almost half an hour and she hasn't come back.
We can't reach her on her phone either.
We're worried she might be lost, Chen Xinya said nervously.
Xin Feng pondered.
Not being able to reach her phone was indeed unusual. Even if she went to the restroom, she wouldn't have turned off her phone, especially since she always carried it.
It seemed that woman might really be in trouble.
Xin Feng glanced at the sky, which was already getting dark, and said, "How about this, teacher? You take your group back first, gather all the students, and we'll go down the mountain together to look for someone. I'll go check the bamboo forest ahead, and if I find anything, I'll call you. Since it's come to this, we have no other choice, Su Xinyan said regretfully, blaming herself. If only she had insisted on staying with Su Yue earlier, things wouldn't have turned out like this. I'll go check by the bamboo forest first, Qin Feng said, then quickly ran toward the public restroom near the bamboo grove.
Chen Xinya looked at Qin Feng's back, somewhat surprised.
She hadn't expected this guy who usually either slept or chatted about games during class to be quite dependable at a critical moment. Qin Feng searched around the bamboo grove's restroom, even entering the women's bathroom, but still couldn't find Su Yue. It was almost 7:30, the light in the mountains was dim, everything around was pitch black, and strange animal cries echoed nearby.
Where could she have gone? Qin Feng looked around anxiously. A girl disappearing here in the mountains, what if something happened?
Suddenly, he spotted a glowing square on the path in front of the bamboo grove. Approaching it, he found it was Su Yue's iPhone, the screen full of missed calls from Su Xinyan.
The phone's here, but where is she? Could she have been kidnapped? Qin Feng nervously glanced around.
He noticed the long landslide on the downhill beside him, the weeds bent over, clearly someone had slid down.
Could it be that she fell down?
Qin Feng stared at the steep slope, his heart uneasy. There was no guardrail on this steep slope, and it was overgrown with weeds, one careless step could cause a fall.
Su Yue, are you there?
Qin Feng shouted loudly, but no one responded. As the sky darkened, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and rolled up his sleeves and pant legs, carefully making his way down the slope. His clothes were dirted and soaked by mud and dew, and he almost slipped and fell himself. At the bottom of the slope, Qin Feng was stunned. Su Yue was sitting on a pile of weeds, looking at him with a face full of surprise.
Are you sick? Didn't you hear me calling you? Qin Feng glared at her angrily. Let's go quickly, everyone's waiting.
He grabbed her arm, trying to help her up. Su Yue's calves were weak. Qin Feng sighed helplessly, squatted down with his back to her, and said, "Get up quickly, I'll carry you." Seeing Qin Feng's back covered in dirt, Su Yue felt a surge of emotion. She hadn't expected him to care so much about her. But she didn't want him to see her weakness, so she put on a disdainful expression and said, "No need.
Your back is dirty, and I don't want to get my school uniform dirty. You should go back first." Are you out of your mind? Qin Feng was completely angered by her attitude.
In order to find this person, I almost fell down the hillside several times.
And yet this guy actually complained that my back was dirty? I'll ask you one more time, are you coming or not?
Qin Feng said firmly.
Qin Feng. Before Su Yue could explain, Su Xinyan and a group of classmates had already spotted them. Su Xinyan anxiously asked, "Is it Su Yue? How is she? Is she hurt?" A dozen or 20 classmates were also anxiously looking down the hillside. After all, this place was remote, and if anything happened, it would definitely be dangerous. Then wait for someone else to carry you.
Qin Feng glared angrily at Su Yue and turned around to start climbing the hill. But seeing Su Yue, who was usually so arrogant, now looking like a little girl who had made a mistake, Qin Feng unexpectedly felt a trace of pity in his heart. Sensing Qin Feng's gaze, Su Yue involuntarily shifted her legs backward, afraid of being mocked.
Don't be afraid, I won't make fun of you, come up quickly. Qin Feng crouched down, his tone easy. Qin Feng, what exactly happened to Su Yue? Su Xinyan asked anxiously. Please don't tell anyone.
Su Yue tightly hugged Qin Feng's neck, her voice pleading. She was afraid that so many people seeing her like this would leave a shadow on her. Qin Feng glanced at her and shouted to Su Xinyan, "It's nothing, she sprained her ankle." "Teacher, don't come down, this slope is very difficult to climb."
Stop talking, hold on tight.
Qin Feng gritted his teeth and climbed upward. Looking at his clenched jaw from the side, Su Yue felt a surge of dependence in her heart.
Perhaps this man wasn't as annoying as she thought.
A few minutes later, Qin Feng finally climbed up the slope carrying her on his back. Su Xinyan offered some comforting words, and then everyone descended the mountain together. All the way, Su Yue was unwilling to get off Qin Feng's back, firstly because she was afraid others would discover her secret, and secondly because her foot hurt and it was difficult to walk. But more than that, she actually felt that being carried by this man wasn't so bad. The next day, Shin Fong, who had stayed up all night playing DNF, arrived early at class and sat in his usual seat by the window, bowing his head to sleep. Only a few top students in the class were absorbed in their studies. The grades in senior year mattered for the future. Class monitor Chen Shinya looked at Qin Feng's dejected appearance and sighed, completely unable to reconcile it with the reliable image he had yesterday.
Yo, good morning, class monitor.
Li Keqing walked into the classroom with her bag slung over her shoulder and greeted Chen Shinya.
Good morning.
Chen Shinya smiled faintly, having a good impression of Li Keqing.
Didn't expect Qin Feng to be here so early.
Li Keqing sat beside Qin Feng, surprised to see him already asleep. Usually, Qin Feng either just made it on time or was late. He basically just came to school to kill time.
He just fell asleep.
He probably stayed up all night gaming again, Chen Shinya said helplessly.
Is that so? Li Keqing smiled.
She was about the same, but she dared not stay up late playing games for fear of getting acne. At this moment, Su Yue unusually arrived early, but her ankle was wrapped in gauze, and she walked with a limp, looking both funny and cute. She struggled to her seat, glanced back at Qin Feng who was asleep behind her, wanting to say something but feeling embarrassed. After all, Qin Feng had carried her home yesterday, still bearing her scent, and it felt strange not to say anything.
Is your leg feeling better?
Chen Shinya asked curiously, while Li Keqing also looked at Su Yue's calf with concern. The doctor said not to do any strenuous exercise for a few days.
It'll get better in a couple of days, Su Yue answered lightly.
I'll talk to the teacher for you in PE class, so you don't have to join the training, Chen Shinya suggested. Su Yue responded gently.
He has become gentle, it's probably the influence of this guy.
Chen Shinya smiled as she looked at Qin Feng, who was drowsy.
Keep your voice down.
Qin Feng murmured, holding Li Keqing's head with one hand in a daze.
Got it.
Li Keqing playfully stuck out her tongue.
Humph, I knew you'd just sleep.
Su Yue complained, glancing at Qin Feng, but her mind was replaying the scene of the two of them on the hillside yesterday. At that moment, Qin Feng was truly charming. If it weren't for him, she probably would have had to wait for rescue in that godforsaken place for several more hours. Su Yue leaned on the table, gently hugging herself with both hands, savoring Qin Feng's strong and reassuring back, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Maybe he's not that annoying after all. The bell for the fourth period rang. Qin Feng woke up, stretched energetically, and asked Li Keqing, "Which period is this?" Li Keqing was tidying up her textbooks, showing a helpless smile. "It's almost the last PE class, and you actually slept through 4 classes.
Ma took a nap this morning, not bad at all,"
Qin Feng said leisurely, looking out the window.
Chen Shinya sighed.
It was really hard to associate the carefree Qin Feng now with the reliable one from yesterday. They were practically two different people. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly sensed a faint gaze. He looked back and found Su Yue at the desk in front secretly staring at him. Her sneaky expression somehow made him feel a bit amused.
Is your leg feeling better? Qin Feng asked.
A bit better.
Su Yue answered softly.
Qin Feng yawned and sighed. Life like this is really comfortable.
Well, thank you, Su Yue said quietly.
Qin Feng was a bit surprised and teased. I didn't expect you to say thank you.
Su Yue immediately retorted, do you think I'm an unreasonable woman? More or less, Qin Feng blurted out. Forget it, it's nothing serious.
As long as you're okay, Qin Feng waved his hand, looking indifferent.
Li Keqing interjected from the side, yes, the most important thing is that you're okay. Listening to the two of them exchanging words back and forth, Su Yue felt inexplicably annoyed. I just took a fall, what harm could it cause?
Qin Feng, watching her change her mood faster than flipping through a book, couldn't help but complain. I think something's definitely wrong with you.
Forget it, I won't waste words with you. Let's go, silly girl, let's go to the playground to sunbathe. Isn't there PE class later? Okay.
Li Keqing nodded like a little follower and followed Qin Feng.
Chen Shinya looked at Qin Feng's careless attitude and silently complained, what exactly is this guy doing at school? Then she also packed up and prepared to go to the playground. The two walked away chatting and laughing. Suyue couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed and even regretted swapping seats with Lee Kiching. A few minutes later, the class bell rang. The boys rushed to the playground, playfully jostling each other, while the girls followed in groups. Soon, everyone gathered on the playground under the blazing sun. Everyone likes gym class, not only because they don't have to stay in a boring classroom, but also because their gym teacher is especially beautiful. The gym teacher for Qin Feng's class is named Lu Li. She not only teaches physical education but is also a fitness coach at a gym. Class, long time no see. Why do the boys in your class all seem so soft? Lu Li said, hands on her hips, with a hint of sarcasm as she looked at everyone. Lee Kiching looked at Lu Li's good figure and sighed sadly, lowering her head. If only I had a body like Teacher Lu's. Qin Feng quietly comforted her, don't worry, in a few years, you will change too. Really? Lee Kiching asked expectantly. Yeah, my younger sister was about the same as you before, but she became very beautiful later on, Qin Feng said somewhat sentimentally. Hee, that's really great, Lee Kiching finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suyue sat under the shade of a tree, resting her chin on her hand, irritably watching Lee Kiching and Qin Feng chatting and laughing. She had been feeling increasingly uncomfortable around Lee Kiching lately. She looked toward the small shop at the school gate, suddenly smiled, struggled to stand up, and limped in that direction. Alright, as usual, start by running 5 laps around the track, rest for 10 minutes, and then do sit-ups on the lawn with your deskmate, 50 for boys, 30 for girls. Lu Li said, blowing a whistle. Start running. Everyone scattered, a few boys leading, trying to look cool, while the girls followed behind, panting. The summer sun was scorching hot. After 5 laps, everyone was exhausted, sitting on the ground, some even lying face down on the plastic track. Lu Li hurriedly ran over and shouted, Hey! You can't lie down after intense exercise, be careful of shock. Everyone get up. The boys reluctantly stood up and walked to the shade to pace. Qin Feng looked up at the glaring sunlight and grumbled irritably, having gym class in this damn weather is really miserable. A whistle sounded, and Lu Li urged, Rest's over, come do sit-ups quickly, boys 50, girls 30. No slacking, I'm watching. Everyone had to return to the playground and start doing it in pairs. You go first. Qin Feng looked at Lee Kiching, who was sweating all over her forehead, and said gently. Lee Kiching shyly replied, Okay, and lay down. Qin Feng squatted down, held her legs, and said, Start, I'll count for you. Lee Kiching held her head, moving up and down. Each time she rose, she got close to Qin Feng, her body so small it seemed like she was about to kiss him. She also coquettishly called out, her voice sounding like something else, making Qin Feng blush. Encouraged by Qin Feng, Lee Kiching finally completed 30, lying down drenched in sweat, the scene a bit ambiguous. Qin Feng reminded her, Hurry up and finish for me, you don't want to be in the sun either, right? Saying this, he lay down beside her. Okay. Lee Kiching agreed. Lee Kiching hurriedly stood up, pressing her fair hands against Qin Feng's legs, and said, Let's start. Qin Feng nodded and, holding the back of his head, began doing sit-ups with effort. After a few, Lu Li came over and reminded him, Your sit-ups aren't standard. Maybe because girls have less strength and can't hold your legs firmly. She crouched down and patted Qin Feng's calf, saying, The teacher will hold it for you. Keep your leg straight. Begin. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised and continued doing sit-ups. After a while, he finally finished 50 and quickly sat down in the shade. Lu Li shouted, There are 20 minutes left. Those who finish can have free time, those who haven't finished keep going. Don't slack off, or you'll be punished to do it until class ends. She turned around to look at Qin Feng and the others resting and said, If you're thirsty, go buy water at the small store. Hurry up, don't let the head teacher catch you. Hearing that they could go out to buy water, everyone was extremely happy. Who would dare to buy water in front of the teacher usually? If caught, you'd have to do 100 push-ups and still wouldn't get away. This PE teacher was surprisingly reasonable. Many students who had finished quickly rushed to the small store at the door. Under the scorching summer sun, how could they do without iced drinks?
Having just finished sit-ups, they were terribly thirsty.
Li Keqing looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Aren't you going to buy water?"
"Oh, okay." Qin Feng agreed casually and followed Li Keqing briskly toward the small shop.
Lu Li chuckled quietly on the side.
How could she not have noticed his strange behavior when she had been so close to Qin Feng just now?
She just didn't say it out loud at the time.
Before long, everyone had finished, and those who bought water gradually returned. Su Yue limped over to Qin Feng, carrying 2 bottles of icy cold Sprite. Seeing how desperately thirsty he was, she felt a warmth in her heart and quickly quickened her pace. She walked up to Qin Feng, blushing slightly, and handed him a bottle of Sprite, saying, "I originally bought it for the class monitor, but I couldn't find her after looking for a long time, so you can have it." Qin Feng stared at the Sprite in his hand, cold and steaming, and couldn't help swallowing.
Gratefully, he said, "Oh, thank you." Just as he was about to take the Sprite handed to him by Su Yue, Li Keqing came running over excitedly, carrying 2 bottles of cola.
Seeing the situation, Su Yue, like a thief caught in the act, quickly put the Sprite away, afraid that Li Keqing would notice something. Qin Feng saw the Sprite taken back and cursed silently in his heart. This woman really was deliberately making things difficult for him.
"Qin Feng, here you go."
Li Keqing smiled and handed over a bottle of Coke.
"Thank you."
Qin Feng took it without hesitation, twisted off the cap, and took a big gulp. Seeing Qin Feng drinking Li Keqing's drink without any reservations, Su Yue tightened her grip on the Sprite.
"Phew, thanks, girl,"
Qin Feng exhaled comfortably. "Class is almost over, I'll go chat over there for a bit."
"Okay," Li Keqing replied obediently, following Qin Feng, leaving Su Yue standing there in a daze. After the two walked away, Su Yue gritted her silver teeth and angrily slammed the 2 bottles of Sprite in her hand onto the ground, startling the surrounding classmates who all turned to look.
"What's so great about it?"
She snorted coldly and limped towards the teaching building.
In Qin Feng's class, Lu Li didn't know many classmates and could only call out a few familiar names because the class had just changed. But this woman Su Yue, Lu Li was extremely familiar with her. There was no teacher in the entire school who didn't know her.
Su Yue turned her head, staring fiercely at Lu Li. "My foot hurts, can I go back first?" "Teacher, is this how you treat students with special circumstances?"
After speaking, she limped toward the playground under the blazing sun.
"This female student is really hard to deal with."
Lu Li picked up the 2 bottles of Sprite from the ground and sighed helplessly as she watched her back. Even Director Chen from the Education Bureau didn't dare to offend her easily, let alone herself, the PE teacher.
Time flew by quickly, and before long, school was out in the afternoon.
Melodious music played as students gradually walked out of the teaching building, leaving only the duty students to clean. Qin Feng and a few classmates were busy sweeping the floor, thinking about finishing early to go home and eat.
"Qin Feng, the floor has been swept, could you help take out the trash?" "Thanks a lot."
The last girl on duty smiled, pressing her palms together, then slipped away with the other students. Even with lucky abilities, the floor still needs to be swept. Qin Feng muttered to himself as he looked at the trash can full of paper scraps.
"Su Yue, aren't you leaving yet? I'll lock the door after I take out the trash."
Qin Feng waved the keys in his hand, reminding her as she sat at her desk. Hearing Qin Feng's voice, Su Yue huffed in annoyance, glanced back at him with a glare, like a sulking little bride. She hurriedly packed up her bag, struggled to stand, then hobbled around Qin Feng, heading toward the stairs on the right side of the teaching building. Qin Feng saw her like this and felt reluctant.
He asked, "How about I take out the trash first and come back to help you? It's not easy to go downstairs from the 3rd floor. Can you make it down by yourself?"
Su Yue paused for a moment, as if hesitating, but in the end said nothing and continued hobbling toward the stairs. Her stubbornness was heartbreaking.
Qin Feng didn't say much either. He grabbed the trash bin and ran toward the left staircase, thinking about finishing quickly and going home to eat. A few minutes later, he put the trash bin back in place, moved a chair, carried an empty bag to the corridor, and, moved by a sudden thought, used his ability to lock the 2 doors of the classroom before finally walking toward the stairs with peace of mind. At the stairwell, he saw Su Yue crouching in the corner, holding her ankle, her face covered in sweat and pain. "What's wrong?"
Xin Feng hurried over, squatted down, and gently patted her shoulder, asking with concern.
Don't touch me, she pushed his hand away with disgust.
Xin Feng felt helpless, cursing himself for being stupid. Why did he have to care about her?
Why didn't he just go home early to eat?
He took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and said, most of the students and teachers are leaving now.
If we're lucky, we might run into someone working overtime. If not, we'll have to call your parents to pick you up. I'll only ask once, do you want me to help you?
He looked at her seriously.
Su Yue finally agreed.
Xin Feng sneered, shook his head, and strode downstairs carrying the empty bag. Watching him disappear around the stairwell corner, Su Yue wanted to call out to him several times, but her pride held her back. She didn't want to beg humbly. Despite this, she still felt helpless and disappointed inside. She thought Xin Feng would continue to help her like he did that day, but this time he walked away without even looking back, showing no intention of helping her.
This person was truly cold-hearted.
Just as Su Yue was about to take out her phone to call her sister to pick her up, hurried footsteps suddenly came from downstairs. She felt both hopeful and scared, guessing who it might be.
The owner of the footsteps appeared at the second-floor stair landing. It was Xin Feng.
Xin Feng mocked himself, consider me pathetic. He really couldn't let go of someone who could hardly walk. I know you hate me, so after I carry you downstairs, you can find someone else to help,
he suggested. When did I ever say I hate you?
Su Yue looked at him puzzled.
Enough talk, come up quickly, I'll carry you downstairs. Xin Feng crouched down, somewhat impatient. Su Yue obediently responded and struggled to climb onto Xin Feng's back. It feels the same as last time.
She looked at Xin Feng's profile, her heart warm, recalling the scene of him carrying her uphill that day. Xin Feng didn't think much and held her as he quickly ran downstairs, reaching the bottom in half a minute.
Watch your step, I'm about to put you down, Xin Feng warned.
Su Yue's heart tightened, looking at Xin Feng's profile, feeling empty inside. Xin Feng felt a bit embarrassed. There are a lot of students at the school gate.
If they see us, how will you handle all the gossip?
Senior students of opposite sexes being close often arouses suspicion of early romance, especially with their identities, which inevitably draws attention. I don't care about those backstabbing rumors.
Su Yue snorted coldly and patted Xin Feng's shoulder. Let's go quickly. My foot hurts, so I can't put weight on it. Someone will pick me up at the school gate. You just need to see me there. It feels like I've become your servant.
You know I'm helping out of kindness, not because I have to, Xin Feng complained.
I know, but couldn't you kindly walk me to the school gate? Su Yue teased in a coquettish tone.
What a hassle, Xin Feng sighed, hugging her tighter as he headed toward the school gate. Su Yue chuckled softly behind Xin Feng, unabashedly leaning in and slowly wrapping her hands around his neck.
Hey, don't move around.
Xin Feng felt the movement behind him and reminded her.
Oh, my foot hurts a little, just shifting my position. Su Yue responded cautiously, afraid of being thrown off by Xin Feng. Sure enough, Xin Feng carrying her to the edge of the playground immediately attracted a crowd of students.
The boys on the basketball court also put down the ball, casting envious and jealous glances.
Isn't that Su Yue? A well-connected person, how did she end up with Xin Feng?
Keep your voice down, don't let her hear you, she often has people wait outside your door. I heard it was on volunteer day that Xin Feng saved her from the bottom of the hill, and that's when she started to have feelings for him. Don't just say he's handsome, who knows if Xin Feng is a playboy behind the scenes. Those who say things like that are either insecure or jealous, don't pay them any attention.
Let's go, don't pay attention to these girls, let's play ball.
Xin Feng smiled bitterly inside. Carrying such a focal point on his back, being watched was inevitable. Su Yue was quite comfortable and happy, clinging closely to his back, feeling very safe, her chin unconsciously resting on his shoulder.
Standing like this, anyone watching outside would definitely think they were a couple.
After walking for 10 minutes, Xin Feng carried her to the school gate, where the security guard cast a surprised glance.
We're already at the school gate, where should I put you down? Xin Feng said, watching the traffic flow.
Just here, someone will come to pick me up later, Su Yue said, still reluctant to part. Xin Feng didn't say much, carefully supporting Su Yue's legs and slowly setting her down from his back, since her foot was injured.
He looked at his hand and said calmly, "If you think I did it on purpose, then I did it on purpose."
Su Yue was momentarily speechless. She knew Xin Feng was going slow for her sake. However, letting him take advantage of her like that still made her feel a bit guilty.
"All right, I'm leaving now. Bye."
After Xin Feng finished speaking, he turned around and left decisively.
"Hey, Xin Feng." Su Yue called out to him.
Xin Feng glanced back at her, smiled faintly, said nothing more, just lazily waved his hand to indicate he understood, then turned and continued walking forward. Watching Xin Feng's figure gradually fade away, Su Yue showed a satisfied smile, feeling a subtle fondness for this person. At that moment, a black sports car stopped beside her. The car was dazzlingly black, with a streamlined body hugging the ground, both cool and elegant. Those who didn't know cars would just think it was a sports car, but car experts, upon seeing the logo, were instantly shocked. This was a Bugatti Veyron worth 45 million, far more high-end than Lamborghini or Ferrari.
The car window suddenly rolled down, and a cold voice came out. "Who was that man just now? Why was he carrying you?" Su Yue glanced coldly at the woman in the driver's seat and disdainfully said, "Who is he?" "None of your business."
After saying that, she opened the car door, dropped her handbag, sat in the car, propped her chin with her hand, and pretended not to care as she looked out the window.
"Silly girl, I'm back." Xin Feng came home and saw Qin Chuchu. "What's wrong?"
He immediately noticed something was off. She rarely showed a forced smile, so there must be something going on.
"The landlord just came to collect the rent."
"I just paid 3,000 yuan, and there isn't much left in the account," Qin Chuchu said helplessly, having to rely on Qin Feng's help. The apartment they rented was in a good location with convenient transportation, so the rent was more expensive than other places.
"How much is left in the account?"
Qin Feng asked calmly.
"Okay, I got it."
"I still have some money here, I'll transfer it to you for now." After saying that, Qin Feng took out his phone and directly transferred 50,000 yuan to Qin Chuchu. He made 250,000 from selling enhancement scrolls last time and didn't touch a penny, keeping it as startup capital. Now the household is tight, so he's transferring 50,000 first for emergencies and leaving the remaining 200,000 for other things.
50,000? Qin Chuchu looked at the transfer and asked in surprise, "Brother, where did you get the money?" "Saved it, of course. Who doesn't have a little stash?"
Qin Feng replied casually. Hearing Qin Feng say that, Qin Chuchu nodded. After all, Qin Feng usually spent sparingly and even worked part-time during the first and second years of high school, so it was normal for him to have saved up this money.
"Brother, this is the money you worked hard to save, right? How about you take back 30,000, and I keep 20,000?
20,000 should be enough for us to get by for a while," Qin Chuchu suggested shyly.
"Silly girl, don't overthink it.
Now we're living together, no need to split the money," Qin Feng sighed, stroking her hair. "Let's use this 50,000 for now, and I'll earn money to support you in the future." Qin Chuchu stared at him in a daze, then nodded happily. In the cozy suite, the siblings' laughter never stopped.
After the meal, Qin Feng returned to his room and sat in front of the computer, pondering, "How can I use the lucky ability to make money? DNF hasn't released amplification scrolls or enhancement scrolls. No matter how lucky you are, you can't get amplification scrolls worth thousands of yuan, so you have to find another way and not stick to just one path. How about stock trading?"
He stared at the screen, pondering. Stock trading also relies on luck. If you pick a skyrocketing stock, you can make big money, but if luck is off by a few seconds, the money is gone. There's a saying in the stock market, 7 lose, 2 break even, 1 profit, which illustrates the risk. Although having a lucky ability means he's not afraid of losing money, Qin Feng doesn't know how to trade stocks and has no connections, so he has to self-learn and spend time.
Thinking about these things, Qin Feng opened the financial website and clicked into the stocks section, wanting to first understand the process of making money.
A window popped up with the Lin V Experts live broadcast room. The host hadn't turned on the camera, but the voice was magnetic and charming. The live broadcast page showed a wave-like trend chart, displaying company names, rising and falling trends, and numbers fluctuating.
That's it for today's trend discussion. No matter what stocks you buy, remember this: take profits when you make money, don't be greedy. The market changes too fast, don't think you can strike it big in one go, the female host said sincerely. Is Sister Lin about to end the live stream?
I bought 20,000 shares at a high price today.
Should I cut my losses tomorrow? Please advise. Sister Lin, please take a look. I bought yesterday. Can this level hold?
The comments section was filled with questions. Genie technology recommended in Sister Lin's livestream is rising the fastest.
The stocks I bought last week have already earned me 50,000. This stock is really complicated.
Chin Fong looked at the scrolling comments, smiled awkwardly, closed the webpage, and lay down to sleep. The next morning, Chin Fong woke up late, almost late for school, and hurried to get there.
Hey, girl, do you know about stock trading?
Chin Fong asked Li Keqing beside him boredly. Li Keqing and Shen Xinya both looked at him in surprise, and Su Yue in the front row also turned her head curiously. I don't know much, only heard that trading stocks can make money fast, but also lose money fast.
Li Keqing answered vaguely. Of course I know. Chin Fong nodded. Why are you suddenly asking this? Chen Xinya asked without looking up.
Just asking casually, maybe I can make money from it in the future. Chin Fong looked out at the traffic, smiling confidently.
My friend works at an electronics factory. If you urgently need money, I can help you get in touch.
Chen Xinya said indifferently.
She didn't believe Chin Fong could trade stocks, let alone make big money.
After all, in class, he was either sleeping or daydreaming.
No need, the work at the electronics factory is too exhausting. Chin Fong declined. Ahem.
Su Yue turned around, blushing as she coughed twice, as if hinting at something.
Chin Fong smiled and asked, Don't tell me you can?
Su Yue tossed her hair and said disdainfully, I'm not short of money, no need to do those things. It's just that my sister's friend is really good at stock trading, and I mentioned it to her.
Taking on a few disciples is no problem. Then would you be willing to help me? Chin Fong asked straightforwardly. This attitude is way too bad.
If you were sincere, I might still help you. Su Yue crossed her arms and glared at him haughtily.
If I weren't sincere, I wouldn't bother asking.
Forget it, if you won't help, then fine.
Chin Fong yawned. I never said I wouldn't help you. Su Yue got anxious. Are you helping or not?
Chin Fong asked with a smile. Helping is fine, but you can't help for free, Su Yue said meaningfully.
Aren't you a second-generation rich kid or connected, yet still short of money?
Chin Fong asked with a smile.
Is your mind filled with nothing but money?
Su Yue was almost confused by him.
I'm a grown man without a girlfriend. If money isn't important, what else could I want? Speak, what reward do you want?
As long as I can provide it, I'll consider anything, Chin Fong said without hesitation. This guy really takes it seriously, Chen Xinya scoffed and shook her head on the side.
Do you want me, then?
Chin Fong laughed and teased, but I charge 50,000 for one night.
I'm the one putting in the labor.
For a whole night, 50,000 isn't much, Chin Fong continued to mock.
Chin Fong, if someone really offered you 50,000 to spend a night with them, would you agree? Li Keqing asked seriously. What? You want to place an order with me?
Chin Fong looked at her meaningfully.
Chin Fong and Li Keqing were chatting happily, but Su Yue felt upset and raised her voice a bit. Hey, do you want my help or not? Yes, tell me, what exactly do you want? Chin Fong nodded. Not decided yet, let's talk about it later.
If you really want to learn, I'll give you the contact info tonight, Su Yue said expectantly. Okay, no problem, Chin Fong agreed.
After all, Su Yue wouldn't harm him.
Deal, Su Yue said excitedly.
Hee, Chin Fong, if you lose all your money trading stocks, you might really have to sell something, like the kind that goes for 60 a night, Li Keqing teased with a smile. Why do you keep staring at me like you're going to place an order? Really want to make an order for me? Qin Feng asked irritably. Who said I wanted to place an order for you? Don't be so shameless.
Li Keqing huffed coquettishly. The two chatted back and forth, and Su Yue was so annoyed that she shot Qin Feng a glare, turned around to hold her phone, and grew increasingly displeased with Li Keqing. The bell rang, and the first period was math class with Qin Feng's head teacher, Su Xinyan. Su Xinyan hugged her textbook and went to the podium. Su Yue raised her hand, her expression cold. Teacher Su, I want to change seats. But Su Yue, you just changed seats recently. Su Xinyan said awkwardly. Qin Feng keeps snoring in class and touching me inappropriately, he's hit me several times.
Su Yue complained with a look of righteous certainty.
The classmates laughed loudly, especially the boys who had long disliked Qin Feng. This woman is acting crazy again. Qin Feng hid behind Su Yue, looking confused.
It's fine, Teacher Su.
I will speak to the Dean of Studies.
You just need to go through the motions, Su Yue said casually.
Su Yue glanced at Li Keqing behind her and smiled confidently, just switch back, and it'll be fine.
No problem. Su Xinyan agreed readily. After all, it was originally her spot, and switching back would save her the trouble of going to the academic affairs office to change the student number. Li Keqing, please switch back. Su Xinyan looked at Li Keqing somewhat embarrassed.
Li Keqing cast a reluctant glance at Qin Feng, then glanced at Su Xinyan on the podium, lightly nodded, picked up her bag, and swapped seats with Su Yue.
Su Yue naturally sat down next to Qin Feng.
The classmates saw this and started whispering. Everyone could tell that Su Yue was deliberately moving closer to Qin Feng, clearly interested in him. Coupled with the unexpected incident at the last event, and the rumor yesterday that Su Yue left the school gate with Qin Feng, everyone thought the two might already be in an ambiguous relationship.
All right, class is starting.
Su Xinyan clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention.
Qin Feng looked at Su Yue beside him, feeling doubtful. Could it be that she really likes me? He tentatively asked, why do you insist on switching back to this seat? Are you afraid I'll hear you snoring? Su Yue nervously retorted, and you always touch me when you sleep, it's like sexual harassment.
She was clearly tense. Qin Feng recalled what they had been through recently and realized there was much less distance between them. The unexpected closeness these past few days made it not surprising that Su Yue might have feelings for him. At this moment, he noticed the awkward look Li Keqing cast his way.
Qin Feng spoke, are you free on Sunday? I'll take you to Bird's Back.
Li Keqing quietly declined, I have plans on Sunday, maybe another day. She sounded somewhat disappointed. She turned away and ignored him, seemingly unwilling to get involved in Su Yue and Qin Feng's relationship. Qin Feng sighed helplessly and leaned against the window, enjoying the cool breeze. Suddenly, Su Yue poked him with her finger and handed him a piece of beautifully packaged chewing gum.
Want some?
Qin Feng looked at the young lady who was once lofty and aloof, now approaching involuntarily, and couldn't help but smile. He took it and started chewing. As Qin Feng chewed the gum, Su Yue blushed and quietly took out a piece to chew as well.
Forget it, don't think too much. What if he's just acting on a whim? Maybe in a few days he won't care anymore.
Qin Feng laughed at himself, yawned, and lazily laid his head on the desk to sleep. After the third class in the afternoon, the students were busy either going to the bathroom or studying, with only a few gossiping about Su Yue moving to sit next to Qin Feng. Su Yue went to the restroom. Qin Feng put on his headphones and sat in his seat watching the livestream of that stock trading expert called Sister Lin from yesterday.
He really wanted to try stock trading. Huh, so this is class 6?
Not bad, quite a few handsome guys and pretty girls. At this moment, a teasing female voice came from the corridor, and several girls wearing heavy makeup walked into the classroom, looking around curiously as if visiting a zoo. The girls in Qin Feng's class all stepped back, afraid of causing trouble, and the boys also gradually left the classroom, leaving only a few students who were either sleeping or studying diligently. Leading them was Chen Li, a notorious female delinquent in the third year of high school. She had complex connections with some gang leaders in society and was very domineering during the third year.
In the second year, a freshman accidentally offended her.
After school, he was taken to a small alley, where he knelt and slapped himself more than 30 times, his face swollen from the blows.
That freshman didn't dare go home, nor did he dare call the police, fearing retaliation from Chen Li. He could only rent a hotel outside and wait for his face to stop swelling. From then on, senior and junior high school students stayed far away whenever they saw Chen Li. Whenever Chen Li entered the classroom, she would either harass the girls or sit on someone else's desk, swinging her fat legs. "Chen Li, look at that boy, he's so handsome," a girl excitedly said, pointing at Qin Feng by the window. "Wow, so handsome." Chen Li jumped down from the table like she had discovered a treasure and quickly walked over to Qin Feng, with several followers close behind. She pulled out Su Yue's chair and sat down as if squatting on a toilet, patting Qin Feng's shoulder to start a conversation. "Handsome, what are you looking at? So absorbed." Qin Feng was startled and turned around to see several heavily made-up women staring at him. "Wow, stock trading," Chen Li exclaimed, looking at Qin Feng's phone screen. "Is something the matter?" Qin Feng asked somewhat impatiently. "Hee, handsome, what's so interesting about these things? Here, add sister on WeChat, and I'll send you some really good stuff." Qin Feng was about to refuse when Su Yue, who had just come back from the restroom with a face full of anger, walked towards him. The few women next to Chen Li nervously got up from under the table at the sight, anxiously staring at Su Yue. Only Chen Li was still awkwardly chatting with Qin Feng. "Mm?" Chen Li turned around and looked at Su Yue impatiently, asking, "Who are you? Can't you see I'm chatting with a handsome guy?" Su Yue stared at Chen Li without any politeness. "Are you chatting? This is my seat, and you're even standing on it. Get down. And get out." "Oh, so arrogant. Want me to get down? Why don't you teach me how to get lost?" Chen Li sneered. Seeing them confront each other, Chen Li's companions all grew nervous. They knew Chen Li couldn't win against Su Yue, who had connections. Worse still, although Chen Li had heard that Su Yue was formidable, she had never seen what she actually looked like. Outside the corridor, students gathered around, eager to watch the showdown and see who was stronger. "Want me to teach you how to roll? Watch closely." Su Yue raised her hand and slapped Chen Li sharply. For a moment, the corridor fell eerily silent. The onlooking students were all stunned, not expecting Su Yue to be so straightforward. Qin Feng was also stunned, not expecting her to be so violent. Did she not consider the consequences? Chen Li covered her face, as if she had seen a ghost, not expecting Su Yue to take action, and even be harsher than her. "Do you want me to teach you? I'll give you one more chance. Get down immediately, and then get out," Su Yue threatened. Chen Li was furious, stood up, and wanted to fight back. But before she could make a move, her companion quickly grabbed her and whispered, "Chen Li, don't provoke Su Yue, she's not someone to mess with." Chen Li knew that Su Yue had powerful backing, and even the Academic Affairs Office didn't dare to provoke her. Su Yue's sister was Su Yiling, the real estate female CEO. "Oh, so you're Chen Li's paper hanger," Su Yue chuckled lightly, taunting, "I heard you know a lot of people outside school and even call yourself the senior year school tyrant? Have them come after school, let's see who has more." Hearing that Su Yue wanted to pick a fight with her, Chen Li immediately chickened out. The gangsters she knew were just small-time thugs, no match at all for the people Su Yue would bring. "Hey, Biaoji, you stepped on my chair and just walked away?" Su Yue called out to Chen Li and her group. "Go to the storage room right now and get me a new chair, or don't expect a good time after school this afternoon." All right. Chen Li quickly nodded, all her previous arrogance completely gone. She hurriedly grabbed a chair and, along with her followers, awkwardly ran towards the storage room on the first floor. The students in the hallway were all impressed by Su Yue's dominance. No one expected that Chen Li, infamous in every senior class, would actually chicken out like a little sister in front of Su Yue. That slap just now made everyone feel even better inside. All right, stop looking and go back to your own class. The teacher is coming soon," Chen Xinya urged by the window. The students had no choice but to slowly disperse. School bully," Su Yue sneered in turn to Qin Feng. "Aren't you too scared? Scared stiff by a few women? Just hit them, problem solved."
However, she was still quite grateful to those women. After all, it gave her the chance to play the hero saving the beauty.
Xin Feng would probably thank her soon enough. I don't even know them, alright? You think I'm you, slapping people left and right?
Xin Feng complained irritably.
Then you owe me 2 favors now, Su Yue said with full justification.
Xin Feng was a bit surprised. Hey, I said I don't know those women.
What do you mean I owe you a favor? You're the one who wanted to hit someone.
I helped you get rid of them, and you didn't even say thank you, plus you talked to me so loudly.
That's too much.
Su Yue glared at him with dissatisfaction.
Xin Feng sighed and compromised. Alright, thank you, okay? You ungrateful ghost, how can a man be this unthankful? Would it kill you to properly say thank you? Su Yue grabbed his collar, like a frantic cat, shaking him repeatedly. Beating is affection, scolding is love, that's exactly what these two mean. Chen Xinya sat watching the two playfully fighting, a smile on her lips. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Xin Feng's system was up for a refresh again. This was the 3rd time. It was Monday today. Xin Feng got up early, sat in front of his computer, eyes fixed on the time in the lower right corner, waiting for the system to refresh. 1, 2, 3, time's up, he shouted excitedly, his gaze locked on 7:10, the exact moment the system refreshed. Ding!
168 hours have passed, the system is activated, and it begins to extract a new ability for the host. Sure enough, the mechanical sound from a week ago rings in Xin Feng's ears again.
It's finally time.
Xin Feng sat in his chair, full of anticipation. He hoped this time the system would give him a more practical ability, not some flashy but useless power like Magneto's.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on obtaining an upgraded ability, the system announced politely.
Upgrade supernatural ability? What do you mean?
Xin Feng asked, puzzled. Upgrading supernatural ability means the host can quickly improve any skill they want to learn, learning at a speed several times faster than normal people, with results increasing countless times faster. For example, if you do 1 push-up, it's equivalent to others doing 1,000, others need to do 10,000 to get 8-pack abs, but you only need to do 100.
Oh! This supernatural ability is really good,
Xin Feng said excitedly.
This time the system finally gave a practical ability. See you in 168 hours.
The system said, then the voice disappeared from his ear. So straightforward as always. Xin Feng muttered to himself, then casually said, let me try out this supernatural ability first. He took an English book out of his bag, flipped to the word list, and read the words he knew one by one. Before long, a progress bar appeared in his mind. English talent, proficiency +1, current level 1, 1 out of 10. Reach level 10 to master this language fluently. Amazing! Xin Feng excitedly watched the progress bar. Knowledge that would take students decades to learn, he could master in just 1 day. It was practically a cheat.
Wait, can I learn everything? He curiously looked around the room. Can I really learn this too? He picked up a dart from the table and threw it at the target on the door. Thanks to the blessing of his luck power, the dart hit the bullseye precisely. Shooting talent, shooting +1, currently level 1, 0.3/10. Perfect accuracy at max level. You can learn shooting too?
Xin Feng laughed, using Magneto's power to pull the dart out and placed it on the table. By the way, the system says if I do 100 push-ups, I can develop abs that others would need 10,000 push-ups to get.
Let's give it a try.
Although Xin Feng was in good shape, he didn't have the 6-pack abs like those model men. He always wanted to have abs like that. After all, it's every man's dream. Saying that, he took off his shoes, placed his feet on the edge of the bed, put his hands on the ground, and started doing push-ups over and over again.
Push-up proficiency +1. Push-up proficiency +1. Push-up proficiency +1.
After finishing 100 push-ups, Xin Feng felt a warm sensation in his abdomen, his muscles beginning to tear and grow new muscle. Although it was a bit painful, he endured it. The progress bar in his mind finally changed. Congratulations to the host for reaching max proficiency in push-ups, earning 8-pack abs.
Please keep up the good work.
Shin Fong wiped the sweat from his forehead, lifted his t-shirt to look, and the 8 clearly defined abs were visible, sculpted in 3-dimensional, full of power from both the front and side views.
To have 8-pack abs this quickly, amazing.
Shin Fong said excitedly, touching his firm abs with a smile.
Ding! The host has completed a proficiency level. The system recommends linking the progress bar.
Completing 100 frog jumps will earn you a dog's waist. Completing 100 squats will get you shark lines. Completing 100 leg raises will give you a bat's back.
Completing 100 pull-ups can increase your height by 3 centimeters. Grow 3 centimeters? That's awesome.
Shin Feng's eyes lit up and he said, "Then I'll take it all." With a thought, he melted all the metal in the room into a pool of liquid metal, preparing to make a pull-up bar for exercise. The liquid metal reshaped on the floor into 2 support points, slowly stretching into the shape of a pull-up bar. Finally, he released control, and a silver gleaming pull-up bar appeared before him. Shin Fong tested it. Both ends of the pull-up bar seemed welded to the floor, extremely stable, with only slight shaking, fully usable for exercise. "Let's start," he said, ready to challenge his new goal.
Shin Fong grasped the pull-up bar, doing pull-ups one after another.
Half an hour later, he finally completed all the tasks, panting as he paced around the room, knowing that he shouldn't lie down immediately after exercising to avoid shock. At that moment, he felt a slight tingling in his muscles, as if countless fiery ants were crawling inside, as if they had been reshaped. The tingling quickly disappeared, replaced by firm and powerful muscles. System prompt: congratulations to the host for reaching max proficiency in frog jumps, gaining a hound waist. Max proficiency in squats achieved, gaining shark abs.
Max proficiency in leg raises achieved, gaining bat wings. Pull-up proficiency completed, penis length increased by 10 centimeters.
10 minutes later, after finishing his shower, Shin Fong stood in front of the mirror admiring his new body. The 8-pack abs were well defined, the hound waist slightly bulging, full of explosive power. It is said that men with a hound waist are incredibly strong and irresistible to women. On both sides of his abs appeared slender muscle lines, trembling slightly up and down like fish gills when he tensed, precisely the look of shark lines. Turning around with effort, the back muscles tensed, resembling a bat spreading its wings, awe-inspiring. This is the bat back that's hardest for men to train, the same style as Bruce Lee's. Shin Feng's physique could be called perfect, like a sculpture of violent aesthetics, with clearly defined muscle separation rarely seen worldwide. Although his body exuded explosive power, his height and other aspects remained unchanged. Wearing clothes made him look only a bit more robust than usual. His muscles were not greasy like those of a fitness coach, he didn't sweat easily in summer, and smelled fresh. Overall, he was pleasing to the eye, both the standard of a stylish man and non-greasy, completely winning on both fronts. Shin Fong stared at himself in the mirror, satisfied, exclaiming, "This system is really awesome this time, the superpower is amazing."
Suddenly he remembered, "Wait, I'm so good at learning, how did I forget to learn stock trading?"
Shin Fong suddenly understood, clapped his hands, quickly put on his school uniform, and rushed to his room.
"Brother, breakfast is ready,"
Shin Chuchu said as she set the breakfast down, reminding him.
"You eat first, I have something to do,"
Shin Fong said, then closed the door.
"So early, what do you have to do?" Shin Chuchu watched the door curiously, muttering to herself.
Back in the room, Shin Fong turned on his computer, opened the financial channel, and found the live streaming room of the stock market expert called Sister Lin. She was still seriously discussing the recent stock market trends, while viewers kept asking which stocks were worth buying. Relying on luck for stock trading is unreliable. Experienced guidance helps minimize losses. Shin Fong stared at the live stream for a few minutes when a system notification sounded in his mind. Stock Trading Master, Stock Trading Talent +1, Current Level 1, Proficiency 1 out of 10, will master the driving forces of stock market changes upon reaching Level 10. As the system voice ended, Shin Fong realized that the stock market trend chart he couldn't understand last time was now completely clear to him. He could analyze company shares and percentage increases to identify several stocks with potential for a surge.
There was still time left, 30 minutes before class.
Xin Feng put on his headphones, focused on increasing his proficiency, and prepared to invest 200,000 in a stock. The system prompt kept ringing, and finally Xin Feng maxed out the proficiency of Stock Trading Master.
Ding!
Congratulations on reaching max level as a stock trading master, gaining the ability to manipulate stock market fluctuations. Xin Feng took a deep breath, closed that useless celebrity livestream, and went to the stock market website to open an account.
Sister Lin's ability was indeed good, but Xin Feng was already max level now.
Most of what she said was nonsense, and the stocks she recommended were extremely risky, liable to cause liquidation at any moment. He felt that continuing to listen was just a waste of time. Opening the stock market webpage, seeing thousands of stocks rising and falling, Xin Feng's eyes were firm, and he said with a smile, "Let's begin." He quickly tapped the keyboard and moved the mouse, preparing to invest 200,000 in the stock market. At this moment, a progress bar appeared again in his mind.
Hand speed proficiency +1. Hand speed proficiency has improved, now at level 1, proficiency 1/10. When it reaches level 10, hand speed will surpass that of ordinary people.
Xin Feng spent 10 minutes using the 200,000 yuan earned from DNF to buy stocks from two different companies. One was chosen based on his analysis, confident it would surge, the other was picked randomly, a completely unpopular and overlooked one. He wanted to test how accurate his lucky supernatural ability really was. Stock trading is not like a lottery, it's unrealistic to expect a stock to rise as soon as you buy it. It needs time to ferment, it's impossible for a stock to hit the daily limit on the day of purchase.
In about 3 days, these two stocks will hit the daily limit.
Xin Feng stared at the stocks he just bought, full of anticipation.
Is there anything else I need to learn? He elegantly and swiftly twirled the dart in his hand while looking around the room, deep in thought. This ability is too powerful, it would be a waste not to make good use of it. Brother, dinner's ready. Come quickly.
Xin Shushu's loud knocking came from outside the door.
Forget it, I'll think about school later.
Xin Feng was indifferent, getting up to throw a dart at the target behind the door. With the blessing of his lucky ability, the dart hit the bullseye precisely, looking very cool.
Coming, he responded, opening the door and walking toward the living room.
The brother and sister were chatting while having breakfast when suddenly the obscure stock on the computer screen began to rise slowly, then faster and faster, quickly surpassing hundreds of popular stocks on the market and continuing to climb. After finishing the meal, Xin Feng went to school as usual, carrying an empty satchel on his back. Healthy and spirited, his whole demeanor was impressive, subtly radiating confidence. As soon as he entered the classroom, many classmates cast surprised glances at him, with the girls staring at him unblinkingly, their eyes full of admiration. They didn't understand why Xin Feng seemed more confident today, his usual handsomeness was even more striking because of it. Unfortunately, he was a poor student and a hardcore DNF player. Recently, the school's influential student Su Yue had set her sights on him. Girls' instincts in this regard were the sharpest. When Su Yue saw Xin Feng approaching, she stood up to offer him her seat and teased, "Why are you so happy today?
Did you find money on the street?"
"About right," Xin Feng answered with a smile.
Faced with Xin Feng's reply, Su Yue rolled her eyes at him, then suddenly realized, "Oh, right, I haven't given you the contact info for that stock trading friend I mentioned last time." She took out her phone, pulled up the QR code, and said with a slight blush on her cheeks, "Add me on WeChat, and I'll pass it on to you." Usually aloof Xin Feng looked at her trying so hard to please him at this moment and couldn't help but smile indulgently. After scanning the QR code, he added her on WeChat. Xin Feng's stock trading skills have already reached a high level, he doesn't need anyone to teach him. But adding a friend won't hurt, maybe it will really come in handy someday. "Huh, your WeChat profile picture is from a game? You're so handsome, why not use a personal photo?" Su Yue teased, looking at Xin Feng's avatar.
Bored, Xin Feng replied casually. He also glanced at Su Yue's avatar and saw it was actually a photo of herself. She was beautiful, had a great figure, and it was perfectly normal for girls to use their own photos as profile pictures. After adding him as a friend, Su Yue immediately set Xin Feng as a special contact and moved him to the homepage, making it convenient to see his messages first.
Hey, Suyue, did you bring your math textbook? English is fine too, Shin Fong asked. Since he had the ability to learn quickly, he naturally wouldn't miss any opportunity to review. I brought it. Suyue handed him a brand new math textbook. The book was new, not because she loved studying, but because she hardly ever opened it. She was a typical poor student. She brought the book because her sister checked every day. She would get scolded if she didn't bring it. What are you going to do? Suyue asked curiously. There's an exam next week, so I'm reviewing, Shin Fong said. Looks like the sun rose from the west today. Chen Shinya behind him was writing her study report and complained without even looking up. Class monitor, don't look down on people. Shin Fong spun his math textbook with his finger, like a juggling act. Suyue, like a curious baby, stared blankly at his spinning textbook, not expecting Shin Fong to have this skill. I'm not looking down on you. If you can really finish half a month's teacher content in 1 week, you're a genius. Chen Shinya looked up seriously and said. Maybe, I really am a genius? Shin Fong chuckled lightly. Shin Fong stared firmly at Chen Shinya, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Chen Shinya looked at his confident expression and was momentarily stunned. Deep down, she vaguely felt that maybe this man wasn't joking. But she quickly sobered up. After all, she watched Shin Fong every day and knew that in class he was either sleeping or chatting about games. Finishing Teacher Su's course in 1 week? That was simply impossible. The bell rang, and everyone quickly took their seats. Su Xinyan walked into the classroom holding the textbooks and said, Class, let's start. Quiet down and take out your books. Chen Shinya glanced at Su Xinyan, a hint of disdain appearing at the corner of her mouth. Good luck, genius. Hopefully, you'll pass the math test this time. After saying that, she lowered her head and continued writing her study report. Shin Fong responded confidently with a got it, opened his textbook, and focused intently on Su Xinyan at the podium, ready to listen seriously. Why didn't Shin Fong sleep today? Su Xinyan noticed him and wondered quietly to herself. After all, Shin Fong usually sleeps during math class, and in other classes he chats and dozes off. The teachers have all complained about him. Although she was not sure what was wrong with him today, seeing Shin Fong like this still made Su Xinyan quite happy. Alright, take out your books, and let's continue with yesterday's equations. Su Xinyan got into the zone and started teaching. Shin Fong sat in his seat, and suddenly a progress bar appeared in his mind. Mathematics Proficiency +1. Mathematics Talent, Proficiency +1, Current Level 1, Proficiency 1/10. Reaching Level 10 will make you the foremost figure in mathematics, considered the second Gauss. Second Gauss? Impressive. Shin Fong secretly anticipated. Gauss was a famous mathematician who showed astonishing talent as a child and solved a 2,000-year-old problem overnight in high school. Just as Shin Fong was concentrating on the lecture, Suyue next to him gently tugged at his textbook. What's wrong? Shin Fong looked at her curiously. He understood in his heart that Suyue wanted to interact with him. Shin Fong sighed and didn't refuse, after all, it was her book. So, the two of them pressed down on their textbooks and continued listening to Su Xinyan's lecture. Shin Feng's attention was completely on Su Xinyan at the podium, listening intently. At this moment, Shin Fong was fully focused on studying, completely absorbed and unable to pull himself away. Many classmates couldn't help but have their eyes drawn to Shin Fong and Suyue, whispering quietly under their desks. Wow, are Shin Fong and Suyue already dating? They're openly showing off their relationship like this. Strange, Shin Fong actually seems to be paying attention in class, only Suyue is secretly watching him. Shin Fong paying attention? What a joke! He's either sleeping or chatting. When does he take things seriously? Honestly, if it weren't for Suyue's strong background, I'd really want to chase after Shin Fong. Maybe there's a chance. Chase him? From sophomore to senior year, he's just a straight guy and a hardcore DNF gamer. What's the point in chasing him? Standing aside, Chen Shinya watched the two of them, cursing inwardly. Suyue was blocking the blackboard, making it impossible to see the questions, which affected her studies.
She could only endure in silence, not daring to confront Su Yue, who was well connected. After all, Su Yue had without hesitation slapped Shenli yesterday. That temper was not to be taken lightly.
Chen Xinya could only accept her bad luck and borrowed classmates' notes to catch up after class.
Halfway through Su Xinyan's lesson, she assigned several challenging Olympiad math problems, giving everyone 10 minutes to solve them before explaining the answers. At this moment, the progress bar in Qin Fang's mind finally reached completion.
Mathematical talent improvement, proficiency +1, current level 10, maxed out.
The host's mathematical ability is already considered the best in the mathematics world, and being called the second Gauss is not an exaggeration. The system prompt sounded, and Qin Feng felt a warm current surge in his heart. He looked up at the problems on the blackboard and reached out to Su Yue, saying, "Give me the math homework paper."
Oh.
Seeing Qin Feng so serious, Su Yue didn't hesitate and quickly took the homework paper out of her bag and handed it to him. Qin Feng took the paper, skillfully rotated his ballpoint pen, and bent his head to solve these three quite difficult problems.
When did I become his little sidekick? Su Yue pouted, staring angrily at Qin Feng, looking quite cute.
A few minutes later, Su Xinyan checked the time and found that 10 minutes had passed.
Standing at the podium, she asked, "Has anyone solved these three problems?"
The classroom was silent, not a single student raised their hand.
These math Olympiad problems were extremely difficult. Given their current level of math, 10 minutes was simply not enough.
Even the class monitor, Chen Xinya, had only managed to solve the first problem after racking her brains, and she wasn't sure if her answer was correct. When everyone was silent, Qin Feng raised his ballpoint pen and said firmly, "Teacher Su, I did it." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole class burst into a roar of laughter. Several underachievers like Qin Feng laughed and pounded on the desk, making a loud racket. Even a few girls with good grades were whispering sneeringly, mocking him.
This guy usually either sleeps in class or daydreams, and he actually got the question right? He must not be fully awake. The classmates laughed uproariously.
Feeling the ridicule, Qin Feng took a deep breath and suppressed the discomfort in his heart.
This feeling of being like a mocking clown made him very uneasy. At that moment, the leveling up ability in his mind sounded, mental resilience +1. Mindset master, psychological quality +1, current level 1, proficiency 1 out of 10.
After reaching level 10, no matter what adversity arises, the host will stand proudly above all, unaffected by honor or disgrace. Su Yue saw those boys still jeering, immediately turned her head and glared fiercely at them, as if to say, "Whoever laughs at Qin Feng, just wait to suffer." Seeing this, the boys instantly quieted down, hurriedly hiding their faces behind their textbooks, afraid Su Yue would cause trouble after class.
Chen Xinya looked at Qin Feng's profile, muttering confusedly, "What exactly is he thinking?"
But after a few seconds, she fell into deep thought again. At this moment, although Qin Feng looked like a clown mocked by everyone, he was not embarrassed at all, with a contemptuous smile on his face as if he had seen through the world. Chen Xinya thought to herself that Qin Feng really had a bit of the temperament of a late bloomer.
"All right, quiet down,"
Su Xinyan shouted angrily. Even if Qin Feng made a mistake, he still dared to raise his hand.
This kind of courage deserves respect. Aren't you guys too rude to laugh at your classmate? Or are you just jealous that he dares to stand out? She glanced over the whole class, frustrated at their lack of understanding.
The classroom instantly fell silent, and the classmates looked at Qin Feng with complicated expressions, but in their hearts, they were unsure whether he was really the brave person the teacher had mentioned. After all, Qin Feng usually either slept or daydreamed during class, showing no sign of being interested in studying. "Qin Feng, since you say you've finished the three problems, come up and write the answers, I'll help you grade them," Su Xinyan said gently. Qin Feng muttered to himself, "I thought I got them all wrong."
He walked past Su Yue and headed to the podium under the watchful eyes of the entire class.
"Is this guy really good at Olympiad math?" the classmates whispered. Su Yue picked up Qin Feng's math homework, staring at the dense numbers and formulas on it with great curiosity. Chen Xinya from the back row also leaned over for a glance, her eyes suddenly narrowing in disbelief as she looked at Qin Feng walking toward the podium.
"Qin Feng, aren't you going to bring some scratch paper?" Su Xinyan asked curiously.
No need, Teacher Su, I can solve them like this. Shin Feng said calmly, picking up a piece of chalk with a relaxed expression as he focused on the 3 Olympiad problems on the blackboard.
Chalk proficiency +1. Chalk proficiency, current level 1, proficiency 1/10. Once maxed out, you can write any font with chalk.
The system prompt sounded. Shin Feng held the chalk, walked up to the blackboard, and began solving problems rapidly.
With increased speed and chalk proficiency bonus, Shin Feng wrote quickly on the blackboard. Even the handwriting was clearer and more elegant than Su Xinyan's.
I didn't expect Shin Feng to be able to write chalk characters, Su Xinyan murmured in admiration. The whole class held their breath and stared quietly. The only sound left was the chalk scraping against the blackboard. Soon, Shin Feng finished writing the 3 problems and stood aside. Teacher Su, are the answers correct? Su Xinyan stared at the answers on the blackboard in shock, remaining silent for a long time.
Shin Feng's answers were all correct, but the formula process was exceptionally concise, not even matching Su Xinyan's standard answers.
She carefully checked and confirmed there were no mistakes. Seeing Su Xinyan's serious expression, the classmates all realized that Shin Feng's work was not simple.
After a while, Su Xinyan said firmly, all correct.
The classroom immediately buzzed with astonishment. No one expected Shin Feng to be able to solve such difficult problems. It was simply unbelievable.
Su Xinyan praised, these 3 problems are absolutely brilliant.
Not only are the answers correct, but the solving steps are also the most concise I've ever seen.
Was the class monitor helping you behind the scenes?
Before Shin Feng could respond, Su Xinyan looked at him curiously.
Teacher Su, do you really think there's no way I could solve this kind of problem?
Shin Feng felt a bit down, sensing that his image as a poor student was deeply ingrained.
Teacher, I didn't help Shin Feng, he did it by himself. I only got 1 question right.
Chen Xinya hurriedly explained.
Class monitor Chen Xinya's words stunned the classmates. Could it be that the class monitor was not even better than that poor student Shin Feng? Forget it.
Shin Feng sighed, casually tossing the chalk, which landed precisely in the chalk box, his move both cool and clean. It seems that for a poor student like me, sleeping in class is the most suitable option. Saying this, he lazily yawned and sluggishly walked back to his seat. Clear and elegant handwriting and impeccable answers remained on the blackboard.
This scene carried a hint of irony.
Su Xinyan looked at Shin Feng's lonely back, her heart tightening as she immediately realized how stupid her earlier words had been. The 3rd period ended, and since the 4th was PE, the students all headed towards the sports field. The bell hadn't rung yet, so everyone didn't need to gather, they just gathered on the playground to chat. Shin Feng sat under the basketball hoop, basking in the warm sun, leisurely watching the students coming and going.
Maybe I should just drop out and go home now?
He looked at the sunlit teaching building and muttered softly. Since he had upgraded supernatural powers that were useless at school, it was better to go home and use them to make money. At this moment, several boys followed a man wearing a sports jacket and walked over. The leader was Chen Hang, who, like Shin Feng, was a poor student, but had good athletic talent, tall stature, and was the class sports commissioner. This year's school sports meeting basketball competition had Chen Hang representing the class.
Hey, if you're not playing basketball, move out of the way.
Don't block our training, or the ball might hit you, Chen Hang said as he dribbled, staring at Shin Feng with a threatening tone. Shin Feng glanced at the basketball hoop. No one was occupying it. He thought to himself that they were clearly looking for trouble. He had no interest in arguing with them and was just about to get up and make way. Suddenly, a basketball flew from behind Chen Hang and hit him on the head with a dull thud.
Who the hell's blind? Chen Hang glared furiously, clutching his head as he turned around.
He looked back and saw that it was actually Shin Feng's deskmate, Su Yue.
Can you stop blocking?
I want to practice shooting, or next time I'll hit you on the head, Su Yue said coldly, glaring at them with a threatening look. Chen Hang held his head, too frustrated to argue but not daring to, so he hugged the basketball and led his teammates over to the rack beside them. Su Yue was a tough one, even the teachers treated her with some respect.
Chen Hang from the basketball team wouldn't dare to confront her head-on. Does the school feel like your home, young lady?
Shin Feng looked at her domineering expression and smiled wryly.
I helped you once, and you don't feel any gratitude? Su Yue hugged the basketball, asking plaintively.
Shin Feng showed no gratitude at all.
Yeah, thanks. Shin Feng nodded.
Although he didn't want to deal with those people, since Su Yue stood up for him, he still had to say thanks.
Don't look so lifeless. Su Yue said anxiously, it's okay to be considered a loser by the teacher, knowledge doesn't necessarily help in society.
I've seen college graduates whose jobs aren't as good as those who only finished middle school.
Hearing her say that, Shin Feng felt warm inside. He didn't expect her to care about him so much. Cheer up, play basketball with me.
Su Yue threw the basketball to him. The basketball bounced a few times and was caught by Shin Feng.
The sound of leveling up echoed in his mind. Basketball proficiency +1. Basketball master, current proficiency level 1. Reaching level 10 will grant top basketball skills and become the number 1 in the NBA. Alright, let's play.
Shin Feng stood up, skillfully dribbling the ball, spinning it around, and then started manipulating it with his finger.
Wow, I didn't expect you to be able to spin the ball.
Su Yue said with a surprised smile.
Just a small trick.
Shin Feng smiled, stood outside the three-point line, aimed at the basketball hoop, and casually took a shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc and swished through the net cleanly. It was extremely cool.
Basketball proficiency +1. Awesome! Su Yue exclaimed. No big deal, go pick up the balls.
Shin Feng pointed to the balls bouncing under the basket. Su Yue rolled her eyes at him but obediently went to pick them up.
Silly woman.
Shin Feng laughed as he watched her back, feeling warm inside.
Shen Hang by the nearby court sneered disdainfully, what are you pretending for?
He was growing increasingly annoyed with Shin Feng.
After shooting a few baskets, Shin Feng bounced the ball and suddenly asked Su Yue, do you like me? Oh, you don't?
Shin Feng looked as if he had expected this all along.
So, does that mean you like me? He teased again. Su Yue wanted to respond but felt shy and didn't dare to speak. She was also afraid Shin Feng would misunderstand and think she didn't like him. It was really difficult. Is that so?
Shin Feng smiled, elegantly tossed the basketball into the air, and accurately made the shot.
Basketball proficiency +1. Seeing Su Yue's shy expression, Shin Feng suggested, how about trying to date? Sure. Shin Feng nodded without hesitation, pointing at the basketball. Let's go pick up the ball first. A few minutes later, the class bell rang, and everyone gathered on the playground. Physical education teacher Luli walked over as usual, ready to start the class. Students, the school sports meeting will be held right after next week's mock exam. In this class, I want to train you well and hope you all achieve good results. Especially the basketball team, don't let me down. Luli looked at Shen Hang and the others expectantly. Got it, teacher. Shen Hang and the others answered loudly. Very good.
Luli nodded with satisfaction. We'll start Hell training immediately.
Girls who feel unwell or sick can opt out. As soon as she finished speaking, many girls and a few weak boys withdrew. It was too hot in summer, and they were afraid they wouldn't be able to persevere. Shin Feng asked Su Yue anxiously, aren't you opting out? Is your foot better? All right. Shin Feng smiled, knowing what she was thinking. First, run 10 laps around the track. After finishing, rest for 5 minutes. Boys do 100 sit-ups, girls do 70. Luli shouted. 10 laps? Su Yue looked at the track in horror, feeling a chill in her heart. Would she faint after running that? Teacher. Su Yue raised her hand. I'll rejoin the team after doing the sit-ups. No problem, Luli said helplessly. She really couldn't afford to offend Su Yue, so she could only be a VIP. Su Yue left the group and walked towards the small shop at the school gate, intending to buy some water. Shin Feng, what do you want to drink? She suddenly turned her head and asked curiously. Luli sighed helplessly. Shin Feng was speechless as well. This silly girl really treated the school like her home. Couldn't she show a little respect for the teacher? Oh.
Su Yue responded adorably and walked toward the snack shop in front of the whole class.
Luli awkwardly cleared her throat twice to draw attention. Alright, let's start with 10 laps. If you feel unwell, stop immediately, don't push yourself. Of course, in my PE class, everyone can be more relaxed.
If the boys feel hot, they can take off their shirts, no problem.
If the girls want to, that's fine too. The teacher has no objections at all, Lulu teased, causing many boys to burst out laughing. So, many boys took off their shirts, unapologetically showing off their physiques. After all, they were in high school now, no longer as shy as in elementary school.
Chen Hang, you have a great body, your abs are showing.
Do you work out regularly?
Luli asked with a smile, staring at Chen Hang's somewhat uneven abs. Many girls cast curious and admiring glances. Boys with abs were definitely very popular. Teacher, I train at the swimming pool every holiday, Chen Hang said proudly, puffing out his stomach to make his abs more pronounced. Everyone should be like Chen Hang, don't just stay at home all the time, exercise more during holidays. If conditions allow, you can come to the gym I run and sign up for a swimming class, hee, unintentionally advertising.
Luli said with a playful smile.
The classmates laughed along, this gym teacher was really interesting.
Alright, let's start, run 10 laps around the playground. Luli ordered. The classmates began running around the playground.
The summer is so hot that an egg cracked on the ground can cook in a few minutes, the heat is unbearable. After running 10 laps, many boys took off their sweat-soaked shirts, especially the chubby classmates, who didn't care about being laughed at by the girls and threw off their shirts like Snorlax. Although the girls were also hot, they didn't dare to take off their shirts, they weren't as bold as the boys. So hot, this summer is really exaggerated, Xin Feng said irritably, tugging at his t-shirt.
If you're hot, just take it off, silly, why be afraid of the girls laughing at you? Su Yue handed him a bottle of Sprite.
Xin Feng took it, twisted off the cap, drank a big gulp, and said comfortably, true. Not far away, Li Keqing watched the two chatting and laughing, a look of disappointment on her face as she had 2 bottles of cola behind her back. Hey, this handsome guy is already captivated by the rich woman, Luli teased. Xin Feng casually took off his shirt, but Luli was stunned, staring at his physique with her mouth agape, her face full of shock. Luli could boldly say that Xin Feng's body was definitely the most perfect in shape she had seen since becoming a PE teacher. Xin Feng was one of the most handsome boys in the class, and after taking off his shirt, most of the girls in the class were dumbfounded. Being handsome wasn't enough, having such a great body was simply unbearable.
Wow, I didn't expect you to have such a great figure. Su Yue curiously poked Xin Feng's abs with her finger.
The girls nearby looked at Su Yue with eyes full of envy and jealousy, they all longed to have a boyfriend who was both handsome and stylish. If only they could have such a boyfriend, they would want to hold him all night long.
Students with heatstroke, keep your heads elevated, don't let the nosebleed flow.
Luli reminded the girl with the nosebleed as she eagerly ran towards Xin Feng.
Classmate, can the teacher touch your abs?
Luli half squatted, looking straight at Xin Feng's 8-pack abs, making the request without any hesitation.
The teacher doesn't mean anything else, just wants to touch them, okay? Please.
Luli looked at him expectantly. Just as she was about to reach out, she suddenly stopped, straightened her back, and began to slowly examine Xin Feng, as if admiring a treasure. When she reached behind Xin Feng, she couldn't help but exclaim aloud. Only then did Su Yue understand that when Luli said bat back, she meant that the muscles on both sides of the back resembled outstretched wings, though she wasn't exactly sure if it was truly a bat.
Xin Feng, can you slightly use your back muscles? Please. Luli pleaded urgently. All right. Xin Feng nodded, not refusing.
He exerted a little strength, and the back muscles immediately appeared, like the wings of a bat spreading open, stunning everyone.
Ah! It really is a bat back.
Luli was excited like a little fangirl.
Oh, so this is what a bat back looks like, it does kind of resemble one. Su Yue suddenly understood. Luli's exclamation attracted the attention of all the girls in the class.
They surrounded Xin Feng like he was a national treasure, some even couldn't help but touch his abs and firm waist, which made Xin Feng very embarrassed. Beside them, Shen Hang looked at Qin Feng's 8-pack abs with a bitter feeling in his heart. He quickly put on his sweat-soaked clothes. He definitely didn't want to be compared to Qin Feng's physique. Qin Feng was surrounded by a group of girls, while the sports monitor Shen Hang watched with envy. Just a moment ago, he was praising his PE teacher in class, but now he was like a little fangirl, cheering around Qin Feng, which was really infuriating.
Teacher, that's enough, right?
Qin Feng said a bit awkwardly.
Yeah. Teacher, it's time to do sit-ups now.
Su Yue reminded him, then quickly said to Qin Feng, put your clothes back on quickly. Lu Li whistled and shouted, all right, everyone gather up, let's start doing sit-ups.
Everyone quickly moved to the playground lawn, stood properly with their deskmates, ready to begin.
100 push-ups for boys, 70 for girls, start, no slacking, Lu Li said as she glanced at Qin Feng.
You go first, Su Yue said to Qin Feng.
Qin Feng nodded, lay down, and Su Yue crouched down holding his legs. Start, I'll count for you.
Qin Feng's movements were standard, repeating them again and again.
Lu Li pretended to inspect, walking over to Qin Feng's side. You're not doing it properly, it's Su Yue who doesn't have enough strength to hold your leg down.
The girls immediately stood up, all casting expectant looks. Teacher, I'll try. I'm strong. Teacher, I'm coming. Teacher, I'm the strongest. Again? Su Yue cursed in her heart. Don't rush, finish yours first. The teacher's moves are definitely more standard than yours. Lu Li persuaded. This is my position, teacher, you are abusing your authority. Su Yue was angry, she didn't expect the teacher to be so obsessed with Qin Feng's muscles. Su Yue, the teacher is doing this for your own good. Lu Li said with a stern face. What do you mean? Su Yue asked in confusion. Lu Li smiled and jokingly said seriously, when doing sit-ups, improper assistance can cause the legs lying down to deform, and in severe cases, it can cause chronic problems. She nodded seriously, so the teacher has to demonstrate personally to ensure safety. All right. Su Yue sighed gloomily, watching from the side, waiting for Qin Feng to finish 100 before it was her turn. Qin Feng muttered in his heart, she actually believed it. This is obviously a lie. Okay then, Qin Feng, start. The teacher will count for you. Lu Li held Qin Feng's arms, her eyes full of anticipation, staring at his abdomen. To quickly get rid of Lu Li, who was clinging to him like a pervert, Qin Feng hurriedly grabbed the back of his head and started doing sit-ups frantically, at an extremely fast pace. While other groups did 1, he did about 3. This is what a real stud waist looks like. I've heard that men with a stud waist excel in every aspect, so shouldn't this girl be living in utter happiness? What a pity, he actually has a girlfriend, and such a difficult connection at that. Could it be that she's been won over by his money? Looking at Qin Feng's nearly perfect physique, his sweat-covered abdominal muscles rising and falling repeatedly, Lu Li felt an inexplicable loss of control inside. Time flew by, and the school bell rang. Qin Feng walked home as usual. From now on, better not take off your clothes in front of the girls during PE class, especially in front of that PE teacher, Qin Feng thought to himself, feeling conflicted. After all, once anger flares up, it's hard to endure just by letting time wear it down without finding a way to vent. Brother! Qin Shushu's voice came from behind. Qin Feng turned around and saw Qin Shushu happily running over. I've been calling you for a long time, didn't you hear? Qin Shushu complained, out of breath. I heard you, could I really stop? Qin Feng replied irritably, carrying an empty shoulder bag as he continued walking. Right. Qin Shushu muttered as if it were only natural, quickly catching up. Thinking of the rumors at school, Qin Shushu was somewhat distracted. Big brother, I have something I want to ask you. Go ahead, Qin Feng replied. He was silent for a moment, not knowing how to start. It's not gossip, it's true. Qin Feng straightforwardly told the facts. What's wrong? Qin Feng asked curiously. Qin Shushu smiled teasingly as if waking from a dream. Nothing, big brother, you have to treat her well. She's your first girlfriend. Yeah, of course. Qin Feng nodded naturally. After all, she's your first girlfriend.
Qin Shuchu said frankly, afraid Qin Feng would notice her little scheme. The brother and sister returned home laughing as usual. After dinner at 7, Qin Shuchu unusually went back to her room to sleep. Normally, she stayed in the living room watching TV and didn't go to bed until after 10, but today she was so early. Qin Feng didn't think much of it, took a shower, grabbed a can of Coke, and went back to his room. Qin Feng entered the room and couldn't find the air conditioner remote, so he used Magneto's power to take a glance at the air conditioner. The air conditioner immediately turned on, blowing a cool breeze at 24 degrees. Very comfortable. He sat down in front of the computer, turned it on, drank ice-cold cola, and enjoyed the cool air, like a typical shut-in.
So how are the 2 stocks I bought doing now?
Qin Feng said as he quickly typed on the keyboard, opening a financial stock market website. His first stock was a tech stock he had analyzed himself, a small company that had just gone public a few months ago. The other one was a manufacturing stock he bought casually thanks to his luck ability. This company specializes in selling phone accessories, having just gone public a week ago. It was very obscure, with no one paying attention. But when Qin Feng opened the stock market chart, the scene before his eyes stunned him. Typical stock charts are usually wavy lines, but this time, the 2 stocks he bought actually formed 2 big red square root shapes, firmly surpassing other popular stocks. These 2 stocks were originally very quiet, especially the manufacturing stock, which almost no one bought. But since Qin Feng invested 100,000, they surged rapidly, like they were injected with steroids, bending upward like tender shoots with no sign of hitting a limit down. Yeah, although I analyzed and bought this stock myself, with the blessing of my luck ability, how could it possibly hit the limit down? Qin Feng said with a wry smile. Even if he bought a bad stock, his luck ability could bring it back to life. So, the sharp rise of these 2 stocks was very likely the work of his luck ability.
How many limit up boards did it rise by?
Qin Feng stared at the 2 upward curves resembling the number 7, eagerly sliding the mouse, opening the online calculator, and patiently calculating.
The first stock hit 50 consecutive limit up days, and the second one hit 60, it's simply astonishingly fierce.
The stock market hasn't seen such obscure yet explosive stocks for a long time. The last time this happened was half a year ago, and back then the price rose for a while before falling. 10 limit up days mean the investment doubles. If you invest more, you can become a millionaire within a few days or even become a major shareholder of the company with ease. This is also why the stock market always attracts countless ordinary people's dreams and aspirations. Qin Feng knew clearly that if he didn't sell these 2 stocks, their upward trend would continue until the day he made his move, only then would they hit the daily limit down. He invested 100,000 yuan in each, and after more than 50 daily limit ups, the stock prices increased more than tenfold. Simply put, in a short period, he made over 2.6 million yuan. More importantly, he held the most shares, naturally becoming the major shareholder of these 2 companies. The lucky superpower really didn't disappoint me, Qin Feng said with a smile as he looked at the gains. He hesitated about whether to sell some to others first, cashing out a portion. After all, these stocks hitting the daily limit were very sought after. Unless he was extremely unlucky, they wouldn't drop immediately. Returning to the finance website's homepage, a headline caught his attention. Shock. XX Manufacturing Company, Limited, listed for only a week, surged 50 daily limit ups in a single day. Clicking on the news, it was exactly the company Qin Feng invested in. He also became the largest shareholder. He thought, he must have already received a lot of private messages. Sure enough, there were over 1,000 private chats in the inbox. Stock investors all need reliable information. Someone like Qin Feng who invested 100,000 at once to buy a cold stock must have insider knowledge or expert guidance. Finding his account was very easy for stock investors familiar with the internet. Such a hassle. Qin Feng frowned and decided to sell 2 stocks first, taking over 2 million to get by for now. At this moment, WeChat sounded. It was the stock trading expert Su Yue recommended yesterday who had accepted the friend request. This person's ID was Sister Lin, and the profile picture was exactly the same as the one Qin Feng had seen before in the stock trading livestream. Interesting. Qin Feng smiled. He didn't reply immediately and first checked the other person's moments.
The latest update read. Speak up, who is this little account that spent 200,000 buying 2 surprise stocks? Keeping news from me, sneaking food? Dog head emoji.
There is a screenshot of the recent news and a screenshot of Qin Feng's account in the post, and he also tagged a few other stock trading experts. Qin Feng thought for a moment, selling these 2 stocks to this woman wasn't a bad idea.
Anyway, selling is selling, and selling to a friend of his girlfriend's sister could help build some connections and get familiar.
He sent a message to Sister Lin.
Sister Lin replied, "Oh, you are Yiling's younger sister's friend, Qin Feng, right? Want to learn stock trading from me?"
Qin Feng, I originally wanted to learn it, but then I gave up.
Sister Lin? Confused.
Qin Feng, the message in your moments was sent by me, using my level 1 alternate account Lucky People, which means lucky person.
Sister Lin, no way, was it really you?
Qin Feng sent backstage screenshots and images of 2 stocks hitting the daily limit.
Sister Lin exclaimed, "Is it really you? You can't be a newbie, right? Did you add me as a friend just to mock me?"
Scared. Qin Feng, I know a bit about the stock market, but I didn't mean to mock you.
I just want to sell you these 2 stocks, do you want them? I'm a bit short on money lately.
Sister Lin, of course I want to buy, but if Su Yue finds out, she'll definitely say I'm deliberately setting you up.
Qin Feng, it's nothing, no one is to say anything. You also help me keep it a secret, don't reveal my identity.
Sister Lin, don't worry, I won't tell.
But are you really selling to me? This is a skyrocketing stock. Qin Feng, 5 million, 2 stocks, how about it? This price is quite reasonable. After all, selling to others means letting others make the money.
Qin Feng is short on cash now, that's why he's selling.
Sister Lin, alright, but don't back out. Qin Feng gave his card number, here is my card number.
Send me your stock account number, and I'll transfer the shares to you. At this moment, in a villa, Lin Ichi, dressed in a light red pajama, lay on the bed, staring at the chat records on her phone, feeling complicated. She was a well-known financial livestream host with years of stock trading experience and had never seen anyone sell stocks on the first day they hit the daily limit. Saying it's because of a lack of money is just too foolish. But this is a friend introduced by Su Yulang's sister, so she doesn't suspect Qin Feng is a scammer. Forget it, he wants to sell on his own. It's foolish not to make money when you have the chance.
Lin Ichi shrugged and rapidly tapped on her phone. Sister Lin, okay, I'll log into the account now.
You transfer the shares to me first, and I'll transfer the money to you immediately.
How about that? Qin Feng, no problem.
The phone text message showed, card number 6770, August 17, 2019, 8 a.m., 5 million credited.
Qin Feng smiled and sent a message, funds arrived, I'm hanging up first. Sister Lin replied, okay, you're busy.
She shook her head and sighed, with regret on her face, sigh, you still haven't experienced the stock market. If you managed those 2 black horse stocks a bit better, making 10 million a month wouldn't be a problem. Sister Lin saw Qin Feng eager to sell stocks, thinking he was afraid of losing money and wanted to cash out quickly to feel safer holding the cash.
This fear of loss is very common among novice investors.
They worry about the stock price plummeting and their money disappearing. But these 2 stocks are now soaring impressively, unless one is extremely unlucky, they won't drop.
The 2 stocks Lin Ichi held could at least earn 10 million. Lin Ichi looked at her stocks hitting the price limit and said enviously, this limit up is so strong, when can I buy such amazing stocks?
Although she was a skilled trader, well known in the financial circle, and even ran a live stream, she often lost money, losing tens of millions in one go. If it weren't for her solid financial background, she would have given up long ago. She planned to invest another 5 million and gamble big. But just as she was about to place the order, the situation suddenly changed. The 2 stocks suddenly stopped surging, the price limits and various data plummeted rapidly, and the originally upward curve sharply turned downward, as if dragged down by someone. The next morning, Qin Feng was woken up by a WeChat call and saw the voice call failure notification from Lin Ichi. His heart tightened, and he called back. On the other end came her heart-wrenching sobs, Qin Feng. The 2 stocks you sold me last night suddenly dropped more than 60 price limit boards, now they're colder than cold stocks.
Did you purposely scam me?
Qin Feng quickly opened his computer, logged into the financial website, and saw the 2 stocks falling miserably, completely turning into worthless shares. After all, these were just 2 unpopular stocks. Qin Feng had only chosen them thanks to his luck ability, which caused the surge. But once passed to others, the luck ability disappeared, and the stock price inevitably fell. He didn't expect them to drop so fast, falling back to the pre-liberation level overnight.
Sister Lin, don't blame me. This kind of thing depends on luck. I can't predict the future. How could I have known it would plunge?
Qin Feng explained earnestly. After all, the sharp fall of the 2 stocks was, to some extent, related to him.
But the drop is too terrible. Lin Ichi cried, losing 5 million overnight. Who could accept that?
Before he finished speaking, Lin Ichi had already hung up the phone.
Sigh, I didn't mean to screw you over, Sister Lin, Qin Feng said, looking at the steeply rising curve of the 500,000 yuan worth of stocks he bought last night on his phone, and gave a bitter smile. He still took a screenshot of the stock he bought last night and sent it to Lin Ichi, saying, Sister Lin, you can try this one. It's already hit 10 daily limit ups since last night. At this moment, Lin Ichi stared at the 2 stocks on her computer that were plummeting in a straight line, filled with deep regret. If only she hadn't been greedy and invested 5 million yuan in these 2 stocks Qin Feng recommended, she would not have suffered such losses. She didn't blame herself for being greedy, nor did she blame Qin Feng. After all, the stocks rose when they were in Qin Feng's hands, but fell as soon as she bought them. She could only blame her own bad luck. Feeling frustrated, she looked up at her phone and saw 2 stock screenshots and a voice message sent by Qin Feng. Sister Lin, you can try this one. The stock I bought last night has already hit 10 consecutive daily limits. Lin Ichi looked at the screenshots half in disbelief, both admiring and envious.
The stock Qin Feng bought last night had now hit 10 consecutive daily limits. Could he be a stock trading expert? She murmured to herself. After all, being able to spot and dare to invest $500,000 in a stock out of thousands requires not only luck but also extraordinary courage and confidence. She looked up the company to which this stock belonged. It was an agricultural products enterprise, a name she had never heard before. Although unfamiliar, Qin Feng had already invested $500,000 and earned over $1 million.
Should I try investing a bit too? Lin Ichi looked at the stock that was still soaring, feeling conflicted.
After all, stocks are risky, and no one can guarantee they will definitely rise.
If you're solely focused on them going up, they might suddenly plummet.
As a shareholder, you have to know how to strike a balance.
Well, I've already lost 5 million anyway, might as well give it one more shot.
Lin Ichi gritted her teeth and invested another 500,000. Hopefully this time I'll pick the right stock. She stared at the newly invested 500,000, silently praying. Meanwhile, Qin Feng arrived at school early, slumping over his desk and gloomily playing on his phone. Next to him, Su Yue wanted to speak but hesitated. Hey, Qin Feng, she gently tugged at his clothes.
If you have something to say, just say it. Qin Feng didn't even turn his head. Come shopping with me tonight.
Su Yue mustered her courage, her face slightly flushed. Li Keqing felt a pang in her heart, feeling disappointed.
Okay.
Qin Feng replied lazily. Since she was his girlfriend, accompanying her shopping was no big deal, and there was nothing to do at home anyway.
Can't we just go straight there after school? He shook his head. But we're wearing school uniforms? Su Yue looked down at the uniform, feeling a bit disdainful. Actually, this school uniform is pretty nice, better than those of other schools.
Qin Feng smiled helplessly. It's okay, you look good in the school uniform, just wear this one.
Looks good.
He showed a doting smile and nodded in praise.
See you after school, remember. Su Yue smiled happily. At night, the two met at the school gate.
Both went home to change clothes. After all, returning late would concern their families. Su Yue felt it was inappropriate to wear the school uniform. Although Qin Feng said he liked it, she still dressed up carefully. She even secretly used her sister Su Yiling's expensive makeup, usually hardly wearing any makeup, at most just using face wash. Shin Feng went home and took a shower, changed into summer clothes, and felt much cooler. Luckily, I took a shower too, otherwise, I'd have to wait for you. He couldn't help but sigh when he saw Su Yue's outfit. Su Yue wore her jet black medium-length hair loose, with side-swept bangs lightly brushing her eyelids. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her clear eyes carried a hint of pride. Her nose was straight, her cheeks flushed, and though she wore a simple black dress, she exuded an extraordinary aura. Shin Feng looked Su Yue up and down and said with satisfaction, not bad at all. I didn't expect you to look so good in a dress. If only it could always be like this, he thought to himself. You say you won't change clothes, but you actually did. Su Yue blushed and changed the subject, unable to stand Shin Feng's unwavering gaze. In such hot weather, I don't want to wear a sweat-drenched school uniform all day, Shin Feng said disdainfully, flicking his hand. Where to go shopping? He turned to look at the brightly lit pedestrian street and asked curiously. Shin Feng saw Su Yue's eyes drifting and her hands a bit awkward, and immediately understood. Let's go, let's take a walk up ahead. He hesitated not at all as he held her small hand. It was his first time holding a girl's hand, and it felt pretty nice, of course except for Chin Chuchu.
Friendship Proficiency +1. Friendship Proficiency, currently level 1, 1/10.
After reaching level 10, the host will be able to easily communicate with anyone and avoid awkward conversations. Shin Feng no longer cared much about the upgraded abilities in his mind. When they appeared, he didn't think too much about them. Being too particular only made things uncomfortable. Su Yue, who was being led along, felt a sweet warmth in her heart.
It seemed he wasn't so straightforward after all.
She mustered up her courage, hugged Shin Feng's arm, and shyly changed the subject. There's an amusement park on the pedestrian street ahead.
Let's go have some fun. Okay. Shin Feng was in a good mood.
It seemed having a girlfriend was pretty nice after all.
The two walked and chatted, heading towards the pedestrian street. Unnoticed, they passed through an alley and arrived at the busiest pedestrian street in the city center.
On both sides were brand-name specialty stores, and many snack stalls lined the street, bustling with people coming and going.
What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before?
Su Yue attracted the attention of countless men, while the women beside them grabbed their partners' ears, voicing complaints. She held a skewer of grilled squid, awkwardly opening her mouth, unsure how to eat it. She hardly ever wears lipstick, but today she sneakily used her sister's lipstick. She didn't know if eating would leave her mouth all smeared, which made Shin Feng laugh. Yue, Shin Feng reminded her, I like the you who you usually are. You look nice like this too, but it always feels a bit restrained.
Just be yourself normally. This is the first time you've called me by my name. Su Yue held the grilled squid, looking at him as if in a dream. Really? Do you like it when I call you that?
Shin Feng asked somewhat concernedly. The two were strolling along the pedestrian street when Su Yue was drawn to a small shooting shop. This kind of shop was like those in amusement parks, where you use a plastic gun to shoot balloons, and if you hit one, you win a toy. Most customers were parents with children and couples. Su Yue watched other girls happily cheering when their boyfriends hit balloons, even standing on tiptoe to kiss their boyfriends, and couldn't help but want to have the same kind of interaction with Shin Feng.
Which one do you want?
Pick any, Shin Feng said confidently. The shop owner saw Shin Feng's confident attitude and secretly chuckled to himself, thinking if it were really that easy to hit, why would he still be running this shop? Whatever you shoot down, I want that, Su Yue said casually. The key was that she wanted that sweet interaction with Shin Feng.
All right.
Shin Feng gave the boss 50 yuan, hoisted the gun loaded with plastic bullets, and aimed at the balloons.
Bang! A toy rabbit was hit. Wow, Shin Feng is amazing. Bang! A toy bear was hit. Bang! The toy crocodile was hit too. Bang bang bang, hitting one after another. Are you shooting with a Gatling gun? Su Yue clutched a pile of plush toys and couldn't help but shout.
The boss smiled bitterly. This customer, I've already lost 100 yuan, you'd better go play somewhere else. Finally, the two left the shooting shop and continued wandering aimlessly along the pedestrian street. Relying on his shooting skills and luck, Qin Feng hit more than 20 of the biggest and hardest toys. But Su Yue only took a mini crocodile keychain, returning the rest to the boss, who was so moved he almost cried.
I hit so many, why do you only want such a small one?
Qin Feng looked at the doll in her hand, feeling a bit shortchanged.
You're taking so much, are you planning to open a toy store?
Su Yue rolled her eyes at him, thinking he was too stingy. Just consider it a memento of our first date. Su Yue smiled sweetly, like a young girl, and Qin Feng found himself a bit fascinated.
Do you want to keep playing? The pedestrian street exit is just ahead.
Qin Feng looked at the quiet path, curiously asking.
Yeah, let's stroll a bit more. My sister isn't coming back tonight.
Su Yue said casually, though she had actually told her sister she was going to a classmate's birthday and would be sleeping over there.
All right, let's keep walking.
Qin Feng nodded, taking Su Yue's small hand, and headed down the small path to the right, planning to enjoy the stroll and deepen their bond along the way. Qin Feng and Su Yue wandered the pedestrian street for half an hour before finally returning to the exit they came from earlier. The pedestrian street was small, with monotonous entertainment options, mostly snacks, and no large restaurants.
Qin Feng, are we just going back now? Su Yue looked at his back, feeling a bit dissatisfied.
Her idea of a date was shopping and chatting, drinking milk tea and eating Western food, watching romantic movies, and even having some sweet interactions during the film. But on their first date, they only had some snacks, played a few small games, and were about to part ways. It felt insufficient.
Want to play a little longer?
Qin Feng asked casually. Su Yue silently resolved to bring Qin Feng to her side to play next time. This place was too boring. Qin Feng glanced at the time and said, "It's so late, I'll take you to the station, and then I should go home."
Su Yue nodded somewhat dazedly, there was no other choice.
Qin Feng held her hand and walked toward the path. His steps quickened because Qin Chuchu was home alone, making him inexplicably worried. The weather forecast said there would be thunderstorms tonight, and Qin Chuchu was most afraid of thunder. He couldn't feel at ease with her home alone. Thick dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, the air was heavy and hot, clearly signaling a heavy rain was coming.
I'm so dumb, I gave such an obvious hint, and he still didn't get it? Su Yue complained with a pout, like a sulking young wife.
She thought about it. In all the time they had been together, Qin Feng hadn't shown any interest. At most, he made a few crude jokes, and today was the first time he even held her hand.
I said, I don't have to go home tonight.
She didn't hide it at all, looking straight at Qin Feng, truly not believing he couldn't understand. Before she finished speaking, large raindrops began to fall, and the ground quickly became soaked. The two hurried to take shelter under a nearby eave. This rain came out of nowhere.
Qin Feng couldn't help but make a remark.
Looking up, he saw that there was actually a hotel on the opposite side of the road.
Wait.
He suddenly thought, maybe this wasn't a coincidence, but lucky ability helping out. He originally planned to go back and accompany Qin Chuchu, that girl was most afraid of thunder. But more importantly, today is Thursday, and they have to go to school for class. They've already skipped half a day. Qin Feng immediately perked up and pushed Su Yue, urging, "Yue, wake up quickly, we have class today, and we didn't ask for leave."
Su Yue waved her hand dismissively, so what if I've been out for half a day? I still want to sleep a little longer. Qin Feng had just rushed into the bathroom when Su Yue's phone suddenly rang. She touched her face and answered the call. Hello, what's the matter?
A cold female voice came from the other end of the line. I'm at the hotel entrance.
Do you want me to come up and find you? Su Yue was stunned.
She knew the phone had location tracking. Her sister would find them too easily.
She knew Su Yueling's temper best, more irritable than herself. Angering her was like provoking a wounded Super Saiyan.
After a moment, Qin Feng came out of the shower. Qin Feng, my sister has found us, she's right at the hotel entrance.
Su Yue said anxiously. It was the first time Qin Feng had seen her so panicked. He also panicked for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and said calmly, since we've been found, there's no escaping it. It's better to come clean and explain everything to your sister. Mental toughness +1. Although Su Yue often quarreled with Su Yiling, she knew her sister wouldn't bother to argue back. If you really anger Su Yiling, that's very scary. Su Yue had seen her sister angry with her own eyes, it was simply terrifying. Don't hesitate, quickly get dressed, let's go see your sister together. Qin Feng remained calm, feeling there was nothing to fear since the other party couldn't possibly really eat him. All right. Su Yue could only hold on to a desperate hope, wishing her sister was in a good mood today. She endured the pain and dressed, limping behind Qin Feng, looking both comical and pitiable. The two arrived downstairs and saw a sleek black sports car parked at the hotel entrance, beside which stood a seductive woman. She was about 23 or 24 years old, wearing a deep black professional suit, mature and coldly elegant, radiating an aura that kept people at a distance. This is Su Yue's older sister, Su Yuling, the female CEO of Tingyuan Real Estate Company. Qin Feng looked at her and couldn't help but feel a sense of pressure. This woman had a queen-like aura about her. When Su Yuling turned to look at Qin Feng and Su Yue, Qin Feng was stunned. She looked so much like Su Yue, almost identical. The nose, eyes, face, she was practically what Su Yue would look like grown up, like an exact replica. If Su Yue hadn't been standing beside her, he definitely would have mistaken her for someone else. Weren't you going to a classmate's birthday? How did you end up at the hotel? Su Yuling asked coldly, her gaze sweeping towards Qin Feng standing behind Su Yue. She wasn't a fool, she immediately recognized Qin Feng as that man. Combined with Su Yue's earlier stubborn demeanor, Su Yuling understood quite a bit in her heart. Don't speak. She interrupted Qin Feng and turned to Su Yue. I'm asking you, you have to answer honestly, don't lie to me. Is this your boyfriend? Su Yuling asked bluntly. Yes. Su Yue nodded. Last night? Su Yu's cold voice was icy. Su Yue hesitated for a moment, then nodded, but said no more. Then the lipstick and cosmetics in my room, did you use those too? Su Yu continued to ask coldly. Su Yue mumbled softly, anyway, you have so many, using a little doesn't matter. I thought there was a thief in the house. Su Yuling sighed coldly, looking at this troublesome younger sister. Let's go, get in the car, I'll take you home. Qin Feng, right? Su Yuling looked at Qin Feng coldly and said, follow me, I have something to tell you. After dropping off Su Yue, Su Yuling drove Qin Feng to the entrance of a high-end Western restaurant. The host immediately recognized the Bugatti Veyron she was driving and showed a professional smile as he approached to open the door. President Su, your table is ready. Got it. Su Yuling nodded, then turned to Qin Feng and said, get out of the car. Qin Feng nodded, got out of the car with the female hostess, and nervously followed behind Su Yuling as they entered this luxurious Western restaurant. Elegant English songs came from the entrance, and the cool breeze from the air conditioning brushed past them. The service was truly impeccable. Don't just stand there, keep up with me, Su Yuling reminded Qin Feng. Wearing high heels, her steps were firm and confident, attracting quite a few glances. Qin Feng followed awkwardly. After dealing with her sister last night, facing her older sister now made him feel really embarrassed. What exactly does she want to tell me? Qin Feng wondered. Qin Feng stared at Su Yuling's enchanting figure, feeling extremely curious. She looked exactly like Su Yue, as if copied and pasted. If he didn't know better, Qin Feng would definitely think she was Su Yue. Could it be that Su Yue will become like this when she grows up? Qin Feng looked at Su Yuling's alluring figure, full of hopeful speculation. Su Yuling suddenly turned her head, revealing a disdainful smile, staring at Qin Feng like a queen. Are you thinking that Su Yue will grow up to be like me? If I told you no, would you believe me? Qin Feng responded calmly, but how could she know what he was really thinking? Little brat, don't get too arrogant, Su Yu sneered coldly, pushed open the door of the VIP room, and strode inside. Not so little, Qin Feng looked down, shrugged, and followed in. As soon as he entered the room, Qin Feng saw a long table in front of him laid out with luxurious Western food, 2 steaming hot steaks placed on either side of the table. Sit. Su Yuling didn't look up, pointing to the seat opposite. Although Qin Feng didn't like Western food, he still sat down and bluntly asked, "You invited me to dinner, is it really just that simple?"
I didn't steal or rob anything, I'm just dating your sister, and she's already an adult.
I haven't broken the law, so what is there to be afraid of?
Shin Fong said indifferently.
Do you know that she is my sister, Su Yulong?
Su Yulong stared at Shin Fong, her eyes filled with a threatening glare.
Shin Fong looked back at the threatening gaze without fear and said calmly, "President Su, are you trying to scare me, or do you want me to stay away from your sister?" Mental toughness +1.
Shin Fong silently praised himself. Su Yiling rarely saw such a calm and composed gaze from Shin Fong, completely unflustered. That look was not an act but a genuine sense of pressure from within. She had seen people with such eyes before, and now they had all become major figures worth billions. Shin Fong, 20 years old, his parents died in a car accident 2 years ago. He now relies on his sister Chin Chuchu, and they live in Xingshan community, Su Yiling cautiously said. I didn't expect a female real estate CEO to be interested in us unknown juniors.
Should I feel honored?
Shin Fong responded nonchalantly. Also, you have an ID called Lucky People on the financial website, bought 3 surprise stocks, and made more than 5.6 million in just a few days, Su Yiling continued.
How do you know? Shin Fong was suspicious for the first time.
Seeing Shin Fong a little flustered, Su smiled coldly with her arms crossed. In S-City, as long as I want to know, nothing can be hidden from me. Enough, if you want me to leave your sister and talk to her myself, don't expect me to persuade her. I won't agree, unless she wants to break up herself, Shin Fong said impatiently.
Who said I want you to break up with my sister?
Su said coldly, somewhat puzzled. I'm not interested in your stock buying channels, I only have one request.
What request? Shin Fong asked. You should marry that girl. Su Yiling said without hesitation. You think you came to me to break up with Su Yue? Don't be ridiculous, I'm not that bored.
Shin Fong said somewhat helplessly. My situation is similar to yours, my parents passed away early.
Su Yiling frowned slightly, with a hint of sadness. My company needs me every day, and I often go a week without going home.
Su Yue has no one to take care of her, and I'm afraid she might go astray, so I've been trying to find a man to look after her. But she said she's not interested in men, I even thought she liked girls. Until the day I drove her to your school, she suddenly changed, loved chatting, loved dressing up. Yesterday, she even messed up my vanity table.
I knew then, she had a man outside. Su Yu sneered meaningfully. It was me.
Shin Fong nodded naturally.
Forget it, it's come to this, so there's nothing else to do.
Su Yu glanced at her phone coldly. I have business at my company, I'm leaving first.
The order has been placed. Oh, okay. Shin Fong felt relieved, thinking she was quite reasonable. That girl is now your responsibility, brother-in-law.
Su Yiling smiled coldly, stepped out of the private room in her shiny black high heels.
Time flew by quickly.
At the end of the month on Monday, it was time for the system refresh.
The system would randomly assign an ability to Shin Fong. The rain is still falling.
Shin Fong was awakened by the sound of raindrops hitting the window. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he walked to the window in his slippers.
He opened the window.
The sound of the rain was steady, the path outside was flooded, and the entire city was being washed by the rain.
Looks like there's no hope for PE class.
Shin Fong yawned, reached out, and pulled the can cola on the desk closer. He pulled the tab, took a sip of the room temperature cola, and gazed at the bustling scene outside the window through the curtain of rain, waiting for the system to refresh. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that on the windowsill, there was a soaked owl. The owl stared at Shin Fong with its big, castellan-like eyes, both scared and helpless. It was drenched from head to toe, its feathers soaked with rain, unable to fly at all, forced to risk hiding on Shin Feng's windowsill, barely clinging to life.
The rain is so heavy, why don't you go back to your nest?
Shin Fong teased, while closing the window to prevent the owl from flying in. The owl obviously didn't understand his words, looking innocent and quietly shifting its feet to the side, afraid of being caught.
Its comical appearance was very much like Psyduck. Ding!
168 hours have passed, system activated, starting to extract supernatural power from the host.
The system's voice suddenly rang out. Finally waited for this.
Qin Feng clenched his fist excitedly, scaring the owl into a shrill scream as it shrank into the corner. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the power of nature, the system officially announced.
Power of nature? What is that? Qin Feng asked curiously.
The host can control the weather in any region and can understand and command any living creature except humans. In addition, they can control the growth and dormancy of plants, but this has no effect on plants that are already withered or decayed. Qin Feng recalled his previous powers. The first was a luck ability, the second was a magneto-like powerful control, and the third upgraded ability was even invincible. In comparison, this power of nature seemed rather ordinary. He thought for a long time but still couldn't come up with any special use for this ability.
System, can I change to a different ability?
Qin Feng tentatively asked. No, the system flatly refused.
Forget it.
Qin Feng sighed and had no choice but to accept. Reminder to the host, the system will awaken again 1 month after binding, at which time it will extract a supernatural ability and give a treasure chest, the system added.
Treasure chest? What can be obtained from it? Qin Feng asked eagerly.
As long as it exists in the myriad worlds, whether human, creature, attribute, or energy, it is possible to obtain it.
Humans can also come out? Then can I get a two-dimensional maid?
Qin Feng joked as he took a sip of his cola.
Of course, as long as it exists within the multiverse, anything is possible, the system responded respectfully.
Wow, it really is possible, Qin Feng said in surprise. After all, the two-dimensional world is a realm that countless people dream of but find hard to reach.
But the system said the lottery is random. What if a monster is drawn?
Alright, see you again in 168 hours, host, the system said before disappearing. Goodbye, Qin Feng nodded seriously, as if bidding farewell to an old friend.
Stop picking anime characters.
It would be boring if a monster showed up, he said, finishing his cola in one gulp and casually throwing the empty can toward the trash bin behind him.
The cola can traced a beautiful arc and landed steadily in the bin. Can control the weather and command creatures?
Qin Feng stared at his hand, pondering, then looked up at the still overcast heavy rain, deciding to try out his new ability. Rain, stop, he said awkwardly, as if reciting a spell. As soon as the words fell, the dark clouds quickly dispersed, revealing the pale dawn sky, and the rain gradually stopped.
Sunlight poured over the earth, and the city was revitalized in the golden glow. Nice weather.
Qin Feng felt the scent of birds and flowers, nodded with satisfaction, thinking this ability would be perfect to enrich his life in the future.
Hooten Owl wobbled over to his side and called out in a low voice.
In Qin Feng's ear, the sound was actually the two words thank you. The rain has stopped, it's time to leave, be careful on the road. Qin Feng petted the owl's damp head, feeling great, stretched lazily, and walked towards the living room. In the living room, Qin Chuchu was already dressed in her school uniform, head down, focused on eating breakfast, completely ignoring him.
Still angry, huh?
Qin Feng muttered helplessly. He didn't come home before the storm that day, and after he came back, she started a cold war, speaking less than 10 times all day.
Obviously, she was unhappy because he wasn't there for her.
Her silence was a sign of anger, and no matter how he tried to make it up to her, she ignored him. This time it was even worse. She hadn't spoken to him for 4 days, only occasionally responding with, "Oh, okay, fine, do as you see fit." What frustrated him even more was that she no longer called him brother and addressed him by his name. Although annoyed, she was still his sister, so he didn't feel bothered. He leaned closer to her and said with a smile, "Chuchu, save some breakfast for your brother, I'm starving."
No.
Qin Chuchu tossed her head and responded in a tsundere and indifferent tone.
Hee, Chuchu, you really know how to joke, Qin Feng said with a smile of disbelief. No means no.
Qin Chuchu raised her voice, but her face showed an indifferent expression. If Su Yue saw Qin Feng being so humble, she would probably be shocked. At this moment, Qin Feng's phone rang. It was Su Yue calling.
MM?
What's up? Qin Feng said as he answered the phone, walking towards the bathroom to brush his teeth.
"Wanna come out for breakfast?" Right at the school entrance, Su Yue asked.
Shin Feng glanced at Qin Chuchu in the living room. She still had that indifferent look. This is the only option now, Shin Feng sighed helplessly. After all, Chuchu didn't make him breakfast, so he had to go out to eat.
"Why do I feel like you're a bit unhappy even though I'm treating you to breakfast? Did you ask the wrong person?" Su Yue pretended to be angry.
Shin Feng finished brushing his teeth and put on his school uniform, ready to leave, when Qin Chuchu suddenly called out to him, "Where are you going?"
"To school, and I'll have breakfast on the way," Shin Feng replied. "With Su Yue?" Chuchu stared at him and asked. Shin Feng nodded. "Sit down and wait for me," Chuchu ordered.
She talked more today, which meant she was a bit less angry. Indulging her a little might prevent them from giving each other the cold shoulder. Chuchu said nothing, walked into the kitchen, took out the pot of warm thin porridge and several meat buns, and placed them in front of Qin Feng. "Going out to eat is a waste of money. This is what's left from this morning, so I'm giving you a discount." Chuchu crossed her arms, her tsundere attitude clear. Qin Feng knew this wasn't leftovers, she was just still angry. "Having such a tsundere little sister is quite a headache," Qin Feng said helplessly but affectionately, glancing at her before picking up a meat bun to eat. Before he could take a bite, Su Yue called again, and Qin Feng put down the bun to answer the phone.
"Not here yet? It's already 7:30.
Su Yue's anxious voice came through, and Chuchu nearby also heard it.
"Coming right away."
Qin Feng chose Su Yue's side, hung up the phone, and awkwardly said to Chuchu, "Save the leftovers for tonight or lunch, I have to go out."
"I know." Chuchu said nothing.
Qin Feng smiled, stood up, and said, "All right then, I'm heading out."
"See you tonight,
brother." Chuchu finally called him that, a sound not heard for several days.
What's wrong?"
Qin Feng felt warmth in his heart. It seemed she wasn't that angry anymore.
"Then just fall over,"
Qin Feng said casually while changing shoes. After all, she had fallen quite a few times. Hearing Qin Feng's decisiveness, Qin Chuchu was stunned, looking at him somewhat helplessly.
"Whatever."
Qin Feng couldn't think of what to eat, so he said casually.
"All right, girl, I'm heading out first. We'll talk tonight. Also, thanks for the breakfast."
Before finishing his sentence, Qin Feng picked up the empty bag, closed the door, and left. Qin Chuchu quietly stared at the breakfast on the table, feeling a bit conflicted. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived, and Qin Feng went home as usual, while a torrential rain poured outside. The weather control he managed earlier in the morning had lifted, and the sound of rain was quite suitable for sleeping. The thunder rumbled loudly in the clouds, adding a sense of tension to the city. As soon as he entered, Qin Feng saw Qin Chuchu busy in the kitchen, with the table filled with dishes and drinks.
"Big brother, you're back." Qin Chuchu smiled happily, completely without the morning's tsundere attitude. "Whose birthday is it today?"
Qin Feng teased her while changing his shoes.
"Even if it's not a birthday, you still have to eat well,"
Qin Chuchu said, pretending to be angry. "Big brother, put down your backpack and come eat quickly." Qin Feng nodded contentedly. Although he didn't understand what this girl was playing at, it was always a good thing that she had improved. The brother and sister chatted as they ate, while the sound of rain continued outside the window. After the meal, Qin Feng helped Qin Chuchu clean the kitchen, then crawled into bed and took out his phone to check the stock market. Opening the financial website, he found that the stocks he had bought had become one of the hottest stocks. The bright red rising curve looked like a big number 7, with the daily limit being hit over 40 times.
By this calculation, the funds have already multiplied 18 times. After deducting taxes and fees, the net profit is over 7 million.
Adding the 5 million previously earned from selling to Lin Ichi, Qin Feng now has more than 12 million.
I can consider buying a nice house now. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with anticipation.
He and Qin Chuchu are still renting, and although the landlord is nice, they always want a home of their own. At that moment, WeChat rang. It was Lin Ichi, who had bought his stock last time.
Lin Ichi sent a message. "Great Qin, no, Qin Feng, may I call you master?" frantically kowtowing.
Lin Ichi initially followed Qin Feng to buy that stock on a whim, but she didn't expect the stock price to soar overnight, far surpassing the recent popular dark horse stocks. This was the largest limit-up increase since she started buying stocks. She has made a net profit of over 6 million in the past few days by following the operations. Although it's not much for her, this limit-up stock is enough for her to boast about in the stock circle for a while.
Qin Feng smiled and asked, "Tell me, how much did you earn?"
Lin Ichi replied shyly, "Over 6 million.
Qin Feng nodded, "Not bad, but the increase in this stock is smaller than I expected."
Listening to Qin Feng's confident words, Lin Ichi was convinced that he was truly a stock trading expert.
She asked, "Master Qin, when do you plan to close this stock?" "It's been almost a week."
Qin Feng felt a bit troubled. By his ability, the stock should be sold now, as the risk was high and it could plummet at any time. But according to his luck ability, it might not fall if he doesn't sell.
He answered, "At least hold for another 5 days. When that time comes, you must sell, don't be greedy." Lin Ichi nodded, understood. She then asked, "Master Qin, can you accept me as your apprentice? I can help you with many things." Qin Feng sneered, "For example, telling Su Yue's sister Su Yuling about my matters?"
Lin Ichi felt awkward. "At that time, I didn't know how formidable you were."
Qin Feng was displeased. "I don't like disciples who change sides with the wind." "That's it, hanging up." Lin Ichi held her head gloomily. "Looks like I made him angry." She thought for a moment, "Forget it, if he doesn't want to take me in, then he doesn't. I have another stock that's soaring."
Watching the rising red curve, she planned to invest another sum. Qin Feng put down his phone and said, "Let's check out some real estate this weekend." At this moment, heavy rain poured outside the window, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and even the electric bike bells in the neighborhood started ringing. Qin Feng suddenly remembered, that guy is afraid of thunder. He was about to use the newly acquired power of nature to stop the storm.
Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Qin Chuchu's trembling voice came from outside. "Brother, are you asleep?" Qin Feng replied, "Not yet, come in."
The door was pushed open by Qin Chuchu.
She quickly ran to Qin Feng's bedside and crawled under the covers, holding him tightly. "You're already so grown up, and you still want to sleep with me? Aren't you embarrassed?"
Qin Feng looked at her trembling figure and smiled helplessly yet affectionately. At that moment, a loud clap of thunder exploded, and Qin Chuchu was so frightened that she snuggled even closer into Qin Feng's arms, almost wanting to melt into his bones. Qin Feng held her trembling body and gently patted her back, comforting her, "Silly girl, don't be afraid.
Brother is right here."
The next morning, Qin Feng woke up holding Qin Chuchu, smiling and urged, "Lazy pig, get up, you still have to go to school today." Seeing the strangeness hidden in Qin Chuchu's eyes, Qin Feng's expression became serious. He pressed his forehead to hers and whispered, "Girl, I have something to tell you."
"What's wrong, brother?" Qin Chuchu groggily opened her eyes.
Qin Feng said affectionately, "Even though I'm with Su Yue, my heart is still with you.
You are my only sister. Don't be afraid that I will leave you in the future. Unless you really want to live alone, then I will let go. I don't want to leave you at all." Qin Chuchu answered, blushing. I don't want to either." "Silly girl, stay with brother forever from now on, okay?"
Qin Feng poked her little nose, as if marking her.
"Got it." Qin Chuchu nodded happily.
Qin Feng stretched lazily and patted her leg, "Then go make breakfast quickly, I'm starving."
"Always bossing me around."
Qin Chuchu covered her slapped leg, huffing proudly, but still hugged the pillow and ran off with a smile. Outside the door, Qin Chuchu leaned against it, hugging the pillow, her face full of happiness. Qin Feng watched her return to her usual self, feeling warm inside, and looked out at the bright sunlight, hoping for the future. The siblings chatted and ate as usual, then went to school together, their days returning to ordinary yet warm.
"Forgetting you exist, what expectations are there? Joy, you invited to come along."
Qin Feng hummed an old song, carrying an empty bag as he walked into the classroom.
"Sing proficiency +1. God of singing proficiency +1, current level 10, proficiency 10 out of 10.
Congratulations to the host for possessing the world's most perfect singing voice, capable of easily performing any style of song. The prompt tone in his mind sounded, and Chin Fong smiled faintly. Recently, he had lost count of how many ability progress bars he had filled.
What, did you find money on the road again?
Su Yue teased, seeing Chin Fong full of energy.
Something like that.
Chin Fong looked out at the clear sky, his smile profound.
This guy, is he really just pretending to be a bad student? Chen Xinya looked at Qin Feng's profile, murmuring to herself.
The last time Chin Fong solved 3 advanced math problems, Chen Xinya searched all over the internet at home but couldn't find any simpler solutions than his, as if he had invented the methods himself.
Not only that, Chen Xinya also took screenshots of Qin Feng's answers and sent them to the class group chat.
The class monitors and math representatives from other classes were stunned by his solutions, all suspecting that this must be the work of a top student or a teacher. Therefore, Chen Xinya strongly suspected that Chin Fong had been pretending to be a poor student all along.
Qin Fong.
Chen Xinya poked his arm with a ballpoint pen and pointed at a complicated math problem, asking, "I can't solve this one."
What do you think?
Chin Fong glanced at the questions, casually picked up the ballpoint pen on the table, and while working on the problems, he laughed and said, "I didn't expect the class monitor to ask for help from a slow learner like me." Chen Xinya looked at the characters he wrote and was momentarily speechless. His handwriting was neater and more beautiful than many girls'. After a moment, Chin Fong put down the pen and said calmly, "Done."
So fast?
Chen Xinya was astonished. These problems were complicated and would normally take at least 10 minutes. But Chin Fong finished in less than a minute, as easily as solving addition and subtraction problems.
I'm not fast.
"I'm quite persistent," Chin Fong said helplessly, glancing at her.
Right, Yue?
Chin Fong looked at Su Yue, who was blushing beside him, and couldn't help teasing her. "I don't know, don't ask me," Su Yue retorted with a blush, full of tsundere. Chen Xinya was not interested in their jokes and took out her phone to look up the problem. A few minutes later, she was surprised to find that Chin Feng's answer was exactly the same as the one online, but his formula process was several times simpler.
This guy must be faking it.
Chen Xinya thought, her alarm bells ringing as she watched Chin Fong frolicking with Su Yue.
As soon as the first class ended, the homeroom teacher Su Xinyan brought a young woman to the entrance of Qin Feng's classroom. That woman is Fong Qi, the math teacher from the next class.
Fong Qi is just over 25, returned from studying in the United States, top of her class in math, dressed fashionably and boldly. Her figure under the shirt attracted many boys' gazes.
Su Xinyan looked around and noticed Qin Fong exchanging glances with Su Yue. She brought Fong Qi to Qin Feng's desk and said in a commanding tone, "Qin Fong, are you free? Teacher Fong has something to discuss with you." Qin Fong looked at her in surprise. "I didn't expect Teacher Su to come to me. Can this underachiever really be of help?" Fong Qi smiled, somewhat appreciating his confidence.
Compared to those dull students, she preferred someone with personality. Chen Xinya glanced at Qin Fong from the side. How does this guy dare to talk to the teacher like that? But recalling the last time Qin Fong was questioned by the teacher, Chen Xinya also felt that he didn't do it on purpose. After all, no one wants to be looked down upon by both teachers and classmates. "Teacher Su, there's no need for this." Qin Fong quickly interrupted and turned to Fong Qi. "Teacher Fong, what's the matter?" Fong Qi took out her phone and slid out a screenshot, which was the answers to 3 math Olympiad problems that Qin Fong had done earlier. She asked suspiciously, "Did you really do these?" Because these problem-solving formulas are concise and perfect, far beyond what she could figure out herself. Su Xinyan said these were done by the boys in their class. Fong Qi was very surprised. The details and reasoning didn't seem like something ordinary students could produce. So she specially came to meet Qin Fong. Qin Fong glanced at the screenshot and nodded slightly. "I did it." "What's up?" Fong Qi admired. "Very good, simply perfect, no one can compare." Qin Fong impatiently said, "Let's get to the point, I don't want to hear nonsense." Fong Qi seriously reminded, "You're not showing much respect to the teacher. Although you did well on the problem, respecting the teacher and valuing the way is how a student should behave." Classmates all cast curious glances. Even those buried in their studies couldn't help but watch the commotion.
Psychological quality +1. Mindset master talent, psychological quality +1, level 10, full proficiency.
Congratulations to the host for becoming an existence that can face any adversity with pride and remain indifferent to honor or disgrace.
Respect the teacher and value the way? Ha! Xin Feng sneered. If teachers could also respect students and not doubt us, maybe I would respect you all. Right, Teacher Su?
He looked meaningfully at Su Xinyan.
Xin Feng, what do you mean? Fang Qi asked nervously.
Xin Feng looked at Fang Qi contemptuously. Don't act all high and mighty. Although you are teachers, teachers should be respectable.
What's the big deal if you have grievances against a loser like me? Fang Qi couldn't think of a single retort and could only remain silent, finding it hard to believe he was really a senior high school student. Alright, Teacher Su, those 3 questions I copied from the internet, stop bothering me.
Xin Feng waved his hand boredly.
Sorry, Xin Feng. Su Xinyan apologized sincerely and left first.
Fang Qi wanted to say something more, but faced with students from other classes, she couldn't say much and could only follow and leave.
Xin Feng. As soon as the 2 class teachers left, Chen Xinya angrily slammed the table. Why did you talk to Teacher Su like that? She's a teacher, even if she was wrong, you shouldn't have spoken to her that way. What about you? If your achievements were denied by the whole class of teachers to your face, what would you do? Xin Feng asked coldly in response.
Class monitor, stop arguing, don't make a fuss over such a small matter, Li Keqing said, gathering her courage. Xin Feng, stop pretending, we're all classmates, is this really necessary? Another person urged. Xin Feng and Chen Xinya remained silent, feeling there was no need to make such a big deal.
Xin Feng, what's wrong today? Su Yue gently poked him. What's wrong? Xin Feng asked curiously.
Why go against Teacher Su for no reason? Being labeled a bad student is one thing, but it's not a big deal, Su Yue said indifferently. Xin Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on Su Xinyan on the podium, recalling the way she apologized to him.
Seeing his gloom, Su Yue comforted him. It's okay, transferring schools is an option too.
I told my sister that you can come with me, and even if you don't go to school, you can still hang out at my sister's company and get a monthly salary.
I don't want you to support me, Xin Feng replied.
Xin Feng helplessly complained, then smiled and said, it's nothing, just a bit of conflict with the teacher.
Under the table, Su Yue gently poked Xin Feng's waist and teased, what? Can't I keep you?
Xin Feng yawned, drowsily lying on the table getting ready to rest. Alright, stop joking around, let's sleep.
Su Yue leaned close to his ear and whispered, there's a mock exam all day tomorrow. How about skipping it? I'll drive you out to have fun. I can just tell the dean.
Xin Feng shook his head.
No, if we skip school, I'm afraid your sister will come after me with a knife. Okay, really going to sleep now. He glanced at the bright sunny sky.
Suddenly, the sky darkened, thick clouds covered the sun, and a cool breeze blew in, feeling especially pleasant.
Su Yue helplessly lay her head on the desk. So hard to make plans. A day passed.
Xin Feng returned home, took out the senior high school textbooks hidden under the bed, tidied up the desk, and prepared to study seriously. He didn't care about tomorrow's mock exam results. He just felt that he had been a bit too harsh on Su Xinyan yesterday and wanted to make it up to her with good grades.
After all, she was a good teacher. Brother, the coffee is ready.
Xin Chuchu pushed the door open and came in, carrying a steaming cup of coffee.
The mock exam is tomorrow, I need to review a bit, Xin Feng said calmly as he took the coffee.
Xin Chuchu knew he used to have good grades, but after that incident, he lost all interest and became a poor student.
Alright, don't bother me anymore.
Xin Feng took a sip of coffee, sat down, and opened his textbook to study seriously.
Xin Chuchu smiled, good luck, big brother, go to bed early. She quietly left the room.
After a whole night passed, Xin Feng finally stood up, stretched his stiff neck, which made a cracking sound, and put the textbook back under the bed. Although he stayed up late, he felt quite energetic and was in good health, so a simple all-nighter was no problem.
Brother, are you up?
Xin Chuchu knocked on the door and asked.
I'm up.
Shin Fong patted his head in response. Shin Chuchu pushed open the door and saw Shin Fong still wearing his school uniform.
She asked in surprise, "Brother, were you studying all night?"
More or less, Shin Fong replied calmly.
Why suddenly so hardworking?
The school doesn't even give out scholarships, Shin Chuchu said, looking at him in confusion.
None of your business.
I study if I want to, Shin Fong said irritably, rubbing his stomach.
Go make breakfast, I'm hungry.
Okay. Shin Chuchu nodded and turned to head to the kitchen.
After breakfast, the siblings went to school as usual.
Today was the exam, and all the students in each class were shuffled and rearranged, with desks spaced apart to prevent cheating. Shin Fong found his exam room, sat quietly, and waited for the teacher to hand out the test papers. Last semester he performed poorly, so this time he was placed in the same class with a group of underachievers. After all the top students were grouped together. The first subject was math, and the exam lasted 2 hours.
The proctor was actually Fong Chi, the teacher Su Xinyan brought yesterday.
Birds of a feather flocked together. Fong Chi looked at Shin Fong coldly, full of disdain. She has taught for many years but has never seen such a disrespectful student. Start handing out the test papers, pass them from the back to the front, and don't even think about cheating, Fong Chi said sternly, purposely glancing at Shin Fong. Shin Fong was indifferent, shrugged, picked up the test paper, and quickly answered the questions as if the answers were already engraved in his mind. In less than 10 minutes, he finished the test but didn't submit it. Instead, he lay his head on the desk and fell asleep. Time flew by, and on the second day of the mock exam, the results were announced. In the office, the teachers gathered around the table, discussing animatedly, staring at the exam papers as if they were looking at monsters. On the table were perfect score papers for 7 subjects: Chinese, math, English, physics, chemistry, and biology. The answers on these papers were not only standard but some were even more perfect than those of the teachers. It is extremely difficult for a senior high school student to get full marks. Even a slight lapse in any subject results in point deductions. Such scores are simply inconceivable. The teachers hesitated not because the exam answers were perfect, but because all 7 of these exam papers belonged to Shin Fong, a student who was at a below-average level last semester. Shin Fong was only below average last semester. How could he possibly get full marks in all subjects? This must be cheating, the biology teacher said firmly.
Cheating?
Are you saying that all of us invigilators were negligent? Math teacher Fong Chi retorted disdainfully. Our school has never had a student score full marks in all subjects, especially someone like Shin Fong who usually lags behind, the physics teacher doubted. Everyone suspected Shin Fong, and Su Xinyan quickly stepped forward to explain, but recently Shin Fong solved 3 extremely difficult Olympiad math problems, and the formulas he used were very simple and fast.
I think he just doesn't like studying normally.
You're talking about the screenshots of those 3 Olympiad math problems in the group chat, the teachers asked in shock.
Yeah, those solution formulas were practically perfect.
Could he have done them too? Another teacher said incredulously.
Su Xinyan quickly nodded. But how did Shin Fong become so strong in just 1 year?
The chemistry teacher tapped the desk curiously.
It should be because of the incident 2 years ago.
The physics teacher sighed and said, I've been teaching Shin Fong from grade 1 of high school to grade 3. His grades were quite good, he even ranked in the top 10 of the class. But 2 years ago, his parents died in a car accident, which was a huge blow.
I guess it was then that he secretly resolved to study hard.
He also has a younger sister in grade 1, and there's no one else at home to help.
Since he wants to get into a good university, why doesn't he pay attention in class?
Sometimes he doesn't even take quizzes and just naps on his desk, the history teacher interjected.
It's probably because his girlfriend Su Yue influenced him.
She said after graduation he would work at her sister's company and stop studying.
After all, who can resist the temptation of money, the physics teacher bluntly said. Makes sense, the teachers nodded one after another. Su Yue's sister, Su Yue Ling, is very influential in the S-City business district.
She supports the school and also invested in improving the cafeteria.
In this era dominated by materialism, Who doesn't want to live a carefree life? The temptation of money is simply too great.
This kid's exam paper is truly a pleasure to look at, his handwriting is so beautiful.
If I didn't know better, I'd think it was written by a female student.
The physics teacher said, looking at Qin Feng's paper with a face full of satisfaction. Teacher Su, please look after Qin Feng more in the future. Maybe he really is a genius, the physics teacher said to Su Xinyan with great expectation.
Su Xinyan was momentarily stunned, then happily nodded, yes, I will.
She held the test paper, smiling, and walked toward Qin Feng's classroom. Soon, Su Xinyan carried a stack of test papers, strode up to the podium with her long legs and black stockings, glanced meaningfully at Qin Feng, who was sleeping, then turned on the projector and displayed the grade ranking list.
Why is Teacher Su looking at Qin Feng?
Su Yue looked curiously at Su Xinyan, then sneaked a glance at Qin Feng, who was still sleeping, and rubbed her hair. As soon as the grades were announced, the whole class exclaimed in surprise, all their eyes fixed on the sleeping Qin Feng. Class monitor Chen Xinya ranked second, and the first place was actually Qin Feng, who always slept and chatted in class.
Full marks in math. Full marks in Chinese. Full marks in English. Full marks in chemistry. Full marks in physics. Full marks in biology. Full marks in history.
Full marks in all subjects, Qin Feng firmly holds the first place in the whole school. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Su Xinyan couldn't help but smile and said proudly, that's right, in this mock exam, Qin Feng took first place in the entire school, completely bringing glory to our class 6.
Everyone, give a round of applause.
Thunderous applause filled the classroom, but the students all looked blank, especially the class representatives, who stared at Qin Feng as if they had lost their souls. Although Su Yue was a bit dazed, she still followed along clapping, which somehow made her look a little cute. The sleeping Qin Feng couldn't hear any of these sounds at all because he had stuffed 2 small iron spheres solidified by his supernatural power into his ears. It wasn't until the bell rang for the end of the third period that Qin Feng opened his eyes with satisfaction, and with a thought, he disintegrated the small iron spheres, letting the iron elements reintegrate into his body. Just as he opened his eyes, he was surrounded by classmates holding test papers, class monitors, study committee members, and even a few students who usually didn't study much, all staring at him like he was a giant panda. Qin Feng, I'm the physics class monitor.
Can I ask you a few questions? Can I borrow your physics test paper as a reference? Qin Feng, help me with a few questions, okay? After school, I'll treat you to internet time, even all night. Let me borrow your math test paper to take a look. Qin Feng, how did you write the best sentence on your English exam paper? Can you teach me? Qin Feng looked at the projection on the blackboard and saw that he ranked first in the whole class.
He smiled, already expecting this result. Now it was the critical period of senior year.
Everyone was studying hard, hoping to get into a good university. Without effort, dreams would slip away. Ahem, you're ignoring me way too much, aren't you?
Su Yue, sitting next to Qin Feng, tapped the table and looked proudly at the people around her.
This is my boyfriend's test paper. If you want to see it, you have to ask me first. She proudly held up Qin Feng's test paper. The classmates could only endure it in silence.
Stop joking around, Qin Feng said irritably as he patted Su Yue's little butt and took back the test paper, thinking that the score was really not bad.
Here, take it and don't break it.
He handed out the test papers to his classmates, who all looked through them carefully, amazed as if they had discovered a treasure.
Hey, is your girlfriend really that unimportant?
Su Yue grabbed Qin Feng's shirt hem, her eyes filled with the anger of a little cat.
Don't be mad, you wouldn't understand it even if you took it.
Qin Feng smiled to comfort her.
Come to my house for dinner tonight.
Su Yue said a bit coquettishly, her eyes shimmering.
Sure, no problem.
Qin Feng agreed readily, taking the opportunity to meet her sister Su Yiling, whom he had only seen at the door before.
Let's go, next class is PE, hurry to gather at the playground.
Qin Feng pushed Su Yue as they walked out, feeling happy.
Qin Feng. Chen Xinya's voice came from behind.
She stared at Qin Feng for a long time before finally speaking, why pretend to be a poor student?
You're so capable, Why did you never do the quizzes before?
Xin Feng immediately knew she was testing him. He thought for a moment and replied in fluent English, "First of all, I'm not pretending to be a bad student, like playing around like a pig eating a tiger. I just play games late into the night, so I feel tired the next day." Xin Feng explained fluently in English. "I'm not pretending to be a bad student to fool you, I really just don't like those quizzes." Hearing this, Shen Xinya completely understood. Xin Feng was definitely not a bad student. "Alright, squad leader, I'm heading to the playground first." After saying that, he pushed Su Yue's shoulder and excitedly walked towards the playground. "What were you just talking about with the squad leader?" Su Yue turned back and asked. "Are you feeling jealous?" Xin Feng looked at her in surprise. Yeah. He smiled, finding this silly woman increasingly adorable. Just as the two were walking along, they suddenly bumped into Li Keqing, who had just come out of the restroom. Su Yue became alert. She sensed something unusual about Li Keqing. Seeing the intimate way the two were, Li Keqing awkwardly smiled at Xin Feng, then quickly dodged to avoid Su Yue's sharp gaze. "Hey, girl." Xin Feng grabbed Li Keqing's wrist, puzzled, and said, "Why have you been avoiding me all this time? Stop talking nonsense, come on, let's go to the playground." Xin Feng disdainfully pulled Li Keqing to his side, then pushed her with one hand and Su Yue with the other, heading towards the playground. "I'll teach you after PE class," Xin Feng said indifferently, shaking his head and continuing forward. "Your girlfriend is right next to you, and you're still talking to other girls. What are you thinking?" Su Yue shot Xin Feng a cold glance. "I'm thinking, can I have both a lowly and a mature woman?" Xin Feng answered seriously. "Damn it!" Su Yue couldn't bear it any longer, turned around, and swung her fist at Xin Feng. Xin Feng easily dodged and quickly ran toward the stairs. "Really fearless," Su Yue complained helplessly. Xin Feng ran far away, and Li Keqing stood still, not daring to follow Su Yue closely. "Let's go, he's in a good mood today, so indulging him a bit won't hurt." Su Yue didn't look back and briskly followed Xin Feng. Li Keqing nodded while watching Su Yue's back and happily caught up with the two. Before long, Xin Feng's classmates also arrived at the playground one after another. When the bell rang, everyone gathered together. Luli walked in front of the group, looking at each of them full of spirit, nodded with satisfaction, and asked, "I heard that one of your classmates scored full marks in all subjects. Not only are they first in the whole class, but also first in the entire school. Who is that student?" "Xin Feng." The classmates answered in unison, their voices filled with pride. After all, having such a top student, who wouldn't be proud? Xin Feng felt the envious looks around him and felt a bit uncomfortable. It seems being too popular isn't necessarily a good thing, it's better to stay low-key. Luli was about to joke about whether any girls in the class liked Xin Feng, to liven up the atmosphere, when she suddenly felt a cold, piercing gaze. Su Yue. "Ahem, just kidding, just kidding." Luli laughed awkwardly, not daring to say any more. She cleared her throat and said, "Today's goal is 100 sets of frog jumps for the boys, 70 sets for the girls, and then 5 laps around the track." "Not sit-ups this time?" Xin Feng was a bit surprised, but it was fine anyway, since it was all training. "Right, I almost forgot." Xin Feng murmured to himself, hoping the weather would turn cloudy and not be too sunny. He gently guided the natural forces, and the thick clouds gradually covered the glaring sun. A cool breeze blew, and everyone felt much more comfortable. So refreshing. Luli looked up at the overcast sky and said with a smile, "Looks like you guys are lucky today, even the heavens don't want to expose you to the sun." The students laughed and all agreed that such weather was really nice. "If anyone wants to participate in the school sports meet next week, you can use the remaining time to practice your events," Luli said, then blew her whistle. "Start." Everyone lined up and started running neatly along the track. Ever since that day when she saw Xin Feng's figure, Luli couldn't help but think about it whenever she was free, even dreaming about being with him at night. Her heart would race uncontrollably. Luli cared a lot about physique. Xin Feng was not only handsome, but he also had a good figure and excellent academic performance. Having been single for 24 years, seeing Qin Feng stirred feelings in her heart. As expected, money really can make a person powerful. Luli sighed as she watched the wealthy woman Su Yue chasing after Qin Feng. On the playground, 5 laps of running and 100 sets of frog jumps had ended. It was now free activity time, with only the basketball team and a few students preparing for the sports meet still practicing. Qin Feng sat on the grass beside the rubber track, chatting with Li Keqing. It had been a long time since he talked to her, and he missed her quite a bit. Su Yue bought some water and handed Qin Feng a bottle of Sprite, then gave Li Keqing a bottle of Nutritional Express, smiling as she said, "I bought these for you guys.
Drinking them will help you grow taller." She sat down next to Qin Feng, listening to their conversation.
She knew Li Keqing definitely wouldn't try to steal her boyfriend in front of her. "Drink more milk, go to bed before 11 at night, and stick to it for a month, you'll definitely grow taller," Qin Feng advised seriously.
"Really? Did your sister grow taller like this too?" Li Keqing asked expectantly. "Yeah, I'll start following this tonight.
Hopefully, I can grow to 1.7 meters by next year," Li Keqing said excitedly. Qin Feng sighed and wanted to lie down to rest. As soon as he lay down, he felt his back irritated by grass thorns, so he scratched his back and got up to find a more comfortable spot. He found that Su Yue's knees made a good pillow, and resting against them felt quite comfortable, so he closed his eyes to rest. Opening his eyes, Qin Feng looked at Su Yue's slightly flushed face and complained, "Hey, you won't even let me lean on you."
"I'm your boyfriend, you know. Too heavy. Go find someone else to lean on,"
Su Yue said huffily, turning her head, her little face rosy.
"Fine then, Li Keqing, come here, I need to borrow your lap."
Qin Feng patted the grass beside him and looked at Li Keqing expectantly. Li Keqing happily responded and was about to lean over when Su Yue pressed Qin Feng's head onto her lap, clad in over-the-knee socks. She gently covered him with her short skirt and stared warily at Li Keqing. At noon during the lunch break, Qin Feng finished eating in the cafeteria and returned to his seat to prepare for a nap.
Su Yue wasn't in the cafeteria, instead, she went to a small restaurant off campus with a few picky-eating girls.
Qin Feng found it troublesome and didn't go along.
"Oh, right, I almost forgot."
Qin Feng suddenly remembered and used the power of nature to restore the weather to its original state. The sky was gloomy now, which made it hard to fall asleep. Sunlight would actually make one feel sleepy. The thick clouds slowly dispersed, and sunlight poured through the gaps, illuminating the bustling city. The entire city immediately became vibrant and full of life. This is still comfortable." Qin Feng looked at the scenery outside the window and smiled with satisfaction.
"It seems this supernatural ability is quite useful." Qin Feng.
Li Keqing came back from the cafeteria, excitedly ran to Qin Feng's seat, put down her math test paper with a score of 97 and a red pen, and said expectantly, "Help me correct these mistakes."
"All right."
Qin Feng nodded in agreement. After all, they had just agreed that he would help her.
"Wait."
Li Keqing took out black glasses from her bag and put them on, smiling, "Let's start like this."
"Didn't expect you to be nearsighted too," Qin Feng teased.
"I went crazy playing games in sophomore year, that's when I became nearsighted, but the prescription isn't strong," Li Keqing laughed sheepishly. "But, black glasses are quite plain for a girl, pink ones would be cuter," Qin Feng suggested. "Pink is too childish, and I'm so short, wearing pink glasses makes me look even more like an elementary school student," Li Keqing mocked herself. "A legal elementary school student at 1.6 meters, Qin Feng nodded earnestly. "Qin Feng, hurry and teach me how to solve these problems," Li Keqing blushed and urged.
"All right." Qin Feng patted the seat beside Su Yue. "Sit here, can you see clearly?" Okay."
Li Keqing sat down, pleasantly surprised. Although it was Su Yue's seat, she was only here to seek advice and learn, so Su Yue probably wouldn't mind. Sitting next to Qin Feng, Li Keqing couldn't help but recall the days when they were deskmates at the beginning of the school year, filled with nostalgia.
"Hey!" Qin Feng tapped Li Keqing's forehead. "Focus, don't daydream." "Sorry."
Li Keqing smiled sheepishly and stared at the test paper seriously. Shen Xinya watched Qin Feng focus on teaching Li Keqing, glanced down at her own test paper with a score of 142, and looked at Qin Feng's profile with a complicated expression, unsure of what she was thinking. After about more than 20 minutes, Qin Feng finally went over Li Keqing's mistakes again and used a red pen to change the deducted points to the correct answers.
How is it? Do you understand now?
Qin Feng skillfully twirled the red pen and asked Li Keqing, who looked embarrassed.
You're so dumb.
Qin Feng gently tapped Li Keqing's head and shook his head helplessly. Even though he had taught her in the simplest way, she still couldn't grasp it.
Hey, I'm also a poor student, I can't help it. Li Keqing laughed while holding her head.
At this moment, Su Yue, who had just finished eating, walked in from the door. Seeing Li Keqing actually sitting in her seat and happily chatting with Qin Feng, she immediately asked, Li Keqing, why are you sitting in my seat?
Don't always be so harsh, can't you be a bit gentler?
Qin Feng looked at Su Yue helplessly.
When was I harsh? Su Yue retorted indignantly and sat down next to Chen Xinya.
The classmates had all gone home for lunch, so no one was sitting there. Qin Feng was helping Li Keqing grade test papers and naturally wouldn't disturb others, also believing that Li Keqing wouldn't mess around in front of Su Yue.
Qin Feng, are you done tutoring?
Chen Xinya, who was buried in grading papers, looked up and asked somewhat shyly.
Almost, but Li Keqing is too dumb, hard to teach.
Qin Feng complained without mercy, while Li Keqing pouted beside him, extremely frustrated.
Can you teach me the methods to solve a few problems?
Chen Xinya pointed to the mistakes on the test paper and asked shyly. Qin Feng looked at those math problems, ideas for solving them flashing through his mind. He casually picked up a red pen and patiently started explaining the questions.
Why are you wearing glasses? Black frames too, are you nearsighted? Su Yue asked Li Keqing curiously.
Yeah, I became nearsighted in the second year of high school. Li Keqing nodded nervously. She wasn't very good at chatting with someone like Su Yue.
Can I try them on? Su Yue asked again. No problem.
Li Keqing hurriedly took off her glasses and handed them over. Su Yue put on the glasses and murmured in surprise, I can't see very clearly.
Is this what people with nearsightedness see?
You're not nearsighted, so of course it's blurry when you wear them, Li Keqing explained a little more relaxedly.
Qin Feng, do I look good wearing glasses? Su Yue asked expectantly. Looks good.
Qin Feng responded absent-mindedly, continuing to explain the problem to Chen Xinya. Su Yue rolled her eyes at Qin Feng, feeling that he had been caring less and less about her lately.
I wonder what this guy would look like wearing glasses.
Su Yue thought curiously, taking off her glasses and handing them to Qin Feng.
Hey, what are you doing?
Qin Feng said impatiently, adjusting his glasses.
You look pretty good with glasses on. Su Yue said in surprise. Yeah, I think so too.
Li Keqing nodded happily.
You really have nothing better to do. Qin Feng complained helplessly, then turned to the daydreaming Chen Xinya and called out, Class monitor?
Chen Xinya hurriedly snapped back to reality, coughed twice, and pretended to be calm, saying, I'm listening, go on. Qin Feng wrote down the correct answers with a red pen while explaining the math formulas to her. As night fell, Qin Feng went through a lot of effort convincing Qin Chuchu before finally setting off for Su Yue's house. But Qin Chuchu insisted that he must return home to sleep at night and not stay over, and Qin Feng agreed. Su Yue's house was far, so Qin Feng hailed a Didi.
It looks like I can buy a house in a while.
Qin Feng looked at the 8-figure savings on his phone, calculating in his mind. The stock he invested in before earned him over 10 million, and he had already cashed it all out. He now had more than 20 million on hand, which wouldn't run out anytime soon. He planned to buy a house first, then prepare for Su Yue's college tuition, and save the rest as a reserve. Qin Feng didn't intend to go to college. After finishing senior year, he planned to venture into the city. If that didn't work out, he would stay home and keep buying stocks. After all, his lucky supernatural ability was no joke. Just as I was daydreaming, the driver reminded me, Sir, the road ahead is private. Our Didi can't go in there, so you'll have to get off and walk for a bit.
How much farther is it?
Qin Feng asked, feeling a bit troubled. Checking the location, there was still over 1,000 meters to go. About a 10-minute walk, the driver said awkwardly, smiling.
Can your car drive on the road ahead?
Shin Fong leaned forward to look at the cobblestone-covered path and asked. It can be opened, but this is a private residence. We're already at the entrance of the golf estate, which is full of surveillance cameras.
If your car is caught, there will be complaints. The driver had many difficulties. It's fine, you can drive. My girlfriend is the owner of the estate.
I'll talk to her later.
Shin Fong said.
He hadn't been here before either, and it would be troublesome to get lost now that it was dark.
Oh, I see.
The driver breathed a sigh of relief. The Didi driver looked at Shin Fong with some disbelief and nervously said, Then it's nothing, young sir.
Sit tight, I'll keep driving.
Shin Fong sat down and sent a message to Su Yue, almost there.
This area is all the territory of Tingyuan Real Estate's female CEO, Su Yueling. Who driving a Didi doesn't know that?
Soon, the driver drove the Volkswagen and brought Shin Fong to the gate of the manor.
We've arrived, young sir, the driver respectfully reminded.
Shin Fong nodded, paid 89 yuan, and opened the door to get out of the car. Remember to tell her I didn't trespass into a private residence, the driver said with some concern.
Got it, Shin Fong replied.
The driver turned on the high beams and returned the way they came. Shin Fong looked at the manor gate and noticed there was a combination lock on it, but unfortunately, he didn't know the code. I've arrived, but the door is closed. Shin Fong sent a message to Su Yue.
I'm coming right away.
Su Yue replied immediately. Shin Fong stood still, looking at the gloomy surroundings, and remarked lightly, Do rich people all like to live in remote places?
Like kings claiming mountains for their own?
Although he was complaining, he knew this was the golf villa where Su Yue lived, covering at least 10,000 square meters, with beautiful scenery and surrounded by mountains and water. The villa was large but not oppressive at all. Moreover, his girlfriend's sister was a real estate tycoon, so having such a big villa was very easy. Just as he was thinking this, the manor gate made a sound, and the huge iron door slowly opened, revealing the road to the villa. Su Yue stood by the door, looking at Shin Fong with a cold gaze.
Yue?
Shin Fong tentatively called out. The two sisters looked so alike, and with her casual clothes, he couldn't recognize her at once.
Su Yue held back a laugh, nodded lightly, and walked ahead.
Yes,
it's definitely sister.
Shin Fong looked at her cold expression, smiled in frustration, and followed.
Where's Su Yue?
Shin Fong tried to start a conversation. Su Yue stifled a laugh and imitated her sister's tone, at home.
Oh.
Shin Fong nodded, not knowing what to say, his sister was too quiet.
Shin Fong, when did you start liking that girl from our family? Su Yue asked curiously.
Shin Fong thought for a moment and said, It's hard to say, probably started liking her about half a month ago.
Oh, so you liked me this early. Su Yue showed a proud smile. Haha, it's me. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. WDNMD. Pretending to be your sister when you have nothing better to do.
Shin Fong grumbled irritably.
Do I look like her?
Su Yue leaned closer, hugging Shin Fang's arm, asking expectantly.
If I confuse you with your sister, let's see what you'll do.
Shin Fong lightly tapped her head.
If you really admit your mistake and even act rashly, then you're doomed.
Su Yue made a scissors gesture, smiling meaningfully. If I also managed to win over your sister, maybe there wouldn't be any worries.
Shin Fong joked. You can give it a try.
Su Yue said with a smile, her eyes filled with anticipation.
I'm just kidding.
Shin Fong quickly smoothed things over, afraid her sister might overhear the conversation.
I know.
Su Yue smiled indifferently and admitted, My sister is a workaholic, not interested in men, and comes home less than twice a week.
Today she only made time to come back because I said you were coming. Just like before with you?
Shin Fong teased, recalling that Su Yue had no interest before either, and was even suspected to be a lesbian.
As if I were interested in you.
Su Yue huffed coquettishly and hugged him tighter. Xin Feng saw her rare show of tenderness and couldn't help but tease, then leave it to me.
Stop bragging, Xin Feng. If you really win my sister over, I'll even give you guys t-shirts. Su Yue sighed. Following the cobblestone path, Xin Feng walked into the 3-story luxury villa with Su Yue.
As soon as he entered, he saw a dazzling golden spiral staircase leading straight to the 3rd floor. The floor was covered with white microcrystalline stone tiles, making the living room appear quiet and elegant. Numerous oil paintings hung on the walls, adding an artistic touch, but Xin Feng wasn't interested. Su Yue's older sister, Su Yiling, was sitting in front of the sofa, leisurely watching the 100-inch LCD TV on the wall, which was broadcasting stock market news.
Sis, Xin Feng is here. Su Yue called out. I know. Su Yiling turned off the TV and got up to walk towards Xin Feng. At this moment, she was wearing blue pajamas almost identical to Su Yue's. If Su Yue hadn't been there, Xin Feng might have mistaken her. Let's eat.
Su Yiling tidied her hair, glanced coldly at Xin Feng, and walked towards the dining table.
What's wrong? Su Yue asked Xin Feng curiously.
You two look so much alike, I'm afraid I'll mistake one for the other in the future, Xin Feng said helplessly.
Don't worry.
Su Yue smiled, tugged at her pajamas, and pointed to a mole on her sister's neck. My sister has this mole, but I don't.
Oh, that makes it easy to recognize, Xin Feng nodded. The two sat down together with Su Yiling and began eating dinner. When the meal was almost finished, Su Yiling put down his chopsticks and asked Xin Feng, what are your plans after graduating from senior year?
I haven't decided yet, Xin Feng replied.
How about we hang out together again in college? College is much more fun than high school, Su Yue said eagerly. Who wants to hang out in college? What are you thinking about all day? Xin Feng retorted. If not hanging out, then what else? Su Yue muttered.
At this moment, Su Yiling spoke up, after you graduate from your senior year, come to my company.
We're currently looking for a sales manager. The work is simple and quite suitable for you.
Let's see how things go, she said lightly. After dinner, Xin Feng and Su Yue sat on the sofa playing King of Fighters 97 with the controllers. Su Yiling lay sideways nearby, resting her chin on her hand, watching them laugh and play. Her gaze focused more on Xin Feng. After all, he might be marrying the sister she had cared for over the past decade. Although he had only met a few times, Su Yiling thought he was fairly reliable, with good looks and a nice figure. Xin Feng, it's getting late, go take a shower, Su Yue said blushing while playing games. Su Yiling smiled helplessly, knowing his sister wanted Xin Feng to stay and sleep with her. I'm going to sleep, don't make noise, I'm a light sleeper, Su Yiling stretched and teased Su Yue, you should be grateful to have such a considerate sister like me. After speaking, she tidied her long hair and went upstairs to her room. Blurg blurg blurg, Su Yue made a face at her back, then turned to Xin Feng and said, go take a shower quickly, my room is the first one on the 2nd floor. Your sister isn't a child anymore, she doesn't need her brother to sleep with her, Su Yue said anxiously. It was Xin Feng's first time at their home, it really wouldn't be right not to keep him.
Then you go back and keep her company yourself.
Su Yue put down the controller and hurried upstairs without looking back, the door slamming shut heavily. If Xin Feng went to apologize now, he would definitely be forcibly dragged onto the bed by Su Yue. After all, they had been together for a long time, and he already knew her thoughts inside out. Su Yiling had just come out of the bathroom, glanced at Xin Feng who was leaving the villa, and then remembered the sound of Su Yue slamming the door just now. She immediately understood, the young couple was having a quarrel again.
This girl really gives me a headache. Su Yiling sighed, walked to Su Yue's room door, and gently opened it. She leaned against the doorway, looking at her disappointing younger sister, and said sternly, is this going to be okay?
Xin Feng seems unfamiliar with the way, and the streetlights all go out after 11. Su Yue hesitated, while Su Yiling shook her head helplessly, lowering her voice, you just stay home and behave.
I'll see my boyfriend off.
After saying that, she closed the door and chased after Xin Feng who had just left. Xin Feng had just stepped outside.
Looking at the winding path ahead, his mood was complicated. Which way do I go on this road?
There are no streetlights now, so dark you can't see your hand in front of your face.
It's too difficult to go out and catch a taxi.
Right, I can use my supernatural power. Shin Feng clapped his hands, inspired, stretched out his right hand, and began to control the forces of nature. In an instant, various birds flew out from the surrounding bushes, circling above his head and letting out piercing cries, as if guiding something. On the ground, insects, toads, and snakes also crawled toward Shin Feng. The dense swarm of crawling creatures would definitely scare any girl into fainting if she saw it. In the air, there was also a group of fireflies emitting yellow light, gathering to illuminate the road ahead. There was a lot of greenery around Su Yue's villa, making it almost impossible not to have some reptiles and birds.
Damn, even stink bugs showed up.
Shin Feng covered his nose, looking at a group of stink bugs and complaining disgustedly. In summer, these bugs are very common on trees, even a slight touch makes a terrible smell.
This ability is a bit excessive.
Looking at the birds and reptiles around him, Shin Feng felt somewhat helpless.
Does anyone know how to get out? He asked the birds and insects. Coo coo coo, a brown nightingale chirped and flew onto Shin Feng's shoulder. All right then, lead me out.
Shin Feng said with a smile, then shouted to the fireflies, you guys light the way up ahead. Fireflies gathered in groups, flying slowly, and the originally dark path became clear.
Remember, don't enter this big door, and don't bite the people inside, especially you, silver-ringed snake. If you bite them, I'll lose my woman, understand? Shin Feng specifically warned the 1-meter-long silver-ringed snake. The silver-ringed snake flicked its red tongue and nodded slightly, indicating understanding. All right, everyone go back to your own nests. Shin Feng ordered. Birds and beasts gradually dispersed, leaving only the nightingale on the shoulder and the fireflies fluttering ahead. Shin Feng. A woman's voice suddenly came from behind. Oh no, is it the elder sister or the younger sister?
Shin Feng nervously glanced back into the darkness and hurriedly said to the nightingale and fireflies, you go first, quickly.
The fireflies scattered, and the nightingale called out once before flying toward the treetop. What do you think?
So you spoke coldly with a sharp tone, staring at Shin Feng as if taking care of an intellectually disabled person.
He, I knew it.
Shin Feng smiled, feeling relaxed because the other party wasn't angry, so everything was easy to talk about.
Let's go, I'll send you back.
The road is so dark without lights, you'll definitely get lost.
Su Yu said coldly. All right, thank you.
Shin Feng didn't refuse. In the dark night, he really wasn't confident he could find his way out. He took the flashlight, illuminated the path ahead, and walked with Su Yuling towards the road outside the golf course, where there were taxis.
Yue, sorry about today. My sister is indeed special.
I will definitely make it up to you next time, Shin Feng said sincerely, holding Su Yuling's hand.
What's wrong? Shin Feng asked curiously.
Seeing that he treated her like his sister, Su Yuling took the opportunity and said, Shin Feng, you must treat me well from now on, and don't keep bullying me.
Bullying you? You're the one bullying me.
Shin Feng complained helplessly. I don't care if you bully me, I'll tell my sister. Su Yu said coldly and coquettishly, her expression exactly like Su Yue's.
All right, I promise.
Shin Feng nodded repeatedly as if coaxing a child.
Oh. I see the road.
Shin Feng saw the brightly lit street ahead, let go of Su Yuling's hand, and said happily, drop me here, I'll get a taxi.
Bye, send me a message when you get home. Su Yuling waved her hand and happily looked at her future brother-in-law.
Just as she thought the task was complete, Shin Feng suddenly stepped forward and wrapped his arm around her slim waist, looking down at her. Su Yuling's eyes widened, and she stared blankly at Shin Feng's profile, as if her soul had been drained away. After a long moment, Shin Feng let go of Su Yuling and said happily, all right, see you at school tomorrow. With that, he handed the flashlight to Su Yuling and walked toward the road. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the night before the system inside Shin Feng activated. Shin Feng had just taken a car home from Su Yue's house back to the neighborhood. It was already midnight. He quietly opened the door, and the living room was empty. Could it be that she sneaked into my room again? He muttered quietly. Opening the door, he saw that sure enough, Chin Chuchu was sleeping in his bed. As long as Chin Chuchu saw him tomorrow morning, she wouldn't suspect that he spent the night at Su Yue's place. He had been thinking this way for the past few days. After some thought, he couldn't find a reason to feel guilty towards Su Yuling, so he stopped overthinking it. After all, it was Su Yue he was dating, not her sister. Looking at the peacefully sleeping Chin Chuchu, Chin Feng smiled helplessly but also a little relieved. She really is like a pig. Forget it, let's go to sleep. Get up early tomorrow and see what kind of superpower the system will give me, he said, yawning, wrapping his arm around Chin Chuchu's waist, and slowly drifting off to sleep. At 6 in the morning, the sky was just brightening, a few stars still faintly hanging in the sky.
The sun gradually rose, the stars disappeared, and sunlight filled the neighborhood, full of vitality.
Chin Feng yawned and opened his eyes, only to find Chin Chuchu was no longer by his side. The only sound was the busy noise coming from the kitchen.
Cooking so early, he smiled.
Having such an adorable younger sister really lifts your spirits. Staring at the bright sunshine outside the window, he gave a bitter smile, having world-destroying powers but only wanting to be a couch potato. I guess I'm the only one like this in the whole world. Chin Chuchu came to the door and said nervously, "Brother, get up quickly, breakfast is ready, today is Monday." After speaking, she hurriedly closed the door and went into the kitchen to busy herself.
All right.
Chin Feng responded energetically, using his magneto-like power to pull the dart into his hand, aimed at the target behind the door, and precisely hit the bullseye. Perhaps, my life, Chin Feng's life, is just beginning. He looked at the dart, full of anticipation. Every time Chin Feng finished washing up and put on his school uniform, he would always arrive in the living room on time, just as Chin Chuchu's breakfast was ready.
Brother, hurry up and eat breakfast. He.
Chin Chuchu smiled very happily, as if having an ordinary yet unique brother made her feel truly blessed.
What are you smiling at, silly girl?
Chin Feng replied with a smile, sitting down to eat.
Just as he sat down, the long-missed system voice rang out in his mind. Ding!
168 hours have passed, system activated, preparing to extract new superpower for the host.
Ding!
The host has been bound to the system for 1 full month, activating a mysterious treasure chest as a reward.
It's finally here.
Chin Feng put down his chopsticks excitedly, walked back to his room, closed the door, and used his superpower to lock the doorknob, preventing his sister from seeing his secret. Regarding the system, he didn't want to tell anyone for the time being, including Chin Chuchu.
Brother, why aren't you having breakfast?
Chin Chuchu asked curiously from outside the door.
You eat first, I have something to deal with. Chin Feng answered from inside the room. Oh. Chin Chuchu didn't think much and obediently started eating.
In the room, Chin Feng was tidying up the desk, preparing to place the soon-to-be-obtained treasure chest.
What kind of ability will it be this time? What will be inside the treasure chest?
He rubbed his hands excitedly, anticipating the system's voice. Sure enough, the mechanical voice sounded as promised, ding! 168 hours have passed, system activated, drawing ability.
Come on!
Chin Feng whispered in anticipation. This time, what he cared about most was still the contents of the treasure chest. After all, the abilities given by the system were all very powerful, and the treasure chest might be even more terrifying or practical.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability, Dream Peeping. Dream Peeping, the host can enter the dreams of any human who is asleep and has formed a dream. The host can also freely change the dream, which can be divided into pleasant dreams and nightmares.
How exactly are sweet dreams and nightmares used?
Chin Feng asked thoughtfully. Sweet dreams allow the chosen person to see what they desire most in their heart. Nightmares can switch the dream to a parallel world or other terrifying places, such as a zombie kingdom, the ring, the villainous returns, or Gokseong. Regardless of which, the dreams are extremely vivid, as if they are happening in reality. Host, each special ability granted to you by this system has its own advantages and disadvantages. As long as you use them more, you will discover their strengths, the system said patiently.
Oh, all right.
Chin Feng nodded indifferently. Now, I reward you with a mysterious treasure chest to thank you for being bound to this system for a full month.
Would you like to open it? The system asked.
As soon as the words fell, a golden shining treasure chest appeared in Qin Feng's mind, with a large question mark in the center, full of mystery.
Open.
Qin Feng answered without hesitation, long expecting to get something powerful or a special ability. The treasure chest slowly opened. Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, full of anticipation.
Ding!
Treasure chest successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a radiation-infected spider.
Radiation-infected spider?
Qin Feng scratched his head, hardly believing it. After a week of anticipation, he only got a spider. A flash of golden light passed by, and a red and blue spider, no bigger than a fingernail, appeared on the table, its 8 black legs crawling slowly.
Host, see you again in 168 hours.
Before the system finished speaking, it quickly disappeared.
Come here.
Qin Feng controlled the spider using the power of nature and reached out his hand towards it. The spider first tapped Qin Feng's fingers lightly with 2 black legs, as if testing, then crawled along his fingers to the center of his palm, seemingly acknowledging its master. If it weren't for the power of nature, Qin Feng would never have dared to reach out and touch this brightly colored spider, afraid it was poisonous and that a single bite could have unimaginable consequences.
Why did it just spawn a spider? Qin Feng muttered disappointedly. After all, with the power of nature, he could get any spider he wanted.
He quickly opened his computer and found the first Spider-Man movie, fast-forwarding to the scene where the protagonist visits the Spider Museum. In the movie, the protagonist is taking a photo of the female lead, and a spider above his head slowly descends while spinning its web, eventually biting Peter. The spider that bit Peter was exactly the same as the one on Qin Feng's hand, both red and blue.
Could this be the very spider that bit the protagonist and turned him into Spider-Man?
Qin Feng looked at the spider in his palm in astonishment.
Let me first see what powers Spider-Man has.
He opened a web page and began searching for Spider-Man's abilities. Being bitten by this spider carries great risk. If lucky, one might gain the powerful abilities like Spider-Man.
But if unlucky, it could mean facing the Grim Reaper.
Qin Feng needed to see first if Spider-Man's powers were worth the risk.
He searched online for a few minutes and finally understood Spider-Man's abilities. Spider web shooting, a chemical reaction inside the body that sprays tough spider silk from the elbows.
Spider healing, although it cannot regenerate lost limbs, burns and cuts can heal within a few days, and even Peter's nearsightedness was partially cured. Spider adhesion uses electrostatic principles to stick to any surface. Little spiders can walk on walls and also ambush enemies. Spider strength amplifies the spider's power, able to easily lift cars and reinforced concrete, with strength reaching 15 to 20 tons. Spider sense enhances awareness of air currents, allowing for quick reactions, referred to as the sixth sense in movies. It can even predict danger. Other abilities: super endurance, reaction, agility, and speed, almost like a superhero. Qin Feng isn't entirely sure, but if bitten, with good luck one could gain Spider-Man's abilities. With bad luck, it might be like Tang Yuyu, turning straight into a corpse.
Wait. Luck.
He looked at the red and blue spider on his shoulder, smiling happily. He had the luck power. Relying on luck, he would never turn into a corpse.
Come here.
Qin Feng reached out his hand, and the spider, like a pet, climbed onto his palm along his finger.
Good.
He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and said firmly, "Bite." The spider suddenly opened its black venom fangs, like 2 icy needles, and bit sharply into Qin Feng's finger.
Qin Feng gritted his teeth against the fiery pain and reached out his left hand toward the spider.
"All right, loosen your jaws, come here." The spider released its grip and crawled onto the palm of his left hand. Before long, Qin Feng felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, his body becoming as weak as if it had melted. He looked at the darts on the table, had a thought, and used Magneto's power to turn the metal parts of the darts into iron rings, placing the spider inside. He arduous commanded, "Stay inside this ring, don't crawl out." The spider understood Qin Feng's words and obediently curled up inside the iron ring he made, staying completely still. Qin Feng dragged his weak body, opened the door, and said to Qin Chuchu, who was washing dishes, "Girl, I didn't sleep well last night.
I won't accompany you to school today. I'll go in the afternoon. I'll take a nap first. Okay, just like that.
Xin Feng forced a smile, closed the door, and heavily collapsed onto the bed. He looked at the two small wounds on his wrist caused by the spider bite and bitterly smiled, saying, I hope the props coming out next month aren't this painful. After saying that, he fell into a deep sleep. Until noon, Xin Feng woke up, staring at the iron ring on the desk with renewed spirit, and smiled proudly. Good morning, Spider. He threw off the covers, easily rolled over in bed, propping the bedsheet with one hand, his eyes scanning the messy room, feeling just like Spider-Man. His whole body was filled with strength, his vision unusually clear, even able to see the outline of the tree trunk outside the window.
Hee hee, it looks like I bet right.
Xin Feng laughed excitedly. He walked to the wall, pressed his hands against it, and immediately felt a strong suction force. With this power, he slowly climbed up the wall and finally crawled onto the ceiling. If anyone saw this scene, they would be greatly surprised. He looked down at the spider curled up in the iron ring and smiled, saying, maybe you and I are already of the same kind. Releasing the suction, Xin Feng landed lightly, rolled up his sleeves, and found a tiny hole on his wrist, almost invisible. Now, I can also spin silk, he pondered. He looked out the window and saw a brown sparrow perched on the utility pole. With a thought, a small hole on his wrist sprayed out a sparkling silk thread, accurately entangling the sparrow. Xin Feng grabbed the end of the silk thread and pulled the struggling sparrow closer, nodding with satisfaction. I now have all the abilities of Spider-Man. The sparrow panicked, flapping its wings and chirping frantically, don't eat me, don't eat me. I'm not interested in you, Xin Feng said helplessly, tearing the spider web and warning the sparrow, don't poop on my windowsill again, understand?
Got it, got it. The sparrow nodded repeatedly, begging for mercy.
Xin Feng tossed the sparrow into the air, and it spread its wings and flew away, disappearing into the sky. Xin Feng turned his head, a surge of eager excitement rising in his heart. He supported himself with one hand, stared seriously at the empty room, and shouted dramatically, I am Spider-Man.
Ahem, so embarrassing.
Xin Feng's face flushed as he stood up and shook his head, trying to forget the childishness he had just shown. Using Magneto's powers, he pulled the gaming chair over and slid skillfully to the computer desk.
Looking at the blue and red spider still trapped in the iron ring, he hesitated and said, what should I do with you? He wouldn't stomp it to death, nor did he plan to let it go. But leaving it like this was risky. If it escaped and bit Qin Chuchu, the consequences would be bad. Xin Feng used his powers to transform the iron ring back into a dart, pointed his finger at the spider, and commanded, come up. The spider crawled along his finger to the palm of his hand, its 8 legs touching his skin, tickling. Looks like I can only keep it as a pet, Xin Feng said with a smile. He opened Taobao and bought a transparent spider breeding box, planning to keep the spider as a pet. The box was expedited within the same city and would be delivered right after school in the afternoon. It's getting late, let's go to school. Xin Feng placed the spider on the table, stood up, and walked toward the bathroom, preparing to shower and then check in. After showering and putting on his school uniform, he said to the spider crawling on the table, I'll make you a nest when I get back from school. For now, just play around here. After speaking, he extended his right wrist, sprayed out spider silk, hooked it onto the shoulder bag on the bed, and gently pulled the bag over. Don't crawl around messily when I come back tonight. If I can't find you and accidentally step on you, don't blame me. Suddenly remembering, he clapped his hands and looked at the open window, using his powers to shut the 2 windows tightly. This area has many sparrows and birds. If the spider is discovered, it will probably not escape being pecked by the birds. Xin Feng hummed a tune, happily walking towards the school. His melodious singing made passers-by turn their heads. After all, his singing god talent was already maxed out. After entering the classroom, he saw Suyue chatting with her friends. Smiling, he walked over quickly and affectionately hugged Suyue's slender body. Xin Feng? Suyue looked at Xin Feng a little shyly. Did you miss me? Xin Feng whispered softly near her ear. The onlooking students secretly cursed in their hearts, thinking this public display of affection was way too blatant. Usually, people show affection unintentionally, but you two just go all out without caring about appearances, really enough already.
Ah, having a girlfriend as two-faced as you, I really feel miserable, Qin Feng sighed helplessly.
Alright, stop pretending. Su Yue blushed and admitted it. That's more like it. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction and sat down. Where did you go this morning? Su Yue sat down and asked curiously. The teacher said you took leave but didn't say what for.
Qin Feng thought for a moment, bought a pet, spent the whole morning fooling around at home.
Pet? Li Keqing turned her head, her eyes lighting up. What kind? Cat or dog? I have a chinchilla cat at home.
Spider, Qin Feng admitted.
Spider? Why do you keep a spider?
Su Yue frowned, finding the creature hairy and having 8 legs, really disgusting.
For fun. Qin Feng shrugged.
You girls don't like it, but I find spiders quite interesting.
Different strokes for different folks. Girl, were you just about to say I'm silly? Qin Feng asked playfully, pinching Li Keqing's cheek.
No, spiders are very cute. Li Keqing stammered as she begged for mercy.
The bell rang, and homeroom teacher Su Xinyan walked into the classroom. Qin Feng released Li Keqing's face.
Qin Feng was quite famous in the class and even throughout the entire senior year.
The male classmates began to accept him as well.
After class, he gathered with a few male classmates to brag and chat about which girls in the class were pretty. After all, men's topics besides games are girls. Su Yue didn't even know when she started, but she had made friends with several female classmates. At this moment, she was sitting with a group of girls, chatting, occasionally shooting curious glances her way. Qin Feng immediately knew that they were definitely prying into Su Yue's affairs. You guys don't know, yesterday I took my girlfriend from the neighboring school to the movies.
That girl clung to me the whole night. After the movie ended, she was afraid to go home alone, so I walked her back.
Then she was afraid to sleep alone and wanted me to stay with her.
In the end, I succeeded, a male classmate boasted proudly. Whoa, amazing, you actually have this move, another male classmate exclaimed. A weak-looking male classmate complained fearfully, damn, aren't you guys scared? At first, they said Country Rock was terrifying, and I didn't believe it. But when I watched it alone at home, I got a psychological shadow.
For several nights, I had to sleep with my little brother. It's okay, not that scary, just that sudden rapping female ghost voice was oppressive and startled me.
Yeah, it's that rapping female ghost, it almost scared me to wet myself.
Hearing that voice made me feel all uncomfortable. Qin Feng, have you seen Kuan Chi Yen? A boy asked curiously.
Are you kidding?
Qin Feng has a girlfriend, how could he not have seen it? Another boy said with a laugh, giving a knowing look.
Don't talk nonsense. I only saw it in first year of high school, and I watched it with my sister, didn't find it very scary,
Qin Feng replied disdainfully.
Damn, that's not scary at all?
Qin Feng, you're awesome, the weak-looking boy admired, giving a thumbs up. I heard that place really has ghosts, it seems to be a psychiatric hospital, the timid boy continued to ask.
Yeah, some do.
Qin Feng nodded, having seen it mentioned in novels long ago. Sigh, being there alone must be terrifying, the timid boy said. At this moment, Li Chang, who had just returned from the restroom, overheard them talking about horror movies and sneered mockingly, a bunch of cowards, scared just from watching a movie, don't you use these movies to hit on girls?
Li Chang's family owns a parts factory and has some money.
He looks decent and is the school's playboy, often hitting on girls at the neighboring school. After he hooks them, he either pays a breakup fee or comes up with all kinds of reasons to dump them. It's said that some girls wanted to end their lives after he dumped them, but luckily teachers and classmates persuaded them otherwise. Li Chang took this as bragging rights and boasted to his bad buddies. Qin Feng, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about those cowards, Li Chang said sarcastically. But he didn't dare mess with Qin Feng because he couldn't afford to mess with Qin Feng's girlfriend. Qin Feng glanced at him briefly and ignored him completely.
Aren't you afraid? Someone retorted disdainfully. Afraid? Ha, I'm afraid my girlfriend would stick to me every day.
Li Chang shrugged and returned to his seat.
Idiot, someone muttered about Li Chang's back. Forget it, don't pay attention to him.
It's no fun getting sick over arguing with people like that.
The weak-looking guy couldn't help but tease with a smile. Just as everyone was about to continue complaining, the class bell rang. Everyone returned to their seats, ready for class.
This lesson was history, very boring, and Shin Fong planned to secretly sleep.
Hey, what were you talking about just now? Su Yue poked Shin Fong, asking curiously. A horror movie.
Shin Fong answered honestly.
Yes, Shin Fong, let's go watch a horror movie this Sunday. How about Ringo?
Su Yue suggested excitedly. After all, it was a chance to interact more with Shin Fong.
Sure, I'm free.
Shin Fong nodded in agreement.
At that moment, a loud yawn sounded.
Shin Fong looked up and saw Li Chang yawning before resting his head on the desk and falling asleep. The female classmate beside him glanced at him with disdain, quickly moving her textbook away, afraid of being touched.
Looks like Li Chang has fallen asleep.
Shin Fong watched him with an amused smile, deciding to try out his newly acquired ability, dream peeking. About 10 minutes later, Shin Fong felt the time was right. Li Chang's dream had already taken shape. He leaned on the table and used his supernatural ability to invade Li Chang's dream. In an instant, the scene Li Chang was dreaming of appeared in Shin Feng's mind. He was indulging with girls from other schools in a depraved manner. Shin Feng sneered coldly, then created a new dream world, directly replacing Li Chang's dream with the one he designed. This dream was none other than the horror movie Kuan Shi Yen that Shin Feng had mentioned earlier. In the dream, Li Chang turned his head and discovered a door to the intensive care unit next to him, with the room number 402 on the plaque. Room 402 is the most terrifying room in the movie, filled with the corpses of spirits who died from mental illness.
When the protagonist enters this room, the cinema audience was scared to tears.
Li Chang felt a pang in his heart, having seen the movie.
402, 402. He trembled all over, wanting to see where the woman who had her back to him had gone. However, the moment he turned his head, the woman suddenly appeared right in front of him. The woman's face was pale, her eyes pitch black with no pupils, staring straight at Li Chang, a strange smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, she grabbed Li Chang's arms, her face close to his, and began making a chilling sucking sound. Ah! Ah! Ah!
Li Chang in the dream screamed and cried out, terrified. The girl beside Li Chang suddenly smelled a strange odor, curiously looked down, and widened her eyes in shock, quickly shouting loudly, "Teacher, Li Chang wet his pants." As soon as the words fell, the entire class's eyes immediately turned to Li Chang, and even the history teacher looked at him in disbelief.
It's senior year, and someone actually wet their pants in class? What a joke!
Shin Feng quickly helped Li Chang out of the dream. If this escalated, it would be a big problem. Li Chang, just awake, looked as if he had seen a ghost, crying and shouting nonsense. Kuan Shi Yen, ghost girl rap.
Damn it, there's a ghost.
The classmates all laughed when they saw Li Chang in such an embarrassing state. The boys who had just been mocked by him laughed even harder, leaning back and forth.
Ha ha, Li Chang, we don't know about any ghost girl stuff, but we all saw you wetting your pants, one boy shouted mockingly.
Laughter echoed back and forth in the classroom, and the goddesses covered their mouths to giggle, pointing at Li Chang and whispering. The girl next to Li Chang, afraid of getting dirty, quickly picked up her backpack and stepped back, looking very aggrieved. "Teacher, I don't want to sit here anymore." The history teacher said helplessly, "Li Chang, go stand in the hallway for now. I'll call your home later and have them bring you another pair of pants." Li Chang blushed with anger, picked up his backpack and the soaking wet textbook, and crouched down in the hallway, trying not to let his classmates see.
All right, stop laughing," the teacher quickly stopped them.
The classroom quieted down, with only a few bold students still secretly laughing as they looked at Li Chang in the corridor. Li Chang's female deskmate had no choice but to move her chair closer to the students next to her. After all, the smell at that table was too unbearable, making the students in front and behind very uncomfortable. Already in senior year, and someone still wets their pants, it's really unbelievable.
Su Yue said disdainfully with a shiver, feeling sorry for Li Chang's deskmate.
Shin Feng recalled the earlier scene and laughed, saying, "Hey, this supernatural ability is actually quite interesting." After all, experiencing a horror movie firsthand is definitely a whole different level of scary. Li Cheng has strong mental resilience. If someone with a timid nature entered that dream, they'd probably faint from fear immediately. Watching Li Cheng in the hallway, Xin Feng twirled a ballpoint pen, thinking to himself, next time, I'll find a few more interesting people like Li Cheng and give them even more thrilling dreams. Before long, the class bell rang, and the news about Li Cheng wetting his pants during class quickly spread throughout the senior year. Many students deliberately stood outside the hallway, staring at him curiously as if he were an alien. Li Cheng's parents had already arrived, and now he had changed into new pants. His father felt that his son was too much of a disgrace, and not in the mood to stay in class any longer. He went straight to the office to ask Su Xinyan to transfer his son to another school. This matter caused a huge uproar at school, and nearly everyone in the senior year knew about it. If Li Cheng continued to study here, forget about college and his future, this incident alone would be a burden he would carry for life. Xin Feng and a few male classmates surrounded Li Cheng, watching him write his withdrawal application, unable to hold back their laughter. Weren't you saying you weren't scared? Now you're so scared you've wet your pants. I was just about to sleep, but then he shouted, and I couldn't fall asleep at all. That line about the female ghost rap by Li Cheng really cracked me up. Hearing these laughs, Xin Feng just smiled faintly, only he understood the truth behind it. Soon, the last PE class of the morning began, and everyone gradually gathered on the playground. Everyone loved PE class, mainly because they didn't have to stay in the boring classroom and could see the beautiful female PE teacher from their class. The students placed their backpacks in the corner of the wall, making it convenient to go straight home for lunch after class without having to run back to the classroom. This PE class was a bit special. Xin Feng's class 6 was combined with the neighboring class 5. The students from both classes gathered together, eyeing the handsome boys and pretty girls from the other class. The students from class 5 suddenly shouted, "Handsome Xin Feng from class 6, are you free to have dinner together tonight? It's on me." The voice was loud and obvious, causing the surrounding classmates to laugh out loud, clearly teasing Xin Feng. Xin Feng was very famous in the senior year at this time, having scored first in the whole school in the last exam, and everyone was paying attention to him. Additionally, the girls in his class sent photos of Xin Feng's physique to students from other classes, rapidly boosting Xin Feng's popularity. He glanced disdainfully at class 5, yawned, and totally ignored the girl. Suddenly, Su Yue stepped out from the line, storming towards class 5, glaring at the group of students and coldly asking, "Who shouted just now? Don't you all know Xin Feng is my boyfriend?" The students in class 5 immediately fell silent, no one dared to speak up. Who would dare provoke this hot temper? Who hasn't heard about the last time Su Yue slapped the school bully Chen Li in front of the whole school? The students in class 5 were even more afraid to mess with her. This hot-tempered woman, who is also connected to the Education Bureau, no one dares to provoke. The girl who just caused trouble immediately lowered her head, afraid of being noticed by Su Yue. Bold enough to shout, but not brave enough to admit it? Su Yue coldly stared at the students of class 5 and questioned them. At this moment, the sports committee member of class 5, a tall boy, came out with a forced smile and said awkwardly, "Classmate Su Yue, we were just joking, don't take it seriously." "Did I call you?" Su Yue looked up at him disdainfully. Xin Feng's classmates admired him deeply. This woman was truly impressive. "Your girlfriend was teased, and you're not even angry?" Su Yue taunted the sports committee member. Students from both classes couldn't help but laugh out loud, as if watching a comedy sketch. All right. Xin Feng quickly stepped forward, putting his arm around Su Yue, and said gently, "It's just a joke, don't take it too seriously." "If someone called me that, would you be angry?" Su Yue retorted displeased. "Who would dare?" Xin Feng complained helplessly. Anyone who dared tease Su Yue would definitely get beaten before he could even make a move. Their playful conversation drew laughter, and Su Yue shot a glare that finally quieted the laughter. Everyone quietly stepped aside, whispering non-stop. "Calm down, don't be angry." Xin Feng patted her back like a caring father comforting her. Having such a willful girlfriend really makes one both headache and laugh. Before long, the PE teachers from 2 classes arrived. There are few PE teachers in the school, with each taking at most 2 classes.
Luli, the teacher of Qin Feng's class, walked over energetically and said, "The mock exam is over, but the PE test won't be missed. This class will test the boys' overall abilities, and the results will be recorded on the PE report card. Everyone must give their all, understand?" The students answered in unison, "Understood." Luli nodded with satisfaction. "Time is limited, this class will only test the boys, and the next class will test the girls. Boys, listen up, the girls in your class are all watching from the side, so don't mess up your scores. It would be embarrassing to make a fool of yourselves," Luli said with an expectant look. The boys mentally cheered themselves on. Showing off a bit in front of the girls during PE class would make these 3 years of high school worthwhile. The girls can now move around freely. "You can watch, but don't disturb the boys during the test," Luli reminded. The girls all stepped back, leaving only the boys gathered in the center of the playground, ready to start the physical fitness test. Led by Luli, 30 boys stood by the rubber track, ready to test the first event, the 100-meter sprint. The girls followed behind as cheerleaders. There wasn't much fun in gym class, so it was better to watch the boys show off. Class President Chen Xinya was in charge of timing, holding the stopwatch and standing in front of the finish line, waiting for the test to begin. Luli began explaining, "The key to the 100-meter sprint is the start. At the start, you need to push off the ground forcefully, swing your arms quickly, and have a fast reaction. This requires practice, such as high knees, backward kicks, and frog jumps. When running, your breathing should be even, don't get side stitches, or your pace will slow down. For the final sprint, you must give it your all, leaning your head and upper body forward to take the lead." After finishing, she asked, "Boys, did you remember the key points?" "Remember that," the boys answered in unison, full of confidence. "Good. Each person only has one chance, and the class monitor will start the stopwatch immediately. Everyone must sprint with all their strength. Now, the student whose name is called, get to the starting line." Luli looked at the list and said with surprise, "The first is the sports committee member." The sports committee member was, of course, Chen Hang, the captain of the basketball team. Luli looked at him expectantly. "Sports monitor, show everyone your strength." Chen Hang nodded confidently and stepped up to the starting line, ready to sprint. "Go, Chen Hang." The girls in the class cheered for Chen Hang one after another. After all, most girls liked healthy and fit boys. As the sports monitor, Chen Hang naturally had quite a few fans. Hearing their encouragement, a confident smile appeared on Chen Hang's face. "Ready, run," Luli decisively ordered. As soon as the words fell, Chen Hang quickly dashed out, his footsteps echoing briskly on the rubber track, soon reaching the class monitor Chen Xinya. 12.52 seconds. Chen Xinya called out loudly. This result earned quiet admiration from many boys. It seemed that Chen Hang truly had the ability to be the sports committee member. "Not bad." Luli smiled satisfactorily. "Too bad, last time I managed 12.32 seconds, Chen Hang said with a hint of regret. "It's okay, keep trying." Luli comforted with a smile, knowing Chen Hang was somewhat faking it, but as a PE teacher, she had to cover for him. After most of the boys finished running, only Qin Feng and a few boys who looked fragile hadn't run yet. None of the boys who had run before surpassed Chen Hang's time, so Chen Hang was temporarily in first place. "It seems you guys usually just play on the computer and don't exercise at all, yet you managed a time of 19 seconds. Luli teased with a smile. "Alright, next up." She looked at the list, her gaze landing on one of the few boys, Qin Feng, her eyes full of expectation. "Qin Feng, get ready," Luli called out excitedly. She had seen Qin Feng's physique, a firm waistline, defined abs, and a strong back, and knew he must have trained hard, so she was full of anticipation for his performance. The girls all cast expectant glances, and the girls in the neighboring class doing sit-ups couldn't help but watch Qin Feng. Qin Feng walked to the starting line. "Qin Feng, go for it." The girls' cheers rose one after another, like at a concert. Li Keqing couldn't shout loudly, only silently cheered for him in her heart. Qin Feng possessed extraordinary speed and was completely capable of breaking the world record. "Qin Feng." Su Yue raised her voice and shouted hoarsely, "Come on." Looking at her cheering for him,
Xin Feng was momentarily stunned, then showed a serious smile and prepared to sprint with all his might. His woman is right beside him, he must never lose face for her. In an instant, Xin Feng shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, rapidly rushing toward Chen Xinya, who was 100 meters away. In no time, he reached Chen Xinya's side, and Chen Xinya hurriedly pressed the stopwatch.
Squad leader, how many seconds did Xin Feng run? Lu Li asked eagerly.
Qin Feng's starting speed was extremely fast, his movements flawless and perfect, without any blemish. Classmates, and even many girls from Class 5, were all staring intently at Chen Xinya, eager to see the result.
10.48 seconds?
Chen Xinya looked at the stopwatch, staring at Qin Feng as if he were a monster. She felt that she might have started the stopwatch a bit late. Qin Feng was simply too fast, almost unbelievable. I'm not fast at all, I'm the enduring type, Qin Feng corrected seriously, lazily walking towards Lu Li.
So shameless.
Chen Xinya looked at his back with a slight blush.
Class monitor, how far did Qin Feng run after all?
Lu Li shouted again. Only then did Chen Xinya react and loudly reported, 10.48 seconds. What the hell is this? Several boys from Class 5 shouted in shock, casting incredulous glances. 100 meters in 10.48 seconds, this is simply unbelievable, like flying.
If he tries a bit harder, he might even break the world record. Qin Feng, you must train regularly, right? Lu Li asked expectantly.
Sort of.
Qin Feng nodded indifferently and walked over to Su Yue and the others. Qin Feng is really amazing,
Li Keqing said with a cute smile.
Thanks, kid. Qin Feng happily patted her head.
Li Keqing giggled, her adorable look melting the hearts of many boys. Seeing this, the other girls all gathered around, as if they were expecting something.
Qin Feng helplessly pouted and quickly dodged to the side.
He only sees Li Keqing as a little sister, that's why he pats her head. As for other girls, Qin Feng doesn't dare to make a move, afraid that Su Yue would hit him.
Hey, what do you mean, touching Li Keqing right in front of me? Su Yue glared at Qin Feng with dissatisfaction and questioned.
Qin Feng smiled regretfully and said, I just see her as a little sister. He should have known she would get jealous, it was really a mistake. Su Yue stretched her neck and leaned close to Qin Feng, saying expectantly, then you should touch me too.
All right. Qin Feng smiled helplessly and indulgently, reaching out to stroke her hair and asked, Are you satisfied now? Not enough.
Su Yue said discontentedly, standing on tiptoe to give him a kiss, her cheeks slightly flushed as she said coquettishly, Now it's about right.
The surrounding classmates saw this loving couple and couldn't help but drool with envy. Su Yue handed Qin Feng a bottle of Sprite and said happily, Here, just bought it. Thank you.
Qin Feng wasn't embarrassed at all when kissed in public, after all, she was his girlfriend.
Alright, next event, pull-ups.
Lu Li sighed and took the lead, walking toward the horizontal bar on the sandy area.
Soon, the classmates by the pull-up bar were both shocked and excitedly counting out loud.
Qin Feng was doing pull-ups with perfect form and had already reached the 145th one. Because he was sweating a lot from exercise, he took off his shirt. At this moment, his well-built physique was fully displayed under everyone's gaze, and many girls from Class 5 were staring, their eyes filled with admiration.
164 165 167 196 197 198 199 When he counted past 140, Qin Feng started to feel a bit bored, let go of the pull-up bar, and casually walked over to Su Yue's side to take her clothes and put them on. This figure is simply mesmerizing all night long. I've only seen Qin Feng in group photos, didn't expect him to be this handsome, I really envy Su Yue. The sports committee member Chen Hang only did 70 pull-ups, but Qin Feng did 200, who's really the sports committee member here? Qin Feng is just too lazy to be the sports committee member. Hearing the classmates' discussions, Chen Hang quickly put on his clothes to cover his somewhat untidy abs, feeling increasingly annoyed. Lu Li looked at Qin Feng and shouted with dissatisfaction, Qin Feng, why do you have to be captivated by that rich woman? The teacher can take care of you too. After a round of tests, all the boys in the class completed the physical assessment, and it was almost time for class to end.
This physical education test consists of 3 events: 100-meter sprint, pull-ups, and frog jumps. In this test, most of the boys in Xin Feng's class failed, with only a few barely passing. Among those who passed, Xin Feng and the sports committee member Chen Hang's results drew the most attention. In the 100-meter sprint, Xin Feng took 10.48 seconds, while Chen Hang clocked 12.52 seconds. Pull-ups with no time limit, Xin Feng 200, Chen Hang only 70. Frog jumps with no time limit, Xin Feng 270, Chen Hang 60. Xin Feng's results far exceeded Chen Hang's, completely crushing him. Class was almost over, and the students noisily gathered, waiting for Luli to call dismissal. Isn't Chen Hang the sports committee member? How come even I can't beat him? Only 70 pull-ups. Yeah, Xin Feng is much better than Chen Hang in every aspect. Why not let him be the sports committee member? Didn't you see Chen Hang's expression when he found out Xin Feng ran 10.48 seconds? He looked like a different person. I haven't liked Chen Hang for a long time. He always puts on airs during PE class. Xin Feng is so talented, he's nothing like how he acts. I really don't understand how he became the sports committee member. Chen Hang often used his position as the sports committee member to intimidate others and inexplicably punished people by making them do push-ups. Everyone disliked him. Quiet. Chen Hang was so annoyed by the noise that he shouted angrily. Although the boys fell silent, their eyes were full of defiance. At this moment, Luli, holding her nose that had just started bleeding, awkwardly coughed and walked over to everyone. I'm very disappointed with this test, 70% of the boys failed. There were even 2 pull-ups done by someone. I really don't know what to say. Exercise more in the future, don't just stay indoors playing games, understand? Understood, the boys responded weakly, exhausted from the exercise just now. But Xin Feng performed outstandingly this time, with amazing results. If he doesn't take first place in the school sports meet, I'll be so angry I'll want to hit the referee. Luli said approvingly. The students laughed and all looked toward the center of the crowd, Xin Feng. Alright, there are a few minutes left, everyone can move around freely. If you want to buy water, you can go to the convenience store. As soon as Luli finished speaking, many boys sat down on the ground to rest. Xin Feng, I'll go to the restroom first, then I'll go sit on the grass for a while, Su Yue suggested. Okay. Xin Feng nodded and took a sip of the cold Sprite. Xin Feng. As Su Yue just entered the restroom, Luli suddenly waved at Xin Feng, smiling mysteriously. Come here for a moment, the teacher wants to see you. Xin Feng looked at her waving gesture, which somehow reminded him of a hostess beckoning guests, and couldn't help but glance at her a bit longer, but he didn't refuse and followed her. The 2 of them arrived at Luli's office. She confirmed that no one followed and said eagerly, Xin Feng, the teacher has something to ask you. What is it? Xin Feng asked curiously. You know the teacher opened a gym outside, right? Luli asked tentatively. Yes. Xin Feng nodded. Business hasn't been good lately, so I want to find a model to take some natural photos to attract attention. Luli's eyes were fixed on Xin Feng's figure, full of expectation. Sorry, I'm not interested. Xin Feng directly refused and asked, is there anything else? Don't be impatient, the teacher won't ask you to do it for nothing. Luli hurriedly said, help take a few action shots, say a few promotional lines, and we'll give you a 100,000 performance fee. Not interested. Xin Feng shook his head. With over 20 million in savings, why bother for 100,000? Not enough? How about adding 50,000, making it 150,000? Luli said without hesitation. Hiring a well-known nude model for an advertisement costs several tens of thousands. With Xin Feng's figure, 150,000 is not expensive. I'm really not interested, teacher, Xin Feng firmly refused. Please help the teacher. Model appearance fees are high now, and it's even harder to find someone with a good figure. I really have no choice, Luli pleaded. Seeing her so sincere, Xin Feng thought for a moment and sighed, I'm free next Tuesday evening. Alright, let's set it for that day. Luli quickly agreed, afraid Xin Feng would change his mind. She took out her phone and opened WeChat. Let's add each other on WeChat, I'll contact you then. Xin Feng saw her genuine smile, hesitated for a moment, but still added her.
Is everything okay? Xin Feng asked. It's fine. See you at the next PE class. Luli nodded satisfactorily, covering her phone.
Xin Feng quickly took out his phone and walked outside the playground, afraid that Su Yue would see him alone with the PE teacher and get jealous.
Yeah, that's great.
Luli saw Qin Feng's WeChat ID on her phone and shouted excitedly. She immediately set Qin Feng as a special contact and moved him to the homepage for easy access to his messages. In the evening after school, Qin Feng said goodbye to Su Yue and went home alone. When he took off his shoes at the door, he called out, "Girl, I'm back.
What's for dinner tonight?"
Qin Chuchu carried a pot of crab-flavored stick hot pot, smiling as she said, "Tonight we're having super spicy crab-flavored stick hot pot."
Sounds great.
Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was changing his shoes, the doorbell rang. "Mr. Qin Feng, your delivery has arrived."
"Oh, it's the box I bought at noon."
Qin Feng recalled, opened the door, and signed for a 20-centimeter long box wrapped in foam.
He carried the box into the living room. Qin Chuchu crouched down curiously to look and looked up to ask, "Brother, what is this?"
"A box for raising spiders," Qin Feng admitted honestly. "It would be discovered sooner or later anyway."
"What? A spider?"
Qin Chuchu was so scared that her whole body was on edge, her mind filled with images of 8-legged, fast-crawling, hairy spiders. "Brother, why do you keep a spider?" she asked, puzzled.
"It was a gift from a middle school friend.
I couldn't refuse, so I just kept it," Qin Feng said indifferently. "Don't worry, this box is specially designed for keeping spiders, it can't crawl out," he patiently reassured her.
"All right then."
Qin Chuchu nodded reluctantly. After all, Qin Feng rarely had hobbies outside of gaming, though this one was a bit scary.
"Here, scissors."
Qin Chuchu handed over the scissors, letting Qin Feng open the box.
"Thanks."
He took the scissors and began cutting open the foam. The box was an acrylic transparent case specifically for keeping spiders.
After removing the foam, a large transparent box was revealed.
Although Qin Chuchu was afraid, she still helped clean up the foam, fearing it would leave debris everywhere. The box measures about 20 by 30 by 30 centimeters, with several small ventilation holes on the sides. It's much smaller than a spider to prevent escape. The bottom of the box is covered with dry soil, simulating a wild environment. There is an empty circle in the upper right corner of the soil, left unfilled for placing water, as spiders do not like humidity. A dry branch is inserted at an angle of less than 45 degrees into the soil, making it easy for the spider to climb and walk. The owner can also easily admire its appearance.
Ugh, so disgusting.
Qin Chuchu held a bag of lively breadworms given by the seller, looking utterly disgusted and trembling all over.
"It's not like you're the one eating them, what's the fuss?"
Qin Feng complained irritably, then turned to go inside to prepare the spider's new home. Qin Feng planned to place the box beside the computer desk, to play with the spider during his free time. Before buying the house, it would stay here temporarily.
"You're the one who wants to eat."
Qin Chuchu retorted with disdain, but couldn't help poking those lively little bread bugs one by one, having quite a bit of fun. Before long, Qin Feng found the spider, placed it in his palm, and walked over to Qin Chuchu. "Brother, where's your spider?" "I didn't see it," Qin Chuchu asked curiously, flipping through the box.
"It's here."
Qin Feng waved his hand lightly and said calmly.
"Ah."
Qin Chuchu jumped back like a startled cat, retreating to the doorway, trembling as she stared at Qin Feng. "Don't worry, my friend taught me how to deal with spiders." Qin Feng said calmly, opening the box lid and putting the spider inside. Only then did Qin Chuchu nervously come closer, squatting beside Qin Feng, both curious and scared as she watched the spider crawl around.
"Brother, this spider's color is pretty, is it poisonous?" "Highly venomous."
Qin Feng answered seriously. Seeing Qin Chuchu's adorable and silly look, Qin Feng smiled helplessly and teased, "So, girl, just watch and don't touch. Don't learn from me and grab it directly with your hands."
I definitely won't.
Shin Chuchu firmly denied, if it climbs on me, I think I'd have to shake my hand off.
Really that exaggerated?
Shin Fong looked at her half in disbelief, picked up a wriggling mealworm, opened the box lid and tossed it in, landing right in front of the spider.
The spider looked like it hadn't eaten all day.
Seeing a mealworm about its size, it quickly ran over.
Its 8 long legs tightly grasped the worm, and a pair of black sharp fangs pierced the worm's body, injecting deadly venom.
In an instant, the lively wriggling breadworm stopped moving, then was slowly devoured by the spider. Wow, this is actually quite interesting, Shin Chuchu said excitedly as she watched the bloody scene.
Yeah, of course it's interesting, Shin Fong nodded.
After all, those who raise spiders are interested in this very process of devouring. Early the next morning, Shin Fong was awakened by Shin Chuchu's sleep-talking.
He yawned, looking at his sleeping sister beside him with a mix of helplessness and relief.
I don't know when it started, but Shin Chuchu insisted on sleeping with him every night, throwing a tantrum otherwise. There was no other way, Shin Fong could only indulge the silly little sister he had taken care of for more than 10 years. It was just the two of them at home, so Shin Fong wasn't worried about any trouble.
Do you really want people to say you're a siscon?
Shin Fong pinched her cheek and smiled as he got dressed and went to wash up. After Shin Fong left, Shin Chuchu opened her eyes and muttered disappointedly, "Foolish Shin Fong." Not long after, Shin Fong finished brushing his teeth, and Shin Chuchu pretended to have just woken up, hugging her pillow and greeting, "Good morning, big brother ha." "My dear little sister, your loving brother is hungry," Shin Fong responded with a smile.
"Seriously, big brother, since you're up so early, can't you cook?"
Shin Chuchu complained while hugging her pillow, looking incredibly cute.
"I'm no match for you when it comes to cooking."
Shin Fong flattered her, patting her head and saying, "I'll go check on my spider first.
Call me when the meal is ready."
After saying that, he walked towards the room, leaving Shin Chuchu looking frustrated. Lazybones, she made a face at his back, tossed down the pillow, and ran to the kitchen. Entering the room, Shin Fong was surprised to find that the spider had woven a large web between the branches and the box. The web was pristine and clean, and inside it were many dead breadworms wrapped up. The spider was lying in the middle, leisurely tending to its black fangs.
Interesting.
He leaned in to look at the red and blue spider, smiling excitedly. The spider weaves its web so quickly, which means it is very satisfied with this new home.
Try to live a few more years.
Shin Fong tapped the lid of the box and said contentedly. He didn't know the exact species of the spider, but spiders generally live only 1 or 2 years, at most 3. At that moment, the phone suddenly received a text message, a hot stock news alert from Kaijing.com. Famous stock trading expert Sister Lin has heavily bet on an unpopular stock, losing more than 90 million in half a month. The report claims Sister Lin is already in debt over 30 million, with no plans to make a comeback. Shin Fong didn't warn her, and it was understandable. After all, the last time Shin Fong told Lin Ichi to buy the same stock, that person made more than 6 million in profit and then never contacted him again, not even a single WeChat message. After Shin Fong sold that stock, he didn't bother with her anymore. Moreover, Shin Fong had warned Lin Ichi early on that it was time to stop after about 5 days, but she not only ignored the advice, she even doubled down and gambled more fiercely. Now, owing more than 30 million, it has little to do with Shin Fong.
Should I tell that girl about my situation?
Shin Fong hesitated as he looked at his savings.
After all, he was about to buy a house and would sooner or later have to live with Shin Chuchu, so he couldn't let her think that this money came from Su Yue.
Forget it, I'd better tell her. Shin Fong decided indifferently. At this moment, Shin Chuchu pushed the door open, wearing her school uniform, and upon seeing Shin Fong, she quickly reminded him, "Big brother, it's time to eat." "Just in time, come over, I have something to tell you." Shin Fong beckoned her over.
"What is it?"
Shin Chuchu curiously leaned closer.
"Wow, big brother, the spider has spun its web."
Shin Chuchu excitedly stared at the spider in the box, as delighted as seeing a chick hatch for the first time.
"What else can a spider catch if it doesn't spin a web?"
Shin Fong teased her.
"This is the first time I've seen it too."
Shin Chuchu replied proudly. Looking at this adorable silly little sister, Shinfeng smiled and said seriously, "Girl, I currently have 20 million in my hand."
I knew you'd think that way.
Shinfeng sighed, pulled up his bank card balance on his phone, and showed it to Qin Chuchu.
I'm not selling anything.
Shinfeng complained helplessly, never expecting his sister to suspect that the money was earned from him serving wealthy women at night. A while ago, I started learning stock trading, using those tens of thousands to begin with. I got lucky and earned this much. Shinfeng opened the financial website, showing the stock chart and explained seriously.
Then big brother, has this money already been credited? Qin Chuchu asked excitedly. Can I really use it? That's great.
Then I won't study anymore. Give me 2 million, I want to open a milk tea shop.
Qin Chuchu shouted happily. What kind of damn milk tea shop are you opening?
Shinfeng quickly stopped her, then said, You have to finish high school, and then go to college. I've already arranged everything for you.
Don't you want to continue studying?
Shinfeng asked with concern.
Qin
Chuchu nodded firmly and said seriously, Big brother, my grades are average too, and even if I finish college, I might not be able to find a good job. You know, it's really hard for college graduates to find jobs related to their majors these days.
That's true, Shinfeng replied thoughtfully.
He wanted Qin Chuchu to study a few more years mainly because he hoped she would receive more education. But if she really didn't want to continue, Shinfeng wouldn't force her, and the family wasn't in a hurry for her to start earning money. Seeing Shinfeng hesitate a bit, Qin Chuchu quickly said, Besides, big brother, so many graduate students are going home to sell pork now. Even if I study hard in college, it might not be useful.
It's better to follow you into the real world earlier.
You're still young, society isn't as simple as you think.
Shinfeng smiled and said no more. Hee, with my big brother here, I'm not afraid.
Qin Chuchu grinned foolishly. Shinfeng smiled slightly, pondered for a moment, and finally relented. All right, since you don't want to go to college, I won't force you.
How about I help you check out some shops and open a milk tea store? Really, big brother? Qin Chuchu excitedly leaned in. When have I ever lied to you?
Shinfeng asked with a smile.
Yeah. Thank you, big brother, love you so much.
Qin Chuchu happily hugged Qin Feng's head, rubbing against it non-stop, as if she had found a treasure.
Hey, girl.
Shinfeng called out to her curiously, then asked, Don't you doubt it?
Don't you think this money might have come from somewhere else, like Su Yue?
Qin Chuchu smiled and let go of his head. I trust you, big brother.
If you say it's from stock trading, then it's from stock trading. You may be lazy, but I know you're not just a pretty face. But more than 20 million is indeed a lot.
My first reaction was to think you went robbing, she added seriously.
Silly girl, if I got caught, you'd have to bring me meals every day, Shinfeng complained helplessly. That's true. Qin Chuchu laughed along. Before long, the siblings finished their breakfast while chatting and went to school together.
Shinfeng entered the classroom and saw Su Yue had actually brought a laptop and was wearing headphones, thoroughly enjoying herself. Li Keqing sat beside her, constantly giving her pointers. Many male classmates didn't dare to approach them and only gathered behind, looking up at the two playing on the computer, chatting and laughing. Walking closer, Shinfeng saw that Su Yue was playing DNF. She was controlling an 18-level priest, her movements still somewhat awkward as she was diligently grinding monsters to level up. Really treating the school like her own home, Shinfeng said, watching her with the headphones on, unable to help but tease.
Shinfeng is here.
Li Keqing quickly stood up to give up her seat, then returned to her own spot and said, Su Yue said she wanted to play DNF, so I taught her. Seeing Shinfeng come in, Su Yue immediately pulled him over to the laptop and said expectantly, Quick, teach me how to make my character stronger.
Why do you suddenly want to play this game?
Shinfeng asked curiously as he skillfully typed on the keyboard.
Since you're playing, I'll learn too.
We can play together tonight, Su Yue replied without any hesitation.
Is that so?
Shinfeng smiled, his gaze falling on her level 18 healer character. Su Yue was using the latest foreign wireless network card, worth more than 2,000, with very strong signal, allowing internet access anywhere.
Her character was a newly transitioned female cleric, with the ID someone's exclusive Nai. Hey, who is this someone? Qin Feng asked deliberately. Asking knowingly.
Su Yue blushed and said shyly, "Stop talking about that, quickly teach me how to become stronger."
Why do I feel like I have no damage? You play a healer, what uses damage?
Qin Feng said irritably. I saw other healers smash the boss with one big hammer, and it died instantly.
I want to be like that too, Su Yue said enviously.
That's a nuke healer, it takes a lot of money to build, Qin Feng reminded her.
So this is a pay-to-win game.
Su Yue realized suddenly, pulling out her phone and operating it rapidly. Qin Feng, top up some points, I just recharged 100,000 yuan.
Is that strong enough? Who would spend 100,000 yuan in one go on a game? Probably only Su Yue. Don't rush.
Spending money doesn't mean you become strong immediately, Qin Feng said earnestly. Your level is too low, you need to be max level before you can spend money to buy gear.
And if the gear is crafted wrong, no matter how much money you have, it'll still be tough. Spending money and it still doesn't work? What kind of game is this? Su Yue looked confused. This is the charm of DNF.
No matter how much money you have, some equipment materials still require you to spend time farming. If you find leveling up boring, you can pay someone to help you max out your level first, Qin Feng said.
Seeing the look Su Yue gave, the boys immediately got excited. After all, being her game booster would definitely make a lot of money. Me? Li Keqing was somewhat surprised, unsure whether to agree. Yeah, aren't you an expert in this? Help me level up and farm equipment, and I'll pay you 10,000 yuan a month, how about that? Su Yue said without hesitation.
Qin Feng nodded, alright, this guy has no patience to level up, you can help out and still earn some tips. The boys gathered around watch Li Keqing take on this job with a monthly salary of 10,000, feeling extremely envious. Nowadays, many office workers are happy with 8,000 a month, but she just helps level up and grind equipment, yet can earn 10,000. This is literally a dream for otakus.
So this is how rich people play games?
The way wealthy ladies spend money, everyone marveled.
You can play League of Legends too? Qin Feng was surprised when he saw LOL on Su Yue's computer desktop. Of course.
Su Yue said proudly.
Qin Feng couldn't help but ask, what rank?
Just hit silver 4 yesterday, she said, crossing her arms proudly.
So what if I'm silver? I climbed up on my own, no boosting, and I mainly play mid.
Su Yue said proudly.
Su Yue, are you in silver? What hero do you main? I've been stuck in bronze eye for 2 years and just can't get to silver.
Li Keqing said helplessly.
Compression.
Su Yue said proudly.
Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh, I know why you're in silver. Why? Su Yue asked curiously. Nothing.
Qin Feng saw through it but chose not to expose it, not wanting to reveal her secret.
Playing that kind of lone hero, and still want to rank up?
But although I'm only silver 4 in ranked, I'm diamond tier in teamfight tactics, I played it myself.
Su Yue added. Wow, that's impressive.
Qin Feng said admiringly. Teamfight Tactics is a chess-like mode launched by League of Legends, similar to the elimination matches in PUBG, where the last player standing wins. Within just a few days of release, its popularity surpassed other games, even overshadowing the hype around LOL ranked matches. Many streamers who focus on ranked play were also drawn in, streaming chess content every day. This mode is a bit complex, such as the composition and equipment combinations, which made many League of Legends players lose interest.
But once you learn a little, you can feel endless fun. Qin Feng, it's still early, turn off DNF first.
Li Keqing will help me level up tonight, you play a round of chess, and I'll teach you.
Su Yue said excitedly. Alright, let's play a game.
Qin Feng didn't think much, closed DNF, and opened League of Legends.
Su Yue's ID was esports old girl, full of shamate style.
She was in Region 1, the Ionian server with the most players. Region 1 gathered quite a few professional masters, casual legends, and many streamers. Thinking of how Su Yue had just spent 100,000 yuan without hesitation in DNF, Qin Feng was curious about how much she had spent in League of Legends. He clicked on her collection and was shocked. She had all 144 heroes, and out of 630 skins, she owned 620. Only a few limited edition skins were missing, like the Steadfast Rise and King Rammus. She had bought all the others. Qin Feng knew that Su Yue never hesitated to spend money. As long as she liked it and could afford it, she would definitely buy it. Hurry up with the ranked match, class will start soon, Su Yue urged. Okay, starting. Qin Feng clicked on the Teamfight Tactics ranked queue and quickly matched with 7 opponents. The speed proved how popular this mode was. During loading, Su Yue noticed a player with the ID Rita. Is that commentator Rita? She curiously picked up her phone to find the live stream room and discovered that her own ID actually appeared in Rita's live broadcast. Damn, Qin Feng, we've queued up with Rita. Su Yue pointed at the avatar in surprise. Rita? Qin Feng looked confused. That's the female commentator. Su Yue impatiently handed the phone to him. Seeing Rita happily chatting with the audience in the livestream, Qin Feng suddenly realized, oh, so she's the commentator from LPL. Yes, it's her. I didn't expect to run into her. Su Yue stared at Rita in the livestream in surprise, then smiled confidently and said, Qin Feng, this time listen to me, we must win over this woman. Just as Qin Feng was about to make a teasing remark, a notification suddenly sounded in his mind about his upgraded ability. Teamfight Tactics Proficiency +1. System Prompt, Teamfight Tactics Master, Current Level 1, Proficiency 0.3/10. When the player reaches level 10, they will be able to master all lineups proficiently. Qin Feng responded calmly, no problem, I'll take the lead this round. Su Yue asked curiously, Qin Feng, what's your rank in Teamfight Tactics? Gold 1, Qin Feng admitted frankly, since he had played before but hadn't put much effort into it. Gold 1? Can you win? Su Yue asked worriedly, wanting to show her face well on Rita's livestream. Watch me. Qin Feng said confidently. The game screen loaded, and the shared draft interface appeared. 8 little spirits circled around the rotating heroes, each hero equipped differently. To get a hero and equipment you wanted, you had to grab them quickly. It was a test of hand speed. Su Yue's little spirit was the newest Angry Horn, a chubby blue lion. Qin Feng, take Lucian, he has a recourse bow. Su Yue urgently directed. Of course. Qin Feng agreed. Getting Lucian with a recourse bow in the first round is an absolute steal. I'm going to play 6 nobles this round. Rita said confidently as she entered the draft. Did you forget how the 6 nobles were utterly beaten by the 6 yordles in the last game? Someone mocked. Start the game, buckle up in your gaming chair, Rita is here. Rita, grab Lucian. The Infinity Edge is a perfect fit. This round I'm definitely playing the 6 nobles. Rita in the livestream said excitedly, looking at the gear above Lucian's head. Su Yue saw that Rita was also staring at Lucian and grew nervous, only hoping that Qin Feng's hand speed was fast enough. Not only Qin Feng and Rita, but the other 6 players also focused on Lucian, several even sending on the way signals. Lucian's popularity was soaring. When the countdown ended, almost everyone rushed toward Lucian, determined to snatch him up. Competing on hand speed? You can't beat me. Qin Feng said confidently, his fingers clicking rapidly. Qin Feng's fingers moved lightning fast, continuously clicking the mouse, producing crisp button sounds. Surrounded by 6 others, he barely managed to snatch the Lucian equipped with the recurve bow. Ah! This old lady's hand speed is way too fast. Rita shouted in frustration, watching Su Yue drag Lucian with the lion. Ha, Qin Feng is really amazing, his hand speed is incredible. Su Yue smiled happily. It seemed the early game wouldn't be too difficult, as long as they drew 2 more Lucians to make a 2-star, and got a few noble heroes, the late game could transition smoothly. Annoying, playing games now. Su Yue blushed and playfully patted Qin Feng. Hee hee, I'll perform well this round. Qin Feng excitedly counted on his fingers, ready to show off his skills. In the first round fighting minions, good luck can drop scattered equipment, bad luck only yields gold coins. Qin Feng placed Lucian on the board, and after 2 minions were killed, their corpses rolled out 2 equipment boxes marked with question marks. He clicked to open them and found a recurve bow and a useless big stick. Wow, Qin Feng, you're pretty lucky. We usually only get 1 coin. Su Yue said in surprise. Hee hee, this round should be very interesting. Qin Feng said excitedly as the next level was about to refresh. The second level started dealing cards, and both Su Yue and the watching classmates were stunned. Qin Feng's first set of cards was actually 5 Garen cards. 5 gallons? Su Yue looked surprised at a row of big sword-wielding gallons, seeing a lineup of all duplicate heroes for the first time. Such incredible luck. Are you making me play nobles? But I want to play gunslingers and blade masters. Qin Feng calmly selected 2 gallons as backup. As long as the tower stands, so do I. 2 big sword gallons appeared on the bench. For the mobs in the second round, Qin Feng only managed to get 1 giant's belt. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, this time 2 Garen cards appeared when he swiped, 1 Garen and 1 Graves. With the existing Lucian and 2 Garens, Qin Feng directly combined into a 2-star Lucian and a 2-star Garen, and bought Graves. The 3-slot position formed 2 gunslingers and 2 nobles. Although there wasn't the 3 noble synergy, having 2 2-star heroes made the early lineup quite strong. In the third stage with small monsters, Lucian and Garen teamed up to kill 3 minions, dropping 2 chain vests and a tear of the goddess. The giant's belt combined with chainmail to make the red buff is a must-have for marksman. The tear of the goddess and chainmail combined to make the silence blade is also gear that marksmen need. Qin Feng directly gave the red buff and silence blade to the 2-star Lucian, and there was still a recurve bow left and used at home, ready for the marksman Big Brother Jinx. After clearing the mobs in the third round, Qin Feng started drawing cards again. This time, the heroes were 2 Tristanas, 2 Graves, and a Lucian, all part of the marksman lineup needed. Pretty good luck. Qin Feng smiled as he bought 2 Graves to upgrade to 2 stars, then purchased Lucian and Tristana to place in the bench. This is way too smooth. Su Yue saw the red buff and silence dagger on Lucian's head and was extremely excited. This lineup could easily win 5 consecutive rounds. After the 3 waves of mini-bosses, the battle began. Qin Feng's first opponent was actually Rita. Seeing Qin Feng's 2-star Lucian, 2-star Garen, and 2-star Graves, Rita instantly became nervous. Damn, you actually got all 3 2-star gunslingers? Lucian even has red buff and silence dagger. Rita laughed bitterly. The result was obvious, her 4 1-star unbound heroes were instantly killed by the 3-man firepower of Qin Feng, and Qin Feng remained unscathed. This guy is definitely going to win 5 rounds in a row or more. Rita said helplessly with a bitter smile. The live chat exploded. 3 2-star gunners? That's some insanely good luck. This can't be a cheat, right? I saw a cheat a few days ago that could farm heroes. Cheat? Even my 3 nobles haven't been this smooth. Rita glanced at the barrage of comments indifferently, only hoping to encounter Qin Feng soon to avoid losing too much blood. However, the next piece of news stunned her. The first place Qin Feng issued a terrifying announcement. 3-star Lucian, successfully combined. The other 7 players were all dumbfounded. 4 meetings and already a 3-star Lucian? Even hacking wouldn't be this outrageous. What they didn't know was that something even more terrifying was yet to come. Mid-game level 4-3, Qin Feng's lineup is astonishing. A 3-star Lucian with red buff and silence blade, a 3-star Tristana, a newly upgraded 3-star Graves, a 2-star Jinx, and a soon-to-be 3-star Shin. Qin Feng already has 1 Jinx at home. If 5 more Jinxes appear, that will be a 3-star Jinx. Combining a 3-star Jinx is extremely difficult, and no one has accomplished it so far. Now Jinx is equipped with Ginsu's and Static Shiv, combined with the 4 Gunslinger synergy, she's practically a bug. Although Qin Feng only has the 4 Gunslinger and 1 Swordsman synergies, with just these 3-star heroes, no one can beat him. Seeing Qin Feng's lineup and equipment, the other 7 players were so furious they were practically spitting fire. They were still desperately farming gold for a 2-star hero, while this guy already has 3 3-star heroes.
If this isn't cheating, what is? Cheater. I'll report you as soon as we get out. 3 3-star champions? You're such a coward. Dare you turn Jinx into a 3-star too? So timid and still cheating?
Everyone, let's all report him later.
See you on the leaderboard tomorrow. This is the first time I've seen 3 3-star units this early, and they're all marksmen. Su Yuwei exclaimed. She watched Qin Feng play with her own eyes. He definitely wasn't cheating. The card swiping system must be malfunctioning. It's fine, we're not cheating, no fear. Su Yuwei said casually. Yeah, that's true. Qin Feng smiled. In the blink of an eye, they reached the wild wolf hunting stage, and Qin Feng's team instantly wiped out the wild monsters, with 5 wild wolves dropping 5 equipment boxes at once. These 5 pieces of equipment stunned Su Yuwei and the onlooking classmates. They are Infinity Edge, Ginsa's Rage Blade, Silent Blade, Disarm Blade, and Golden Shovel. While Qin Feng was pondering who to equip them on, the next set of cards appeared. Everyone exclaimed, 5 4 gold jinxes. Although Qin Feng had the luck ability bonus, he was also stunned when he saw these 5 jinx. Because this meant Qin Feng would become the first person in teamfight tactics to combine a 3-star jinx. Qin Feng, hurry up, 3-star jinx. Su Yuwei excitedly pulled him, fearing the 5 jinx would slip away. No kidding, a 3-star jinx is simply a dream come true. Su Yuwei had never heard of anyone achieving it. Now the one synthesizing the 3-star jinx is actually himself. Qin Feng immediately spent 20 gold coins to buy 5 jinx, synthesizing a jinx with a golden health bar, holding a golden shark cannon. Esports old girl, synthesizing a 3-star jinx. The other 7 players saw the message and were all dumbfounded, especially the one who had previously shouted for Qin Feng to synthesize a 3-star jinx, completely stunned. How exactly do you play this? A 3-star jinx actually appeared. Damn, what kind of monster is this guy, covered in gold armor all over the city? Rita was completely shocked when she saw Qin Feng's terrifying 3-star hero and luxurious equipment. Her lineup going up against Qin Feng probably can't kill even a single hero, and they'll end up wiped out. The viewers in Rita's livestream were also stunned. Damn, 3-star jinx, if this isn't cheating, I'll eat shit live on stream. 3-star Graves, 3-star Lucian, 3-star Tristana, 3-star Jinx, plus the 3 musketeers, how can you fight this? I suddenly want to try his cheat, it's so interesting. Wife, be sure to report him later. Even more despairing, Rita was left with only 20 health points and unexpectedly ran into Qin Feng. Looking at Qin Feng's full city of golden armor formation, Rita wanted to cry. She only had 3 nobles and 2 rangers, and simply couldn't win. As the countdown ended, Qin Feng's 3-star jinx kept bombarding Rita's remaining troops with golden cannons, finally wiping out all her heroes, losing all 20 health points. Playing like this, all 3-star, who can even beat this? Rita complained with a mix of laughter and tears. With Qin Feng's lineup, losing was impossible unless the internet cut out. The other players all had very low health. Just as Qin Feng was about to equip someone, the other 7 players suddenly surrendered one after another, and one who was nearly at half health directly quit, threatening to report Qin Feng. Haha, won? The system is awesome, added 40 points. Su Yuwei looked at the settlement panel beaming with joy. Here, you play. Qin Feng pushed the notebook to Su Yuwei and stretched lazily. Let me see if the system bug is still there. Su Yuwei happily took it, excitedly clicking the mouse like a total internet-addicted girl. Silly woman. Qin Feng felt satisfied watching her so happy. After all, only he knows what happened. After school in the afternoon, Qin Feng and Su Yuwei each held a milk tea, smiling as they walked out of the school gate. Their closeness made it obvious at a glance that they were a couple. Qin Feng took a sip of milk tea and said to Su Yuwei, I plan to buy a house. I heard your sister is a real estate CEO, and you are her younger sister. Do you have any recommendations? Or do you know any good housing developments? Okay, thanks for your help.
Xin Feng nodded, puzzled, and said, lately, your sister seems to have a bit of a prejudice against me. Every time I go to your house to hang out, she avoids me.
Did I offend her somehow?
No, I think you're overthinking it, Su Yue said in surprise. She thought for a moment and then reminded him, my sister generally doesn't like chatting with boys, maybe it's because of that.
Hopefully that's the case, Xin Feng nodded thoughtfully and said nothing more.
At this moment, Xin Chuchu's voice came from behind, brother. Xin Feng turned his head and saw his sister carrying a backpack. He nodded in response. Oh, so this is your sister, Su Yue said with some surprise.
This is Su Yue, this is my sister Qin Chuchu, Xin Feng introduced, since it was their first time meeting. Hello, I'm your brother's girlfriend, Su Yue greeted warmly.
Qin Chuchu glanced at her and replied simply with a harmless smile, hello. As they neared the fork in the road, Xin Feng said, I'll go ahead first.
Thanks for your help. Okay, I'll tell my sister, Su Yue nodded.
Let's go, bro, to the supermarket.
Dinner isn't sorted yet.
Qin Chuchu held Qin Feng's arm and glanced at Su Yue out of the corner of her eye, as if deliberately showing it to her.
Alright, see you tomorrow then. Xin Feng waved his hand and followed Qin Chuchu towards the supermarket.
Su Yue recited indifferently, suddenly noticing Qin Chuchu picking up Qin Feng's milk tea and drinking it without a second thought. Qin Feng didn't stop her, accommodating her. While drinking the milk tea, Qin Chuchu held Qin Feng's arm and looked back at a somewhat nervous Su Yue, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth.
Here you go, bro.
Qin Chuchu handed the empty milk teacup to Qin Feng, unable to hold back a laugh. Qin Feng absent-mindedly took it and took a sip, suddenly realizing the milk tea was already finished.
Looking for a beating, huh?
Qin Feng tossed the empty cup into the trash can and tapped Qin Chuchu on the head, but not hard.
Hee, who's to blame for you always playing on your phone?
Qin Chuchu hummed proudly as she walked toward the supermarket entrance pushing the shopping cart. Watching her happily pushing the cart, Qin Feng put away his phone and decided to accompany his sister properly for a shopping trip.
Usually, she came alone.
After putting the bags away, the siblings pushed the shopping cart, smiling as they walked into the crowded supermarket, since it was peak time after work and school.
Before long, Qin Feng and Qin Chuchu unknowingly got separated.
Qin Feng was now standing in the seafood section, leisurely staring at the fish swimming inside the glass tank. Hey, brother, you're a fish, and your act is way too convincing. He tapped on the glass, looking at a carp flipping its belly, making a comment. Qin Feng had the ability to see the life status of living creatures. That fish was clearly healthy, but it deliberately flipped on its back to play dead, obviously trying to scare off customers. As if understanding the words, the carp flipped back upright, staring at Qin Feng with its big fish head, its mouth constantly spitting out bubbles, as if trying to say something.
Playing dead won't help, sooner or later you'll be eaten.
That's the law of nature. I actually quite like the idea of you as a braised fish, Qin Feng said with a smile. Suddenly, the carp slapped the water hard with its tail, splashing a large amount of water in Qin Feng's direction. Qin Feng easily dodged the splash using his spider sense. You get angry just because I said a few words, how boring. He waved his hand disdainfully, looking at the restless carp in the fish tank.
At this moment, a voice came from behind Qin Feng.
Qin Feng turned his head and saw Li Keqing carrying a handbasket, looking at him in surprise.
Yo, girl, here to buy something too?
Qin Feng greeted with a smile. Looking at the basket full of height-increasing foods, Qin Feng secretly sighed, this girl really cares about her figure.
Are you here alone?
Li Keqing asked curiously, slowly approaching. I came with my sister, but she doesn't know where she went just now. I'm waiting for her here and chatting with you at the same time, Qin Feng answered honestly. Just as Li Keqing approached, the carp flipped over again, its white belly facing up, looking as if it were on the verge of death.
Ha, the fish is already like this, what's there to talk about? What did it say? Does it want to be made into braised fish? Li Keqing mocked.
I guess so, Qin Feng said meaningfully as he looked at the fish. Hearing this, the carp immediately flipped over and swam back to the depths of the fish tank, blending in with the other fish so Qin Feng and Li Keqing couldn't tell which one it was.
I didn't expect fish to be so smart, Xin Feng said in surprise as he looked at the school of fish. Just as Li Keqing was about to invite Xin Feng to the snack area, her foot slipped on a puddle, and she fell heavily onto the floor. If a person falls directly onto the tile floor, the consequences can be serious, possibly causing fractures, especially for someone as small as Li Keqing. Li Keqing closed her eyes tightly, preparing to endure the pain, when suddenly a pair of strong hands caught her and lifted her up from the ground, narrowly avoiding disaster. Silly girl, there's a lot of water here, be careful, okay? Xin Feng said helplessly as he held her. Xin Feng then realized that Li Keqing was really light, she could be lifted with one hand. It seems this little girl really needs to be treated gently. At this moment, Xin Chuchu came over pushing a shopping cart and said in surprise, "Brother, what are you doing? Whose girl is this? What if someone accuses you of harassment?" "You're the one harassing," Xin Feng retorted, setting Li Keqing down and explaining, "She's a classmate of ours. She just fell, and I was helping her up. Everything is bought, let's go home." Xin Chuchu said cheerfully, pushing a shopping cart full. "Alright, kid, don't be so reckless." After teasing Li Keqing, Xin Feng led Xin Chuchu to the checkout counter. The next morning, Xin Feng was kicked awake by Xin Chuchu and frowned in pain. "This damn girl, her sleeping posture is really terrible." He held the sore spot, looking at Xin Chuchu sprawling beside him like a starfish. But soon, Xin Feng recovered, got dressed, and prepared to make breakfast. Usually, Xin Chuchu did it, but today he wanted to show off a bit. He walked over to the transparent box containing the spider and saw the red and blue spider lying on the web, lazily greeting him. The spider seemed to sense him, raising two legs and shaking them, as if responding. This spider was controlled by Xin Feng using the power of nature. Not only did it not attack, but it was especially close to him. "Do you want me to find you a male spider?" Xin Feng looked at the box, pondering. He could tell at a glance that this spider was female. Speaking, he picked up a less active mealworm, opened the box lid, and threw it into the spider's web. The mealworm got stuck and struggled continuously. The spider sensed the prey's vibrations and quickly crawled along the silk thread. It tightly grasped the struggling mealworm with its 8 legs, its black fangs piercing the insect's body and injecting lethal venom. In an instant, the lively mealworm stopped moving. Xin Feng's spider venom was indeed powerful. The spider began spinning silk, wrapping the mealworm up, and soon tightly bound it with silk threads, leaving it aside unattended. Xin Feng smiled and said, "Looks like you're not hungry." Stretching lazily, he teased, "You're not hungry, but I am." With that, he opened the door and went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Soon, a leveling up notification appeared in his mind, cooking proficiency +1. Divine Chef, proficiency 10 out of 10, congratulations host on becoming a 10-star chef, able to skillfully cook any dish. Xin Feng looked at the noodles boiling in the pot and smiled wryly, saying, even a 10-star chef has to start with boiling noodles. Soon, Xin Chuchu got up holding a pillow, feeling refreshed by the aroma. "Brother, what delicious thing are you making?" Xin Feng brought up 2 bowls of hot noodles with a savory fennel-flavored sauce, noodles. Xin Chuchu inhaled the fragrance, her face full of satisfaction. "Wow, it smells so good. Your noodles really smell great this time." Xin Feng was helpless. "Do you know what you just said?" Xin Chuchu looked curious. "What did I say?" Xin Feng smiled and said, "It's okay, brush your teeth and wash your face first. The noodles won't taste good if they get cold." Xin Chuchu quickly threw the pillow back into the room and ran to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. While eating the noodles, she said with satisfaction, "Brother, this time your noodles are really good, I give it 10 points." Xin Feng silently complained, "Can't this girl just say one more da?" He reminded her, "There's still a bowl in the pot, go get some to eat, and remember to wash the pot." Xin Chuchu happily said, "Brother, love you to death." She wolfed down the noodle soup and let out a full burp, showing none of a lady's manners. Xin Feng laughed, truly the reincarnation of a starving ghost. However, seeing that the noodles he made could make this girl happy, Xin Feng felt quite pleased. Hee, I still want to eat more." Xin Chuchu excitedly ran to the kitchen, afraid that Xin Feng would steal her noodles. After breakfast, the siblings left for school as usual.
They parted ways at the staircase of the teaching building, each heading toward their respective classrooms.
In the classroom, Su Yue arrived early as usual, concentrating on playing DNF. Yo, Xin Feng is here. Su Yue greeted him, pointing to her healer. Want to team up tonight? My healer is max level.
Xin Feng said admiringly, this girl really knows how to grind, she reached the max level in just one night.
After Li Keqing sat down, Xin Feng patted her shoulder and asked, didn't sleep well last night?
She didn't answer, and Xin Feng thought to himself that maybe it was because her period had come, and she was in a bad mood, so he didn't ask further. Throughout the day, Xin Feng noticed that Li Keqing kept lying down, looking sullen and unhappy, completely different from the lively girl she usually was.
Did something happen at her home?
Xin Feng thought as he looked at her back. When Qin Shuchu came those days, she kept complaining non-stop, like a scolding woman. The bell rang for the last class in the afternoon, and the students gradually took their seats as the teacher entered the classroom to start the lesson. Su Yue lay on her desk, sound asleep. After all, she had played games through several classes. Xin Feng played with his phone while idly fiddling with Su Yue's scattered hair, preparing to get through this class. At this moment, Li Keqing sighed again and lay back on the desk, falling asleep. She might really have something going on at home, Xin Feng thought. Use the dream ability I gained last time to invade her dream and see, maybe I can find out what's happening. Xin Feng suddenly had an idea.
This class was a boring history lesson, lasting 45 minutes.
After a long time, Li Keqing's breathing became steady, carrying a sense of laziness.
Almost there, she should start dreaming now.
Xin Feng watched her excitedly and began using his dream-probing ability. In an instant, Xin Feng felt as if his soul had left his body, entering Li Keqing's dream, feeling incredibly wonderful. In Li Keqing's dream, the sky was overcast, and heavy rain kept pouring down. The streets were deserted, and it seemed like she was the only one left in the entire world, feeling extremely oppressive. Xin Feng looked up at the dark clouds, reached out to touch the raindrops, and softly said, "It really is a nightmare." In the dream, there was only a two-story small house, obviously Li Keqing's home. Xin Feng didn't think much and walked toward the house, wanting to see what Li Keqing was doing.
Just as he reached the door, he heard an angry yet restrained female voice from inside. "You're almost 19, still acting like a child, so childish, just buy another one."
That voice should be Li Keqing's mother's. Xin Feng passed through the wall and entered. In the room, Li Keqing knelt on the ground, holding a dead white cat in her arms, tears streaming down non-stop. The rain outside seemed to grow heavier along with her crying. In the dream, Xin Feng was invisible, no one could see him, not even Li Keqing. The figure of Li Keqing's mother gradually faded away, leaving her alone, holding the cat and crying endlessly. Xin Feng smiled affectionately, crouching down to look at her, unsure of what to say.
Nightmares are really frightening.
He sighed, gazing at the storm outside the window. During that time, he often had the same nightmare, waking up drenched, but eventually he got used to it.
I'll give you a good dream,
Xin Feng said softly, changing the dream. The rain stopped, the sky cleared, the street turned into a path covered with flowers, and the sun smiled warmly and kindly, like a fairy tale world. This must be what she deeply desires. Xin Feng looked at the beautiful scenery before him and showed a relieved smile. Suddenly, the cat in his arms opened its azure eyes and let out a lazy meow, meowed.
Coco? You're not dead. That's great.
Li Keqing hugged the cat tightly, bursting into tears. She suddenly looked up at Xin Feng, her eyes filled with surprise and doubt. "Brother Xin Feng?" she asked softly. Xin Feng felt a surge of surprise in his heart.
What was this brother all about?
Li Keqing held the cat, smiling happily as she walked up to Xin Feng.
"Brother Xin Feng, look, Kiki is still alive."
She seemed to know it was only a dream, put down the cat, and leaned close to Xin Feng, saying expectantly, "Brother Xin Feng, hug me."
Okay, hug you."
Xin Feng quickly nodded, lifting Li Keqing high up, just like comforting a little girl.
"Brother Xin Feng, a little higher." Li Keqing's little face was full of happiness and joy.
Xin Feng held her up for several minutes, then Li Keqing suddenly pressed him down to sit on the floor, took out a game controller and handed it to Xin Feng, took one for herself, and turned on the TV to start playing Super Mario. Looking at the plumber on the screen, Qin Feng didn't know how to play along with her for the moment.
Brother Qin Feng, let me sit on your lap.
Li Keqing urged expectantly. Although Qin Feng didn't understand what she wanted to do, he still sat down. Li Keqing directly sat between his legs, leaning on his chest. Brother Qin Feng, I'm an only child, but I've always wanted to have a brother or sister. When I saw you at the start of school, I subconsciously treated you like a brother. Looking at her adorable face, how could Qin Feng bear to refuse? He nodded and said, "It's okay, having such a cute little sister like you is pretty nice, even though I already have one."
He, Brother Qin Feng is so nice.
Li Keqing said sweetly with a smile. Seeing her shy expression, Qin Feng quickly deactivated the dream ability and returned to reality. Otherwise, if he kept enduring it, he was afraid he would really turn into a hard seat. Li Keqing woke up groggily, looked around, and saw classmates seriously listening to the lesson and the history teacher giving the lecture. So she had actually fallen asleep in the classroom. But the dream made her feel much better, no longer upset.
What's wrong, girl? Qin Feng asked curiously. Nothing, I think having a sister like you is pretty nice.
Li Keqing recalled the words from the dream, feeling warm inside. After school in the afternoon, Su Yue played games all day and told her sister to go home first. Qin Feng slowly walked out of the school gate alone and headed home.
Qin Feng.
Li Keqing ran out from the school gate and caught up with Qin Feng.
What's wrong?
Qin Feng looked at her curiously.
I see. Qin Feng nodded. Qin Feng, how do you know?
Li Keqing looked at him in surprise.
You've been gloomy all day today, isn't that the reason?
Qin Feng answered calmly, almost giving himself away.
What's wrong with me? Qin Feng asked. You haven't even said why you called me here.
Qin Feng looked calmly at Li Keqing, unable to help but smile in his heart. This girl was really cute.
It's still early, let's go.
Qin Feng said indifferently.
Really? Great. Let's go to the pet store over by Times Square, that's where I bought my cocoa.
Li Keqing happily suggested.
Then let's go.
Qin Feng carried the empty bag, walking ahead of Li Keqing. Not bad at all, having such a cute little sister like you is really nice. Li Keqing thought of Qin Feng's words in her dream, looking at his back and falling into deep thought. Perhaps whether in dreams or reality, Qin Feng is always a considerate big brother.
Silly girl, why are you daydreaming? Are you coming or not?
Qin Feng turned back to remind her.
Let's go.
Li Keqing replied promptly, happily following along, laughing like a little sidekick as she ran up beside him. Before long, the two arrived at Times Square and followed the crowd toward a pet store further back. Times Square is a large tourist destination, filled with brand specialty stores and trendy snacks, and is a famous attraction in S-City. After wandering around for a while, they finally heard a dog barking and found the pet shop Li Keqing had mentioned. Qin Feng, this is the place, Li Keqing said, pointing to the large pet shop and breathing a sigh of relief.
Let's go in and take a look together.
You can help me decide whether to buy a cat or a dog.
You came without even deciding whether to get a cat or a dog?
Qin Feng sighed helplessly, reminding him exactly of Su Yue doing whatever comes to mind. As soon as I entered the shop, the mixed barking and meowing sounds, combined with the strong scent of pets, hit me in the face. No matter how clean a pet store is, this is inevitable. To Qin Feng's ears, these sounds resembled anthropomorphized noise, because his power over nature allowed him to understand animal languages.
Oh, little girl, it's you. Are you here to buy cat food?
The shop owner, a woman in her 30s, was bathing a cat. In the cage beside her was a muscular pit bull, barking continuously. This pit bull was broad-bodied, with a fat head and large ears. When it snarled, it showed sharp teeth, and its strong muscles trembled with the roar. Just a single glance made people nervous and fearful that it would break out of the cage and bite someone.
Qin Feng, you just look around casually for now.
I'll go talk to the boss's wife. Li Keqing wanted to know the circumstances before the cat died, hoping the boss's wife could tell her how the cat died.
Go ahead.
Xin Feng nodded and turned to watch the cats and dogs to pass the time.
Li Keqing nodded and walked toward the boss's wife. As soon as it approached, the pit bull started barking wildly, its deafening voice relentless as it bit at the iron cage, saliva flying from its mouth, looking extremely frenzied.
Don't be afraid, it's locked up, the shop owner's wife quickly reassured Li Keqing. Li Keqing examined the cage, feeling uneasy inside, then walked over to the shop owner's wife.
It hurts so much, it really hurts.
The pit bull's growl sounded in Xin Feng's ear, filled with pain and helplessness.
Maybe it's sick.
Xin Feng glanced at the pit bull tearing at the iron cage and thought this to himself, then turned to look at the nearby pets.
When Xin Feng approached a dog's cage, the dog desperately scratched the cage with its paws, barking, "Shoes me, shoes me. Please. I want to go to the grass, I want to go out and play."
But when he approached the cat's cage, the cat inside struck a proud pose and lazily meowed, "Go away, human, you look really ugly.
But if you give me dried fish every day, maybe I'll let you serve me."
Cats really do look down on humans, Xin Feng said with a smile, playing with the soft paw of a Persian cat. Not long after, Li Keqing came holding an orange cat, while the shop owner went upstairs to get the pet purchase contract.
Already chosen so quickly? Another cat? Xin Feng asked curiously. Yes, the shop owner said my cat caught a cold and had diarrhea.
Since I didn't take it to the vet in time, it died, Li Keqing sighed with guilt. Xin Feng glanced at the mother cat nursing her kittens and said to Li Keqing, "Maybe it has already been reincarnated.
This time I will take good care of it," Li Keqing said, holding the orange cat with great anticipation. "Miss, the contract is ready, come and sign it."
The landlady called from the staircase. Little Orange looked up at Xin Feng, meowing in confusion and helplessness. Xin Feng didn't respond, just awkwardly patted its head and continued looking at the various cats and dogs to pass the time.
"Little girl, I'll go get some cat food for you."
"Just finish the contract and leave it here," the boss's wife said, then turned and went upstairs.
It hurts so much, it's killing me." The pit bull in the cage bit fiercely at the iron bars. The wire at the cage door was deformed from its biting, the bite force incredible.
Suddenly, the cage made a metal snapping sound. The pit bull actually bit through the iron cage.
"Ha! What's that sound?" Li Keqing looked back and was stunned to see that the cage had actually been bitten open. The pit bull, like a wild beast released from its cage, wildly lunged at Li Keqing. "Ah!"
Li Keqing screamed in fright and hurriedly ran towards Xin Feng.
The boss's wife upstairs heard the noise and quickly came downstairs, dumbfounded with fear. The cage was bitten through? Brother Xin Feng.
Li Keqing rushed over crying. The pit bull was wildly chasing the petite Li Keqing.
Just as it was about to bite Li Keqing, Xin Feng focused his mind and unleashed the power of nature.
Due to the tight time constraint, Xin Feng couldn't control it precisely. The power burst out instantly, covering the entire city. The glass door of the fish display case in the supermarket was shaken open, and the fish jumped out one after another. Although they were suffocating, they still struggled on the ground, crawling toward the supermarket entrance, causing passers-by to scream. People walking their pets in Times Square were also surprised. The pets broke free from their owners and rushed desperately toward Xin Feng. Fish, turtles, and small lobsters in the rivers, seas, and lakes all surged toward the shore, as if they had been summoned. The crawling creatures from remote areas all came out, slowly crawling toward the city center. There were even a few huge pythons 5 or 6 meters long, dragging their massive bodies and moving slowly.
Passers-by were stunned, thinking it was a film shoot.
The birds in the sky cried out loudly in unison, flying in flocks toward Xin Feng, and even migratory birds changed their courses. In short, the moment Xin Feng unleashed the power of nature, all the flora and fauna in S City focused on him inside the pet shop. This is nearly a third of Xin Feng's natural power. The pit bull was instantly stunned, as if it had seen the most terrifying thing in its life. It crouched on the ground trembling, slowly closing its mouth, staring at Xin Feng like a child who had made a mistake.
How dare it attack its owner? Bite it to death. Bite it to death.
The dogs in the pet store all barked in unison, and even the proud cats arched their backs and let out sharp warnings.
All right, it's okay now, it's not chasing you anymore.
Qin Feng held Li Keqing, gently patting her back and soothing her in a soft voice.
Li Keqing looked back, and the pit bull was surprisingly sitting obediently, its eyes full of fear.
Qin Feng released her and walked toward the pit bull, reaching out to touch its head. The pit bull closed its eyes and slightly tilted its head back, as if afraid that Qin Feng would hurt it.
Qin Feng touched its rough head and coldly ordered, "Hand."
The pit bull opened its eyes, lifted a strong paw, and placed it on Qin Feng's hand.
"Stand up," Qin Feng ordered again.
It immediately got on all fours, looking up at Qin Feng with pitiful eyes, as if begging for forgiveness.
"Where does it feel uncomfortable?"
Qin Feng communicated with it using the power of nature. The pit bull growled a few times, then scratched its head with its paw, looking very uncomfortable. The pet shop owner's wife was extremely surprised. She never expected Qin Feng to be able to tame such a fierce pit bull.
"So that's how it is," Qin Feng said to the owner's wife. "It has too many fleas and ticks. Quickly give it medicine to get rid of them. I guess it's angry because of that."
Qin Feng had the ability to directly use the power of nature to expel fleas, but to keep it secret, he didn't do so. He pointed to the pet bathing area, stroked the pit bull's head, and gently said, "Go lie down there obediently, it won't hurt soon." The pit bull growled low as if clearing its name, ran to the bathing station, jumped up, and obediently lay down, waiting for the shop owner's wife to handle it.
"All right, stop making noise, my ears can't take it," the shop owner's wife snapped at the noisy pets.
Qin Feng finally withdrew his natural power, but the pit bull alone remained on alert, afraid it would suddenly go mad again. In an instant, most of the animals in the pet shop stopped barking. Even the royal-blooded husky, after barking a few times, bit the iron cage in confusion and looked around curiously, completely unaware of what had just happened.
"Hello?"
Qin Feng shook his hand in front of Li Keqing, who was lost in thought.
"Have you signed the contract?"
Li Keqing held little Ju and left the pet shop with Qin Feng.
As soon as they stepped out of the store, Qin Feng saw Times Square in chaos.
In front of the grilled squid shop, sticky squid covered the ground.
The staff were stunned and busy picking it up into buckets.
At the entrances of many restaurants, lively fish were swimming everywhere, and even the snakes that were supposed to be slaughtered were crawling at the doors, frightening the passers-by who hurriedly avoided them.
At 6:53 p.m., abnormal agitation of animals was observed in multiple locations in S-City, with reptiles gathering in groups and roaming the streets as if acting with a purpose, the news reported. Experts say this behavior in reptiles is extremely rare and may be due to temperature changes, but mammalian pets like cats and dogs should not exhibit such abnormal behavior, the news continued. After an overnight investigation, experts speculate that these pets might have been affected or stimulated by some kind of influence or scent, causing the agitation. This abnormal phenomenon is not a precursor to an earthquake. Please remain rational and do not believe rumors.
Qin Feng and Qin Shuchu sat at home, eating dinner while watching the news.
Qin Shuchu pointed at the TV and said, "Brother, did you see it when you came back?
The streets are full of insects and snakes, it's really disgusting.
There was even a girl who fainted from fright." "Is that so?" Qin Feng replied calmly. "Yes, the supermarket entrance is also full of animals.
My friend's cat has gone crazy and is running around wildly."
"Could there really be an earthquake coming?"
Qin Shuchu looked at Qin Feng with some concern.
"Silly girl, experts say there won't be an earthquake."
"We have a seismograph here, it will give a warning a few minutes before the quake, don't worry."
Qin Feng patiently comforted her. That's true." Qin Shuchu smiled. "I'm done eating, I'm going to take a shower first." "Silly girl, remember to wash the dishes."
After saying this, Qin Feng went into the room to change clothes.
He looked at himself in the mirror and pondered, can my natural power trigger earthquakes, typhoons, or other natural disasters?
To be honest, Qin Feng possesses the abilities of luck, magneto, level up, nature, and dream, but he has never seriously studied them. These powers are by no means simple, they are far more complex than they appear on the surface. Nature ability is definitely not just about changing the weather or understanding the language of all things. Since it is called the power of nature, it must be the strongest force in the natural world. Earthquakes, tsunamis, mudslides, Qin Feng should be able to control them at will.
Otherwise, the system wouldn't have named it that way.
If that's really the case, this ability is basically a force that can destroy heaven and earth. Shinfeng looked at his palm, both excited and nervous.
The power of nature is incredibly strong. For thousands of years, humans have tried to conquer it, only to face countless disasters in return.
If Qin Feng's guess is correct, then he is now the nature master who controls everyone, possessing terrifying power. I need to find a chance to test all the supernatural abilities within me. With this thought, he used Magneto's power to turn on the water heater and started showering. After showering and putting on his pajamas, he returned to his room and, as expected, saw Qin Chuchu lying on his bed playing on her phone.
Don't you have a bed?
You come my bed to sleep every day. Shinfeng helplessly rubbed his head.
Bro, what if there's an earthquake? It's safer to sleep with you, hee hee. Qin Chuchu playfully snuggled into the blanket.
No need to run during a small earthquake, you can't run from a big one.
Don't you understand that?
And your sleeping posture looks like you're practicing martial arts, which has kept me awake several times.
Can't you consider me?
Shinfeng complained.
Humph, you don't lose weight while sleeping.
Qin Chuchu retorted dissatisfied.
Forget it, whatever you want.
Shinfeng resigned helplessly, turning his back to her to play on his phone.
Hearing her words, he was stunned for a moment, then turned and asked, "Did you have a nightmare?"
Yes. Qin Chuchu nodded fearfully, snuggling into his embrace. So I wanted to sleep with you these past few days, maybe then I wouldn't have those dreams.
Anytime you want to sleep, just come over.
Shinfeng gently comforted her, stroking her hair.
They don't have many relatives, if they separate, it's a complete break.
I can't stop worrying about you, you silly girl, so I'll stay by your side. Your big brother will take care of you for life. Of course it's your brother taking care of you, don't get any wrong ideas, Shinfeng suddenly added.
Humph. Qin Chuchu turned away in a huff, spitting like an angry cat. I'm going to sleep.
Shinfeng looked at her back and smiled in his heart. Silly girl, how could I bear to let you go? Time passed quickly, another week went by, and Qin Feng's system. From the initial lucky ability to now dream spying, Shinfeng already possessed 5 abilities.
Today was Monday. Qin Chuchu got up early to cook breakfast outside.
Shinfeng also got up early, sitting in front of the computer, watching the spider in the glass cabinet eating breadworms, anxiously waiting for the system refresh.
1, 2, 3, time's up.
Shinfeng stared at the time on his phone, whispering eagerly. The time was exactly 7:10, the system refresh time he had calculated.
Ding!
168 hours have passed, system activated, starting to draw new powers. The mechanical voice from a week ago sounded again.
Shinfeng was filled with curiosity. What kind of ability would it be this time? A new month should bring special powers. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained psychic powers.
Psychokinesis?
Shinfeng was immediately startled. Psychokinesis is the ability to influence the movement of objects with the mind, capable of bending iron spoons, moving items through the air, and some even say it can affect the movement of atoms.
The Force in Star Wars is a manifestation of psychokinesis.
But Shinfeng knew that the psychokinesis given by the system would never be so ordinary. Psychokinetic ability, the host can make any object float and can also alter the structure of items, regardless of their weight, without any effect, the system added. This ability is similar to the float fruit from One Piece, which allows objects to levitate.
But Qin Feng's psychokinesis is far stronger than that.
He doesn't need to touch the object, just a glance is enough to make anything float, and living beings can also be controlled. What's even more amazing is that he can use telekinesis to alter the structure of objects, like turning a sheet of white paper into a paper ball, or even tearing it into pieces, all with his mind. If he wanted to, he could also make a person's heart explode or destroy their body into a bloody mess, like a crushed soda can. Looks like this is another bug-level superpower, Shinfeng said in disbelief, staring at his hands.
Host, see you again in 168 hours. The system's voice faded away.
Before Shinfeng could speak, the system, as usual, quickly disappeared beside his ear.
Let's try out this ability first.
Xin Feng said excitedly, picking up a bottle of cola and tossing it into the air. The cola spun around in the air and was about to fall to the ground when Xin Feng suddenly controlled it with his psychic power. The cola hovered just a few centimeters above the ground and slowly rose with his will, appearing as if suspended by invisible wires. He reached out and grabbed it. The soda landed steadily in his palm. Not bad, this ability is pretty strong. Xin Feng smiled satisfactorily, opened the bottle cap, and took a sip. He also discovered that he could instantly accelerate the speed of objects controlled by his telekinesis, just like when he just pulled back the soda. Let's try something else, he said, splashing the sip of soda he had just taken into the air, creating a spray of brown droplets. Previously, these scattered drops of cola were impossible to catch and vanished the moment they hit the ground. But now, Xin Feng has Spider-Man-like reflexes, able to capture every single droplet as if in slow motion. He uses telekinesis to gather the scattered cola droplets in the air into a stream, accurately pouring them back into the bottle. The entire process was like rewinding a tape. Fun! Xin Feng said with a smile as he tossed the cola bottle into the trash can. Wait, since it can make objects levitate, does that mean I can fly too? He suddenly thought, excitedly trying to control his body with telekinesis. Slowly, Xin Feng felt himself begin to float, moving lightly around the room. Ha, no need to walk to school anymore, I can just fly wherever I want to travel. He proudly looked around the room. Since he could control the floating and descending speed, he could fully manage his flying speed, possibly even faster than an airplane. After dinner, my younger sister Qin Chuchu said she wanted to organize her study materials and left alone. Xin Feng finished washing the dishes, slung his empty bag over his shoulder, and happily headed toward the school. Although Xin Feng could fly there directly, with today's advanced technology and ubiquitous surveillance, he didn't want to become the center of everyone's attention. So he still chose Route 11 and walked to school as usual. Of course, Xin Feng could have used Magneto's power to disable all the cameras along the way and then flew to school with telekinesis, landing somewhere out of sight. But he felt there was no need to do so. In this world, Xin Feng wasn't afraid to use his supernatural powers, he just didn't want to expose himself. After all, once discovered, he might become the focus of billions of people worldwide, either being worshipped as a deity. He didn't want a life of being watched and annoyed, he just wanted to live an ordinary life with Qin Chuchu, Suyue, and a few friends. If he could travel to another world, he would definitely use his powers to show off. Unless his world really experienced a revival of spiritual energy, where everyone could fly on swords, only then might he reveal his secret. But when would that day ever come? Just as Qin Feng was lost in thought, he noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance of the neighborhood. Everyone looked tense, pressing under a building, voices noisy. Xin Feng walked over indifferent, when suddenly he heard a familiar voice calling him. Xin Feng? He looked back and saw that squad leader Chen Xinya was among them. Squad leader, what's wrong? Why is everyone crowding here? Xin Feng asked curiously. Look. Chen Xinya pointed to a building ahead, there's a little girl by the window, about to fall. Her life is in danger. Xin Feng followed her gaze and sure enough, by the window on the 12th floor, a 2 or 3-year-old little girl was climbing, at risk of falling at any moment. Downstairs, several elderly women held blankets, ready to catch her, while a few young people tried to climb the wall to rescue her. But the wall was smooth, with only a few air conditioning units outside, making it impossible to climb. After a while, those people helplessly gave up. The firefighters should be here soon, right? Xin Feng said calmly, his mindset masterful and unfazed. No, the firefighters said they got stuck in traffic. The traffic police are clearing the way now. The earliest they can arrive is in half an hour, an elderly man said urgently. Then there's no other way, let's go, squad leader, we're almost late, Xin Feng said to Chen Xinya in a calm tone. He didn't want to use his abilities to save the little girl in front of so many people. Hearing his cold words, Chen Xinya's fondness shattered instantly. She said angrily, "You're so heartless. You go ahead, I want to watch the firefighters rescue her." Alright, I'll go first. Xin Feng sighed and glanced at the little girl on the windowsill. It's all her parents' fault, so foolish. Just as Qin Feng was about to leave, the little girl unexpectedly swung her right leg out the window, then her left leg followed, and her whole body slid down the balcony. Whether it was instinct or knowing it would hurt, she desperately grabbed the iron railing of the windowsill, crying out, "Ah!" Passers-by screamed, and some mothers covered their mouths and cried.
If the child fell, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Qin Feng finally couldn't hold back and walked over to Chen Xinya, handing her the shoulder bag. "Hold this for me, I'll see if I can climb up." Before Chen Xinya could speak, he had already rushed downstairs. He looked up at the little girl hanging from the balcony on the 12th floor, estimating the distance to be about 40 meters. An uncle helplessly advised him, "Don't climb.
Below the 12th floor are all office workers who aren't home.
The property management is trying to pry the doors open, but there's nothing to step on." "I'll give it a try," Qin Feng replied calmly, rolling up his sleeves and pant legs, and began climbing up along the air conditioning units on the first floor. He couldn't use other superpowers, but he could use spider-like adhesion abilities. He nimbly jumped onto the windowsill and quickly climbed up the air conditioning units without hesitation.
The onlookers marveled, "Is this guy Spider-Man?
He's climbing so steadily, all the way to the 12th floor.
If he weren't acting bravely out of justice, I would have thought he was a thief.
His skills are too impressive."
The air conditioning unit on the 12th floor is totally out of reach.
If he falls, his life would be in grave danger. After climbing for a long time, Qin Feng finally understood that those who act bravely for justice are truly extraordinary. It's nearly impossible to climb above the 5th floor, only the air conditioning units and windowsills can be grabbed. If he didn't have Spider-Man-like adhesive abilities, he would have fallen several times by now.
Moreover, the air conditioning units above the 5th floor are all rusted and on the verge of collapse.
One wrong move, and they would fall along with him. After more than 5 minutes, Qin Feng finally climbed onto the air conditioner unit on the 12th floor, but he fell into deep thought as he looked at the little girl struggling by the window.
The little girl was on the right side of the 12th floor.
Although he was also on the 12th floor, there was a 40-meter-high chasm between them. Below was hard concrete, and the consequences of falling would be unimaginable. In other words, if he wanted to save the little girl, he had to jump from the air conditioner unit under his feet to hers on the other side.
The crowd watching was extremely nervous. This young man isn't really going to jump over, is he? It's too dangerous. The air conditioner unit outside can't bear his weight. What if it breaks? Don't move, wait for the property management to open the door. The firefighters haven't arrived yet. It's really nerve-wracking.
However, Qin Feng was too high up to hear their warnings clearly. "Hold on tight, Big Brother is coming to save you," he whispered comfortingly, gently lifting the little girl with telekinesis, afraid she wouldn't hold on and fall. The little girl felt as if she were being gently lifted, and actually found it a bit fun. Qin Feng glanced at the air conditioning unit below, didn't think twice, and leapt up, flying across this dozens of meters deep chasm.
"Ah!"
The onlookers cried out in shock, even the elders frowned deeply, having never seen such a bold move.
Qin Feng.
Chen Xinya's heart leapt to her throat, she never expected him to struggle so desperately. With a loud bang, Qin Feng landed steadily on the air conditioner's outdoor unit, supporting himself with one hand on the surface heated by the sun, looking up at the little girl just inches away, his face showing a relaxed smile. The passers-by watching his movements thought he was exactly like Spider-Man. If he wore Spider-Man's suit, no one would be able to tell the difference. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the air conditioner unit beneath Qin Feng's feet suddenly began to shake. The 4 steel rods anchored into the wall were bearing his weight, with 2 of them nearly coming loose. Watching the air conditioning unit outside shaking dangerously, everyone held their breath nervously. Chen Xinya pressed her face tightly against Qin Feng's satchel, afraid to look directly at the thrilling scene, fearing he would fall with the unit and be shattered to pieces. At the critical moment, Qin Feng quickly unleashed his magneto powers, melting the 2 steel bars below into a mass and firmly welding them to the wall. Then, he skillfully climbed onto the windowsill and finally picked up the mischievous little girl.
"Well done!" The passers-by erupted in deafening cheers. Hearing the cheers, Chen Xinya looked up as if waking from a dream, glancing at Qin Feng on the windowsill.
She was momentarily stunned, then smiled tearfully.
Thank you, big brother. The little girl nodded adorably. Shin Fong carried her over the windowsill and safely took her back home. Soon after, Shin Fong held the little girl's hand and followed the property staff into the elevator. His appearance sparked even louder cheers and applause, deafeningly loud. Awesome, young man, you are Spider-Man. Young man, are you hurt? Don't try to be tough. I wish there were more people like you in the world. Don't be so quick to praise others, there were many brave people just now too. At that moment, the ladder fire truck rushed over, and the firefighters quickly got out and deployed the ladder. What about that little girl? How is she? Where is she now? A firefighter asked anxiously an elderly man, his eyes constantly scanning the building. She has already been rescued. It was this young man who climbed up with his bare hands to save her, the old man said excitedly, pointing at Shin Fong. Moreover, those who called 119 all said that the little girl was trapped on the 12th floor of this building. Although Shin Fong climbed up by stepping on the air conditioning unit, how could he jump from the 12th floor to the little girl's home on the right? That's simply impossible. Sir, did you all see the entire rescue process of this young man? Then let me ask, how did he climb onto the little girl's windowsill? The firefighter asked in disbelief. It was a direct jump. We were all terrified at the time, an elderly lady interjected. You know, that was 40 meters high, and with 3 meters of space between the air conditioning units on both sides, one wrong move could have turned into a bloody mess. It takes incredible bravery and courage to make that jump. Hearing this, the fire chief looked at Shin Fong with added respect and admiration in his eyes. After all, anyone who can make that jump must have exceptional physical strength and mental resilience. He had been a fire chief for many years and rarely saw such a bold yet careful young man. Not only were there fire trucks on the scene, but news reporters had also arrived. A female reporter accompanied by a cameraman began filming. The female reporter held a microphone and walked up to Shin Fong to start her report. This is the scene. As you can see, both the fire trucks and this brave young man are here. We heard that at the moment the little girl was about to fall, this young man behind her, like Spider-Man, climbed up to the 12th floor with his bare hands, made a daring leap, landed on the air conditioner unit outside the little girl's home, and successfully saved her. Truly a modern-day Spider-Man. Let's ask him about his thoughts at that moment. Are you recording a video? Shin Fong pointed at the camera, curious. The female reporter was stunned for a moment and nodded. Damn, it broke down at such a critical moment? How do you guys even do your job? The female reporter complained softly, stomping her foot anxiously. I'm not sure either, it was working fine just a moment ago, the cameraman said plaintively. The two anxiously flipped through the footage in front of the camera, while Shin Fong smiled and stepped out of the frame. After dealing briefly with a few helpful passers-by, Shin Fong walked over to Chen Xinya's side, picked up his shoulder bag, and reminded her, looks like we're going to be late, class president. How can you still be so calm? That was so dangerous just now. Chen Xinya looked at him with lingering fear in her eyes, her tone both reproachful and caring. It's fine now, that's what matters. Shin Fong shrugged. Weren't you just saying I was cold-hearted? He teased. Shin Fong glanced back at the two reporters, used Magneto's powers to repair the camera wiring, and said, let's go, squad leader. Mm. Chen Xinya nodded and followed behind him, her eyes showing more admiration, but even more so her own thoughts. Hey, mister, the camera's fixed. Can we interview you? The female reporter called out eagerly. Shin Fong waved his hand to refuse without looking back, not wanting to be on TV. Shin Fong suddenly stopped walking and turned to look at them. Here they come, quickly, aim the camera. The female reporter patted the photographer beside her, and the photographer immediately pointed the camera at Shin Fong. Remind the residents in the building that it's time to replace the outdoor air conditioning unit, Shin Fong said seriously. When they arrived at school, Shin Fong and Chen Xinya were indeed late, but the homeroom teacher Su Xinyan only gave a brief reprimand before they returned to the classroom. Shin Fong didn't let Chen Xinya tell the homeroom teacher about him saving the little girl. After all, he didn't want to cause a commotion at school, keeping things low-key was best. Back in the classroom, his classmates cast looks that were both surprised and admiring, which left Shin Fong a bit disappointed. Shin Fong, look! That's you, right? Oh my god, you're so brave. This video is even trending. I thought it was Spider-Man. Shinfeng, you're amazing. Ah, our class 6 has become famous. Shinfeng, how did you dare to jump back then? Weren't you afraid of falling?
Seeing his excited classmates surrounding him with their phones, Shinfeng sighed lightly, said nothing, and walked straight back to his seat.
You're really not afraid of dying. Just after sitting down, Suyue tapped Shinfeng's waist worriedly, and quite hard. What if you fall?
I was dumbfounded when the outdoor unit of the air conditioner collapsed.
Luckily, you climbed fast, otherwise, you'd be done for. It's okay.
Shinfeng smiled, not expecting her to care so much about him.
What if something happened?
Suyue was so anxious she was almost crying, tears swirling in her eyes. Shinfeng had never seen her like this before.
Alright, it won't happen next time, don't cry.
Shinfeng hugged her, gently patting her back to comfort her.
If it happens again, I'll bite you to death. Suyue said anxiously and fearfully. Should the word bite be pronounced separately?
Shinfeng teased, leaning close to her ear.
Don't joke around. Suyue, upset, punched Shinfeng again. Alright, I'm still here, it's nothing.
Shinfeng was touched, thinking to himself that he had good taste to find such a caring girlfriend.
The onlooking classmates watched them being affectionate, their faces full of helplessness. This display of PDA was just too exaggerated. Maybe I need to change my opinion of you, Shinfeng, Shinya said appreciatively from behind. Oh? Then what kind of person am I in your mind? Shinfeng asked curiously. Hey, that's going too far, you loser. Shinfeng joked. Hey! Did you all know? Shinfeng just saved a little girl, and he's already trending.
Li Keqing came back from the restroom, holding her phone excitedly, pointing at the trending topic on the screen.
However, the entire class stared at her as if looking at a bumpkin, their faces full of mocking expressions saying, "You just found out?"
Li Keqing was puzzled, tilting her head as she looked at everyone, her heart full of confusion. The 3 physical education classes per week began, and everyone headed to the playground. The difference this time was that Shinfeng was not with Suyue, but was surrounded by a group of boys, laughing and playfully snatching him away. Perhaps it was because Shinfeng's grades were good, or his brave actions earned everyone's respect. Most of the class were willing to play with him. Seeing Shinfeng chatting and laughing with the boys, Suyue angrily jumped up and down. No wonder you're all single. Instead of showing off in PE class, you come and have such a happy chat with my man.
Seriously, nothing better to do. She shook her head disdainfully and said, if any of you liked men, wouldn't that mean you're cheating on me? Shinfeng.
Suyue called out to Shinfeng, who was still chatting, then hurried over. Shinfeng stopped in his tracks, and the boys around him were stunned.
What's wrong? Shinfeng asked.
Suyue didn't say anything, just glanced cautiously at the boys, then pulled Shinfeng behind her.
Stay away from my man. They're not women, there's no need for that.
We're just talking about games, Shinfeng said helplessly.
Yeah, we're just chatting, not speaking ill of you, one of the boys mustered the courage to retort. Who knows if any of you like men? If so, wouldn't that mean I'm wearing a green hat?
Suyue said coldly. The boys were stunned, staring at her with wide eyes, completely unprepared for her overcomplicated thinking. The girls nearby, however, whispered excitedly and occasionally giggled.
Get lost, don't come near my man, just seeing you annoys me. Suyue waved her hand to shoo them away. The boys reluctantly dispersed, leaving behind the smug Suyue, the silent Shinfeng, and the confused Li Keqing. Really have nothing better to do, don't go chatting with the girls, and yet you come to chat with my man so enthusiastically. Suyue glanced at the group of departing boys, muttering as she casually patted Shinfeng's school uniform, as if brushing off some dirt. Shinfeng looked at her with indulgent affection and teased, happy now? You just isolated your boyfriend. From now on, hang out with them less. What if there really is some queer guy, and you don't even know what to do? Suyue seriously reminded him. I care about you, why are you sighing? Su Yue asked, a little dissatisfied. It's nothing, it's nothing.
Qin Feng shrugged. Anyway, she was already his girlfriend, so he had to put up with her silliness. Let's go to the playground. Today is your girl's physical fitness test, so gather early. Qin Feng said as he took her hand and headed towards the playground. After just a few steps, Su Yue jumped onto Qin Feng's back, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck, and said proudly, "Save your energy, you carry me over." Qin Feng looked at her helplessly but didn't refuse. After all, she was his girlfriend, so he could only accommodate her. He took the opportunity to lift her legs, carrying her on his back, just like when they first met.
"HM? Have you grown taller?"
Qin Feng sensed a change in her and said in surprise. "Yes, we should have a thorough checkup this Saturday." Qin Feng promised seriously, thinking it had been a while. Under the teacher's ever-changing smile, Qin Feng carried Su Yue on his back and slowly walked towards the playground, showering the other students with wave after wave of PDA.
What could anyone do?
This woman was a VIP at the school. Just for dating early, the teacher turned a blind eye, let alone these scenes that made single people miserable. Soon, the class bell rang, and everyone gradually gathered at the playground. This time, boys and girls stood separately. The PE class was the girls' physical fitness test. PE teacher Luli walked out of the office, glanced at the boys' line, and upon seeing Qin Feng in the back row, she showed a relieved smile. She was really worried that Qin Feng wouldn't come. Luli looked at the boys and girls lined up separately and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, it seems you're all quite agile. Now we'll begin the girls' physical fitness test. The boys can cheer on the side, but don't cause any trouble," Luli instructed seriously. "Got it," the boys answered together. "Okay, this time the girls have 4 events: 50-meter sprint, standing long jump, jump rope, and pull-ups. The results will count towards your physical education grades, so everyone must give it their all."
"Understood?"
Luli said to the girls.
"Got it," the girls answered together. "Ha? Me?"
Qin Feng pointed to himself, looking a bit reluctant.
"Is there another Qin Feng in the class?"
Luli smiled at him.
"All right then."
Qin Feng nodded helplessly and turned to head toward the PE teacher's office. Chen Hang and the teammates beside him began whispering among themselves.
"Chen Hang, aren't you the sports committee member? Why aren't you helping? Didn't the PE teacher remove you? Why is everyone calling Qin Feng over? Qin Feng is handsome and has a good figure.
The PE teacher is female, so it's normal for her to be biased." Chen Hang glared coldly at Qin Feng, feeling very angry inside but unable to vent.
He had no background and no money. How could he dare to go against Su Yue? Everyone knew Su Yue cared a lot about Qin Feng.
Just now, when a few boys got close to him, she got angry. If Chen Hang really caused trouble for Qin Feng, he would definitely be harshly retaliated against by Su Yue. Besides, Qin Feng has a good figure, and Chen Hang didn't want to bring trouble on himself by shooting himself in the foot. "Enough, go get the ball and practice," Chen Hang said coldly, with anger.
The few followers shrugged helplessly and obediently went to get the basketball. "Sports monitor!" Luli suddenly shouted. "The teacher is here."
Chen Hang raised his hand and replied with a smile.
"Later, the girls will do the standing long jump. You go help clean up the sandpit."
Soon, with Chen Hang's help, the debris in the sandpit was cleaned up, and the female students along with some boys gathered to prepare for the standing long jump test.
Chen Hang took the team to practice under the basketball hoop. The school sports meet was approaching, and the basketball team needed to intensify their training.
Luli stood at the edge of the sandpit, patiently telling the girls, before the jump, swing both arms from above to the sides and backward, lean your torso forward, bend your knees halfway in a squat, lift your heels, and stabilize your body with the balls of your feet, shifting your center of gravity forward. Although shifting your center of gravity forward has little effect, it is very important and can help you jump farther.
Understand?
Some of the girls nodded in sudden understanding, but most still looked confused, not quite grasping her meaning.
"All right, the first one," Luli called out, holding the seating chart. "Su Yue."
Xin Feng, sitting on the sandy ground with a tape measure in hand, looked at Su Yue in surprise.
The other classmates also watched curiously, wanting to see how the usually proud and arrogant young lady would perform athletically. "I'm ready,"
Su Yue responded promptly. She picked up a hair tie and tied her long, black hair into a neat single ponytail, radiating youthful energy. Xin Feng couldn't help but take a few extra glances, not expecting such a big change just from tying her hair back.
"Ready!" Lu Li shouted, "Go!" Su Yue's expression changed to serious.
She pushed off hard with both feet, leapt up, traced a graceful arc in the air, and landed forcefully in the sand.
"Not bad, 1.77 meters.
Xin Feng said with satisfaction, looking at the number on the tape measure.
"Good result, keep it up, Su Yue," Lu Li said approvingly.
Su Yue ignored Lu Li, clasped her hands behind her back, and looked at Xin Feng expectantly. Your girlfriend is so amazing, is there a reward?"
"Good, very impressive."
Xin Feng patted her head, showing his praise. Li Keqing, standing nearby, saw the scene and made up her mind to perform well. But Su Yue was obviously not satisfied with just this praise. She tiptoed and gave Xin Feng a fierce bite on the face, then walked away proudly like a peacock. The gathered students were completely blown away by this sweet scene. Even long jumpers could be fed some lovey-dovey moments, making everyone insanely jealous.
Seeing this, Lu Li had a sudden bright idea and said to the girls who hadn't jumped yet, "See? Good results come with rewards." The girls, energized as if injected with adrenaline, stared eagerly at Xin Feng. Even the class leader Chen Xinya cast an expectant look. "Hey, teacher, what about my suggestion?"
Xin Feng glanced helplessly at Lu Li.
"Try touching her if you dare." Su Yue stared threateningly at those girls, full of dominance. "Here it comes."
Li Keqing cautiously stepped out from among the girls, her face full of seriousness as she stared at the sandy ground where Xin Feng stood. In her heart, she had already begun to imagine Xin Feng gently patting her head like a big brother, her face beaming with happiness.
"Come on."
Li Keqing silently encouraged herself. Lu Li secretly sighed. Li Keqing is really small, quite cute. Xin Feng shouted to Li Keqing a few meters away, "Come on, girl." Hearing this, Li Keqing showed a look of surprise, nodded, focused intently on the sand, and gathered strength to jump.
"Ha ha ha." The classmates laughed because jumping over 1.14 meters was not easy.
Hearing that Xin Feng's results were dismal, Li Keqing felt especially downhearted. She had tried her best but didn't receive any praise, only ridicule. Seeing this, Xin Feng stood up and patted her head to comfort her. "It's okay, it's just the long jump.
Do better next time." Li Keqing instantly burst into a smile and nodded repeatedly, "Aham." "Xin Feng." Su Yue called him sternly. Xin Feng withdrew his hand, ready to greet the next student.
His concern for Li Keqing stemmed from the fact that she reminded him of the past Qin Chuchu.
Next, Chen Xinya, class monitor.
Lu Li looked at her expectantly. Chen Xinya tied her hair in a ponytail and stood in front of the takeoff line.
"Go, class monitor. Jump 3 meters. 3 meters?
Even boys can't always jump 2 meters. The classmates enthusiastically cheered, and Chen Xinya, being well liked, had everyone's support. Xin Feng gave a calm encouragement, "Keep it up, class monitor."
"Ready." Lu Li shouted, "Jump."
Chen Xinya suddenly leapt and landed steadily on the sand.
1.88 meters? The class monitor is amazing.
Xin Feng looked at the number on the tape measure, then looked up at Chen Xinya in surprise. He hadn't expected the usually quiet class monitor to jump even farther than Su Yue.
1.88 meters? Many classmates exclaimed.
This result was too unexpected for a girl. No one had thought that the class monitor, who was always buried in books and homework, would have such strong athletic talent.
It must be a coincidence. Su Yue was full of jealousy, murmuring to herself.
She had never seen Xin Feng show such a surprised expression. Class monitor is really amazing, jumping 1.88 meters.
Even farther than Su Yue. Lu Li also exclaimed in surprise.
The university I apply to requires good sports results, so I practice often, Chen Xinya said proudly, feeling quite pleased with Qin Feng's praise. After speaking, she stood dazed, casually glancing at Qin Feng as if waiting for something.
Squad leader, it's your turn next. Please step aside for now, I'll help you get the shoe marks off.
Qin Feng reminded her while holding the sand sweeper.
Oh, sand got into my shoes, sorry.
Chen Xinya, as if her secret had been discovered, quickly stepped aside to sit down and pretended to take off her shoes to shake out the sand.
Oomph, I don't get the treatment you do.
Chen Xinya shook her shoes, which didn't have sand inside, and stared stubbornly at Qin Feng on the sand, full of complaints but with a hint of cuteness.
Soon, the standing long jump test ended. Chen Xinya took first place with 1.88 meters, and Su Yue came second with 1.77 meters.
Most of the other girls barely passed, with only a few weaker ones failing to meet the standard. The last place was Li Keqing, only 1.14 meters. Without some skill, this result is really impossible to jump out of. I've already tried my best, Li Keqing complained as she followed everyone towards the horizontal bar. It's okay, the important thing in sports is participation, Qin Feng said reassuringly with a smile, finding her quite cute. A few minutes later, Luli led the girls to the horizontal bar, ready to test pull-ups. Pull-ups require strong arm strength, which is even harder for girls to do.
Even boys can't necessarily do more than 50, unless they train every day.
Luli said seriously, girls, pull-ups are difficult. We don't have as much arm strength as the boys, so doing 20 with proper form counts as passing.
20.
Su Yue looked up at the pull-up bar that was a head taller than herself, feeling a bit intimidated and swallowing hard. She had tried pull-ups before, but every time it was very strenuous, and she had done at most 7. This time, she had to do 20, which was simply a lot harder. Ahem, now let's have Qin Feng demonstrate, Luli said, her eyes full of expectation as she looked at Qin Feng.
Teacher, can't you do it yourself? Why do you have to make me do it?
Qin Feng retorted unhappily, fully aware of Luli's little scheme.
Oh dear, the teacher can't explain while doing it, so I'll have to trouble you.
Luli smiled and clapped her hands, her expression harmless and playful. Qin Feng was helpless and could only walk over to the horizontal bar, grip it tightly with both hands, and start doing pull-ups easily, with standard and beautiful movements, just like a professional athlete. The girls on site stared at her without blinking, some even swallowing nervously, their faces showing infatuated smiles. Calm down, Luli, you're still in class, she reminded herself in her mind and hurried over to explain. When everyone does it, palms facing forward, grip the bar slightly wider than shoulder width, arms naturally hanging straight down. Then, like Qin Feng, use the latissimus dorsi to pull the body up, pause for a second once the chin passes over the bar, which counts as completing 1 rep. When pulling up, be sure to focus strength on the back, pull as high as possible, avoid body swinging, and feet must not touch the ground when lowering. While saying this, Luli couldn't help but touch Qin Feng's firm back muscles and slim waist, secretly thinking she really wanted to let the other girls have free time while she stayed alone with Qin Feng.
Qin Feng completed more than 20 pull-ups effortlessly. She released the bar, clapped her hands, and stood aside. Luli withdrew her admiring gaze and picked up the pull-up bar, saying, I've explained all the basic techniques, now it's your turn. Remember, if your toes touch the ground, it's a failure. First up, Su Yue, your turn, Luli reminded. Su Yue nodded, did some warm-ups, then walked under the pull-up bar, jumped up to grip it with both hands, and began to pull herself up with difficulty. When Luli counted to 6, Su Yue reluctantly called stop, panting as she let go of the horizontal bar and walked toward Qin Feng. The other girls saw that Su Yue only managed 6 and began to worry. After all, she was one of the better athletes in the class. If she couldn't do it well, what chance did they have? This girl was really too much of a Lolita, even holding onto the horizontal bar was a problem. Here I go. Li Keqing responded, walking to the horizontal bar. She looked up at the bar, which was a head taller than her, cautiously. The classmates all stared at her, probably about to witness a bloody battle. Start! Luli shouted. Li Keqing jumped up, one hand nearly slipping, quickly using the other hand to catch it, afraid of falling down. She gritted her teeth and pulled hard,
her face full of determination.
Sure enough, she let go halfway through the pull-up and looked awkwardly at Lu Li.
She had no choice but to reluctantly retreat back to the crowd.
It's okay, a lot of guys can't even do a few.
Don't be discouraged, try harder next time, Chin Fong comforted her. Li Keqing's mood immediately improved. Before long, the girls had all finished their pull-ups, all failing. The best was Su Yue, who did 7, while the others managed at most 5 or 6.
Li Keqing was still at 0, worse than even middle school students.
After finishing, Chin Fong left them and sat on the grass with the boys in the class, chatting boastfully.
Chin Fong, not keeping your lady company anymore, someone asked with a laugh. They're skipping rope, they don't need me.
Chin Fong smiled and sat down.
Aren't you too timid in front of Su Yue?
She has money and power, but you're her boyfriend, you can't let her push you around, a guy said.
If you really get married later, won't you become a henpecked husband? Another added. Don't exaggerate.
Chin Fong said seriously, she's just playful, I indulge her, there's no such thing as a strict wife. My friend didn't say that, after marriage his phone has to be checked, no red envelope in his pocket, even dinners need his wife's approval, just hearing it is scary, someone sighed.
You only see us at school,
I wouldn't bother to quarrel with her, who knows how much she listens to me in private, Chin Fong said earnestly.
Blow it up, awesome exaggeration, a guy shouted. Humph, if you don't believe me, just watch.
Chin Fong got excited and decided to show them a few tricks. At this moment, Su Yue had just finished all the sports events, exhausted as she walked toward Chin Fong.
Hey!
She walked over to Chin Fong, saw a few boys crowding around him, and waved them away. Don't hang around Chin Fong.
They're just chatting, you're always so fierce, others might think I found a tigress. Can you be a bit gentler?
Chin Fong pretended to be serious. After school, Chin Fong and Su Yue bought 2 cups of milk tea at the shop near the school gate and walked together towards the gate.
Although they lived in different directions, they only separated at the fork in the road. Su Yue took a sip of her milk tea and asked curiously, what were you just talking about with those boys?
They say my wife manages me strictly, that I have such a fierce girlfriend.
Chin Fong shrugged. When am I fierce? Su Yue was displeased.
Chin Fong smiled and said, just like now, getting angry at the drop of a hat. If you want to make friends, that attitude won't do, I'm afraid you won't make any friends even in senior year.
I have plenty of friends, I just don't look for them at school, Su Yue said disdainfully. Is that so? How come I've never seen it? Chin Fong teased. Tomorrow I'll have them come out and show you. Su Yue was unconvinced. Chin Fong thought to himself, does this girl really have friends?
When I first met her, she was aloof, and I didn't see any friends around.
Oh, my sister is here. Su Yue looked at the Bugatti Veyron parked by the roadside, a bit reluctant. I'm leaving now, be careful on the road. Am I 3 years old?
And she still reminds me. Chin Fong muttered to himself but felt warm inside, indicating she cared.
Got it. Chin Fong nodded. Su Yue looked at the Bugatti Veyron and said, how about going to say hi to my sister?
You haven't seen each other for a long time. Chin Fong looked up and found Su Yiling staring at him. But Su Yiling quickly turned her head away and looked toward the passenger seat.
Her sister won't dislike me, right? I haven't even done anything to her? Chin Fong wondered. Chin Fong, are you going? Say hello? Su Yue urged. Su Yue pointed at the Bugatti Veyron not far away and asked again, going?
Chin Fong shook his head and refused, forget it, maybe next time.
Going now would just be to say hi.
Su Yue nodded and turned toward the car. After a few steps, she turned back, ran up to Chin Fong, stood on tiptoe, and pecked his face.
Her little face flushed as she complained, why are you never proactive? You're such a dummy.
Chin Fong smiled and said, if your sister saw that, it wouldn't be good, silly girl. She only knows how to work all day long and doesn't have a boyfriend.
I'm different.
Su Yue said happily as she walked across the street towards Su Yiling.
Sitting in the driver's seat, Su Yiling looked at them with an indescribable anxiety and jealousy, as if others had something she didn't.
He doesn't say, and she wouldn't know either. Besides, she didn't go to see him off herself, so it's not my fault. Her face flushed slightly as she blamed inwardly. Let's go. Su Yue got in the car, fastened her seatbelt, and said to Su Yiling.
Su Yiling responded awkwardly, I've been in the car for a while.
She started the car, accelerating as Qin Feng's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. It's not my fault, she didn't go to see him off that night herself, Su Yiling muttered in her heart, trying to cover up the guilt inside. Su Yue suddenly reminded her, your face is red. She had never seen her sister like this.
Su Yue laughed and teased, the female CEO of Tingyuan Real Estate, but inside she's like a little girl, so pure.
Su Yu coldly glared at her, wanting to retort but also wanting to tell her about that night, which would make her uncomfortable. But she held back, after all, she had taken care of her for more than 10 years. If she told her, she would definitely hate her. Since she didn't say it, fantasizing a little was harmless. So, a green hat suddenly popped up in Su Yue's mind, and her mood instantly improved. Qin Feng touched his cheek that Su Yue had pecked, smiling, and said, so this is the feeling of love, quite interesting.
He continued walking forward.
Brother. Qin Shushu's voice came from behind, carrying a hint of loneliness.
Today was pretty fast.
Qin Feng turned his head and looked at Qin Shushu slowly approaching.
There wasn't much going on in class today.
Qin Shushu forced a smile, the smile somewhat strained. Qin Feng had lived with her for a long time and naturally noticed that she wasn't very happy.
He gently asked, what happened in class? You look upset. Qin Shuchu didn't say anything.
Suddenly, she reached out and tightly hugged Qin Feng's arm, as if afraid he would run away, which startled Qin Feng.
What's wrong? You scared me. Qin Feng asked in surprise.
Qin Shuchu lowered her head to think for a moment, then looked up with a playful smile and said, you're my brother, can't this little sister give her brother a hug?
Can you be a little gentler?
Qin Feng smiled and teased, but didn't refuse, letting her act spoiled.
What exactly happened? Is there something going on in class? Qin Feng pressed.
Qin Shuchu didn't answer, the image of Qin Feng and Su Yue being intimate kept flashing in her mind. She had seen Qin Feng at the school gate and, seeing Su Yue nearby, didn't dare approach. She waited until she left to speak. But following the two all the way, she saw the scene she least wanted to see.
You silly Qin Feng, bite you.
The angrier she got, the more Qin Shuchu wanted to say it, but instead she directly bit Qin Feng's arm.
You really bit me. Qin Feng was baffled.
Spider-Man's abilities meant he didn't feel any pain at all, what he cared about was what she was causing a fuss about again.
Realizing she had gone too far, Qin Shuchu quickly let go. Looking at the bite mark on the school uniform, she asked tenderly, does it hurt? Feeling better now?
Qin Feng asked indifferently.
Why are you being so nice to me?
Qin Shuchu huffed coquettishly, still holding tightly onto Qin Feng.
Silly, you're my sister. If I don't care about you, then who else? Qin Feng helplessly rolled his eyes at her, then worriedly felt her forehead. Do you have a fever? You're the one with a fever.
Qin Shuchu pretended to be angry, wiped the drool at the corner of her mouth with a napkin, and quietly buried her head on Qin Feng's arm. The two walked in silence, then Qin Shuchu suddenly said, you cooked tonight. I want the fennel noodles with gravy from last time, 3 bowls.
Okay, I'll make it for you. Qin Feng nodded.
He put his phone in his pocket and glanced at the sullen Qin Shuchu, thinking to himself, it seems she just saw what happened between me and Su Yue. When he got home, Qin Feng really brought Qin Shuchu 3 big bowls of noodles. Unexpectedly, she finished them all in one go, not even leaving any soup. Bro, I'm going to bed first, Qin Shuchu, who had just finished showering, hugged her pillow, happily ran into Qin Feng's room, and crawled under the covers to start playing on her phone. Helpless, Qin Feng had no choice but to clean up the mess after the meal by himself. After tidying up the living room, he sat on the sofa and looked at some real estate information, then only went back to his room around 11.
Ah, sleeping like this again.
Seeing Qin Shuchu lying spread eagle, Qin Feng sighed, covered her with a blanket, pushed her to the corner of the bed, and then lay down himself to get ready to sleep.
Talking in her sleep? What exactly did she dream about?
Qin Feng was curious and planned to use his dream infiltration ability to see if he could enter Qin Chuchu's dream. He turned around, activated his ability, and entered Qin Chuchu's dream, finding that she was having a pleasant dream. The scene at the school gate suddenly appeared before her eyes. Su Yue stood in front of Qin Feng with a look of disdain.
Sure enough, she saw it. Where is that Qin Chuchu?
Qin Feng looked around, trying to find her shadow.
Qin Feng.
Su Yue suddenly spoke, I've thought it over, we're not compatible, let's break up.
Don't bother me anymore. My sister is even helping me transfer schools. We will never see each other again.
She said coldly, then vanished like smoke.
It's really this kind of dream.
Qin Feng smiled and withdrew his dream ability. Just after the power was lifted, Qin Chuchu suddenly opened her eyes, as if waking from a nightmare. She half sat up, looked at the dark room, and rubbed her head.
So it was a dream after all? Yeah, how could it be real?
She looked at the sleeping Qin Feng, smiling both relieved and helplessly. After saying that, she reached out to pinch Qin Feng's nose, smiling mischievously.
All right, I won't bother you tonight. I'm going back to my own room to sleep.
After saying this, Qin Chuchu gently pecked Qin Feng on the cheek, hugged her pillow, and quietly slipped out of the room, softly closing the door. Qin Feng looked out at the starry sky, pondering, give me some time. The next morning, Qin Feng woke up full of energy and went to the living room, where he saw Qin Chuchu had gotten up early and was busy making breakfast.
When did you come back last night? Qin Feng couldn't help but ask with a smile.
Humph, you were moving around last night like you were practicing martial arts.
I couldn't stand it, so I went back to sleep, Qin Chuchu said proudly, holding a bowl of hot porridge, sounding like a proud little peacock. Who knows who was moving?
Qin Feng chuckled to himself but didn't continue the topic, treating last night's matter as a secret between him and his sister. Qin Chuchu placed the steaming porridge on the table and urged, go brush your teeth and wash your face, hurry up and eat. Qin Feng sighed, having such a capable sister is really great. After saying that, he went into the bathroom to freshen up.
Qin Chuchu gave him a glare and said mischievously, humph, what else?
Soon, the siblings sat at the dining table as usual, eating and laughing, the room filled with a warm atmosphere.
Qin Feng put down his chopsticks and asked, are you still not planning to go to university?
Qin Chuchu nodded repeatedly, looking at him expectantly, as if she had guessed what he was going to say.
Qin Feng laughed and said, then don't study anymore, go open your milk tea shop.
He took a bank card out of his wallet and handed it to Qin Chuchu.
The password is your birthday. There are 5 million inside. If you lose it all, then obediently stay at home and cook for me, understand?
Qin Chuchu was stunned for a moment, then nodded excitedly.
Thank you, brother.
Without hesitation, she called out the term she hadn't used for many years, brother. This term is shy for siblings of their age, but Qin Feng was happily listening. Since 6th grade, she had switched to calling him big bro or simply bro, and when angry, she even called him by his name directly, adding the word idiot. Qin Feng said expectantly, say it one more time. Qin Chuchu responded sweetly, brother.
Once more.
Brother, brother, brother. In the cozy suite, Qin Feng's excited voice and Qin Chuchu's sweet calls echoed. Time flew by quickly, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. It was time for the system inside Qin Feng to refresh his abilities again. This was the 7th time. In the morning, Qin Chuchu woke Qin Feng up early. He was on the balcony drying their clothes. Qin Chuchu was cleaning the room alone. This was their fixed monthly routine. The weather was clear and the sun was shining brightly today. Feeling the warm sunlight, Qin Feng said leisurely, I wonder what ability the system will give me this time. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical voice sounded in his ear, ding. 168 hours have passed, system activated, begin extracting superpower.
Qin Feng responded calmly, here it comes.
The mechanical voice continued, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Master of Strategy superpower. The system suddenly said, the Master of Strategy superpower, simply put, allows you to select a person and obtain all their information, as well as know how to win them over.
Xin Feng stopped his work and asked in surprise, "What does this mean? Can you explain in detail?"
The system patiently explained, as long as the host selects a person using this ability, it can obtain all their information and provide a strategy guide.
Xin Feng couldn't help but complain, "Hey, system, isn't this basically making me a player?" The system replied, "Whether you use it that way is up to you. If you want to be a player, that's your own choice. With your current abilities, ruling the world isn't difficult, and having several partners of the opposite sex is even easier." Moreover, a scumbag refers to someone who starts a relationship and then abandons it. Having multiple girlfriends doesn't automatically make someone a scumbag. If that were the case, wouldn't all the emperors throughout history be scumbags?
Besides, if you use this ability well, emotional problems can be easily solved. Your current wealth, looks, figure, and luck all make you the dream lover of the opposite sex.
Sooner or later, you'll become a so-called scumbag.
This ability works for men too. It's just a tool to help you gain connections, not exclusively for scumbags. Also, when using this ability, there are 2 special mechanisms to choose from that affect your words and actions for 24 hours, so consider carefully. After the system finished speaking, it disappeared promptly and decisively.
"Hey, stop daydreaming."
Qin Chuchu walked over from the living room, frowned when she saw a pile of clothes still not hung out, and said, "Hurry up, we're going to be late soon, don't dawdle." She grabbed the hangers and started helping hang the clothes. Qin Feng opened the strategy ability and looked at Qin Chuchu.
The screen appeared like a dating game. Qin Chuchu, female. Appearance rating, 94.
Affinity towards the host, 100%.
Trust in the host, 100%.
Personal hobbies, like strange things, such as bread bugs kept in the pocket and wasp nests hanging on the windowsill. Qin Feng thought to himself, clearly she looked unhappy, yet her favorability rating was full marks.
Just how much did this girl care about him?
Qin Chuchu was hanging up clothes and said impatiently, "Why are you staring at me all the time?
If you're not going to help, go eat breakfast and don't get in the way."
Qin Feng nodded, "I'll go eat first." Qin Feng saw that the favorability rating hadn't dropped at all, smiled awkwardly, deactivated his powers, and returned to the living room. This supernatural power is really ridiculous this time,
he complained, holding a bun.
After finishing the meal, Qin Feng and his sister Qin Chuchu went to school as usual. When they arrived at the classroom, Qin Feng noticed that Su Yue was already there, chatting with Chen Xinya. "Yo, Qin Feng, you're quite early today,"
Su Yue teased.
Qin Feng nodded, curious about Su Yue's opinion of him. After all, she was his first girlfriend.
He secretly used the newly acquired supernatural ability to check her data.
Su Yue, female, attractiveness 93, favorability 98%, trust 84%. Her hobby is arcade games, and she cares a lot about her first boyfriend.
The system suggested spending more time with her and playing less with others, especially boys.
The system also said she is a typical tsundere, fond of the play hard to get tactic. Qin Feng felt delighted inside, "Looks like she cares about me quite a bit."
"Why are you smiling like that? Is there something on my face?" Su Yue touched her face in confusion.
"It's nothing, just looking at my girlfriend," Qin Feng said indifferently.
Su Yue suddenly leaned closer to Qin Feng and said eagerly, "The day after tomorrow is Valentine's Day, where shall we go?" "Where do you want to go?"
"I'm fine with anywhere," Qin Feng replied.
"Great."
She nodded excitedly. Chen Xinya shook her head helplessly, feeling a bit sour inside. "So young, and already knows these things."
"Don't go blaming your sister later," Su Yue added.
"She's not going to school in a few days, she's opening a milk tea shop," Qin Feng said.
"That's even better, my sister has been busy lately, so no one at the company will be managing us."
Su Yue shouted happily. Qin Feng tapped her head and said seriously, "Studying is meaningless. I plan to go out and explore after the end of the month."
"Why the sudden change of mind?"
Before Su Yue could finish asking, Chen Xinya spoke up first. "Your grades are so good, getting into a good university won't be a problem." Qin Feng shook his head, "Studying is too boring, going out is more interesting." Qin Feng shrugged indifferently.
After all, with such powerful abilities on his shoulders, how could he just idle away at school? What are you still hesitating about? Su Yue was a bit unhappy. She glanced secretly at Chen Xingya behind her, then leaned close to Qin Feng's ear and whispered, "Qin Feng, to be honest, after my parents passed away, I own half of the company's assets. Although I'm not interested in managing it, my sister is in full charge. As long as you're willing, any position in my sister's real estate company can be yours, except for the president." Qin Feng helplessly yet gratefully shook his head. "You dare tell me anything?" The fact that she was willing to say these things shows that she truly cares about me and no longer sees me as an outsider. "You're my boyfriend, if I don't tell you, who else would I tell?" Su Yue shyly punched Qin Feng, then seriously added, "Qin Feng, on the day you leave, I'll leave too. We'll go work at my sister's company together, and I'll be your secretary. What's there to consider? If you want to leave, then just leave." Su Yue, like a little girl, coquettishly snuggled into Qin Feng's arms. All right. Qin Feng had no choice but to agree, but added, "However, I have to urge my sister to finish things over there first, and the house needs to be purchased first." "Good." Su Yue nodded without hesitation and said firmly, "Then let's leave today. We'll have to leave sooner or later, staying here is meaningless. Let's go, first to see your sister's store, then to my sister's company to check out the house." Qin Feng no longer had any attachment to the school. Staying another month would be pointless. It was better to settle these trivial matters early and then make good use of his abilities to build his own world. Let's go." Su Yue smiled as she took Qin Feng's hand and walked toward the office. A few minutes later, Li Keqing happily walked into the classroom with her backpack, excitedly shouting, "Qin Feng, my equipment upgrade was completed last night." Where is Qin Feng? I just saw him at the school gate." Li Keqing looked at the empty seat, her face full of confusion. The first class bell rang. Su Xinyan entered the classroom worriedly, glanced at the empty seats of Qin Feng and Su Yue, and forced a smile as she explained, "Qin Feng and Su Yue just processed their withdrawal from the teacher, they are no longer students now." What? The students were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. They never expected the two to drop out. Yesterday they were still showing off their relationship in class. "Awesome, Chen Hang, this is good news." Chen Hang's teammates excitedly said to him. "Let's meet at the barbecue stand by the school gate tonight, my treat." Chen Hang said excitedly with a smile. "Just kidding, the most eye-catching guy in the class is gone, so who can still outshine Chen Hang now?" Su Xinyan saw her classmates looking disappointed one by one, so she quickly forced a smile and comforted them. "Qin Feng said he'd come back to visit occasionally, so don't miss him too much." The classmates understood what she meant to comfort them, but their faces still showed full of gloom and loneliness. Only Chen Hang and a few others were laughing especially happily. The 4 lessons quickly passed, and the students of Class 6, Grade 12, walked gloomily towards the playground. After all, the last period was PE class. In the teacher's office, the teachers were also heavy-hearted, lowering their heads to grade papers, occasionally glancing in Su Xinyan's direction, shaking their heads and sighing. Su Xinyan flipped through Qin Feng's last mock exam paper and couldn't help but sigh, her expression forlorn. The history teacher tapped on her desk and said, "Teacher Su, have you finished filling out the withdrawal applications for Qin Feng and Su Yue? I'm heading to the academic affairs office now, do you want me to take them for you?" "No need, I'll go myself," Su Xinyan declined with a bitter smile. The physics teacher sighed, "Qin Feng was doing so well, why does he suddenly want to drop out? The monthly exam is coming up, and we were counting on him to help boost our scores." The history teacher said helplessly, "It's all Su Yue's fault. I guess everyone at the school knows about their situation." The English teacher couldn't help but lament, in this materialistic society, money is king. All evil money, degrading devil. The chemistry teacher reminded, "Qin Feng is somewhat sensible, don't be too hard on him. After all, he still has a younger sister at home who truly needs the money." Fang Qi, holding teaching equipment, was about to leave. "Forget it, class is about to start. I'll go teach the carnivorous plants in my class." Passing by Su Xinyan, she patted her shoulder, gave a comforting look, and then left.
The bell rang, and Class 6 of Senior Year 3 listlessly gathered on the playground. This time, Shin Fong could no longer be seen carrying Su Yue on his back, playfully showing off their affection.
Luli came out of the gym office and teased, "The weather is so nice today, why do you all look like you've been wilted by the wind?" Classmates, you look at me, I look at you, silently staring at Luli, as if wanting to say something but unable to speak. Seeing everyone remain silent, Luli didn't press further and only shouted, "Shin Fong, go to the sports office to get the equipment. It's our class boys' turn to practice high jump this time." Chen Hang excitedly raised his hand and shouted, "Report to Teacher Lu, Shin Fong and Su Yue have dropped out." With no one else stealing his spotlight, he was extremely happy. A sturdy boy next to him angrily yelled, "Shin Fong dropped out, what are you so happy about?" This was the same person Shin Fong had tutored in math before and even shared teacher song seeds with. Chen Hang, who was a head shorter than him, dared not argue and hurriedly shouted at Luli, "Teacher, he's insulting me." The burly man had a fiery temper, shoved aside the bystanders, rushed forward, and started wrestling with Chen Hang in front of Luli, his moves ruthless. "Stop fighting!" Class monitor Chen Shinya shouted anxiously, fighting in senior year would affect the class's reputation. The two didn't stop at all and continued their intense struggle. "Teacher, help!" Chen Hang, who was being pinned down, called out to Luli. Hearing the voice, Luli came to her senses, blew her whistle, and shouted, "Stop! If you continue, I'll call your parents." Only then did the burly man release his grip and step back, while the boys around him all gave him thumbs up. Chen Hang rubbed the sore spot, completely alone. His basketball teammates all distanced themselves from him, as no one wanted to be ostracized by the class together with him. "You two, do push-ups until class is over." Luli scolded angrily. "I was beaten." Chen Hang said, wronged. "No difference." Luli responded coldly. The whole class saw Luli angry for the first time, everyone nervously swallowed. Chen Hang and the burly man reluctantly lay on the ground doing push-ups. "Nonsense." Su Yuling, the female CEO of Tingyuan Real Estate, glared angrily at Shin Fong and Su Yue in her office. "Who told you to drop out?" She slammed the table with a thunderous bang, scaring away the person at the door who was delivering documents. "Su Yue, tell me, who told you to drop out?" Su Yuling stared fiercely at Su Yue, extremely angry. Shin Fong knew Su Yuling's personality, she would never do something without thinking, so this must have been done by his willful and bratty sister. "What's wrong? If I want to drop out, I'll drop out. I don't want to attend classes at school anyway, what's the use of staying?" Su Yue retorted defiantly. Although she knew Su Yuling was really angry, if she backed down now, she and Shin Fong might be completely separated. Su Yuling looked at Su Yue with disappointment. "You think I want you to stay in school for learning? Use your brain and think, what can you really learn? I just want the teachers to keep an eye on you, otherwise you'd be like those female hooligans, hanging out in bars and KTV all day." Su Yuling had seen many rich kids who, because their parents had no time to care for them, either ended up as gang leaders or wasted their youth in bars. She didn't want Su Yue to become like that, so she made her go to school. "Then why don't you take care of me and instead let the teachers do it?" Su Yue asked unhappily. Before she finished speaking, Shin Fong tapped her on the head and said angrily, "That's your sister. Do you even know what you're saying?" "Calm down first," Shin Fong sighed and said earnestly to Su Yuling, "She's with me now, and I won't let her become like what you described. After all, I also have a sister, so I know how to take care of a girl like Su Yue. It was me who suggested she drop out." "Is that you?" Su Yuling looked at Shin Fong in surprise. "My sister wants to open a bubble tea shop, and I want to buy a house. I feel that continuing my studies isn't very useful, so it's better to start working early." "No. She must attend school and finish university, this is Mom's last wish," Su Yuling said firmly, leaving no room for argument. "Can you guarantee she won't be led astray by bad people at school?" Shin Fong reminded him. "Then you stay with her, just like before," Su Yuling added coldly. "Otherwise, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get your marriage certificate. What if you messed with my sister and ran away?" Su Yiling said righteously.
Su Yue tugged at Qin Feng's clothes, blushing as she said, "This could work." Qin Feng looked at her helplessly and said, "I'm only 21.
Is it really appropriate to get married this early? What if you run away? She doesn't listen to me at all right now, only to you. If you run away, she'll definitely turn into a female hooligan." Su Yiling said fearfully. Why would I run away? Qin Feng really couldn't understand what these two sisters were thinking. I have to give my mom an explanation.
This girl must finish college, she absolutely cannot enter society without completing her studies, Su Yiling said coldly.
What should we do then?
I don't want to stay at school every day, and you insist she has to stay there.
I can't be in two places at once.
Qin Feng complained.
This is easy to handle.
Suyu said coldly, the HR manager was just fired by me, you can fill in. Your main job is to oversee interview candidates, nothing else to worry about. You go to school on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and come to the company on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Anyway, I don't care what you guys do, once I make a call, the class teacher will say you're at school.
All right.
Su Yue tugged on Qin Feng's sleeve and nodded in agreement. After all, she couldn't bear to leave her friends in class. A small villa with 5 rooms and a living room, plus a 40-square-meter storefront on the pedestrian street, Su Yiling said without hesitation.
You make it sound so dull.
My relationship with your sister isn't about money, and I'm not short of that kind of cash, Qin Feng said, glaring at her dissatisfied.
Then come up with a win-win solution, okay? Brother-in-law?
Su Yiling sneered coldly as she stared at him.
Foolish man, giving it to me isn't the same as giving it to her, is it? When we get married, won't we just be using our own money? Su Yiling shook her head inside. Qin Feng saw her constantly bringing up marriage and couldn't help but ask, are you too sure you're not taking me for granted?
Although he complained, Qin Feng still agreed. After all, he didn't want to give up on school matters either. Of course, your guy even talked about dividing property.
What else can I do? Su Yiling turned coldly inside.
Qin Feng patted Su Yue's little bottom, glanced at Su Yiling who was facing away from them, signaling her not to forget something, then left the office first. At noon at school, Li Keqing lay on the empty desk beside Qin Feng and Su Yue, sulking as she played on her phone, staring at WeChat waiting for him to send a message. She didn't believe Qin Feng would just leave quietly like that.
Hey, girl, I brought you lunch.
A voice from behind sounded very much like Qin Feng's. Li Keqing turned around and saw a female classmate smiling awkwardly, and her expectation instantly turned into confusion and grievance.
Hey, what are you doing? Li Keqing is feeling unwell, don't joke about this. Chen Xinya glared at her disapprovingly.
I just wanted to cheer her up, it's not a prank. The girl scratched her head helplessly. Chen Xinya was about to speak, but Li Keqing suddenly leaned on the desk and began to cry softly.
Her crying immediately drew the attention of all the classmates. Why is Li Keqing crying? Qin Feng is gone, the class is a bit less fun, but it's not supposed to be like this. Didn't you notice?
She definitely likes Qin Feng, but Su Yue got to him first. It's so sad, her crush left without her even confessing.
Don't say nonsense.
Qin Feng said he only sees Li Keqing as a sister. That day when he called her sister Qin Chuchu, it meant nothing else. If I had a brother who cared for me like that, Leave, I'd definitely cry even harder than she did.
Ah, I miss Qin Feng.
Chen Xinya walked over and waved her hand to interrupt. All right, stop gossiping.
It's lunch break now, go back. The girls could only smile awkwardly and then dispersed to their seats. At this moment, Su Xinyan, holding Qin Feng and Su Yue's withdrawal applications, staggered towards the academic affairs office.
Once stamped, they would no longer be students of Class 6.
Why leave? Staying a little longer would be better.
She looked at the neat handwriting of Qin Feng on the application, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Just consider it a farewell gift from the teacher, she muttered to herself, finally accepting the fact that Qin Feng was leaving.
Will we meet again in the future? Silly child.
She was full of hope, after all, Qin Feng had left a good impression on her. Especially the time when Chin Feng carried Su Yue down the mountain by himself, she thought he was very reliable.
Just as she was heading to the academic affairs office, her phone rang. It was Su Yue's sister, Su Yuling, calling.
After listening to the other party's explanation, she tightly grasped the application form and said excitedly, "Okay, President Su, I'll handle it right away." After hanging up, she crumpled the withdrawal application into a ball, threw it into the trash can, and ran back to class in her high heels. Not long after, she stood at the classroom door and shouted to the sleeping and doing homework classmates, "Chin Feng and Su Yue haven't withdrawn, they'll be back for class tomorrow."
Ha!
The classmates were confused. Li Keqing looked up with tearful eyes, staring at Su Xinyan, unable to say a word for a moment.
After school in the afternoon, Chen Xinya walked briskly toward the sports office on the playground. Scoundrel, bastard, no credibility, hooligan. Just as she reached the door, Chen Xinya heard Luli cursing loudly inside the office.
When she went in, Luli was wearing a vest, drenched in sweat, vigorously punching a sandbag, putting all her strength into every punch.
Ah! Scoundrel, don't let me see you again.
After throwing a rapid series of punches, she rubbed her aching arm and, exhausted, sat down on a chair.
Teacher Lu, I have good news to tell you.
Chen Xinya said with a mysterious smile.
Chin Feng is coming back?
Luli stared at her in surprise.
Seeing Chen Xinya a bit embarrassed, Luli asked even more excitedly, "Is that so? Class monitor, is Chin Feng really coming back? I originally wanted to surprise you, but now that you know, I won't keep it a secret."
"He hasn't dropped out, he's coming back tomorrow," Chen Xinya nodded happily.
Lu Lixing laughed excitedly, "Ah, that's great.
I knew he wouldn't lie, how could he leave without finishing what he promised me?" "But Teacher Su said Chin Feng and Su Yue only come to school on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, they're not at school at other times," Chen Xinya added curiously.
"Ha, isn't that just when your class has the 3 gym periods? Perfect timing."
Lu Lixing pumped her fist excitedly. It seemed the time spent hitting the punching bag was not in vain. That night, after Chin Feng and Su Yue finished handling the property deeds, they each went home. Tomorrow was Wednesday, and they still had to attend school as usual. The property deed was for a 5-bedroom, 1-living-room coastal villa given by Su Yuling. The location is convenient for transportation and shopping, but it's a bit far from school, so we probably won't be able to walk to school in the future.
Chin Feng had seen it at Su Yuling's real estate company. This villa was worth more than 12 million yuan.
Originally, a wealthy buyer was interested. Although no deposit was paid, it was almost finalized. To keep Chin Feng, Su Yuling directly turned down that wealthy buyer and gave the villa to Chin Feng for free. The deed also had Chin Feng's name on it. The 40-square-meter small shop on the pedestrian street was also registered under Chin Feng's name, but he didn't intend to use it for business. It was for Chin Chu Chu to open a milk tea shop. Although the area is small, this storefront is worth more than 4 million. The pedestrian street is a bustling location with over 10,000 people passing by every day, making it perfect for business. The houses there are frighteningly expensive. Those without a net worth of at least 10 million wouldn't even dare to think about buying one.
In the next few days, 246, help Su Yuling take good care of her company.
Chin Feng put away the 2 property certificates and murmured to himself. Since his girlfriend Su Yue and her sister Su Yuling treated him like family, Chin Feng was also determined to do everything he could to help the sisters grow their company bigger and stronger. Accompanied by Su Yue, he learned about the human resources work at Su Yuling's company, which mainly involved reviewing university students and job seekers coming for interviews.
The work was light.
Now Chin Feng is the head of the human resources department, with his own private office and 3 female and 2 male employees under him, although he hasn't really met them much.
Although his status is special, Su Yuling did not treat him with any special favor. Instead, she assigned him more tasks.
If no one comes to apply, he even has to help the sales department find home-buying clients. This job involves taking the phone book and dialing one number after another, asking if the other party is buying a house, or personally going to the properties to find potential clients. Chin Feng believes that with his lucky ability and social skills, he can elevate the sisters' company to a higher level. Watching the rapidly passing scenery outside the window, he sighed, it's time for this salted fish to turn over. When returning home, Shin Chuchu was already cooking dinner in the kitchen. She had a slender figure but carried the demeanor of a virtuous wife and good mother.
Girl, put down what you're doing and sit here.
I have something to show you, Shin Fong said, placing 2 property ownership certificates behind him.
Close your eyes. He wanted to create a little suspense.
Although Shin Chuchu was at a loss, she obediently closed her eyes. Shin Fong placed the property certificates on the table and sat down next to her.
Alright, open your eyes. Shin Chuchu opened her eyes and saw 2 brand new property certificates.
She was momentarily stunned. After flipping through them, she found that they bore Qin Feng's name, meaning that both properties were under his ownership.
Did Su Yue's sister give this to you for free? She asked in surprise. Well, to be honest with you, this is a gift from them, Shin Fong said candidly.
There's something cooking in the pot, wait a moment, Shin Chuchu said hurriedly as she got up and walked back to the kitchen. She stirred the soup in the pot dejectedly, her voice tinged with grievance. Shin Fong watched her with a heart full of pain.
He walked over, hugged her slender body from behind, and teased with a smile, "Hey, crying again?"
The next morning, Shin Fong got up early, stretched energetically, ready to start a new day. Last night, he confessed the complicated relationship to Shin Chuchu, feeling much relieved inside, no longer having to be torn between Shin Chuchu and Su Yue. Take it slow, step by step. Shin Fong silently reminded himself, putting on his clothes and preparing to go to school.
Today is Wednesday.
Last night, Shin Chuchu did not stay overnight at his place because she was afraid Shin Fong would do something to her. Although they had been honest with each other, Shin Chuchu was not ready yet. She felt it was too soon for her, and she would only agree if Shin Fong insisted. Shin Fong walked to the box where the spider was kept and looked at the blue-red spider that had bitten him half a month ago.
The spider was lying in the middle of the web.
He gently tapped the box to remind it, "We're moving house in a few days, get ready." He had already packed the essentials and was planning to call the moving company in the afternoon to transport the things to the 5-bedroom, 1-living-room villa by the coast. After checking on the spider, Shin Fong walked into the living room and found Shin Chuchu busily working in the kitchen as usual.
"Good morning, girl."
After greeting, Shin Fong walked to the bathroom to wash up.
Not long after, he finished putting on his school uniform and sat at the table eating breakfast with Shin Chuchu.
After school tonight, come back and pack your things. We'll be moving to a new home in a few days, Shin Fong reminded her. Shin Chuchu nodded, lowering her head, her eyes shy, like a girl deeply in love, very different from her previously playful self. Shin Fong saw it but said nothing, only smiling and saying, "Life is still long.
From now on, always follow your brother, understand?" Shin Chuchu nodded happily. "It's okay if you don't want to go to college. When you grow up, you have to make your own decisions. If you don't know what to do, come and ask me," Shin Fong said.
Okay. Shin Chuchu replied relieved.
"Have breakfast, then we'll go to school together after eating," Shin Fong reminded.
He. Shin Chuchu's face showed a playful smile again. After finishing their meal, the two went to school together as usual. Carrying a light shoulder bag, Shin Fong stood at the classroom door, hearing Su Yue and the other girls' voices coming from inside. "They're already here," Shin Fong sighed inwardly, then walked into the classroom. In an instant, all the girls surrounding Su Yue cast expectant glances toward the door.
Li Keqing was especially excited, smiling as if about to cry.
Shin Fong, several boys shouted in unison, crowding around him like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years, teasing him.
"Why are you dropping out? Why not just finish the last half year properly? Yeah, might as well stick around for this half year, no loss in that. Let's finish this half year with the brothers. Are you free tonight? Let's have a drink together. Another time.
Shin Fong dodged their hands and sat down next to Su Yue. The guys didn't follow after all, since there was a tigress nearby.
I really am a bit reluctant to leave this spot. Shin Fong leaned against Chen Xinya's desk, lazily yawning.
Your laziness is probably incurable, Chen Xinya complained behind his back, but she was happy to see that unforgettable figure again. Shin Fong turned around and smiled, "Class president, we're supposed to get through this half year together, don't be so harsh.
Who's being harsh? Chen Shinya retorted irritably.
Qin Feng glanced at Chen Xinya's profile, appearance 93, favorability 65%, trust 67%. She liked slightly traditional, refined rakes, and she also collected ancient costumes.
65 isn't bad. Qin Feng was secretly satisfied.
Towards her, he only felt like an ordinary friend. At this moment, he noticed Li Keqing staring at him with an eager gaze. At least wait until this semester is over, Qin Feng said, teasingly.
What, can't bear to see me leave? Who said you dropped out and cried all morning? Chen Shinya reminded Li Keqing with a smile. Class monitor.
Li Keqing blushed and remained silent.
Really? You cried on the day you dropped out?
Qin Feng found it hard to believe. It seems to be true, she cares about me quite a bit. Qin Feng smiled, feeling that taking care of her was not in vain.
How does she feel about me?
Qin Feng was curious, so he used his ability to check Li Keqing. Qin Feng activated his ability, and a detailed strategy panel of Li Keqing immediately appeared before his eyes. Li Keqing, female, attractiveness 92, favorability 89, trustworthiness 100, conquerability 80. She likes fluffy toys and pets, is a hardcore homebody, and often fantasizes about having an anime-like encounter with the host. Strategy tip: Li Keqing is a submissive and cute loli. Qin Feng can play the role of a gentle big brother, and gently patting her head works best. Qin Feng was staring blankly at the panel when Su Yue lightly touched his arm and smiled. Qin Feng, to celebrate our success, let's go to the KTV my friend runs outside the university town tonight, and show some support. Li Keqing and Chen Shinya looked up and secretly observed the two. Qin Feng reminded Su Yue, your sister said not to go to places like that.
My friend runs it, and we're about the same age.
We'll just sing and chat, it's nothing after school, come on.
Su Yue pouted and shook his arm. Qin Feng was a bit reluctant. It's just the two of us, what's so fun about that? Su Yue turned around and leaned on Chen Xinya's desk, smiling and asked, Class monitor, are you free after school?
Come to the KTV to hang out, with me and Qin Feng. A trace of joy flashed in Chen Xinya's eyes, and she replied calmly, okay, once I've finished my study tasks, I'll go with you two to have some fun.
Now there are three of us. Su Yue happily held up 3 fingers.
Seeing her so happy, Qin Feng felt a bit of pity. After all, it had been 2 months, and she didn't know many people. Li Keqing looked at Qin Feng expectantly.
Qin Feng turned around and asked, are you going, girl? Li Keqing nodded without hesitation, I want to go. No way. Su Yue grabbed Qin Feng's arm and said seriously, I'm not close with them, so why invite them? The few of us get along well, there's no need to bring them. When Li Keqing heard the words get along well, she was extremely excited, not expecting Su Yue to consider her a good friend. Qin Feng nodded helplessly, then just the 4 of us. During the 4th period of PE class in the afternoon, Qin Feng and Li Keqing chatted about DNF while laughing and walking toward the playground. Su Yue was beside them, sending a message to her sister, saying she would be home late tonight. All set. Su Yue happily turned off her phone, ran over, and excitedly said, my sister agreed, I'll be back by 11 at the latest. Are you really that happy? It's just a gathering. Qin Feng asked curiously.
You don't know how strict my sister used to be, I had to come home right after school.
If I hadn't said you'd be with me, she definitely wouldn't have agreed. Tonight we absolutely have to have a great time.
Su Yue clenched her fists and shouted excitedly.
Don't party too hard, and don't let your sister say I didn't take good care of you. Qin Feng reminded her. No way, she laughed dismissively. Li Keqing, did your parents agree to you going out? Su Yue turned to ask. Li Keqing said her parents said, a party? Then don't come back tonight. Find a boyfriend who can take care of you, even if you have to get in the car before buying the ticket. The 3 chatted as they walked, when suddenly Qin Feng's eyes widened, a strong sense of danger coming from the outer wall of the 3rd-floor chemistry lab. Everyone, quickly move away, shouted several workers painting the walls.
Shin Fong looked up and saw a plastic bucket filled with cement falling from the third floor, heading straight for Li Keqing's head.
Cement scattered in the air, the situation was critical.
This bucket of cement weighed over 10 pounds, falling from the height of the third floor. If it hit someone's head, it would definitely be fatal.
Shin Fong, should my daughter use a spear or a stick? Li Keqing asked, confused.
Shin Fong didn't have time to respond. In a flash, he grabbed the two of them and quickly dodged away, escaping the danger. There was a loud bang as the plastic bucket hit the ground, bouncing several times, spilling cement all over the runway. Shin Fong breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, "I think using a stick is more effective." He looked up at the workers above, the tension fading away.
He put the two down and asked curiously, "Are you both okay?" "It's nothing." Su Yue nodded a little fearfully, then looked up.
Outside the chemistry lab on the third floor, several painters were staring down in surprise.
"Hey!
Be careful, don't hit the students," a passing teacher shouted angrily.
How can you be doing this during class time?"
Shin Fong complained helplessly.
Seeing Li Keqing lost in thought nearby, he asked with concern, "Are you okay?"
If it hadn't been for Shin Fong, Li Keqing might have been injured just now. She dared not imagine the consequences.
"Yeah, you could say that." Shin Fong patted Li Keqing's head, smiled, and walked ahead. "Really, what kind of school is this, doing such dangerous things during class?" Su Yue complained as she followed Shin Fong. "What are you doing?" Su Yue looked back at the daydreaming Li Keqing and asked curiously. "Hurry up, class is about to start." Shin Fong reminded Li Keqing.
Li Keqing happily ran to Shin Feng's side, hugging his arm, her face full of a happy smile. Seeing this, Su Yue immediately became unhappy and reminded, "Hey, Li Keqing, this is my man, what are you doing?" "Don't worry, I see Shin Fong as a brother, I won't steal him from you," Li Keqing said with a smile. Su Yue looked at Li Keqing's happy face, feeling uncomfortable but unable to find words to refute, so she could only let her hold Shin Fong. Passing students looked at Shin Fong with one Lolita and one young girl by his side, feeling both envy and jealousy, yet they couldn't find any evidence that he was two-timing. Before long, Shin Fong and his classmates gathered at the playground, and the PE teacher Luli hurried out, her gaze fixed on Shin Fong. "Here he is." Luli felt happy inside, a smile appearing on her face. "Ahem, this class is free activity time, dismissed," Luli said casually. The students cheered and scattered. "Shin Fong, I'll go get the basketball, want to play later?" Su Yue happily suggested. Go ahead." Shin Fong nodded. "Shin Fong, what do you want to drink?" "I'll buy some water," Li Keqing asked expectantly. "While we're at it," Shin Fong said. "Okay, I'll go buy some water." Li Keqing happily walked towards the school gate kiosk. Luli saw that Su Yue and Li Keqing had both left, coughed to get Shin Feng's attention. "What's the matter?" Shin Fong looked at Luli. "I was clearly worried about you, so why are you still so impatient?" Luli felt somewhat dissatisfied but quietly signaled Shin Fong to follow her. Shin Fong glanced at Su Yue in the equipment room, then cast another look at Li Keqing running toward the school store, and finally followed Luli to a corner of the teaching building. "Shin Fong, you promised to help me shoot an advertisement for the fitness club, so why were you still thinking about dropping out yesterday?" Luli said dissatisfied. "There are various reasons." Shin Fong did not reveal the truth. "You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" "I've already found the photographer and designer, you're the only one left," Luli asked worriedly. "I won't go back on my word, it's just that I was busy the past few days," Shin Fong explained. "Is tonight after school okay?" Luli asked anxiously. "Tonight won't work, Su Yue and I plan to go to KTV. I'm free next Sunday, will you be available then?" Shin Fong asked. "I'm free," Luli agreed immediately. "It's settled then." Shin Fong waved his hand and walked towards the playground. "Shin Fong," Luli called out to him, a bit embarrassed, "I'm free tonight too. Can you take me along when you guys go karaoke? We're all trainee teachers,"
After this semester, I'll return to the gym, and Xinyan will go back to the flower shop. Luli said disdainfully. She and I graduated from the same school. Luli said indifferently, then added with eager anticipation, and we might even drag your head teacher along. Two beautiful teachers together, it's bound to be interesting. Qin Feng thought for a moment, then nodded and said, more people means more fun, but we're all students and don't often chat about family matters. If you can't fit in, don't blame me. What do you mean? We were students too. You hadn't even entered school when I was in high school. Luli retorted proudly, then added, see you at the school gate after class this afternoon. Okay. Qin Feng agreed and turned to find Su Yue on the playground. Su Yue passed him the basketball and asked suspiciously, what did the PE teacher just say to you? You look sneaky. She said she wants to come to our party tonight and also invite teacher Su. Qin Feng responded casually. The homeroom teacher and the PE teacher both coming? Can they hang out with us? Did you agree? Su Yue asked in surprise. I agreed. After this semester ends, we won't have a chance to meet again, so this is kind of a farewell party. Qin Feng said with a smile. Qin Feng shrugged, then stood up and leapt, sending the basketball in his hand on a beautiful arc, landing precisely in the hoop without even touching the net. He walked up to the stunned Su Yue, draped an arm over her shoulder like a brother, kissed her on the cheek, and said indulgently, don't overthink it, it's just for one night, no big deal. Now go help your boyfriend pick up the balls. I make the first move and you get shy, I don't and you say I'm too direct. Is being your boyfriend really this hard? It's been almost 2 months, can't you just relax a bit? Qin Feng sighed helplessly. Here. Su Yue threw the ball to Qin Feng in a playful 3/8 style dunk pose, the silly action actually quite cute. Come on, she stood under the basket with her legs apart like a goalkeeper. Haha, what do you want to do? Qin Feng looked at her sitting cross-legged and couldn't help but laugh. To block your dunk, isn't that how basketball is played? Su Yue said righteously, come on, stop laughing, watch how I block your smash. Qin Feng, block her, a boy shouted, gathering his courage. Qin Feng followed the voice and saw quite a few classmates watching them. Li Qiqing and Chen Xinya were also sitting on the grass watching. Even the PE teacher Luli stood at the office door, watching Qin Feng expectantly, wondering how he would respond to his girlfriend's comical defense. Qin Feng struggled internally, should he save face for the guys and smash the ball past Su Yue, or should he consider his girlfriend's pride? Forget it, everyone's watching. It would be embarrassing if you fail, Qin Feng said, dribbling the basketball and looking at Su Yue meaningfully. It's nothing, just for fun, Su Yue said nonchalantly, but inwardly she was curious whether Qin Feng would really dunk on her or deliberately let her save face. Seeing her unconvinced, Qin Feng was eager to try, saying, then I'll give it a try. All right. Qin Feng held the ball and charged towards Su Yue with full concentration, aiming seriously as if determined to smash the ball past her. The classmates stared at him without blinking, finding it hard to believe Qin Feng was really going to block her shot. This guy really wants to cover Su Yue. Luli said in surprise under her breath. In an instant, Qin Feng came before Su Yue like lightning, grabbed the basketball, and slammed it forcefully toward the hoop. Seeing his serious expression, a flash of disappointment crossed Su Yue's heart. He really wanted to block her in front of so many people. Hearing Qin Feng say this, Su Yue's temper flared up as well. She recklessly jumped up, trying to block Qin Feng's powerful dunk. Foolish woman. Qin Feng smiled, having expected her to react this way. At the moment Su Yue jumped, he wrapped one arm around her slender waist, firmly locked it, and slammed the basketball into the net. The sound of the basketball bouncing on the ground resounded as Qin Feng steadily held Su Yue, gently landing under the hoop like holding a little chick. Before Su Yue could react, Qin Feng leaned in and gave her a light peck on the cheek, teasing, not bad, you caught it pretty well. With this cool yet lovey-dovey display, the classmates nearby looked on with sour expressions, thinking, playing basketball and still throwing out PDA? Ridiculous. Su Yue looked at Qin Feng's smile, feeling warm inside. As expected, he never disappointed her. Of course, she responded proudly, like a proud little peacock.
Halfway through PE class, Chin Fong and Su Yue played ball for a while, then lay on the grass soaking up the sun.
Su Yue lay on top of Chin Fong, using him as a pillow, leisurely playing on her phone.
The lawn was originally a place for everyone to rest, but with them lying like this, others felt awkward to come over and be a third wheel.
The weather's been really nice these days, the sun is warm but not glaring.
I just want to sleep, Su Yue mumbled sleepily, rubbing against Chin Feng's chest.
It really is comfortable.
Chin Fong affectionately stroked her hair, looking up at the overcast sky, secretly amused. The good weather recently was all created by his natural power. The June heat had become as cool as autumn, with gentle sunlight and pleasant temperatures, truly a summer retreat paradise. Also, because of his natural power, this city attracted many tourists. In just half a month, the number of visitors increased by half compared to previous years. At this moment, Chin Fong heard the boys in class whispering. He looked up and saw more than 20 boys sneaking around the corner of the teaching building.
What are they up to?
Chin Fong was curious, feeling itchy inside, wanting to follow along and join the fun.
Don't move, I want to nap for a bit.
Su Yue gently tapped him, then snuggled into his arms like a sleepy little kitten.
Damn it, where's my cigarette? Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let the PE teacher hear, hurry up and place your bets. Who's still betting? Bet on what? Who here can beat Li Yi?
There's also Chin Fong, he's so big and strong, his strength has to be great, go call him over.
You go.
That she-tiger Su Yue is right on top of Chin Fong.
3 cigarettes, I'll go. Here you go.
At this moment, a skinny boy came out from the corner of the teaching building, cast a mysterious glance at Chin Fong, and quickly waved for him to come over.
This guy seems to be playing something.
Chin Fong murmured curiously and patted Su Yue on the back. I'll play for a bit, you get up first.
Where to go for fun? Su Yue asked drowsily, looking up.
Chin Fong pointed to the group of boys around the corner of the teaching building. Su Yue followed his gaze, and the boys, seeing her look land on them, quickly retreated to the corner as if stepping on a landmine. She wanted to refuse, but was afraid of being too controlling toward Chin Fong and being labeled a tigress.
Go ahead, I'll nap by myself. Su Yue said indifferently, getting up and leaving Chin Fong.
Chin Fong, as if receiving permission from his wife, excitedly ran toward the group of boys.
Where is Chin Fong going? Luli saw his sneaky behavior and couldn't help but follow.
Soon, Chin Fong reached the boys and found that they were holding quite a few cigarettes, seemingly gathering here to smoke.
What are you all doing? Why are you all gathered here? Chin Fong asked curiously.
Come, Chin Fong, come over quickly. A boy pulled him into the group, squatting in front of Li Yi and said trustingly, we're gambling cigarettes.
So boring. Chin Fong complained, but still asked, gambling on what?
Arm wrestling, the boy nearby said excitedly.
The betting stakes are boring, and the process is boring too.
Rock, paper, scissors is so much more convenient, Chin Fong laughed.
Rock, paper, scissors is too boring, this way is more fun.
Li Yi has already won several times, you're the only one who hasn't won yet. Li Yi is a strong guy whom Chin Fong privately taught before, and he's also the one who fought with Chen Hang in yesterday's PE class. The boy continued, don't worry, Chin Fong, as long as you beat Li Yi, those who bet on you winning will share a cigarette with you, it counts as wages.
Have all the salaries been paid?
Chin Fong couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, but said indifferently, alright, there's still time anyway, let's play and see.
Okay, place your bets quickly, no takebacks. I'm betting on Li Yi, feels like Chin Fong can't win.
I trust brother Fong, double down.
Who brought cigarettes for 3 yuan 50 cents? The minimum is 7 yuan.
I'll take 5 yushi sticks and bet on Li Yi.
Wow, yushi, rich people.
Soon after, Chin Fong placed a few scattered cigarettes by his feet.
Li Yi's side was even more exaggerated, with high-end cigarettes worth over 20 yuan scattered all over the floor.
The most expensive cigarettes smoked by the senior third-year boys were all piled up there.
You guys really don't trust me at all, Chin Fong said gloomily, looking at the cheap cigarettes at his feet.
Chin Fong, you're really riding high this semester.
Today I'm here to show you some color.
Li Yin stretched out his thick palm, excitedly looking at Chin Fong.
No one's beaten your record? Then let me break it.
Just as Qin Feng reached out his hand, a voice sounded from behind that made all the boys' spines chill. Everyone turned around, and except for Qin Feng, everyone gasped sharply. Teacher Lu Li had appeared. Teacher Lu. The boys panicked, quickly hiding their cigarettes, either stepping on them or sitting on them. After all, getting caught smoking in the third year of high school could result in writing a moral self-reflection report at minimum, or having parents called and credits deducted at worst, with serious consequences. Lu Li's eyes were sharp, and seeing the cigarettes on the ground, she tentatively asked, "Are you all gathering here to smoke?" No, the boys shook their heads desperately.
Then why are these cigarettes here? To be honest, I won't report you, Lu Li asked curiously. She actually wouldn't report them. After all, she had been a student herself before and knew what it felt like to be punished. More importantly, Qin Feng was here too, and if she reported them, Qin Feng would not escape punishment either.
Is it Qin Feng's turn for arm wrestling? Lu Li silently thought, looking at Li Ye's sturdy arm, wondering if Qin Feng could win. Lu Li privately loved watching all kinds of intense sports competitions, like UFC, professional boxing, cage fights. Anything that gets the adrenaline pumping was her favorite. Although now it was just arm wrestling, a strength contest, simple and fair, she especially wanted to see whether Qin Feng, this perfectly built guy, would win or Li Yi, who had beaten Chen Heng badly in yesterday's PE class. Lu Li glanced at the playground, saw no teachers or students approaching, and quickly said, "Come on, the dean isn't patrolling, hurry up and arm wrestle. I bet on Qin Feng to win 1 pack of Furongwang cigarettes. I'll bring it to you next PE class." The PE teacher also wanted to gamble, and the boys were extremely excited, not only because they didn't have to fear punishment, but also because they could continue betting. "Quick, take out the cigarettes you just bet, don't hide them," the boy next to Qin Feng urged. Everyone took out their cigarettes, scattering them all over the ground. Qin Feng looked at the excited Lu Li and smiled, saying, "Teacher, is this appropriate? Gambling cigarettes with us makes it feel like you're in cahoots with us." Lu Li didn't care. "It's okay, the dean isn't here, and this is a blind spot for surveillance, don't worry. Start quickly, I'm worried the class monitor will come." A weak-looking boy nervously stared at Chen Xinya jumping rope on the playground. Chen Xinya was known for her fairness and strictness. If she found out that teachers and students were gambling cigarettes, she would definitely report it. "All right, Qin Feng, Li Yi, begin." The boy on Qin Feng's right urged. "All right." Qin Feng rolled up his sleeves and shook Li Ye's hand. Qin Feng's wheat-colored muscles made Lu Li itch with desire, almost wanting to touch them. Although Li Yi was strong, his muscles weren't as solid as Qin Feng's. "Qin Feng, go for it." Lu Li cheered like a little fangirl. Li Yi became increasingly competitive. With the gym teacher present, a man's dignity couldn't afford to lose. Qin Feng felt the force in Li Ye's hand suddenly press sharply to the left. This force was strong for an ordinary person, but Qin Feng didn't feel it at all. Come on. Li Yi, 5 packs of Furongwang cigarettes. Li Yi can't let Qin Feng win, go for it. Li Yi, don't lose. The boys who bet on Li Yi cheered wildly. Li Yi struggled desperately, but it was like bending steel, extremely strenuous. Go, Qin Feng. Lu Li also shouted excitedly. Ah! Li Yi grunted, sweating on his face, struggling as if he were straining on the toilet. Qin Feng still showed no change in expression, tightly gripping his opponent's palm, unmoving. "Forget it, let's stop," Qin Feng said, gently pressing Li Ye's hand to the right. He was very cautious, afraid of hurting Li Yi, but still gradually twisted his hand towards himself. "Li Yi, come on, don't give up," someone shouted nearby. "Qin Feng's strength is really too much, isn't it?" Li Yi gave it his all, his face turning red, but his palm didn't move at all. Watching Qin Feng's biceps slightly bulge, with a calm and confident expression on his face, Lu Li was extremely surprised. This was not an arm wrestle at all, it was more like using strength to toy with the opponent. Qin Feng thought to himself, although I don't want to win, someone has to. A confident smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he firmly pressed Li Ye's hand to the ground. Lu Li was completely captivated by his confidence. Handsome, well-built, strong, and sporty, Qin Feng perfectly fit her ideal type. The winners cheered joyfully. After all, high school students from ordinary families considered cigarettes a luxury, so this win meant quite a gain.
Brother Feng is awesome. He's made a fortune.
I bet on 6 white wolves, tripled my money, hurry up and settle the bill. I only bet on 3, should have trusted Qin Feng earlier.
Let's first divide Qin Feng's share.
Everyone took out their cigarettes and piled them in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked and smiled. I don't smoke, you guys take them.
Don't smoke too much, it's bad for your health. Actually, he just wanted to have some fun with everyone.
The semester was almost over, and it was a rare opportunity. He was incredibly strong, easily lifting a car. If he used full force, he could even tear off Li's arm. So he didn't go all out, but winning is still winning. Qin Feng didn't accept the cigarettes, and the boys immediately scrambled to take them. The scene as lively as a big supermarket sale.
Are you okay? Qin Feng asked Li Yi, who was rubbing his arm. I'm fine, well played. Li Yi nodded with a smile.
Qin Feng patted him. Let's go, Su Yue is about to lose her temper again.
Let's go. Li Yi was convinced and thought Qin Feng was really interesting.
At this moment, Qin Feng noticed Luli was still dazed, so he snapped his fingers in front of her to remind her, Teacher, class is over, it's time to call everyone together. After saying that, he walked towards Su Yue's side. After staying so long, it was time to go back and keep her company. Luli looked at Qin Feng's back, grumbling discontentedly in her heart. Why?
He actually has Su Yue.
Su Yue had a powerful background. Her sister Su Yiling was a real estate tycoon, while Luli only had a small gym, totally incomparable. If Qin Feng's girlfriend were another girl, Luli would have already made a move.
Even if it meant breaking her hoe, she would want a share. But reality is always cruel.
Luli watched anxiously, while Qin Feng was still chatting and laughing with Su Yue on the lawn. After school in the afternoon, Qin Feng went home to take a shower, changed into a fresh set of clothes, explained the situation to Qin Chuchu, and then set off for the KTV they had all agreed on. Although he could have taken Qin Chuchu along, Qin Feng didn't want her to go. That kind of place wasn't suitable for her innocence. If she secretly went with classmates and something happened, Qin Feng would definitely regret it. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Qin Feng arrived at the school gate, playing on his phone while waiting for the others.
Qin Feng.
A somewhat shy voice from behind came from Li Keqing. Li Keqing wore white knee-high socks and a fitted white dress, with her hair styled in twin ponytails, exuding a full lowly charm.
Girl, what a big change today.
Qin Feng looked at her, smiling a little awkwardly. Qin Feng wasn't a lolicon, he just felt that Li Keqing was very different from how she was at school.
No, it looks great.
Qin Feng casually comforted her.
Although he didn't understand these kinds of outfits, he didn't want to say anything critical.
At this moment, a taxi stopped beside them.
The squad leader got out and asked in surprise, "You guys came this early? Have they arrived?"
The squad leader was wearing a light blue shirt and trousers, her black hair pinned up, neat and elegant.
Not yet.
Qin Feng was the first to arrive, and I was the second, Li Keqing answered with a smile. Then, a black Bugatti Veyron slowly drove up and stopped beside the crowd. The scissor doors opened, and Su Yue awkwardly stepped out of the car. Su Yue was wearing that black dress, the same one she wore on her first date with Qin Feng. Qin Feng had said this dress suited her perfectly.
Su Yue hesitated at home for almost 2 hours before finally choosing it.
Seeing Li Keqing and Shen Xinya so surprised they were speechless, Qin Feng beside them couldn't help but laugh, and Su Yueling sitting in the driver's seat also smiled.
The high-maintenance young lady at school suddenly turned into a well-behaved figure who could handle that instantly. Their reaction was perfectly normal. Su Yue glared at Qin Feng, who was chuckling beside her, then stared at the two and asked, "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" "Ah, of course, are you satisfied?"
Su Yue said with her hands on her hips, her face full of displeasure.
"I'm satisfied now."
Shen Xinya smiled awkwardly. Su Yiling in the driver's seat also smiled and said to Qin Feng, "I have something to do with the company, so I'll leave this girl to you tonight. Take good care of her."
No problem. Xin Feng nodded. After Su Yiling finished speaking, she drove off in the Bugatti Veyron, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Ahem, let's go first. I've sent the location to Teacher Lu, they'll come over once they're ready, Xin Feng called out to the few people still in a daze. The three of them snapped back to reality, nodded, and followed towards Su Yue's friend's KTV. That friend, Lin Yun, has been Su Yue's best friend since middle school. Both of them are proud by nature and had few friends back then. Because of that, they became each other's only companions, sharing a bond in their mutual loneliness. This gathering was because Lin Yun wanted to meet Su Yue's boyfriend Qin Feng, so she invited Su Yue to her newly opened KTV. Su Yue said that Lin Yun's sister Lin Yu is the chairman of the jewelry industry in S-City, running more than a dozen jewelry stores. Although not as influential as Su Yiling, she also knows quite a few social elites. Lin Yun's KTV had been open for almost a week. It was funded by Lin Yu, who wanted her to stop playing games all day and get some exercise. Soon, Qin Feng and the three girls arrived at the entrance of the Changxiang KTV, where the waiter warmly led them into a luxurious private room. Inside the private room, melodious singing filled the air. Neatly arranged cushions were placed on the sofa, and the table was piled high with snacks, cigarettes, and various foreign liquors. Su Yue hung up the phone and explained, she said she'll be here soon, so go ahead and play. Feel free to eat whatever's on the table. Qin Feng was unceremonious, sitting directly on the sofa and passing the time watching a romance movie on the screen. Li Keqing sat nervously next to him, her petite body trembling slightly, her eyes full of fear and unease. After all, it was her first time at a KTV, and with so many people together. Being someone who usually stayed at home, she couldn't help but feel a bit out of place. Don't be nervous, we're all friends. We're just here to hang out and chat, Qin Feng patiently reassured her. Okay, Li Keqing calmed down considerably after being comforted, revealing a faint smile. At this moment, the private room door was pushed open, and Lu Li and Su Xinyan also arrived. Hey, everyone. We're late. Lu Li held the shy Su Xinyan's hand, warmly walked in, and sat opposite Qin Feng. Don't call me teacher anymore, just call me by my name at school, right, Xinyan? Lu Li patted Su Xinyan's leg, as if giving a reminder. She was definitely dragged here. Qin Feng looked at Su Xinyan, who smiled awkwardly, already guessing the truth. With her introverted personality, she would never take the initiative to attend such a gathering. When the atmosphere grew a bit awkward, the door of the private room opened again, and a girl about the same height as Su Yue walked in. She had long black hair that fell straight down to her waist, delicate facial features, but with a hint of coldness on her face. Her figure was similar to Su Yue's, both having that youthful girl aura. She was Su Yue's best friend, Lin Yun. Is everyone here? Lin Yun scanned the group, her gaze landing on Qin Feng. She smiled and asked, You must be Qin Feng? Pretty handsome. Where's Su Yue? Right at the door, Qin Feng said, pointing at Su Yue, unable to help laughing. Su Yue angrily cursed, I really want to hit you. Lin Yun stared at Su Yue like she was a treasure, hardly able to believe that the once rough and careless Su Yue, like a tigress, had become so girlish. She thought to herself, what on earth did Qin Feng put in her drink? After looking around, Lin Yun walked up to Su Yue and nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, the power of love is really strong. I believe it now. Are you teasing me? Su Yue asked suspiciously. Not at all. I'm just happy to see my best friend of 3 years finally have someone who likes her, Lin Yun said sincerely, though inwardly she found it hard to accept this gentle version of Su Yue, thinking the straightforward person she used to be was more interesting. Alright, stop flattering me. Let's eat and drink, and while we're at it, celebrate your new store, Su Yue said happily, sitting proudly beside Qin Feng. Lin Yun walked over and sat down next to Chen Xinya, a playful look on her face as she smiled at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you're going to have to drink a lot today. Yue's been my good friend for 3 years, and since you've taken her away from me, I owe you several drinks. After speaking, she skillfully opened a bottle of Corona beer and handed Qin Feng a bottle of strong foreign liquor, smiling as she asked, Do you drink? If not, I can get you a soft drink. Qin Feng replied lightly, a little.
He took the bottle and glanced at it casually. It was 25-degree foreign liquor, much stronger than ordinary beer. Lin Yun nodded with satisfaction, took the Corona, and drank it all in one go without hesitation. Chen Xinya looked at Lin Yun drinking heavily and said with some concern, "Does this woman have such a high tolerance for alcohol?" Since Lin Yun drank, Qin Feng couldn't fall behind. He opened the bottle cap and finished the bottle of foreign liquor in one gulp, even faster than Lin Yun.
Lu Li exclaimed in surprise, "Qin Feng, you drink so well?" Su Xinyan stared at him curiously.
She didn't drink much, unable to handle even 2 bottles of low-alcohol beer, so how could she drink high-proof foreign liquor in one gulp like Qin Feng? Su Yue teased, "Qin Feng, if you get drunk, I'll have my chance."
Qin Feng responded with a smile, "Then I'll give you the chance tonight."
This high-concentration canned beer can get people drunk after just 2 bottles if they don't drink much, and even heavy drinkers dare not drink too fast, as it easily causes blackouts. Seeing this, Su Yue enthusiastically shouted, "All right, everyone, have some food.
We're all friends here." No one was polite anymore and started eating snacks.
No one dared to touch the alcohol or cigarettes, as no one wanted to embarrass themselves in front of Qin Feng. After about 10 minutes of eating, the atmosphere began to get awkward, and everyone started making small talk. With 2 teachers present, and everyone unfamiliar with this kind of setting, not knowing how to liven things up, all they could do was awkwardly chat.
Looking at this group, Lin Yun muttered in disappointment, "Hasn't anyone here ever been to a KTV?"
"I didn't come here to make awkward small talk, I came to have a good time with Su Yue." Lin Yun hadn't originally planned to come to the KTV with this group because they barely drink or smoke, and just chatting sounded so boring. "Hey!" Lin Yun clapped her hands to get everyone's attention and said, "Let's play some games."
"Just chatting is too boring. What do you think, Yue?" She glanced at Su Yue and gave a hint. Su Yue seemed to get the signal and hurriedly said, "Yeah, just chatting is pointless."
The 2 teachers also said, "We're all friends, so let's play some games."
"But what should we play?" Lu Li asked a bit awkwardly.
Everyone couldn't think of anything fun to do for a moment. After all, no drinking or smoking, so what could they play?
Singing? King's Game? What is that? Su Yue asked curiously.
Lin Yun smiled and praised Li Keqing, "Lowly, you're pretty impressive, coming up with this game."
Li Keqing smiled a bit shyly, "It's nothing." "Lin Yun, what is the King's Game?" Su Yue and the others all stared intently at Lin Yun.
Lin Yun took a deck of playing cards from the drawer, drew the King of Hearts, then dealt 1 card to each person, explaining, "It's simple. Each person draws a card, and whoever draws the King of Hearts is the king. The king can make any other cardholder do anything." She smiled meaningfully, "And the king's orders cannot be disputed, they must be carried out."
"Must be carried out?" Su Yue couldn't help but glance at Qin Feng, then asked, "What if the king orders someone to kiss another person?"
Lin Yun shrugged and laughed, "Then I have no choice but to accept it."
"The king's orders must be obeyed." Everyone listened with mixed feelings.
Lu Li's eyes lit up. She thought that if the king asked her to do something with Qin Feng, then she wouldn't have to care about Su Yue's looks.
After all, it's just a game, and Su Yue shouldn't be that upset about losing, right? Lin Yun looked at Su Yue provocatively, "Chicken? So, are you guys playing or not?"
Lin Yun placed the cards on the table and looked at Li Keqing and the others.
"Play,"
Lu Li said without hesitation, patting Su Xinyan, her eyes full of suggestion.
Qin Feng looked at Li Keqing and curiously asked, "Are you playing?" "Yes, I am."
Li Keqing nodded without hesitation.
After all, this was the game she proposed, how could she not participate? Su Yue had no reason not to play either, right?
Except for the class monitor Chen Xinya, everyone was willing to join.
So all eyes turned to Chen Xinya sitting next to Lin Yun. Chen Xinya said indifferently, "Since everyone is playing, I'll join too." "All right, then I'll deal the cards."
Lin Yun said excitedly.
"Wait." Su Yue suddenly called out, asking someone embarrassed, "If the king asks 2 girls to kiss, do we have to comply too?" Lin Yun glanced at her and said meaningfully, "You're worried about that?"
"You should be more worried about Qin Feng being asked by the king to kiss others." After all, he's the only guy here. Hearing her say that, Lu Li and Li Keqing both became nervous. They really hoped Su Yue wouldn't give up out of fear, or else this opportunity would be wasted.
Are you going to play or not? Yue, you're getting more and more cowardly.
Lin Yun continued to provoke.
If we're playing, then play. Deal the cards. Su Yue shouted back without showing any weakness. Good.
Lin Yun cheerfully dealt the 7 cards in her hand to everyone.
Please don't be a king.
Lu Li and Li Keqing both prayed silently when they received their cards. After all, if it was a king, there would be no chance to interact with Qin Feng.
Su Yue got the Queen of Spades and glanced secretly at Qin Feng's cards.
Unfortunately, Qin Feng covered his cards as soon as he took them, giving her no chance to see.
Who is the king? Qin Feng asked curiously.
Lin Yun laughed triumphantly, flashing the King of Hearts. The king is me. Seeing Lin Yun holding the king, Lu Li and Li Keqing both got excited, knowing she was definitely going to set some thrilling tasks. Lin Yun smiled and said, "Let's keep the first round simple. The people with the Ace of Spades and the 7 of Diamonds each have to drink 3 of these 6 bottles of beer, finishing it all with nothing left. This beer has a high alcohol content, and drinking 3 bottles is no joke. They'd probably be drunk in no time." Lu Li sneaked a laugh beside her, really unlucky. After all, since she wasn't called out, she could afford to stay out of it. Lu Li turned her head to look at Su Xinyan next to her, noticing her hands trembling as she tightly gripped the playing cards, her face full of fear.
Girl, are you okay?
Qin Feng reminded Li Keqing, that card was the 7 of Diamonds.
Lin Yun laughed and said, looks like everyone knows who it is.
Hurry up, drink these 6 bottles of wine, continue to the next round, no one can help, you must accept the bet. Su Xinyan saw Li Keqing start drinking, so she picked up the foreign beer on the table and took sip after sip. The sound of the two continuously drinking came from the private room, even the men couldn't help but give thumbs up. After an unknown amount of time, Su Xinyan and Li Keqing finally finished their 3 bottles of beer each.
Lu Li asked with concern, are you okay? She knew Su Xinyan had a low tolerance for alcohol. Qin Feng also asked Li Keqing with concern, girl, are you okay? Do you want to take a break first?
Lin Yun smiled and encouraged Li Keqing, lowly, you can do it. Li Keqing smiled silently, but in her heart, she quietly prayed not to draw the king, she was extremely afraid. Lin Yun collected the cards, shuffled them, and dealt them out again. Li Keqing took the card dizzily and showed a happy smile when she saw the King of Hearts. Looks like the king is yours this time, lowly, Lin Yun teased.
I'm already 19. Li Keqing retorted dissatisfied. Alright, lowly, give the order.
Lin Yun urged. Everyone heard the order and nervously swallowed, afraid that the girl would lose her temper. Qin Feng held the Queen of Hearts, meaning he was the one to kiss the 7 of Diamonds. Lin Yun said a little shyly, although it's a bit embarrassing, a 1-minute kiss is fine. It's still my first kiss, Queen of Hearts, you've hit the jackpot. Hurry up, Queen of Hearts, come out and fulfill the king's order, don't embarrass me. Lin Yun urged. The private room plunged into a deathly silence, everyone looking at Qin Feng and Lin Yun as if they had seen a ghost. Only the melodious music continued to float in the air. Su Yue was both embarrassed and shocked, wanting to speak but not knowing how to start, only able to stare in stunned silence at her boyfriend and best friend standing together. At this moment, the scene was unusually quiet, everyone staring at Qin Feng and Lin Yun. No one wanted to see them kiss, especially such a long kiss lasting a whole minute. Su Yue was so anxious she almost jumped up. After all, that was her first kiss, and the partner was her best friend's boyfriend. This scene was way too melodramatic.
Lin Yun actually stepped forward, and Su Yue immediately showed dissatisfaction, standing between the two and angrily saying, Lin Yun, you don't really want to play this game, do you? He's my boyfriend, stop it. Lin Yun shyly responded, then what do you suggest? This is the king's order. She also didn't want to be cuckolded. Su Yue helplessly appealed to Chen Xinya, class monitor, tell me, is this fair? Suddenly, Lin Yun let out a low growl, pushed Su Yue aside, and resolutely said, since it's a game, I, Lin Yun, am not one to be trifled with.
After speaking, she leaned close to Qin Feng and looked up at him shyly. Hurry up, I'm being so proactive, don't make me lose face. Her eyes instantly widened, her first kiss was gone just like that, and it was with her best friend's boyfriend. Su Yue was so upset she was almost crying. Hurry, start timing. Chen Xinya urged Li Keqing. Li Keqing quickly pressed the timer on her phone, starting a 1-minute countdown. Luli was beside her, eating a lemon and gnashing her teeth in anger. Why did that guy get ahead first? Ding! A level up notification sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Kissing talent maxed out, keep up the good work. The minute ended, and the phone rang. Time's up. Su Yue immediately pulled the two apart, speaking with concern. I'm sorry. Although it was just a game, Qin Feng still felt like he had taken the first kiss and apologized to Lin Yun. Why do you want to play this kind of game? Su Yue couldn't help but cry, looking at Qin Feng and complaining, can't you just refuse? Although it's a game, you should still say no. You're my boyfriend, why are you kissing someone else? She felt extremely suffocated, her boyfriend kissed her best friend right in front of her, and the feeling was unbearable. If Lin Yun weren't a good friend, she really didn't know what she might have done. Seeing Su Yue's tear-filled eyes, Qin Feng quickly hugged her frail body, sat back down on the sofa, and gently comforted her. Don't be upset, it's just a game. Look, Li Keqing and teacher Su don't even drink, yet they finished 3 bottles of beer in the first round. If your boyfriend doesn't admit defeat, that would be so embarrassing. Qin Feng gently wiped away her tears and said sympathetically, I know, but who told the king to impose such a harsh punishment? Su Yue heard this and glanced at Li Keqing, feeling a bit resentful. Just kidding, if Li Keqing knew that the Queen of Hearts was Qin Feng, how could she possibly allow Qin Feng to kiss other girls? Lin Yun saw that Su Yue was still fussing and said discontentedly, enough, Yue, it's just a game, isn't it? Is it really worth being so serious? I even gave away my first kiss, did I say anything? Does that mean I'm less of a person? I'm not being petty. Su Yue retorted defiantly. That's exactly being petty. Lin Yun glared at Su Yue, who was sitting in Qin Feng's arms, secretly cursing in her heart. Just as Lin Yun was complaining, Su Yue suddenly seemed to remember something, looked at Qin Feng with a sudden understanding, and kissed him fiercely, as if trying to cover up Lin Yun's scent. A few minutes later, Su Yue finally let go of Qin Feng, still unwilling, saying, I definitely don't want your mouth to have her taste. Stupid woman. Qin Feng smiled indulgently, nodding in agreement. Hey, do I have bad breath? Lin Yun grumbled angrily. I never said that. Su Yue responded triumphantly. Although Lin Yun took the opportunity to kiss Qin Feng, he was still her boyfriend, so it wasn't a big deal. Alright, continue. I don't want to be the only one at a disadvantage. Lin Yun put away the playing cards, raising her eyebrows confidently. You better pray I don't draw the king, or you'll regret it. No sooner had she finished speaking than she took back the cards, excitedly adding, since both Qin Feng and I have admitted defeat, I hope everyone else can handle it too. Seeing Lin Yun's vengeful glare, Li Keqing and the others shivered inwardly, praying they wouldn't draw the king card. Quietly, the time had slipped past 11 at night. Those who had played all evening were collapsed on the sofa, drunk and grinning foolishly. After more than a dozen rounds of the king game, all the beer and cigarettes on the table were gone, scattered cans piled high, a scene that was frankly alarming. The ones who drank the worst tonight were Su Xinyan and Li Keqing. Each of them drank more than 10 bottles of strong foreign beer, drunk as if they were dead drunk, slumped weakly on the sofa. Qin Feng was quite lucky. Although he wasn't called out many times, he helped Li Keqing and Su Yue drink a lot of beer, drinking even more than Li Keqing. He was now a bit tipsy as well. The luckiest tonight was probably the class leader, Chen Xinya. Everyone drank at least 5 bottles of beer, but Chen Xinya didn't drink a single bottle because she was never chosen to receive any orders, so she was still relatively clear-headed. Ha, Su Yue got cheated on. Everyone, drunk, couldn't help but laugh out loud, not caring whether Su Yue would get angry or not. But before long, Li Keqing had fallen asleep lying on the sofa. Qin Feng carefully lifted Li Keqing off himself and placed her on an empty sofa nearby, struggling to say, Lin Yun, everyone's drunk.
Let's call it a night. Is there a hotel nearby? Arrange for everyone to rest.
Before he finished speaking, there was no response.
Looking back, Lin Yun was actually asleep on the floor, looking very messy. No wonder, during the last round of the King's game, she drank 5 full bottles of foreign beer. Truly astonishing. Qin Feng, it's getting late, I'll head back first, is that okay? Chen Xinya cast an apologetic look at Qin Feng. Alright, then I'll see you off, class president.
Qin Feng nodded, his steps a bit unsteady as he walked ahead. He had drunk quite a lot tonight, also helping Li Keqing and Su Yue drink quite a bit, his consciousness starting to blur. If it weren't for his strong constitution, he probably would have needed to go to the bathroom long ago.
Okay. Chen Xinya didn't refuse, carrying her things as she followed behind Qin Feng. Team leader, have a safe trip.
Lu Li, wearing only a vest and drunk, shouted at Chen Xinya. In the King's game, Lu Li was ordered by Su Yue to take off her clothes, now only wearing a vest.
Teacher, remember to dress properly before you leave.
Chen Xinya reminded helplessly, smiling wryly as she followed Qin Feng.
Team leader, did you have fun tonight? Qin Feng asked. Very happy. Chen Xinya answered without hesitation. That's good.
Qin Feng smiled and walked with Chen Xinya to the roadside to hail a taxi.
Tisk, drank too much.
Qin Feng pressed his forehead and swayed as he spoke.
Are you okay?
Chen Xinya hurriedly supported him, afraid he would fall. Sorry, I made the squad leader look bad.
Qin Feng smiled awkwardly. Who told you to help Li Keqing and Su Yue drink so much? You've been drinking all night.
Qin Feng stood there drunkenly. Chen Xinya looked at him, feeling a bit of sympathy.
It's nothing, I didn't drink much.
Qin Feng smiled lightly, acting indifferent.
You're like this and still say you didn't drink much.
Chen Xinya complained, but her tone was full of concern. A taxi approached from a distance, and Qin Feng hurriedly reminded, Squad leader, the car is here.
Chen Xinya quickly waved, and the taxi stopped by the roadside.
She let go of Qin Feng's arm and asked with some concern, Qin Feng, I'm leaving first.
Are you okay going back alone? No problem, the hotel is right next door.
If it gets really bad, I can just sleep there for the night. Qin Feng waved his hand and said, Squad leader, let's go.
Send me a message when you get out of the car.
By the time you send the message, you'll probably be asleep, Chen Xinya muttered to herself, but still felt a warm feeling inside.
She sat in the back seat of the taxi and said goodbye to Qin Feng. I'll head off first.
Qin Feng nodded and said to the driver, Driver, slow down, it's nighttime.
Okay.
The driver responded, and the car slowly drove away from the KTV entrance. Just as Qin Feng turned around, a dazzling beam of high-beam headlights flashed past his eyes. A black motorcycle rushed by, nearly hitting him.
No eyes.
The motorcycle driver took off his helmet, revealing a bald head, and shouted angrily. A heavily made-up woman behind looked at the drunken Qin Feng, mocking him sarcastically, Forget it, a drunkard, don't pay him any mind, let's go.
I'll run you over next time. The bald man roared, started the motorcycle, and sped away, the engine noise deafening.
Qin Feng looked down at the sidewalk beneath his feet, then glanced at the speeding motorcycle, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He reached out his hand, using Magneto's mutant powers within him, ready to teach this careless guy a lesson. In an instant, the magnetic field centered on Qin Feng rapidly expanded, the street lights flickered continuously, and the surrounding surveillance footage blurred as if the network had disconnected. Using telekinetic powers, he lifted the motorcycle and the 2 people on it into the air, floating dozens of meters high.
Darling, what's happening?
We're flying. The woman clung tightly to the bald man, terrified and confused.
I don't know either, what's going on?
The bald man's face turned pale, his whole body trembling as if he had seen a ghost. In a moment, Qin Feng used telekinesis to lift the 2 motorcycles, hanging them over the riverbank beside the road.
No! Help!
The 2 shouted in terror.
Are these aliens? Help us!
They stared at the churning water below, desperate and scared, knowing that falling in would mean death or crippling injury. Shin Fong sneered coldly, released his psychic power, and the motorcycle and the two people instantly fell into the river, splashing loudly.
Let's go back. He smiled satisfactorily and staggered towards the KTV.
After dealing with those two, Shin Fong was ready to arrange for everyone to rest at the hotel next door. He knew that drunk people couldn't even find the north, so he couldn't let them stay in the private room. Just as they reached the door, a female attendant smiled and said, "Young sir, Director Lin said it's time to let them rest. The rooms on the third floor of the next door hotel are all prepared and can be used freely." Shin Fong nodded and reminded, "Please call some people to help them, they're all too drunk to walk."
The female attendant readily agreed, of course, after all, they are friends of Director Lin's sister. Shin Fong asked again, "Can you send only female waitresses?"
"Don't let any male waiters assist, I'm afraid something might happen." The waitress smiled, "No problem."
Shin Fong opened the private room satisfactorily, ready to take Su Yue and Li Keqing to the hotel first.
"Put on your coat first." He helplessly glared at Lu Li, then closed the door and went to find Su Xinyan. After all, places like KTV can be dangerous for women when they're drunk, with thugs often lurking to take advantage. Just as he closed the door, the waitress arrived at the entrance with a group of female attendants. "Young man, can you help them get to the hotel?" she asked.
Shin Fong nodded, "Okay. Where is the restroom?" "Turn right at the end of the corridor," the waitress kindly directed. "Thank you."
Shin Fong responded and walked straight towards the restroom, while the waitresses went into the private room to start moving people. Just as Shin Fong turned the corner, he was blocked by two punks dyed with red and green hair. They said coldly, "The restroom is occupied, wait a moment." Actually, they were guarding the boss who had just gone to the bathroom. The boss had just seen a hot drunk woman and wanted to take the opportunity to have some fun in the bathroom. The next day when she wakes up, the woman definitely won't remember anything. This often happens in KTV.
A public bathroom, and there's still a line?
Shin Fong sneered at them disdainfully, pushed their hands away, and continued walking.
"Hey!"
The two punks were unwilling to give up, followed him to block his way, and threatened, "Kid, don't be ungrateful. Our private room has a dozen brothers, each with a beer bottle, we guarantee you won't come out unscathed." Just as Shin Fong was about to teach them a lesson, a scream suddenly came from the bathroom, followed by a woman's desperate calls for help.
Shin Fong recognized the voice, it was Su Xinyan's. "Hey! Shameless! Are you talking?"
The redhead grabbed Shin Fang's clothes from behind, threatening fiercely. The greenhead was about to speak up, but Shin Fong grabbed the redhead's arm and twisted it forcefully. With a crack, the sound of a bone breaking echoed, the redhead's arm twisted into a strange deformation, causing him to scream in pain.
"Get lost,"
Shin Fong said coldly. Before the green-haired man could react, Shin Fong kicked him in the abdomen. The green-haired man flew out like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the wall. Having dealt with the two scumbags, Shin Fong rushed toward the restroom, firmly convinced that Su Xinyan was in danger. Inside the restroom, Su Xinyan nervously held the faucet of the water basin, staring at a scar-faced man whose head she had just struck. The scar-faced man was about to take advantage of her emerging to attack her, but unexpectedly, she had cleverly smashed his head in a moment of desperation. "Do you dare hit me?" The scar-faced man held his bleeding head, glaring fiercely with anger. "I originally wanted to mess around with you, but tonight you'll definitely enjoy it." He sneered coldly, wiping away the blood, and stepped closer to Su Xinyan. He vowed to teach her a harsh lesson, then throw her to the brothers in the private room to torment her one after another. Just as the scar-faced man was closing in, the restroom door was kicked open, and Shin Fong rushed in, without hesitation lunging at him. Before the scar-faced man could react, Shin Fong suddenly lifted him up like a chick and slammed him hard onto the fountain. With a bang, the scar-faced man's waist hit the fountain hard, instantly bending over in pain, spewing out a mixture of blood and beer vomit.
"Shin Fong!" Su Xinyan trembled.
Shin Fong gently patted her, soothing her softly, "Don't be afraid, teacher, I'm here." At this moment, footsteps sounded at the restroom entrance, and a dozen ruffians with brightly colored hairstyles walked in, each holding a beer bottle, surrounding Shin Fong and Su Xinyan.
"They must be his men,"
Qin Feng calmly stared at them, instinctively shielding Su Xinyan behind him. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" A ruffian ran over to the scar-faced man collapsed by the sink, anxiously asking. The scar-faced man kept vomiting a mix of blood and bile, unable to speak, trembling as he pointed at Qin Feng and Su Yue, trying to signal to his companions that Qin Feng was the one who attacked.
"You dare hit our boss? Do you know who he is?"
The punk glared angrily at Qin Feng, while the others also grew restless, closing in on the two. A fight with many against few was about to break out. Qin Feng had no pressure fighting one-on-one, but it was troublesome with Su Xinyan. A woman without strength was at a disadvantage in a brawl. Qin Feng intended to use his supernatural ability.
"Get him!"
The punks shouted as they prepared to charge. Suddenly, a cold and sharp female voice came from the door, and a woman in a red dress walked in. She had bright eyes and white teeth, a seductive figure, with a mature aura mixed with anger. The thugs all stepped back, gathering around their injured boss, looking at her with fear and apprehension as if they were about to be punished. This woman was none other than Lin Yu, Lin Yun's sister, who was influential in both the underworld and the legal world in this area, and had a good private relationship with Su Yue's sister, Su Yuling. "Daring to cause trouble on my turf, you've got some nerve," Lin Yu said coldly, looking at the scarred man bent over in pain, her tone full of mockery.
The scar-faced man turned pale and quickly apologized.
He knew this woman was not someone he could afford to offend. Although he had a dozen or so henchmen, he was just a small-time thug. Going head-to-head with a woman of influence like this was nothing short of courting death. Unfortunately, he had just been kicked in the stomach by Qin Feng, causing a storm in his gut. The nausea and vomit kept rising, stuck painfully in his throat, leaving him looking utterly miserable. Lin Yu cast a cold, contemptuous glance at the gang of thugs. She then turned to Qin Feng and said apologetically, "Brother, sorry about that.
My girl didn't treat you well and scared you off.
You go rest at the hotel first, leave the rest to me.
I'll make sure you're satisfied."
Since Lin Yun's sister had stepped in, Qin Feng didn't want to interfere anymore.
After all, Su Xinyan was just a bit frightened.
He nodded and led the still trembling Su Xinyan out of the restroom. Just as they stepped outside the door, Qin Feng saw a group of men wielding baseball bats rushing inside. Immediately, the sound of bats hitting bodies echoed, along with the agonized screams of the thugs, as if they were being punished in hell. After leaving the KTV, Qin Feng took Su Xinyan, who was both frightened and scared, and a bit drunk, to the third floor of the adjacent hotel, casually found an empty room, and went in. Just after speaking, Qin Feng was about to leave.
Su Xinyan was still shaken from the earlier incident, afraid those thugs would come after her.
Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, then turned around and patted her trembling body to comfort her. "I'll stay with you." He made a round in the room, turned on all the lights, even the bathroom light, because Su Xinyan was scared, and a bit more light would make her feel safer.
She tightly held Qin Feng's hand, afraid he would suddenly leave. After settling things in the room, Qin Feng asked, "Teacher, do you want to take a shower?" You go to sleep first."
"I'll wait until you fall asleep before I leave," Qin Feng suggested. Hearing Qin Feng was about to leave, Su Xinyan immediately hugged him tightly, crying, "Qin Feng, don't go. I'm so scared, please stay." Qin Feng helplessly nodded, "All right, go to sleep.
I'm tired too."
The two lay down cuddling, but the room light was still on. Su Xinyan curled up under the blanket, not daring to show her head at all, like a little girl afraid of thunder. Qin Feng felt that she was still trembling uncontrollably and comforted her in a low voice, "Teacher, don't be afraid, I'm here." Su Xinyan's eyes were filled with tears, timidly looking at Qin Feng, her face full of helplessness and fear. Qin Feng was deeply attracted by her appearance, unable to help but hold her in his arms, gently kissed her, then let go and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Su Xinyan did not resist. Instead, she felt a warm sense of safety, as if with Qin Feng by her side, there was nothing to be afraid of. The next morning, Qin Feng and Su Xinyan sat on the living room sofa, their eyes meeting with full smiles.
Soon, people from the third floor came down one after another, each not fully awake yet.
Li Keqing hugged a hotel pillow and lay down directly beside Qin Feng, mumbling and falling asleep again. Holding the adorable Su Yue and the soundly sleeping Li Keqing in his arms, Qin Feng felt a warm glow in his heart, and hopes gradually began to take shape. A week flew by quickly, and it was time for the system refresh inside Xin Feng's body.
Unlike before, today he had to report to Su Yiling's company to take over her position as head of the Human Resources Department.
Xin Feng got up early and walked into the bathroom to shower. Soon, Xin Chuchu also got up. After finishing his shower, Xin Feng put on the suit uniform sent by Su Yiling. To enter the company, he had to wear this white-collar uniform. Entry was forbidden to non-employees.
Almost ready.
Xin Feng smiled confidently at his reflection in the mirror. He then picked up the name badge pin on the dressing table and pinned it to the collar on the right side of his chest. It displayed his position, head of the Human Resources Department. He exhaled comfortably and opened the bathroom door. Xin Chuchu was stunned when she saw Xin Feng in a suit. She had never seen him dressed so formally. Xin Feng stood tall, the suit well-tailored, making him appear charming and elegant, with a gentle and refined aura. If Xin Feng were the only man in the house, Xin Chuchu might even have thought he was someone else.
How is it? Am I not handsome enough to impress you? Xin Feng teased.
All right, you speak for yourself right from the start.
Xin Chuchu complained helplessly. Brother, are you starting work today?
Xin Chuchu straightened Xin Feng's collar and asked with concern, you can considered a part-time office worker now, right?
Xin Feng nodded and said, yeah, something like that.
Then good luck, my adorable little sister is waiting for you to support her.
Xin Chuchu said happily.
Of course.
Xin Feng confidently patted her head. Go make breakfast quickly. I have to be at the company by 7:30 sharp. I can't be late on the first day.
All right, I'll make you breakfast as soon as I finish washing up.
Xin Chuchu responded cheerfully and ducked into the bathroom.
While brushing her teeth, she giggled foolishly at Xin Feng at the door, hee hee. Xin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He walked to the window, looking at the bright sunny sky, and sighed at how good these carefree days were.
Ding!
168 hours have passed, system activated, beginning to draw abilities. The mechanical voice from a week ago sounded again in his ear.
Here it comes.
Xin Feng lowly roared with excitement, not knowing what ability he would get this time. Congratulations, you have acquired the Inside Eye ability, the system announced calmly.
Inside Eye? Xin Feng asked with curiosity. System, can you tell me what this ability is useful for? The Inside Eye has two powers. First, X-ray vision. By concentrating, you can see inside objects, even the microorganisms inside a human body. Second, universal analysis. When observing anything, you can know all its information, such as the molecular origin of a brick.
Xin Feng nodded. Got it, sounds simple enough. Actually, this special ability is like giving the eyes X-ray vision and a scanning function.
Wait.
Xin Feng suddenly called out to the system, thank you, maybe you really have changed my life. The system emitted a sound like electromagnetic waves and said respectfully, host, you will understand in the future.
See you again in 168 hours.
Before he finished speaking, the system disappeared. Xin Feng pondered the system's words, smiled, and decided not to overthink. He felt that living in the present was much better than worrying about the future.
Let's try out this supernatural ability first.
After speaking, Xin Feng closed his eyes to rest and activated the newly acquired Inside Eye for X-ray vision, staring into the neighboring room. In an instant, his gaze pierced through the wall like infrared rays, seeing everything inside. It was a finely decorated family of three, the parents and a babbling little girl, happily sitting at the dining table having breakfast. Moreover, Xin Feng could see their internal organs, especially the male host's heart beating clearly visible.
So this is the power of X-ray vision, pretty impressive.
Xin Feng smiled satisfactorily. At this moment, the hostess got up and walked towards the bathroom.
Ahem, don't look if it's improper, don't look if it's improper.
Xin Feng smiled awkwardly, quickly turned off the X-ray vision, and rubbed his eyes. Although Xin Feng had powerful supernatural abilities, he also had his limits. Seeing such a family with a husband and daughter, he didn't want to look any longer. Unless the other person is single, he might glance a little longer, but he has no inappropriate thoughts about a warm family. Xin Feng turned around, looked at the tidy living room, and his gaze fixed on a bottle of cola on the table, activating his all-encompassing analytical ability. In his vision appeared an attribute description similar to a game interface.
Item name, Pepsi. Place of origin, by X Cola, 21st branch.
Ingredients: carbonated water, sugar, vanilla, essential oil, pepsin, and cola nut. Shelf life, 6 months, 42 days remaining. Contains a small amount of phosphoric acid. Long-term consumption may cause osteoporosis and harm health.
The price is about 2.5 yuan.
Xin Feng looked at the panel, deep in thought.
Wait. His eyes lit up. Since we can identify this bottle of cola so precisely, wouldn't using this ability to hunt for treasures in the antique market allow us to get rich?
The antique market is a place where many treasure hunters dream of getting rich overnight. There gathered antique collectors in shops from all over the world. Although most antiques are fakes or replicas, if one can skillfully identify priceless treasures and buy them at low prices, getting rich instantly is not a dream. Xin Feng had seen many such stories in the news.
Recently, a non-local antique enthusiast bought a bronze mirror for 500 yuan at the Times Square Antique City.
After an expert appraisal, it turned out to be a bronze mirror used by an emperor of the Tang dynasty, which was then resold for an astronomical price of 20 million. If Xin Feng went to the antique city with his ability to analyze everything, it would be a shortcut to getting rich. Moreover, he hasn't been trading stocks recently, so he has no income at the moment. He might as well try this path. Times Square Antique City also has shops selling gamble stones, and Xin Feng can use his X-ray ability to play this exciting gamble stone game.
Cutting open a precious jade worth a fortune, making money isn't hard. After moving, I'll go.
Xin Feng decided inwardly. There have been many things lately, so he has to finish dealing with them before taking action. After breakfast, under the escort of Qin Shuchu, Xin Feng took a taxi straight to Su Yuling's real estate company to start his first day of work.
Minister Qin, good morning. Minister Qin, is there anything you don't understand at work? Do you need my help? Minister Qin, are you free tonight? Want to watch the game and have a couple of drinks together?
Just entering the company, unfamiliar faces in suits enthusiastically greeted him. Even the director and the HR manager wore flattering expressions. Xin Feng just gave a polite smile and said little. He knew these people wanted to win him over, hoping he would speak for them in front of Su Yuling or Su Yuwei to help them get promoted and a raise. After all, in this society, who doesn't want to climb up? These people have wide connections. If I had known Xin Feng was Su Yuwei's boyfriend earlier.
Otherwise, how could a senior high school student directly become the head of the Human Resources Department? Following the HR assistant's guidance, Xin Feng entered the Human Resources Department.
Inside, 2 men and 3 women were sitting, busy making phone calls and copying important documents. Xin Feng's office was right behind them, with a sign on the door that read Head of the Resources Department Office. At this moment, a girl in a white uniform looked at him curiously. Her tired eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the business card on Xin Feng's collar.
Xin Feng responded kindly. Seeing Xin Feng's dignified demeanor, the girl's heart couldn't help but flutter.
She quickly introduced herself. Minister Qin, my name is Chen Linlin, and I'm responsible for collecting applicants' information. The other 4 employees also stood up one after another, gathering around Xin Feng to introduce themselves. Minister Qin, I'm Feng Hai, in charge of contacting applicants.
Minister Qin, I'm Lulu, just call me Xiao Lu.
Xin Feng listened while writing down the names, then nodded and said, Got it, I look forward to working with you.
I'm Xin Feng.
It was already noon. Xin Feng was still sitting in the office, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he filled in detailed information about upcoming job applicants. With the short holiday approaching, many high school and university students were on break, and the company needed to send people out to find potential clients and boost performance.
Therefore, most of the information was about students. At that moment, there was a knock at the office door, and Chen Linlin's voice came from outside. Minister Qin, may I come in? I have some documents for you to review.
Xin Feng stopped his work and looked toward the door, replying calmly, Come in. Chen Linlin smiled, pushed the door open, and walked in, holding a steaming cup of coffee and a stack of documents. She placed the coffee and documents in front of Qin Feng and said with a smile, "Minister Qin, this is freshly brewed coffee, and these are the lists and contact information of potential clients I organized from last month." Qin Feng simply responded with an saying nothing more, and the atmosphere immediately became a bit awkward.
Minister Qin, it's already noon. Aren't you going to eat? Chen Linlin asked curiously. I'm not very hungry.
I'll finish the rest first, then go, Qin Feng replied faintly. Chen Linlin smiled with some surprise. There were too many applicants this morning, you can't finish writing them all today, it will take at least 2 days.
Not that long, just 2 more sheets to go.
Qin Feng stared intently at the computer, his fingers tapping the keyboard rapidly, like rain. Chen Linlin was about to tease a bit, but then noticed Qin Feng's computer had already reached page 108, almost done filling out all the lists from last month. She was puzzled in her heart, noticing Qin Feng's astonishing speed so fast, it was simply unbelievable. Qin Feng's typing speed was astonishingly fast, each finger barely touched a key before swiftly jumping to the next. The text appeared accurately on the screen, and even as his fingers moved, Chen Linlin could see a blur of hand shadows.
After finishing the last recruitment list, Qin Feng stretched, exhaled lightly in relief, and asked the dazed Chen Linlin beside him, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing."
Chen Linlin regained her composure, smiled awkwardly, but couldn't help asking out of curiosity, "Minister Qin, your typing speed is so fast, how did you train it?
Were you ever a programmer before?"
Qin Feng smiled and said, "This typing speed came from cursing while playing games, believe it or not." He then took a sip of coffee and flipped through the documents Chen Linlin handed him.
Chen Linlin also laughed, "Ha, Minister Qin really knows how to joke." "What's wrong?" Qin Feng asked.
Chen Linlin bent slightly, her figure faintly visible. "This client named Li Hua, why did he give up?" The reason wasn't written.
"Oh, Li Hua."
She hesitated for a moment, then said helplessly, "He is the chairman of a chain supermarket. He previously ordered a 6-bedroom 1-living-room coastal villa from us and had a face-to-face agreement with General Manager Su. But when the contract was about to be signed, somehow the salesperson from the neighboring Fenghui real estate talked him over. Later, when we contacted him, he kept making excuses.
General Manager Su told us not to waste effort on him anymore. Isn't this blatant business robbery? Fenghui real estate?
Qin Feng was surprised. That house is worth more than 90 million, even grander than Su Yuling's. If it sells, the salesperson can get a 2 million commission. Chen Linlin sighed, no contract was signed. Even if Li Hua wants to back out, there's nothing that can be done. Without a contract, the person with the money is the boss, they can buy from whoever they want.
Qin Feng tapped the table, thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Did Li Hua sign a contract with Fenghui Company?" "My friend said, it seems like he didn't."
Chen Linlin replied.
Just as I was about to invite Qin Feng to the canteen, a respectful voice came from outside the office. "Hello, President Su."
Chen Linlin quickly stepped back a few steps, stood respectfully, her face showing a hint of nervousness.
The sound of high heels clicked as Su Yulong walked into the office carrying a lunchbox. "Hello, President Su."
Chen Linlin greeted respectfully.
Su Yu nodded coldly, placed the lunchbox in front of Qin Feng, and said, "Su Yue spent the whole morning making this for you."
Qin Feng looked at the lunchbox and smiled. No wonder she didn't come in the morning, turns out she was busy with this.
"How does it feel on your first day at work?"
Su Yulang asked tentatively, with a hint of playfulness on her face.
"It's pretty easy, just typing."
"Later, I'll help screen new recruits," Qin Feng admitted. Chen Linlin praised from the side. Minister Qin finished organizing last month's list of applicants in just one morning.
Su Yu sneered coldly, "He can't even type, so being the human resources director is just a waste."
Qin Feng was indifferent, he knew Su Yiling was putting pressure on him to force him to perform better.
"All right, the food has arrived, I'll be going now." "That girl will only come in the afternoon," Su Yiling reminded.
Take care," Qin Feng nodded while unpacking his lunchbox.
"President Su, my name is Chen Linlin."
Chen Linlin hurriedly introduced herself, hoping to make a good impression.
"If you don't understand something, just ask her."
"She's been here longer than you and can help," Su Yu advised coolly. No problem, Qin Feng replied calmly, opening the lunchbox. Inside, the shrimp were arranged in a heart shape, accompanied by meatballs and colorful vegetables, looking quite delicate. Pretty fancy, Qin Feng joked with a smile. By the way, sis. Qin Feng suddenly called out to Su Yuling, who was about to leave. Can you lend me your car? I want to go talk to Li Hua this afternoon. This deal is very important, I have to try to secure it, Qin Feng said eagerly. Chen Linlin looked at him in surprise, thinking that even President Su had called off, so why did Qin Feng still plan to give it a try? If sales staff keep pestering clients, complaints are likely, and the company's reputation will also be affected. But before Chen Linlin could react, Su Yiling had already pulled the Bugatti Veyron car key from her bag and tossed it directly to Qin Feng, smiling as she said, "You're still a long way from being called bro-in-law." After speaking, Su Yiling clicked away in her high heels and walked straight out of the Human Resources Department. Who isn't? Qin Feng took the keys, feeling a wave of relief in his heart. Chen Linlin glanced at the two of them and felt even more eager to climb up using Qin Feng as a vine. How's this guy's cooking? Qin Feng picked up the chopsticks from the lunchbox and started eating the lunch Su Yue made. Just after taking a bite, Qin Feng's eyes lit up, as if he was shocked. Minister Qin, the taste Su's younger sister made is not bad, right? Chen Linlin asked curiously. Qin Feng reluctantly swallowed, and said with a trembling voice, "You call the dishwashing liquid flavor not bad?" After finishing this box of dark bento, Qin Feng rested for quite a while before taking the contract and keys, going to the underground parking lot, and getting into the Bugatti Veyron. Do I need to buy a car too? He sat in the driver's seat, looking thoughtfully at the luxurious interior. He got his driver's license when he was an adult, but his family was ordinary, so he never bought a car. I'll discuss it with the girl when we get back. Qin Feng started the engine and slowly drove out of the parking lot. The Bugatti Veyron sped down the road like a black lightning, heading straight for the Phosphor Car Show. Chen Linlin heard that Li Hua was preparing to buy a car at the auto show, so Qin Feng planned to go meet this person first. He parked the car on the basement level 1 and took the elevator up to the first floor of the auto show. As the elevator doors opened, the noise and clicking sounds of cameras hit him. Several million yuan sports cars were displayed inside the auto show, attracting many visitors. After walking around a few times, Qin Feng finally found the man described by Chen Linlin. The man wore simple yet neat clothes, was thin, in his 50s, and kept fiddling with a string of brown prayer beads in his hands. A salesperson was enthusiastically introducing the new car models of the day to him. To be safe, Qin Feng used the recently acquired insight eye to scrutinize the man in front of him, so as not to approach the wrong person and waste time. Soon, detailed information about Li Hua appeared before Qin Feng, 53 years old, male. He is the chairman of Chongqing Chain Supermarket, owning 27 supermarkets in S-City, with the 28th currently under renovation. His private life is complicated, with 2 kept mistresses, and his wife is 2 years older than him. Recently, he has been considering what sports car to buy for his second mistress. He is superstitious and often goes to temples to draw fortune slips. Last Thursday, the abbot at the temple told him he would meet a benefactor. Excited, Li Huaxing donated 100,000 yuan as incense money and prayed to live a few more years. His health condition is worrying: severe kidney deficiency, respiratory infection, serious rheumatism, severe hair loss, high myopia, and a herniated lumbar disc. Qin Feng was shocked to see this information. He didn't expect a 50-year-old man to have so many illnesses. Keeping mistresses was nothing new, rich people all did it. With a herniated disc and still able to keep 2 mistresses, he really is vigorous in old age. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. When he upgraded his abilities, he maxed out his medical talent, so now he can roughly judge a person's health just by observing their words and actions. At this moment, Li Hua has already booked a Lamborghini worth 4 million and paid a deposit. He will pick up the car tomorrow. Although he didn't understand sports cars, he thought that young people all liked this model, and buying it as a gift for his young lover was the most suitable choice. Mr. Li, I'll go get the contract. Please wait a moment, there are many customers, so it might take a little longer, the salesperson said excitedly. Hurry up! Li Hua urged impatiently, his waist starting to ache from standing for so long. I'll be right back, Please wait a moment, the salesperson replied with a smile. After all, a 4 million yuan car would earn him a 150,000 yuan commission. The salesperson went to get the contract, while Li Hua waited alone in the crowd.
Such a big car showroom, but not even a seat, how boring.
Li Hua held his sore waist, struggling to squeeze through the crowd, planning to go to the negotiation hall to sit for a while. Only customers who bought cars had the right to sit there, so he shouldn't have to compete for a seat. As he was walking, a few young people with cameras ran toward him laughing. The last tall youth, not watching where he was going, directly bumped into Li Hua's waist, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the pain.
Sorry, uncle.
The young man casually apologized, then pulled his friend towards the exhibition hall ahead.
Li Hua endured the pain and finally sat down at the negotiation table, gasping for breath.
His waist had been hit, causing an old injury to flare up. Upon close inspection, his waist was visibly deformed.
Waiter, waiter!
Li Hua called out, hoping for a cushion to support him, as any movement caused stabbing pain, making it impossible for him to stand. But after calling several times, not a single waiter came. The auto show was too busy, and everyone was occupied attending to customers.
Damn it, I'm not buying it.
Li Hua cursed angrily, wiping the cold sweat off his face with great effort. At that moment, he suddenly felt a softness behind him, and the pain in his waist eased considerably.
Big brother, feeling better?
Xin Feng asked from behind him.
Much better, thanks to you, young man, Li Hua said gratefully.
System prompt: Li Hua, male, trust level 68%, favorability 100%, superstitious by nature, likes to burn incense at temples, and donates a considerable amount each time. Suggestion to improve trust level: use your medical skills to tactfully point out his health issues for better results. Don't mention that you work for a real estate company, he's been stressed about that lately.
Xin Feng looked at the system information and thought to himself, just propping up a cushion and the favorability is already full? That back injury must be serious.
Maybe because I'm dressed formally, he thought I was from the sales department.
He wasn't surprised by the trust level being 68%. Uncle, can I sit here? Xin Feng asked, pointing to the seat opposite. Of course, sit down, young man. Don't be afraid the salespeople will kick you out.
I just bought a car, they wouldn't dare say anything, Li Hua nodded readily, looking proud. Xin Feng put down his briefcase and sat across from him, trying to make conversation. Didn't expect you to have such good taste, coming here specifically to buy a sports car. At that moment, Li Hua suddenly felt Xin Feng's gaze change, becoming complex and serious, an unintentional but noticeable look.
Young man, is there something wrong with me? Li Hua asked cautiously. Nothing serious.
I study medicine and just noticed some minor issues with you, nothing major, Xin Feng smiled, his expression softening.
Li Hua looked at him seriously. Issues?
Tell me, there's no problem now, consider it just a chat.
I'm afraid you'll be unhappy if I say it.
Xin Feng said, a little embarrassed.
Ah, I'm already this old, and I still care about these things? Li Hua retorted disdainfully, then asked nervously, Go ahead, what exactly did you find wrong with me? All right then.
Xin Feng crossed his hands, rested his chin on them, leaned closer to Li Hua, and said seriously, I'll ask a few questions first.
You have to answer honestly.
I want to confirm my judgment. Seeing Xin Feng so serious, Li Hua quickly nodded. Ask.
Xin Feng asked solemnly, Do you often feel mentally sluggish, impatient when doing things? Occasionally cold limbs, heavy body, sore waist and knees? Always waking up at night to go to the bathroom?
Li Hua was taken aback and nodded repeatedly. Yes, young man, I have all those symptoms you mentioned.
Xin Feng chuckled softly. Sorry, uncle, these are signs of kidney deficiency. You might have heard of it before. Kidney deficiency?
Li Hua blushed, finding it hard to admit, after all, which man would willingly say he has kidney deficiency? But his private doctor had said the same, and he could feel it himself.
Something that lasts just over 30 seconds, if it's not kidney deficiency, then what is it?
Ahem, keep your voice down, give me some face, Li Hua said awkwardly with a smile.
Xin Feng nodded. Besides kidney deficiency, can you identify any other problems?
Li Hua asked seriously, his voice even quieter than Qin Feng's.
Have you been sneezing frequently lately, experiencing nasal congestion, a dry and itchy throat, and a slight fever? Qin Feng continued to ask. Yes. Yes.
Li Hua said excitedly, as these were exactly his recent symptoms.
Then you currently have a respiratory infection. Have you seen a doctor? Qin Feng asked cautiously. I didn't go. I thought it was just a chill from the cool summer air. Could it be serious? Li Hua asked worriedly. It's nothing serious, usually just drinking more water is enough. But uncle, in your current condition, I still recommend seeing a doctor. If left untreated, it could lead to toxic pneumonia, viral encephalitis, or even acute heart failure.
After all, illnesses enter through the mouth. Don't treat this as just a cold, Qin Feng reminded seriously.
Ah, okay. Li Hua nodded firmly as if awakened.
Seeing Li Hua's trust in him jump from 68 to 89, Qin Feng showed a faint smile.
What else? Tell me.
Before the sentence was finished, Li Hua asked eagerly, his eyes full of trust. After all, this young man described his symptoms clearly, not just bluffing.
This young man must be a good doctor, indifferent to fame and fortune.
Trust level soared to 100%, and Qin Feng felt it was time to talk business. Actually, uncle, I'm from Tenghua Real Estate, Qin Feng said with an apologetic smile. Seeing Li Hua's sudden drop in favor and trust, Qin Feng remained calm and unhurried because he had anticipated this. He explained, Uncle, I originally came to talk to you about the house you bought from our company last time.
But seeing that you're not feeling well, I wanted to remind you of a few things first. Ah, young man, it's not that I don't keep my promises. The sales representative at the summit is my nephew. I have to give some face to family, Li Hua said helplessly. If it weren't for that nephew, he would have already bought a house from Qin Feng. This young man really knows how to talk. I understand. Qin Feng nodded and said no more.
At this moment, the car salesman from earlier came over holding the contract, beaming with excitement. Li Hua sadly patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, struggled to stand up, and walked over to the salesman, ready to sign the contract. He obviously had a backache, and sitting down to sign was more suitable, but he didn't want to disappoint Qin Feng. After all, he was very satisfied with this young man. If it weren't for Su Yulan, he would have wanted to recruit Qin Feng into his own company. Qin Feng leisurely took a sip of lemon tea, glancing sideways at Li Hua, who was signing the contract. After a while, Li Hua, having finished signing the contract, looked back at Qin Feng with an apologetic expression and said, All right then, young man, see you again if fate allows. After speaking, he sighed, slowly walked toward the entrance of the car showroom, thinking about going back to the company as soon as possible to handle the remaining matters, and then going for a comprehensive medical checkup as Qin Feng suggested. Well, goodbye. Qin Feng smiled faintly, put down the lemon tea, his gaze sharpened, and he activated the power of nature. Just as Li Hua stepped out of the car showroom, a scarlet lightning streaked across the clear sky. Immediately after, thunder roared, startling passers-by into stopping, while the luxury car's alarms blared incessantly. What shocked Li Hua even more was the rapid gathering of thick dark clouds in the sky, swirling slowly like a gigantic vortex, suffocatingly oppressive. The scene was reminiscent of the shock when Stephen Chow entered the mental hospital in the movie Kung Fu. The fierce wind howled, blowing across Li Hua's stunned face. He was taken aback as the temple abbot's words echoed in his mind, Devotee, your future and family will be in chaos, but in the coming year, a noble person will assist you. Be sure to seize the chance. Li Hua cautiously took a step forward, wanting to see how fate would unfold. Just as his foot was about to touch the ground, the sky flashed with a blinding scarlet lightning again, and the thunder roared deafeningly, as if warning him of something. It's definitely him. Li Hua laughed excitedly, clasping his hands together, tightly holding the prayer beads, and devoutly reciting, Thank you, heaven, I understand now. He held his sore waist and hurriedly ran back to the car showroom. Get away! Li Hua pushed aside the salesperson and rushed straight to Qin Feng, sitting down excitedly. Young man, I've made up my mind. Not to save face for my nephew, I want to buy a house from your company. How about it? He asked eagerly. Outside the window, the rain had already started pouring down, washing the entire city. Li Hua thought to himself, it clearly didn't forecast rain today. Xin Feng said awkwardly, Uncle, when you didn't want that house before, another client had already expressed interest, and we were preparing to sell it to him.
Although no contract was signed, it was almost certain. If you want it now, I really don't know what to do. No, young man,
Li Hua said anxiously. Li Hua quickly reached out and grabbed Xin Feng's wrist, sincerely saying, I just have some small concerns, I didn't say I wouldn't buy it. You turn down that client, and I'll buy this house. I'll sign the contract immediately, and it will be full payment. Li Hua was unwilling to let such a big buyer slip away for nothing.
Xin Feng smiled and said, Uncle, why don't you buy another set?
I need to report back, and if I casually push clients away, I'll get scolded.
Li Hua laughed and said, You kid, you're really good at scheming.
It looks like that client was made up by Xin Feng. Xin Feng smiled and said, Our commission is low in this business, Uncle, please understand. Li Hua replied promptly, If it's 2 sets, then 2 sets.
Bring out the contract, I'll sign it now.
Xin Feng smiled with satisfaction and placed 2 contracts in front of Li Hua. The one with the temporary price increase was a 3-story coastal villa, more than 20 million yuan more expensive than the one Li Hua had previously ordered. This villa has been on the market for 2 years without a buyer because the price exceeds 100 million. Generally, wealthy people are deterred, making it a cold palace property for Su Yuling's company.
Li Hua glanced over the contract roughly and signed without hesitation.
Xin Feng checked it once and said with satisfaction, Thank you, Uncle, for supporting our company. Li Hua shook hands excitedly and smiled, Not at all. At this moment, Li Hua noticed the sky outside the window gradually clearing up, the dark clouds dispersing, and the sunlight reappearing. Xin Feng chuckled silently, It seems the effect is quite good.
Li Hua asked curiously, Young man, what's your name?
Xin Feng smiled and said, Xin Feng, Xin from the Great Xin, Feng from Maple Leaf. The two exchanged contact information. Li Hua is a wealthy businessman who owns more than 20 chain supermarkets, with a net worth exceeding 100 million.
Keeping his contact information is very useful.
Xin Feng packed up and said, I'll head back to the company first.
Uncle, see you again if fate allows. After speaking, he smiled and left the showroom.
It wasn't until Xin Feng disappeared from the parking lot that Li Hua sighed helplessly, I really should have gathered more information about the benefactor. There's plenty of time ahead, there will be chances to interact with the benefactor in the future. Li Hua looked at the brilliant sunlight and smiled with satisfaction, then left the showroom. Xin Feng sat in the driver's seat of the Bugatti Veyron, staring at the 2 contracts and smiled meaningfully. Selling a house doesn't seem that difficult. Curious about how Su Yuling would react, he sped up the car and headed straight for the company. Xin Feng drove the Bugatti Veyron into Su Yuling's company's underground parking lot, pulled out the key, opened the revolving car door, and got out carrying his briefcase.
Looks like I should buy a car too. He looked at Su Yuling's black Bugatti Veyron, secretly hopeful, then took the elevator straight to his office. Minister Qin.
5 employees from the Human Resources Department saw him and greeted him with smiles.
Xin Feng nodded in response and walked towards his office.
Chen Linlin carried Su Yue's lunchbox and followed up, saying expectantly, Minister Qin, the lunch is cleaned.
Su's younger sister is in Su's office, saying you should go find her. Got it. Xin Feng nodded. Minister Qin, how did your discussion with Li Hua go this afternoon? That man didn't bother you, did he?
Chen Linlin asked with concern, thinking Xin Feng came back so quickly that the talk must have failed. Xin Feng put down his briefcase and replied calmly, It went quite well. The house was sold. He also happened to buy our less popular 3-story seaside villa, the one in Huili Garden. Chen Linlin suspected in her heart, Li Hua had a bad temper and was impatient, so how could he so readily buy the villa that had been on the market for 2 years without being sold? Xin Feng handed her the contract filled out by Li Hua and reminded her, I don't like joking around when it comes to work.
Do you think I would joke about this?
Xin Feng said with some dissatisfaction, took the contract, walked out of the Human Resources Department, and headed towards Su Yuling's office.
Standing at the door,
He looked at the contract in his hand, eager to see how Su Yiling would react to the villa that hadn't sold for 2 years being sold on his first day. He took the contract and knocked on the door.
Come in. Su Yiling's voice came from inside.
Hearing Su Yiling's voice, Xin Feng held 2 copies of the contract in his hands and energetically pushed the door open, walking into her office.
As soon as he entered, Xin Feng was captivated by the environment before him. Su Yiling's office was spacious and luxurious, much larger than Xin Feng's office, elegantly decorated with an artistic and romantic atmosphere. The crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling was particularly dazzling. Su Yiling sat at a large desk, her gaze fixed on Xin Feng. Behind her was a fully stocked bookshelf, and to her right was a set of clean sofas. What attracted Xin Feng the most was the clean glass wall, through which he could overlook many magnificent buildings in S-City, full of grandeur. However, there were 2 desks in the office. At the other one sat Su Yue, wearing headphones and focused on typing, obviously playing a game. Xin Feng glanced at Su Yiling, who was working, then at Su Yue, who was gaming, and couldn't help but worry, fearing he might mistake the 2 sisters who looked extremely alike in the future. "Hey, your man is here," Su Yiling said irritably to Su Yue, who was still playing the game. "Oh. Xin Feng." Su Yue finally looked up and greeted excitedly, "Come quickly to watch me play chess, I'm about to win." Xin Feng sighed helplessly. His sister worked hard while she played games beside him, which was really frustrating. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 looked so much alike and even had similar names, Xin Feng could hardly believe they were biological sisters. But looking at Su Yue's desk, Xin Feng guessed that it must have been specially arranged for her by Su Yiling, worried that if she went out she might get into trouble and so kept her close by. After all, just playing games was still better than her turning into a street thug. "I'm working now," Xin Feng said calmly, casting a look of bitter disappointment, then walked toward Su Yiling. Su Yue understood Xin Feng's meaning, held back her feelings, surrendered the almost-win chess game, shut down the computer, and got up to come over. "Sis, I talked to Li Hua this afternoon, and he agreed to buy back the house we previously reserved for him. Also, that villa of ours the company hasn't had any interest in for 2 years, he's buying that too." Xin Feng said as he placed 2 clean and tidy purchase contracts in front of Su Yiling. Su Yiling had previously forbidden the sales department from contacting Li Hua again because she had privately investigated and found out that the salesperson at Summit Real Estate was, in fact, Li Hua's nephew. As long as Li Hua hasn't signed the contract, he can still freely choose a house. After all, money talks, it's the same in any industry. Su Yiling never expected Xin Feng to be able to turn the obvious situation around, forcibly making Li Hua choose their company's house again, and even buying an additional 3-story coastal villa that no one had paid attention to for 2 years. If this were told to others in the company, no one would believe it. How exactly did Xin Feng manage it? Xin Feng looked at Su Yiling, who was both surprised and suspicious, and smiled, saying, "Sis, you want to know how I got Li Hua to not only buy the house he had previously booked but also purchase that unpopular villa, right?" "Yeah, tell me," Su Yiling said, resting her chin on her hand with interest and anticipation on her face. Xin Feng paused for a moment and said, "At first, I also thought it might fail, but when I hit it off with him, I mentioned his previous house purchase. Li Hua was a bit hesitant at first, but after I introduced the advantages of our properties, he signed. I think the main thing is that Li Hua himself started from scratch as a businessman and knows it's bad to break promises, so he chose our property again." Su Yiling listened and smiled satisfactorily. "I didn't expect you to have such amazing interpersonal skills, being able to win over such a difficult client." Xin Feng smiled and said, "Let's just say I was lucky." Su Yue looked at the contract for a long time and said in surprise, "Xin Feng, you should be able to get at least 3 million in commission." Although she didn't know much about real estate, she knew that salespeople earned a good commission for selling a house. Both of these houses were worth more than 10 million, especially that nearly 90 million seafront villa. Su Yue reached out expectantly and said to Su Yiling, "Sis, Xin Feng helped us sell such expensive houses, at least we should get some commission, right? Otherwise, he should at least give us something as a courtesy." Su Yiling sneered and teased her sister, "What's wrong? You're not married yet, but you're already eager to split assets with your man?" Su Yue became anxious. "Xin Feng helped us sell such an expensive house, we have to give him some reward. After all,
sooner or later we'll have to divide the family assets with Chin Fong. It's still necessary to save some money for milk powder early on.
Got it. If you want to get married, can I not give you some benefits? Su Yiling sneered and agreed.
Su Yiling, both helpless and smiling, said, "The commission will definitely be paid, but the salary is uniformly paid on the 20th. We'll calculate it together for Chin Fong then."
Are you satisfied now, silly girl? Su Yue smiled proudly and nodded, hee hee, that's good.
Chin Fong looked at her affectionately, thinking to himself that sometimes he really didn't know what to say to her.
Su Yue asked curiously, Chin Fong, how exactly did you negotiate the contract with that Lihua? The sales department really tests your eloquence and adaptability.
Actually, she just wanted to see Chin Fong brag a little. After all, he's her man, so no matter how awkward the bragging, he had to seem impressive.
Chin Fong sighed, there's no way around it. That Lihua is too domineering and unreasonable.
Getting her to buy a house in our company was really not easy.
What else can I do? I can only fall under her sway. But she's beautiful and has a great figure, so I think it's okay.
He said with a teasing smile.
When someday someone marries me, and she doesn't have much skill and can only stay at home, how can I, as a man, not take on the responsibility of supporting the family?
Chin Fong continued joking. Next to her, Su Yu laughed heartily, and Su Yue hadn't seen her this happy in a long time. Su Yue saw Su Yiling sneer happily and glared angrily at Chin Fong. "Oh, you dare to lie to me?
Just wait, I'll bite you to death."
The young couple started playfully teasing each other right in front of Su Yiling, filling the usually solemn office with warmth and laughter. Suddenly, a flash of the last time Chin Fong mistook her for Su Yue crossed Su Yiling's mind, and a faint blush appeared on her face. The next morning, Friday, 7 o'clock, drizzling rain, the weather turned cooler. Chin Fong was awakened by the cold wind and crawled out of bed.
The colder it gets, the closer autumn is.
He looked out the window at the continuous drizzle, shivered, struggled a few times in the warm bed, and finally got up. Although he could use the power of nature to turn autumn into summer and didn't have to work shifts, he wasn't interested. After all, cold weather isn't bad either. The changing of spring, summer, autumn, and winter is what makes life flavorful. Yesterday was Thursday, and Chin Fong was working at Su Yiling's company. Today, he had to wear a school uniform to accompany Su Yue to school. As soon as he got up, Chin Fong ran into the bathroom to wash up.
You're just too real.
Chin Fong held the toothbrush cup and looked at Chin Chuchu, who was still wrapped in the blanket, unable to help but smile. But it's really so cold today, even colder than autumn. Winter is here, my little sister might freeze to death. Chin Chuchu wrapped tightly in the blanket, shivering all over. Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face, I'll cook noodles for you later. Chin Fong said while brushing his teeth.
Really?
That's great, remember to cook extra. Chin Chuchu was extremely happy, recalling the last time Chin Fong made noodles, the aroma still lingering in her mind. After washing up, Chin Fong looked at her excited expression and smiled, saying, "Turn around, I'll give you a surprise."
Okay. Chin Chuchu obediently turned around.
Chin Fong dipped his finger in some cold water and quietly dripped it on her collar. Chin Chuchu screamed, her voice echoing through the room.
Today was a bit different.
When Chin Fong and Chin Chuchu first left, Chin Chuchu walked ahead with a group of female classmates, while Chin Fong walked alone on the sidewalk under an umbrella, slowly heading toward the school in the drizzle. Suddenly, a familiar car horn sounded from behind, a distinctive horn of Su Yiling's Bugatti Veyron. Sure enough, Chin Fong looked back and saw Su Yiling driving up beside him, and Su Yue, fully equipped, got out of the passenger seat.
If you don't go home after school, remember to call me, and make sure to call Chin Fong, understand? Su Yiling reminded Su Yue. Got it, take care, big sister. Su Yue waved to Su Yiling with a smile. Help me look after her. Su Yiling nodded to Chin Fong, then drove away. Chin Fong looked at Su Yue, who was dressed like a penguin, and couldn't help teasing, "Are you asking me to top up your QB?" Su Yue wore purple headphones, a thick black scarf, multiple layers of clothing, fully geared up for warmth. It's really cold today, Chin Fong. Don't you feel cold?
Su Yue asked with concern as she looked at Qin Feng, who was only wearing his school uniform. We're young and healthy, not old ladies, Qin Feng shrugged. He had a good physique and constitution, so he didn't feel the cold at all. Even if the temperature dropped by 20 or 30 degrees, Qin Feng would still be lively and energetic. This was not only because of his good physical condition but also because he had Spider-Man's abilities. Spiders are cold-blooded animals and move sluggishly in low temperatures, but Qin Feng was extremely resistant to the cold and felt no discomfort at all.
Liar! Let me see your hand. Su Yue snorted suspiciously and held Qin Feng's hand up to her face. You don't usually exercise, do you? Only now realizing it's cold? Qin Feng teased. I'm not a boy, why would I work out muscles? It looks terrible. Su Yue scoffed. Only you would think that way.
Qin Feng affectionately patted her head and walked ahead, saying, Let's go, it won't be cold once we're in class.
Oomph, I'm not Li Keqing.
Su Yue said proudly as she tossed her hair, but she was secretly happy. Su Yue was about to open her umbrella and follow, but suddenly closed it, quickened her pace to keep up with Qin Feng, grabbed his arm, and nestled her head under his umbrella.
Qin Feng, hold the umbrella steady, okay, she said with a happy smile. You caught a cold again from the rain, let's see what you do now. Qin Feng irritably moved the umbrella a bit closer to her side.
If I catch a cold, I'll go sleep at your place and pass it on to you together, how about that?
Su Yue smiled meaningfully.
At this moment, a couple walked by, both wearing clean and tidy towels around their necks, looking sweet.
Su Yue got an idea and took out her phone to secretly browse Taobao. So cold.
As soon as she entered the classroom, Su Yue immediately snuggled into Qin Feng's arms, burying her head in his school uniform like a little groundhog.
You're already dressed in magical gear, and you're still cold?
Qin Feng teased affectionately. I bought Ice Heart, Ice Fist, Ice Staff, but I didn't buy Sunfire Armor, Su Yue said proudly, rubbing against him in his school uniform.
Chen Xinya adjusted her scarf and asked Qin Feng in a trembling voice, Qin Feng, aren't you cold? The weather forecast says it's only 8 degrees. Not cold.
Qin Feng admitted, feeling the weather was quite comfortable. He even wanted to turn the classroom fan to the highest setting, but feared being ganged up on by classmates.
Chen Xinya nodded in admiration, looking toward the door expectantly.
Li Keqing said she's most afraid of the cold.
I wonder if she'll ask for leave today. Afraid of the cold and want to take leave?
That's not quite it, I know that girl pretty well, Qin Feng said. At that moment, a female classmate rushed into the classroom from the corridor, unable to hold back a laugh as she said to everyone, Wait until you see Li Keqing, you'll definitely be shocked.
Hearing this, many classmates looked curiously toward the classroom door, and a few even ran out to take a look first. Surprised voices came from the corridor. What's wrong with that girl?
Qin Feng grew more curious listening to the reactions outside, and even Su Yue slipped out from beside Qin Feng to look toward the door.
Finally, Li Keqing appeared, and everyone was shocked. She actually came to school wrapped in a thick quilt. Are you really that afraid of the cold? Su Yue looked at Li Keqing, wrapped up like a caterpillar, and couldn't help but laugh and ask curiously. If you're afraid of the cold, why not just take a day off? Su Yue asked in confusion.
Li Keqing glanced at Qin Feng and awkwardly explained, The mock exam is coming up soon, and I want to get into a good university. Actually, she really wanted to take a day off today because she just couldn't stand the cold. Whenever the weather gets chilly, she gears up completely. It was so cold today that even hugging herself like a rice ball didn't stop her from shivering, so she brought a blanket. Qin Feng came to school today and has to work again tomorrow. She didn't want to take a day off, afraid that she wouldn't see Qin Feng for 2 days. Besides, there's PE class, and she didn't want to miss the time to play with Qin Feng.
You really work hard, Su Yue sighed.
She didn't understand whether it was worth all the trouble just to get into a good university. Seeing how sensitive Li Keqing was to the cold, the classmates hurried to close the doors and windows tightly to keep the cold wind out. But many students also took out their phones, wildly taking pictures of Li Keqing wrapped in her quilt. The scene was so novel.
Ah, you're really scared to death,
Qin Feng said helplessly with a smile, looking out at the drizzling rain and using the power of nature.
With his supernatural ability, the gloomy clouds slowly dispersed, and sunlight poured through the gaps in the clouds onto the earth.
The temperature gradually rose with the sunlight, the cold slowly fading away, as if someone had turned on a heater.
It's really not cold anymore, the sun is out, heaven is really favoring us, Su Yue said happily. But Su Yue suddenly thought, now that the weather has warmed up, wouldn't everything she just bought be wasted? It's true, it's really not cold anymore.
Li Keqing excitedly poked her head out from under the blanket, looking at the birds and flowers outside the window, smiling happily.
The weather has been getting stranger lately, as if it were designed specifically for a few of us in the class,
Chen Xinya said with a smile as she gazed at the scenery. She liked this kind of warm weather, and her parents' work also depended on it. Just as expected from the class president, Qin Feng silently praised, as Chen Xinya had almost guessed the reason for the unusual weather.
During the third period PE class, everyone gathered on the playground on time.
The PE class, which was originally going to be cancelled due to rain, was now proceeding as usual.
Many students had already put on their backpacks. After all, the last class in the morning was the rare music lesson.
In the second and third years of high school, music classes were few and often replaced by other subjects. Qin Feng's class hadn't had one in the 2 months since school started.
Wow, look at Weibo, Li Keqing is trending, a female classmate exclaimed excitedly. The students all took out their phones to check, but only Su Yue openly opened Weibo without hesitation. She really is trending,
Qin Feng said in surprise, looking at the Weibo page on Su Yue's phone. On Weibo, there were various photos of Li Keqing wrapped in a blanket, taken from every angle with no dead spots. The comments exceeded 3,000 throughout the morning, and the buzz kept growing.
If I hadn't seen the school uniform, I would have thought it was a middle school student. The handwriting is so small, so cute.
Ha, it reminds me of when boys wrapped themselves in blankets to go to school in first year of high school, making the teacher laugh.
Good times. Did you see the handsome guy behind that girl? That's our class 6, grade 3 at Chengx University. Girl, you're a big hit on Weibo now,
Qin Feng said with a smile to the shy Li Keqing. After gathering on the playground, Luli led everyone through their usual exercises, followed by free activities. Qin Feng was pulled by a few boys to play basketball. Under the 4 basketball hoops on the playground, Qin Feng played with familiar boys, while on the other side, Chen Hang and the basketball team members trained hard. On both sides of the basketball hoop were lively, energetic basketball courts. On Chen Hang's side was the basketball team about to represent senior class 3 to 6 in the school sports meeting, carrying the heavy responsibility of bringing honor to their class. On Qin Feng's side, a few classmates with decent skills were casually playing basketball purely for fun, with no sense of competition. But strangely, Qin Feng was surrounded by a crowd of spectators. Even boys from other classes cast curious and excited glances his way because Qin Feng's basketball skills were truly outstanding. His dribbling, teamwork, and shooting accuracy were godlike. The PE teacher Luli even gathered with the girls from Qin Feng's class to cheer wildly for him, creating a lively and bustling scene.
A member of Chen Hang's team looked over here, feeling annoyed, and couldn't help but complain, Chen Hang, we're the basketball team representing the class. The teachers don't even help you train.
Why should they cheer for Qin Feng?
He's not even participating in the sports meeting.
But he was also afraid of being seen as part of Chen Hang's group and worried Qin Feng and the other boys would exclude him. At this moment, a good friend of Chen Hang threw the basketball to him excitedly and said, "Chen Hang, why don't you go teach that kid a lesson?" Chen Hang took the basketball, fingers tightly gripping the surface, hesitating as he looked towards Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng was closely guarded by 2 players, and his teammates were also being defended, leaving no chance for cooperation. Especially the tall Li Yi, who was stationed under the basket, ready to block. Unless Qin Feng could break through with fancy dribbling while the 2 were off guard, he would have to wait to be stripped of the ball. Suddenly, Qin Feng made a fake move, skillfully dribbling the ball between the defender's legs, quickly breaking through the 2-person defense, regaining control of the basketball, a confident smile on his face as he raced towards the opponent's basket.
Li Yi, someone shouted urgently, warning Li Yi under the basket.
Li Yi steadied his stance, staring fixedly at Qin Feng, ready to face the slam dunk. In an instant, Qin Feng dribbled like the wind, approaching Li Yi, constantly faking with both hands, dazzling Li Yi. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng jumped up with the ball in one hand, charging straight toward the basket. Though Li Yi was dazed from the feint, relying on his basketball experience, he also jumped to try to block Qin Feng's dunk.
Li Yi and Qin Feng leaped simultaneously. The battle between defense and offense was decided in an instant.
With a bang, Li Yi was directly overwhelmed by Qin Feng's strength and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Qin Feng held the basketball tightly with both arms and slammed it violently into the hoop. The ball landed steadily in the net, completing an impressive dunk. The basketball hoop also shook slightly due to the intense force, making the scene extremely thrilling.
Brother Feng is so cool. Once again, you dunked on Li Yi. Qin Feng, you're too ruthless.
Show some mercy, the PE teacher is watching.
Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and reached out to ask Li Yi, are you okay? Li Yi gave a bitter smile.
You really don't cut me any slack. But he still grabbed Qin Feng's hand and was pulled up. The boys watching saw the friendly scene between the two and all wanted to spar with Qin Feng in basketball, thinking he was a good guy.
Qin Feng is so handsome.
He is so good at basketball, why doesn't teacher Lu let him join the basketball team? Qin Feng is really awesome.
Su Yue asked curiously, who said that?
The girls were fired up by the handsome slam dunk, and cheers kept coming. Especially Lu Li, whose heart was melted by Qin Feng's slam dunk, wishing she could rush over and hug him. Just as Qin Feng was about to go for another move, he noticed homeroom teacher Su Xinyan standing quietly by the fence, watching him. Qin Feng smiled and raised his right hand to greet her. Su Xinyan nervously and shyly raised her hand in response, with a faint smile on her face. After greeting, Qin Feng continued dribbling, starting a new round of the game. Su Xinyan's small hand gradually lowered, her face full of a happy smile as she hugged the materials and slowly walked towards the teaching building. She recalled the moment Qin Feng called her name that night, her face instantly flushed deep red, burying herself in the materials like a shy little girl.
Chen Hang watched Qin Feng slam dunk and couldn't help but shiver.
In his mind, he imagined himself looking awkward being dunked on by Qin Feng, feeling extremely scared.
He whispered, those flashy moves are meaningless. I don't want to fight him. We'll practice on our own.
The other team members could tell that Chen Hang was a bit chicken, but no one said anything. After all, he was the basketball captain and also the sports commissioner, so they had to save face. Near the end of class, Lu Li took the opportunity when Su Yue went to the restroom to call Qin Feng to the sports office. What's up? Qin Feng asked curiously as he came in and saw Lu Li standing in front of the equipment room.
Qin Feng, are you free tonight?
The thing we talked about last time, you've delayed it for so long.
Didn't you say you wouldn't go back on your word?
Lu Li said with a hint of grievance on her face.
Ah, that thing, I almost forgot about it. Qin Feng scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, but still agreed, yeah, I'm free tonight. How about you?
Yes, I'm always available. As long as you come, I can call the photography team over any time, Lu Li said happily.
All right, then tonight.
After school, send me the location of the gym, and I'll head over right after dinner, Qin Feng said, turning to leave.
Qin Feng.
Lu Li suddenly called out to him, her tone urgent.
Something else?
Qin Feng turned around, looking at Lu Li, who seemed a bit nervous, feeling somewhat puzzled. This was the first time Qin Feng had seen Lu Li so uneasy. She was good-looking and liked sports, especially boxing and cage fighting, passionate about violent and intense sports. Her fondness and trust in Qin Feng were full marks, even somewhat masochistic. Qin Feng knew Lu Li was interested in him, but he thought she just liked his physique. He didn't expect her emotional progress bar was already full, similar to Su Yue.
Teacher, why not call the other students?
Qin Feng tentatively asked.
After all, Lu Li is Su Yue's boyfriend, and if Su Yue finds out, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Qin Feng thought for a moment.
Since he would be eating after helping her take the poster photos anyway, he nodded and said, okay, send me the location tonight.
After saying that, he headed toward the playground.
Qin Feng is Su Yue's boyfriend.
Although Luli's family background can't compare to Suyue's, it is considered moderately well off. Both her parents work for state-owned enterprises, and she herself runs a successful fitness club. If she can really steal that boyfriend away, Luli is fully capable of taking care of Qin Feng. Maybe once she succeeds, Qin Feng and Suyue can separate after graduation. Thinking this, Luli looked forward even more to her date with Qin Feng tonight.
The class bell rang. Qin Feng was just coming out of the third-floor restroom after paying the water bill.
He hurriedly pulled up his pants and ran outside the restroom, preparing to go to the music classroom for class.
Ah!
Just as he stepped out the door, Qin Feng bumped into a woman who was coming upstairs. The A4 sheets in her hands scattered all over the floor. Qin Feng saw that she wasn't wearing a school uniform but a white outfit, immediately realizing she was a teacher, although he had never seen her before.
Sorry, teacher.
Qin Feng apologized awkwardly, crouching down to help her pick up the scattered lyrics.
Lyrics?
Qin Feng looked at the papers with some surprise. The teacher in the white coat hurriedly picked up the papers, moving quickly, while tightly covering her right eye with one hand, looking very strange.
It's okay to be a little late, Qin Feng said calmly, continuing to help. That's my stuff.
The teacher turned around, extending both hands, her expression tense and uneasy.
Qin Feng was about to return the eye patch to her but was shocked by the scene before him. The teacher's right eye was filled with bruising, the pupil entirely blood red with no trace of black, like a piece of raw, bleeding flesh stuffed into the eye socket, extremely terrifying. Noticing Qin Feng's surprise, the teacher quickly covered her right eye with her hand, lowering her head with a face full of grievance.
Here, teacher.
Although surprised, Qin Feng was not afraid and handed her the eye patch.
Usually, fatigue causes both eyes to turn red, but the teacher had only one eye bloodshot, and it was so red that the black pupil seemed to have turned bloody, which was very eerie.
Forget it, let's just go to the classroom.
Qin Feng didn't think much more and hurried toward the music classroom. Pushing open the classroom door, he called out, "Sorry, teacher, I'm late." The teacher in white beside the piano saw Qin Feng, and her expression immediately changed. She hadn't expected that the boy whose secret about his eyes was just discovered to be the student she was about to teach.
So it really is her.
Qin Feng felt calm as usual. When Qin Feng just ran into that teacher in white, he saw the lyrics and sheet music in her hand and immediately assumed she was the music teacher of his class. High school music classes are already scarce, having one class a week is considered lucky, and the school doesn't need to assign too many music teachers. Now this teacher in white is wearing an eye mask, her eyes are no longer the terrifying blood-red color, and she looks quite pretty overall, with a good figure as well. However, if she took off the eye mask, her appearance would probably be greatly diminished. Qin Feng, a calm person like him, was startled when he saw her right eye, let alone others.
Come in, classmate.
The teacher in white showed a slightly nervous yet comforting smile.
Mm.
Qin Feng nodded, walked into the music classroom, and sat down next to Suyue.
Where did you go just now? Suyue asked curiously, holding the lyrics. Going to pay the water bill.
Qin Feng said absent-mindedly, holding the lyrics while watching the teacher tuning the piano.
Pay the water bill?
Suyue asked, puzzled. Li Keqing leaned over and whispered, paying the water bill means the guy is going to the bathroom.
Going to the bathroom is just going to the bathroom, why beat around the bush like that?
Suyue blushed as she complained but found the phrase quite interesting. Fang Sisi, 23 years old, female, junior high school music teacher, occasionally teaches high school and university classes, with a monthly salary of 6,000. She suffered a car accident in childhood that caused a brain hemorrhage in the right hemisphere. After rescue, the blood in her right eye could not be drained. Surgery is extremely risky, and any slight mistake could result in blindness or even threaten her life. She really likes Jay Chou's songs and tries every way to buy tickets for his concerts, even if scalped tickets cost 3 times as much, she doesn't mind. She is physically weak, has mild hypoglycemia, and her right eye vision is only 2.2. Sure enough, it's not an ordinary illness, Qin Feng thought to himself as he looked at the information provided by the inside eye. He was skilled in medicine but still couldn't determine the exact cause of the problem with her right eye. There must be some hidden reason. Li Keqing stared at Fang Sisi standing beside the piano, thinking to herself, I didn't expect the music teacher to be quite pretty. Wearing an eye patch makes her look unique, like Rika.
Ha, I wonder if she has a bit of chunibu. Fong Cici's eyes even frightened Qin Feng, not to mention the other boys.
How will she face her future partner?
Suddenly, a boy asked, "Teacher, do you have a boyfriend?" Fong Cici once went on a blind date.
After all, she was 24 years old and had never had a boyfriend, so her parents were extremely anxious. But when she took off her blindfold, the blind date was so scared that he threw up and hurriedly paid the bill before running away. People in the restaurant stared at her like she was a monster, and some secretly took photos of her bloodshot right eye with their phones.
That day's experience was deeply etched in Fong Cici's mind like a nightmare. Alright, everyone, quiet down first. Fong Cici sat in front of the piano and skillfully played a minor melody.
The sound was crisp and elegant. She smiled and said, "There are no music classes in the senior third semester, but the principal said that at graduation there will be a farewell party, and each class must send representatives to perform. So starting next week, we need to attend 2 music classes each week." Awesome, the homeroom teacher isn't taking over our class time anymore.
Su Yue laughed happily and excitedly poked Qin Feng's thigh.
Hey, don't you have legs? Qin Feng pretended to be angry, taking Su Yue's hand and placing it under her short skirt.
"You're my man, what's wrong with me touching you?"
Su Yue glanced at Qin Feng proudly, her hand still on his leg, leaning even closer. The two were in the least conspicuous spot in the crowd, not afraid of being seen by Fong Cici.
"You're really proud of yourself."
Qin Feng grabbed her collar, leaned in, kissed her cheek, and said meaningfully, "Are you free the Sunday after tomorrow?"
"Let's see how arrogant you still are then." "Humph, then I just won't come find you."
Su Yue huffed proudly, feeling both happy and scared. Qin Feng was very formidable, and she was in awe of him. "Then I'll just stay home playing games tomorrow, no need to pay the tribute." Qin Feng shrugged and yawned, completely unconcerned.
"You dare." Su Yue quickly warned, "It's a rare day off. If you don't come to see me, what's more important, the game or me?"
"You women always think you're more important than the game," Qin Feng said helplessly, shaking his head.
"Alright, take my 9 in white bone claws."
Su Yue laughed as she pounced on him, and the two started play fighting in the crowd. Fong Cici sat at the piano, unable to see their antics, and continued talking about the graduation ceremony. Each class needs to choose a representative who sings well, either male or female.
After graduation, everyone will go their separate ways, so take this opportunity to leave a deep impression on your classmates.
The representative who was selected had to take time each week to stay behind and receive one-on-one tutoring from the teacher in the music classroom. At the mere mention of one-on-one tutoring with the beautiful teacher, all the boys in Qin Feng's class were incredibly excited and eagerly raised their hands to be on the list.
Innocent Fong Cici had no idea about the boys' hidden intentions and simply thought everyone was enthusiastic.
Fong Cici smiled and said, "Then line up properly and try singing using the lyrics in your hands. Each person sings a few lines, taking turns. If you can play the piano, accompany yourself, if not, the teacher will play for you." Many boys immediately stood up, lining up in a long queue, and even a few girls followed behind the boys, wanting to try out their voices. Because many students stood up, Qin Feng and Su Yue also stopped fooling around and smiled as they watched this lively performance.
"Aren't you going?"
"Your voice is pretty good too," Qin Feng asked Su Yue curiously. "I can't sing," Su Yue shyly declined. Actually, she wanted to go too. After all, it was a chance to show off a bit in front of classmates and let Qin Feng see how impressive she was.
Unfortunately, although Su Yue had a pleasant voice, she lacked singing talent and always went off key. "What about you? Not going to try?"
"Your voice is pretty good. You might even be chosen as a representative and show off to the whole school."
Su Yue asked excitedly, counting off Qin Feng's fingers.
If Qin Feng went, he would definitely make Fong Cici see him in a new light, since his singing talent had long been perfect, capable of singing any song flawlessly. But Qin Feng was busy with school and work every day, and tomorrow he would be busy moving, so how could he stay to tutor?
"Are you ready?" Fong Cici played the prelude of Nocturne, smiling as she looked at the first boy in line, Li Yi.
Half a class period passed, and all the students who tried singing on stage awkwardly returned to their seats, whispering to each other because their performances were just too ridiculous.
Especially Li Yi, whose heavy accent made Qin Feng unable to help but laugh until he got abs. Alright, I get it. Qin Feng nodded, trying to hold back a laugh.
Li Yi sang Bloodthirsty Ants as a group of blood-losing hemp clothes, the voice so mesmerizing it made people laugh and cry at the same time. However, Qin Feng was only joking among friends, with no intention of mocking.
Go.
Li Yi waved his hand with a flushed face, wanting to forget the recent demonic performance.
Your sense of humor is really strange. What's so funny about this? Su Yue looked down at Qin Feng and complained gloomily. Ahem, no more laughing, no more.
Qin Feng coughed twice, took a deep breath, and finally stifled his laughter.
There are still 10 minutes left before class ends. Does anyone want to try? Feng Sisi looked at the more than 40 classmates, both curious and eager as she asked.
Everyone looked at each other, and the music classroom instantly fell silent. Those who were confident had already tried, leaving only a few who hadn't gone on stage or weren't interested.
At this moment, a burst of suppressed laughter finally erupted, attracting everyone's attention. Feng Sisi also looked over curiously. The owner of the laughter was none other than Qin Feng. He was still lying on Su Yue, laughing heartily. Li Yi cursed silently in his heart. Hey, stop laughing, everyone is watching. Su Yue patted his head, awkwardly reminding him. Ahem, sorry, teacher. Qin Feng just stood up, straightening his posture, feeling a bit embarrassed.
I didn't expect Qin Feng to sing quite well. A girl in the front row suddenly realized. Yeah, I hear him humming every day from the front door, his voice is great, a classmate nearby agreed. Although he was just humming, the sound was really good, he must be great at singing.
Teacher, let Qin Feng give it a try.
Yeah, almost all the boys have tried, hurry up and let Qin Feng go on. Many female classmates urged Feng Sisi to call Qin Feng to the stage, since they heard him sing every day.
Qin Feng quickly shrank back, afraid of being called on.
He's busy right now and doesn't want to stay and be coached on singing, nor does he want Feng Sisi to coach him.
Qin Feng, you were laughing so happily just now, why don't you go sing something for everyone to hear?
Li Yi teased with a proud smile. This time, Su Yue did not side with Qin Feng, knowing that Li Yi was only joking. Su Yue also wanted her boyfriend Qin Feng to go on stage and perform. Although she didn't know how well he could sing, he surely wouldn't be off-key like Li Yi.
Seeing everyone enthusiastically inviting him, Feng Sisi smiled and asked Qin Feng, do you want to give it a try?
The whole class shouted, aren't you embarrassed? If it weren't for you and Su Yue showing off your love every day, we might have almost believed it.
Li Yi sneered sarcastically at Qin Feng, didn't expect Brother Feng to be such a coward?
Qin Feng was provoked and got fired up, though he knew Li Yi meant no harm. The girls clapped their hands and rhythmically chanted his name. Seeing this, Feng Sisi felt embarrassed to refuse. Qin Feng, give it a try.
It's okay if you don't sing well, the teacher will help you. Li Yi sneered again, the teacher will guide you, even if you're tone deaf, it doesn't matter.
Qin Feng smirked inside. He didn't laugh when Li Yi sang earlier, just wait for his turn.
Su Yue looked at Qin Feng expectantly and said, go ahead and try?
Confidence flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and he smiled, then I'll give it a try.
He walked up to Feng Sisi and asked, teacher, can I accompany myself?
Actually, he didn't want to show off, but seeing Li Yi's smug expression made him uncomfortable, so he decided to really show off this time. Feng Sisi was a bit nervous, stood up, and gave up her seat, fearing he might reveal the secret she had just discovered. Qin Feng didn't think much of it, sat down, placed his hands on the piano keys, and suddenly a level up notification sounded in his mind.
Piano talent +1. Piano master, proficiency level 1, 1 out of 10.
Reaching level 10 will make you the number 1 in the field of piano, worthy of being the second Beethoven.
Chen Xinya asked in confusion, can Qin Feng play the piano? Li Keqing also quietly asked Su Yue, can he really? Su Yue nodded, yes, level 1 should be enough.
Xin Feng felt the proficiency transmitted in his mind, smiled faintly, and instantly grasped the tones represented by the 52 white keys and 36 black keys on the piano.
He had long memorized the lyrics of Jay Chou's Nocturne, because he grew up listening to Jay Chou's songs.
Xin Feng took a light breath, his hands deftly jumping over the keys, playing a sad and serene prelude. After the last melody faded away, he cleared his throat softly, carrying a faint melancholy, and sang gently. A swarm of bloodthirsty ants, attracted by rotting flesh, I keep a blank expression, watching the lonely scenery. Losing you, love and hate are clear, losing you, what else is worth caring about? Doves no longer symbolize peace, I finally understand. The ones feeding in the square are vultures, I describe the plundered love with rhymes.
Clouds obscure, the night is gloomy.
In the park, the echoes of the funeral soar, the white roses I send you wither in the dark, the crows quietly perch. The sorrowful emotions of Nocturne echoed through the classroom, all the students remained silent, afraid to break this beautiful atmosphere. Fang Sisi stared blankly at Xin Feng, her mouth slightly open, her face full of intoxication. She seemed to see a heartbroken man playing the piano on a dark and windy night, reminiscing about a departing lover. As the piano music grew more skillful, Xin Feng's singing became increasingly plaintive.
Fang Sisi listened quietly, afraid that his performance would be interrupted.
She felt as though she were in a lonely square, watching the man play the piano while overwhelmed with sorrow, a crow on his shoulder calling out in solitude. I play Chopin's Nocturne for you, commemorating lost love.
I remain anonymous for you, playing the piano under the moonlight. My heartbeat is still warm, longing for your kiss.
Bloodthirsty ants are attracted to decaying flesh, I watch the lonely scenery expressionlessly.
Losing you, love and hate are clear, losing you, what else is there to care about?
Pigeons no longer symbolize peace, I finally understand. The square is fed by vultures, I use rhyme to describe love being plundered. As the song neared its end, Xin Feng skillfully played the harmony, finally delivering a perfect rendition of the entire nocturne.
After a long moment, the whole class finally came to their senses from Xin Feng's sorrowful voice.
Xin Feng was just about to modestly ask where he had gone wrong when he suddenly noticed that Fang Sisi's left eye, the one without the blindfold, had tears slowly welling up, the tears sliding down her cheek.
In an instant, the entire class erupted into thunderous applause, with Su Yue clapping the loudest, and even Li Yi couldn't help but enthusiastically join in.
Teacher, sorry, I really haven't had much time lately, and I was just testing the waters, I didn't intend to be a representative, Xin Feng awkwardly declined.
Teacher, I really don't have the time, please choose someone else.
Xin Feng quickly pleaded, then turned to the classmates and made a zipper-mouth gesture, indicating he wouldn't tell anyone about Fang Sisi's situation, before heading over to Su Yue. After school in the afternoon, Xin Feng didn't go straight home. He first said goodbye to Su Yue, then explained his whereabouts to Qin Chuchu, and finally took a taxi to the location Lu Li had sent.
Here we are, 84 yuan.
The taxi weaved through the streets of S City before finally stopping in front of Lu Li's gym.
Looks like I need to buy a car. Xin Feng looked thoughtfully at the QR code inside the taxi.
He was moving to a new home tomorrow, which was far from school and during rush hour, so buying a car was very necessary. Find time to check out the car show, he thought to himself, paid the money, got out of the car, and walked into the clubhouse. As soon as he entered, a luxurious gym came into view: teal wooden floors, coffee-colored wallpaper, and various equipment filling the first floor. The second floor featured a yoga room, dance studio, and taekwondo ring, all specially designed for women. The first floor was full of burly men, each muscular and sweaty, exuding a strong presence. The second floor was a realm for women. I didn't expect her clubhouse to be quite this big, Xin Feng murmured to himself. No, I'm not here to work out, Xin Feng quickly explained.
I'm a friend of Boss Lu's. Where is she now? Are you Xin Feng? The one here to shoot the poster?
The receptionist woman sized him up and down, asking in surprise.
Mm.
Xin Feng nodded in response. Boss Lu has already rejected countless men applying to shoot posters, insisting on reserving the position for a high school student named Xin Feng.
She said Xin Feng's physique looked sculpted, astonishingly handsome. But the receptionist didn't think so.
Xin Feng looked a bit sturdier, but wearing a school uniform, He didn't look like the boss Lu described with 8-pack abs and a stud dog waist. If he really had such a perfect physique, Shin Feng should be tall and burly, like a wall, not just slightly more robust than an average person as he was now.
Although doubtful, the receptionist still smiled politely. Boss Lu has been waiting for you for a long time. She's practicing taekwondo on the second floor ring.
Go straight from here and then turn right, there's a staircase going up.
Thanks. Shin Feng nodded and walked towards the stairs. Just as he reached the corner of the stairs, Shin Feng bumped into a burly man. The man was about a head taller than Shin Feng, looking down on him with a gaze that was both provocative and irritated. Can you watch where you're going?
Shin Feng took a moment to assess him. About 24 or 25 years old, handsome, fair-skinned, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a typical pretty boy look. But his strong biceps and chest muscles, along with clearly defined six-pack abs, gave him the aura of a stylish man. Youthful, handsome, and sharp, exactly the kind of fresh meat popular now, a master at attracting married women.
Sorry.
Shin Feng lightly wiped the sweat stains on his school uniform. Such a clean freak guy. The man snorted disdainfully, deliberately using his sweat-soaked shoulder to shove Shin Feng aside, then headed toward the gym on the first floor. Looking at that burly back, Shin Feng shrugged, didn't take it to heart, and continued walking towards the taekwondo training room on the second floor. Arriving outside the training room, Shin Feng heard the sound of strikes, girls shouting, and the sound of bare feet running on the ring inside. He walked in and saw Luli standing on the ring, patiently adjusting a girl's hands, feet, and movements, instructing other taekwondo students. Most of them here were girls just in their early 20s, with the oldest barely over 30, each with a decent appearance.
It was probably for self-defense against perverts that they learned taekwondo. It must be said, Luli's figure was indeed outstanding.
No wonder she specialized in sports. Come on, try again using the method I told you, Luli said to the girl in front of her.
Oh.
The girl responded nervously and rushed forward, raising her leg to kick Luli's upper body. Before the girl could kick Luli grabbed her leg with one hand and tripped her with her right foot, causing the girl to lose balance and fall to the ground.
Oh.
Not bad, Shin Feng muttered in surprise, as an upgrade notification appeared in his mind, Taekwondo Talent +1.
Taekwondo Black Belt 9th Dan, Proficiency +1, Current Level 1, Proficiency 1/10.
Upon reaching level 10, you will master practical Taekwondo combat. Becoming a 9th Dan Black Belt will no longer be a dream.
Teacher Lu, easy on me.
The girl who had fallen rubbed her aching arm, complaining plaintively. Luli shook her head helplessly, helped her up, and said, no pain, no gain. I want you to learn more Taekwondo so you can teach a pervert a lesson. The other girls cast curious glances, secretly sneaking looks at Shin Feng, silently admiring, this handsome guy is really good looking. Just arrived, Shin Feng replied coolly, walked to the foot of the ring, and looked up at Luli. When does that shooting job of yours start? Luli leaned on the side rope, shyly saying, wait a little longer, there's still over an hour until class ends. I have to help them make up the hours since they've paid the tuition. I'll wait for you. Shin Feng didn't pay much attention, took out his phone, pulled up a chair, and sat down to play on it. Luli quickly said, all right, next up. You've all paid for the Taekwondo class, it's not like you're coming for a whole month and not learning anything. The girls in the audience looked at each other like it was a challenge, all nodding in agreement, grabbing the ropes, and stepping onto the ring. They paid thousands in tuition fees, how could they just get beaten up every month without learning anything? The sound of punches and kicks on the ring never stopped, and the girls screamed miserably. Luli holds a second-degree black belt in Taekwondo and is about to be promoted to third degree. Dealing with these white belt students is effortless for her. Handsome, want some water? The girl who had just been knocked down pulled over a chair and sat next to Shin Feng, handing him a bottle of mineral water, looking at him expectantly. After all, Shin Feng had a perfect figure and looks. Her boyfriend had just gone downstairs, and being bored, chatting with a handsome guy wasn't a bad idea. Not thirsty. Shin Feng smiled slightly and continued looking at his phone. No, I came to help. Shin Feng said without even looking up. Before long, all the trainees who were eager to step into the ring were defeated by Luli. They all hid in the corners, rubbing their sore arms and thighs. Lu Li's moves were indeed quite harsh. She stood among the trainees, wearing a dissatisfied expression, seriously explaining their techniques and movements. I told you, technique is important.
Just now, you squatted down without even landing a kick. You're too timid, she scolded sternly.
And you, when practicing kicks, you should do it like how I just handled that trainee. Grab the leg, then sweep it horizontally. That's the simplest move, she continued to reprimand. Although the trainees were thoroughly criticized by Lu Li, no one argued back. Because she was just too powerful.
If anyone married a wife like her, would the family dare to disobey? One slip, and a taekwondo black belt is no joke. Teacher, you need to do more demonstrations. We've only been learning for a few days, so we really need to look at the textbook more, a girl said, mustering up the courage. Lu Li sighed and said in frustration, am I not demonstrating enough?
Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she called down to the audience, Xin Feng, come over here.
Xin Feng turned off his phone, stepped forward, and asked, what's wrong? Go change into your taekwondo uniform and help me demonstrate a few basic moves.
This class of students is really too slow, Lu Li said eagerly.
Can't you just pick anyone? Xin Feng asked. If we hit them again, we'll get complaints.
We need to demonstrate more moves, Lu Li said, clasping her hands together pleadingly. Please help, there's only an hour left, I can't let them rest too long, or we'll definitely get complaints.
Xin Feng sighed helplessly and put his phone in his pocket. Where is the dressing room? Third room on the second floor. Lu Li pointed.
Xin Feng responded with a word and walked towards the dressing room.
Lu Li shouted happily, nice. She cleared her throat and said to the students, in a moment, my friend and I will demonstrate the basic movements.
You must listen carefully. Hearing that a handsome guy had joined, the students nodded excitedly one after another. Soon, Xin Feng put on the yellow belt taekwondo uniform, jumped onto the ring, pulled aside the ropes, and lazily asked Lu Li, how do we fight? Lu Li hurriedly explained, not fighting, it's cooperating with me to demonstrate some techniques.
Oh, so you attack and I defend?
Xin Feng casually took a few steps back, looking at Lu Li indifferently. Seeing he still didn't understand, Lu Li smiled awkwardly, not like that.
You're cooperating with me to practice a few simple taekwondo moves. I don't want to actually fight you, it would be pointless if you got hurt. Yo!
Upon hearing this, the female trainees watching immediately started to jeer. After all, having a guy get beaten was a disgrace. Although they knew Lu Li was a black belt expert and might actually injure Xin Feng, they were more interested in an exciting fight rather than a boring demonstration. With Lu Li's words, coupled with the contemptuous looks around, Xin Feng's male pride was ignited.
Then let's give it a try.
Since it's just a demonstration, it's better to make it realistic, Xin Feng said casually. Lu Li saw him take the initiative to challenge, feeling somewhat worried, thinking he was just defending his dignity.
Then let's get started, Teacher Lu.
Xin Feng shook his arm, looking at her with a relaxed expression. Although Lu Li held a 9th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, Xin Feng's reaction time was extremely fast, making their movements seem like slow motion to him.
As long as it wasn't supersonic, he could always strike first. Come on.
Xin Feng nodded, still calm. Lu Li thought to herself, take it a little easier, just have some fun. Okay, but don't blame me for bullying you, Lu Li said as she started warming up, ready to open Xin Feng's eyes. Bring it on, Xin Feng stepped forward.
The female trainees watching retreated to the edge of the ring, ready to watch the excitement. As expected, there was no doubt the Taekwondo black belt female coach was definitely going to win. Xin Feng, I'm here.
Lu Li stared at him, full of warning. She had fought for 4 years to earn her 2nd-degree black belt, and now being underestimated by a guy who hardly knew Taekwondo was something she absolutely couldn't tolerate.
If that's the case, then I'll show you what real skill looks like.
Lu Li felt a secret sense of triumph in her heart, her eyes fixed intently on Xin Feng, who appeared casual in front of her. Her figure moved swiftly as she charged toward him. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed on the arena, revealing her incredible speed. Lu Li rushed to Xin Feng's side and decisively delivered a high whip kick, one of the most powerful attacks in Taekwondo. However, just as her leg was about to strike Qin Feng's upper body, Qin Feng raised his arm like a shield to block the attack, then swept his right foot, causing Luli to fall to the ground with a dull thud. The onlooking students were stunned, completely taken by surprise. Wow, Teacher Lu was knocked down so quickly? That's way too fast. If it were me, I would have been kicked already. Looks like this handsome guy has some serious skills. Teacher Lu, focus. I can still understand. Qin Feng said casually while pulling Luli up. If it were an ordinary person, they would have surrendered long ago. Qin Feng obviously knows a bit of Taekwondo. Good. Luli said enthusiastically, standing up and returning to her seat. She thought that instead of playing demonstration moves, it would be better to have a real match to test this man's strength. Having said that, Luli gave a slight bow and salute. The onlooking students immediately burst into excited chatter. It seemed she was really planning to get serious. I'm okay, Qin Feng also returned the salute politely, still calm and composed. Then let's start. Luli shouted excitedly, taking an attacking stance, ready to go all out. Left foot, right foot, side kick, horizontal kick, front horizontal kick, back horizontal kick. How is Qin Feng's reaction speed so fast? Under a fierce offensive, Luli's proud moves were all easily dodged by Qin Feng, and he seemed effortless, breathing steadily as if toying with her attacks. Even more surprising was that Qin Feng never counterattacked the entire time, he only defended and evaded. He still looked calm and composed, without a drop of sweat. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, the female trainees would have thought it was a performance. What a joke! Teacher Lu's kick almost hit his head just now, and he actually didn't get hit? You try acting like that. Teacher Lu can't even beat a second-degree black belt in Taekwondo, so Qin Feng must be even stronger than a black belt. I don't know, this man has been all defense, never fought back. Who would have guessed he could fight? Could it be that Qin Feng has practiced Taekwondo, or specially learned defensive skills? Luli gritted her teeth, sweat all over her face, staring at Qin Feng, her body somewhat weak. Although Qin Feng looked calm, to Luli, he was practically a monster. Is that enough? Teacher Lu, can you count this as my win? Qin Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit reluctant. After all, it was just for fun, and he didn't want to be accused of bullying a woman. No. Luli firmly refused, her expression serious. A match is a match. Only if you defeat me does it count as a win. Luli spent 4 years earning her second-degree black belt in Taekwondo. During the process, she sprained her arm, twisted her ankle, and was even knocked unconscious by her coach. She was unwilling to just lose to Qin Feng like this. At the very least, she wanted to lose with complete acceptance. That's not good. Qin Feng saw how serious Luli was and felt a bit panicked. The situation was getting worse. If Luli doesn't admit defeat, the only way to end it is to beat her until she loses the ability to fight. There are no referees or scorekeepers here. Hey, Qin Feng, it's not over yet. Luli shouted angrily, upset that he wasn't taking the Taekwondo black belt seriously. Alright then, I'll take it seriously. Qin Feng stretched his neck and focused on the weaknesses on Luli's body. He had dozens of ways to make Luli fall to the ground and be unable to get up. Hearing this, Luli felt flustered and swallowed hard. This guy's defense was so fierce, his offense was even more terrifying. Qin Feng was the most terrifying opponent she had encountered since she started practicing Taekwondo. Suddenly, Qin Feng moved, his speed like lightning. The female trainees in the audience could only see his white Taekwondo uniform, and his footsteps on the stage clapped loudly, like beating drums. In an instant, Qin Feng rushed to Luli, who hadn't yet reacted. Just as Luli raised her hand, Qin Feng grabbed her arm with one hand and tightly grabbed her Taekwondo uniform with the other, lifting her up like a chick and fiercely throwing her onto the ring. Wow, no way. The female trainees watching all closed their eyes, not daring to look. That fall was so brutal, it must have hurt so much to hit the ring like that. Luli shut her eyes tightly, as if resigned to her fate. Compared to the intense pain she was about to feel when hitting the ring, Luli was more concerned that Qin Feng would actually use such a harsh move against her. She knew that this strike would likely cause pain in her back and arms for an entire week. Thinking of this, Luli felt a chill in her heart, disappointed and helpless. She clenched her silver teeth tightly, closed her eyes, and prepared to endure the impending pain. However, just as Qin Feng was about to slam her onto the ring, he suddenly stopped. Luli's body hung suspended above the ring, only a few centimeters from the ground. She opened her eyes and looked at Qin Feng in confusion, unable to speak for a long while.
Qin Feng lightly tapped the surface of the ring, then effortlessly lifted Luli up like a doll, smiling and saying, "Count me as the winner, then?"
Luli stared blankly at Qin Feng, still unable to come to terms with the contrast just now. Seeing her silence, Qin Feng thought she was angry and quickly said, "After all, it's a friendly match, winning or losing doesn't matter.
How about we both lose half, a win-win, Ms. Lu?"
The female students watching saw Qin Feng trying to please Lu Li and felt warm inside, not expecting him to flirt in this way. Lu Li looked at him, her expression first filled with grievance as if about to cry, tears welling up in her eyes. She wiped her tears while smiling and teasing, "You really are an unpredictable guy." After saying that, she gently kicked Qin Feng, the force as light as a girlfriend acting coy. When Qin Feng lifted her up, Lu Li originally thought he would really throw her onto the ring. After all, he had been so serious just now. She had already started to endure that kind of pain. If she really fell, it would mean Qin Feng didn't have a place for her in his heart at all, not even caring about the teacher's face, especially with so many students watching.
In that case, she definitely couldn't save face.
Unexpectedly, not only did Qin Feng not throw her down, but he also gave her a way out, showing that he still cared about her. Seeing Luli's expression of mixed laughter and tears, Qin Feng smiled helplessly and patted her shoulder to comfort her. "Don't cry anymore.
Once you finish teaching them, let's go eat together." After saying that, he pulled open the ring ropes, ready to change clothes. Before Qin Feng could jump down from the ring, Luli grabbed him. Her face, still showing traces of crying, revealed a mischievous smile. "Hee, give me a hand, will you? I'm all sweaty." "You teach them, I'll go change. We're still eating together tonight." "Classmates, do you want teacher Qin Feng to teach you?" Before Qin Feng could speak, Luli looked expectantly at the female trainees by the ring. "Yes." The female trainees nodded without hesitation. They had just seen it. Who wouldn't want the handsome and warm-hearted Qin Feng as their coach? "Hee, do me a favor." Luli smiled as she pulled aside the side rope and nimbly jumped down from the ring. As soon as she left, the female students excitedly climbed onto the ring, and a group of girls wearing taekwondo uniforms surrounded Qin Feng. "Coach Qin, teach me that move you just did. I want to use it on my boyfriend when I get home." "You can demonstrate it for me too." "Coach Qin, have you practiced taekwondo? What rank are you? Coach Lu got beaten up like that by you. Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together." "Wow, Coach Qin, you have an 8-pack? My boyfriend only has a 6-pack. There isn't much time left." Qin Feng looked at his phone and put it in his pocket. "There are just over 10 minutes left. Is everyone still training?" "Yes." The female trainees answered in unison. Soon, Luli changed into a neat and simple outfit, carrying a black bag as she came to the training room, looking at Qin Feng who was focused on teaching. She thought to herself, "The first time I saw you, I had already picked out names for our children." "Hey! You little bastard, what do you think you're doing?" Suddenly, an angry curse came from the doorway, and a burly man, accompanied by several guests who had just finished exercising, rushed in. This man was called Linley, the very person Qin Feng had bumped into at the stairwell. "What did I do?" Qin Feng asked, full of confusion. Seeing Linley's fierce demeanor, the girls who had just approached Qin Feng immediately withdrew, keeping their distance from him. That girl was Linley's girlfriend. "Sir, please calm down," Luli urged awkwardly. "Calm my ass." Linley was furious. Linley ignored Luli and stormed toward Qin Feng on the ring. A few friends behind him followed along just to stir up trouble. After all, the other side was just a young guy. There was no need to show off skills, just to watch the excitement. Grabbing the ropes, Linley leapt onto the ring and pointed at Qin Feng's nose, yelling angrily, "Do you know? She is my girlfriend." How dare you touch her?
Qin Feng stared at the finger pointed at his nose, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He grabbed Lin Li's wrist, slammed his right foot hard, and kicked him heavily onto the ring, producing a dull thud.
Qin Feng looked down at Lin Li coldly and said, "Oh, she's your girlfriend?" "Sorry."
The entire venue was shocked, and everyone stared at Qin Feng and the fallen Lin Li as if they were looking at a monster. Lin Li's friends never expected Qin Feng to take action. This kid's temper was way too explosive.
"This is bad, it's escalated."
Lu Li panicked and hurriedly ran onto the stage to try to ease the situation. Lin Li's companions also followed. After all, they just came to work out and didn't want to cause trouble. Being blacklisted by the gym owner wouldn't be fun.
F your mother.
Lin Li, like an enraged lion, swung his arms and charged at Qin Feng. Before he could reach him, his friends stopped him. "Lin Li, don't bother arguing with the kid," his companions advised. They thought Qin Feng was small and couldn't take many punches. It would be troublesome if he got hurt.
"Let go of me.
If you dare hit me, and I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not Lin." Lin Li broke free from the encirclement, swearing as he kicked at Qin Feng from time to time like a caged fierce dog. Lu Li stepped onto the ring, standing in front of Qin Feng, embarrassed as she said, "He's my friend.
For my sake, let it go. How about I give you a free 1-year VIP extension? Get lost. I don't need that money." Lin Li glared at Qin Feng angrily and cursed, "What kind of man hides behind a woman?
If you've got guts, come out and fight one-on-one."
"Dare you? Coward."
Listening to Lin Li's curses, Qin Feng was completely enraged. Just as he was about to take action, Lu Li hurriedly grabbed him, giving him a hesitant look, signaling him not to provoke this man. Lin Li was an old customer of Lu Li's gym, with a fiery temper and often causing trouble. Once, he actually knocked out a burly man with a single punch, paying tens of thousands in compensation, yet he still came to work out every day, causing others to avoid him. He had been a VIP member for over a year, and Lu Li couldn't do anything about it since there was no rule in the membership against causing trouble. Qin Feng is skilled in Taekwondo, but facing Lin Li's incredible strength, the situation is dangerous. Like in the UFC, he could be beaten bloody at any moment.
Lu Li is very worried about Qin Feng's safety.
But Qin Feng ignored her, pushed Lu Li aside, and walked straight up to Lin Li, who was surrounded by several people, asking coldly, "Do you really want to fight me?" Lin Li snorted disdainfully and suddenly threw a fierce kick, but Qin Feng easily dodged it. "This kid reacts pretty fast," Lin Li's companion thought with some surprise.
"If you can dodge, then come on. Fight me, play FUC. Men don't rely on women to speak, do you dare?"
Lin Li shouted angrily.
"Someone should start keeping an eye on you,"
Qin Feng said calmly. Lin Li became even more, struggling desperately, trying to pin Qin Feng down and beat him brutally.
"Hey, Lin Li wants to play by FUC rules, not some flashy taekwondo moves," an accomplice urgently reminded Qin Feng.
FUC is an unsanctioned octagonal cage fight, with every punch landing solidly. The fight continues until one side admits defeat, and some have even been seriously injured during matches. Lu Li grabbed Qin Feng, worriedly saying, "No," he said, "it's FUC, based on strength.
If he knocks you down, you're finished."
Qin Feng was about to respond when Lin Li shouted angrily again, "Kid, if you have guts, come fight."
"Who is she? Your mom? You listened to her?"
Lu Li was also furious, but since the trouble was caused by Qin Feng, she had to hold back.
"It's nothing."
Qin Feng patted Lu Li on the shoulder, smiled, and walked up to Lin Li. He said to his partner, "Let him go, I'll discipline him."
Lu Li was pulled off the ring by a female trainee, fearing that if the two fought, bystanders might get hurt.
Only Qin Feng and Lin Li remained in the ring, about to engage in a fierce duel.
"Kid, today I'm going to teach you a good lesson."
Lin Li broke free from his restraint and angrily charged at Qin Feng. His burly figure was like a bull, unstoppable. Lin Li threw a big punch aimed at Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng half-crouched to dodge and immediately countered with a punch to Lin Li's abdomen. Lin Li's face instantly turned pale. He kneeled to the ground in pain, clutching his stomach, unable to hold back a disgusting stream of vomit. The stunned companions were shocked, they knew that the power behind a punch that could induce vomiting was extremely rare, and Qin Feng's strength was by no means ordinary. Luli was also stunned, staring fixedly at Qin Feng on the ring. But Qin Feng wasn't going to miss this chance. The UFC rules mean taking advantage of an opponent's weakness to strike decisively. Qin Feng threw another punch, knocking Lin Li to the ground, straddling him, and raining down punches on Lin Li's head like raindrops, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Lin Li could only desperately protect his head, his face already bruised and swollen. He didn't expect the seemingly young man to be so fierce.
Ah! Damn it!
Lin Li roared in anger, desperately trying to push Qin Feng off him, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift him. Qin Feng pressed down steadily like a mountain, continuing to strike Lin Li's head fiercely. His fists were already covered in fresh blood from the corners of Lin Li's eyes, mouth, and head. Qin Feng paid no attention and kept punching. Lin Li roared in pain and anger, the scene extremely intense. "Coach Lu, he's bleeding, quickly call your friend's assistant to stop him," someone shouted. Lin Li's girlfriend nervously said to Luli, after all, she was counting on this man to buy her a designer bag. Luli stared intently at Qin Feng on stage and said dreamily, "Since your boyfriend said he wants to play UFC, as long as no one surrenders, the match can't be stopped."
There are 3 ways to win in the UFC.
The first is to incapacitate the opponent, which means knocking them out. This is why Qin Feng kept hitting Lin Li's head. The second is winning by judges' score, but here there are no judges or scorekeepers. Lin Li now only has 2 choices, either get knocked out or voluntarily tap out.
Tapping out is the most humiliating thing for a fighter.
Anyone who's played UFC knows that once you tap out, all you'll face is the crowd's ridicule. Luli looked at Qin Feng's punches landing blow after blow, then at Lin Li desperately covering his head to dodge, a smile of excitement spreading across her face. Even she didn't understand why she was smiling.
"Someone stop that kid, something bad is really going to happen,"
Lin Li's friend shouted anxiously. Lin Li on the ring was covered in blood. If the fight continued, he would definitely get seriously hurt. At this moment, Lin Li had lost his roar, only painful screams remained. His fingers covering his head had gone numb from Qin Feng's punches and finally let go, spreading out on both sides. Qin Feng saw Lin Li's face covered in blood, his gaze cold and sharp, and continued to strike the wound viciously. UFC had no rules, only by defeating the opponent could one leave the octagon. Qin Feng showed no mercy. Fists landed, Lin Li screamed miserably, like a rabbit caught by an eagle, desperately kicking to break free. But Qin Feng was like a mountain pressing down on him, punching one blow after another into Lin Li's deepest wound.
Bang bang bang.
Lin Li finally couldn't take it, hitting the ring 3 times, his face soaked with blood and tears begging for mercy. "Big brother, enough, I don't want to play anymore, I beg you, I was wrong." Qin Feng sneered and shook his head. After punching him once more, he finally stood up. Lin Li crawled to the edge of the ring, blood streaming from his head, then clumsily jumped down, lying at his friend's feet, crying out. Qin Feng shook his blood-stained fist, easily jumped down from the ring, and gave Luli an awkward smile. "Teacher Lu, I'll go take a shower first."
"Wait for me." The onlookers watched Qin Feng so calm and couldn't help swallowing hard.
He had just beaten someone until his head was covered in blood, and now he was chatting like nothing happened.
His mental resilience was incredible.
Luli looked at the bloodstains on Qin Feng's hands, then at his casual expression. The fierce and violent scenes from just now echoed in her mind. Thinking of this, her whole body surged with excitement. This was the charm of UFC. She made up her mind in her heart that she must win over this man. Even if she had to break a few hose, she would dig him out. Qin Feng glanced at Lin Li, who was desperately wiping blood while hiding behind several men, sneered coldly, and strode toward the taekwondo training room. After Qin Feng left, Lin Li was supported by his friends, covered in blood, and hurriedly left the gym, heading straight to the hospital. In the ring, the staff were cleaning up the bloodstains. Seeing the blood all over the floor, they shuddered involuntarily, unable to believe it was from punches thrown by a young man in his 20s. It was too ruthless.
Coach Qin is really ruthless.
He looks handsome but fights so fiercely. Little puppies are still more reliable.
What do you know?
It's rare to see someone both handsome and good at fighting.
What good is a little puppy? They might even apologize first when bullied. Yeah, I was so fired up watching just now, though it was too bloody. That guy almost had his head beaten to pieces. Luli sat in the chair Chin Fong had just occupied, listening to the students' chatter, looking at the bloodstained ring, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. After more than 10 minutes, the trainees gradually left. Chin Fong finished showering, changed into his school uniform, and came to the door of the taekwondo training room. He looked at the empty training room and glanced at Luli sitting on a chair. Yo, Teacher Lu, have all the trainees left? Luli slowly turned around, staring dreamily at the man who had just been brutally fierce but now acted as if nothing had happened. It was as if none of that had left any trace on him. Xin Feng's fierce and passionate demeanor completely captivated Luli. She decided that no matter what, this man belonged to her. Xin Feng smiled faintly and said, Teacher Lu, please don't tell the classmates about this, especially Su Yue. After taking a few high-definition photos, Xin Feng and Luli happily walked down the street. This time they didn't eat together, it was already quite late, so Luli saw Xin Feng off to catch a taxi home. Xin Feng had taken more than a dozen photos in the dance studio. He originally didn't want the promised 150,000 yuan payment. After all, earlier at the gym, Xin Feng had accidentally injured an old customer and felt a little embarrassed to accept money. But Luli insisted on paying him and was very determined to get his bank account information. Xin Feng, sorry to make you take a taxi home so late. I didn't drive today, Luli said nervously, her eyes occasionally glancing at Xin Feng. Her shy demeanor at this moment was completely different from the bright and straightforward girl she was at school. It's nothing, my home is nearby, Xin Feng replied calmly. At that moment, a taxi drove up. Xin Feng immediately waved it down and turned to Luli, saying, Teacher, I'll head back first. Take care of yourself. If that Lin or whoever causes trouble at your gym, remember to let me know. Alright, that's settled, Xin Feng said, then walked toward the taxi. Xin Feng. Luli hurriedly called out to him. What's wrong? Xin Feng turned around, looking at her with confusion. Luli didn't say anything, just quietly staring at Xin Feng. The traffic on the street rushed by swiftly. Are you coming or not, young man? The taxi driver leaned out, urging him. Teacher Lu, is something wrong? Xin Feng asked softly, as if he guessed what she wanted to say. Luli smiled, the nervousness fading, returning to her usual straightforward self. Be careful on the road, and don't forget to come to school for PE class on Monday. Xin Feng nodded, got into the car, waved goodbye to Luli standing on the sidewalk, and the taxi slowly pulled away. Watching the car disappear, Luli smiled softly, looking at the flickering streetlights, and said, No rush, there's still half a semester left. The next morning early, Xin Feng and his sister Qin Chuchu got up early and started tidying up the clutter in the room. They were about to move into their new home, a 5-bedroom, 1-living-room coastal villa. The movers have arrived and are helping move computers and desks onto the large truck downstairs. Qin Chuchu piled a bunch of dolls, textbooks, and various other things in the living room, waiting for the movers to take care of them. She called out to Qin Feng in the room, Brother, I've packed all my stuff. Do you still need to move anything? Qin Feng glanced around the room and shook his head lightly, nothing much, just some miscellaneous items. He didn't have many clothes, only one computer, and planned to throw out the rest and buy new ones. Wow, you still have this crystal ball with you? Xin Feng saw the dull and lifeless crystal ball in Qin Chuchu's suitcase and asked curiously, It's broken, and the stuff inside has spilled out. Shouldn't you throw it away? It was a birthday gift he gave Qin Chuchu when they were in the first year of middle school, almost 10 years ago. No way. Qin Chuchu hugged the crystal ball tightly, turned around, and said reluctantly, This was given to me by my big brother, I still want to keep it. Then I'll buy you a new one tomorrow, okay? This one can't light up anymore, and it's broken. Xin Feng looked at her as if teasing a little girl. No, that won't do. Qin Chuchu mumbled softly, gently placing the crystal ball back into the box, then hurriedly said, Big brother, let's go quickly, I can't wait to see the new house. Alright, let's go. Xin Feng packed up the miscellaneous items, piling them on the living room floor to have the moving company take them to the new house. Yes.
Shin Chuchu responded sweetly, obediently following him.
The two went downstairs, watching the moving company steadily carry out their belongings, feeling somewhat complicated inside.
After all, the siblings had lived here for more than 2 years, and it was inevitable to feel reluctant to leave. Silly girl, don't overthink it, Shin Feng gently tapped her head and said softly, don't worry, Big Brother would never abandon you. Shin Chuchu lowered her head and leaned into Shin Feng's embrace, not daring to look at the bittersweet scene before them. After a drive of more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the coastal villa that Su Yiling had given to Shin Feng.
This is a 3-story villa with 5 bedrooms and 1 living room, featuring 2 garages and a basement.
Behind it lies the famous Sea of S City, where tourists often come to play on the beach. So this is the place, Shin Chuchu said excitedly as she looked at the blue sea beyond Jiangbin Road. She had been here before with her classmates and had taken many beautiful photos. Who would have thought that her and Shin Feng's new home was right here, and such a luxurious villa at that?
Girl! Shin Feng threw her the spare key and reminded, don't lose it, got it?
Shin Chuchu held the silver white key, looked up at the villa, and said happily, got it, Big Brother.
Go open the door.
Shin Feng said with a smile, urging her on.
Okay.
Shin Chuchu responded excitedly and ran to the elm-colored door, inserted the key, and opened their new home with Shin Feng. She paused for a moment as she looked at the design inside the villa, then followed Shin Feng inside. The villa's main hall was luxurious, the lighting cold and harsh, with high walls on all sides casting shadows on the carpet. A spiral staircase led to the second floor, but it lacked the imposing presence of Su Yue's home. Both floors had spacious yet desolate corridors, and the bedrooms were exquisitely decorated. After all, this was a coastal villa worth tens of millions, with very high standards. Shin Feng didn't wander around after entering. He first went to the basement to switch on the power, then returned to the villa.
Hey girl, where are you? He asked, looking at the empty living room.
Shin Chuchu replied, upstairs. She darted down the spiral staircase like a little girl, excitedly saying, Big Brother, the second floor is great, every room has a sea view.
Shin Feng smiled, have you picked your room? First floor or second floor?
Shin Chuchu blurted out, wherever you live, I'll live next door. Shin Feng pointed to the first room on the first floor, then I'll live here. Shin Chuchu said expectantly, then I'll live next door.
She then curiously asked, what about the other 3 empty rooms?
Early the next morning, Shin Feng woke up lying on a large, soft bed, seeing an unfamiliar, luxurious ceiling above.
Still not quite used to it.
He leaned against the pillow, recalling how Shin Chuchu usually woke him up with the noisy sounds outside the window. Wearing slippers, stepping on the smooth, clean white tiles, he lazily walked to the window and looked out at the blue sea and golden beach. I'll take her to stroll by the sea tonight, he said with a smile, watching the scattered visitors on the beach. He opened the window, the sea breeze brushed his face, and the sunlight was warm and comfortable, invigorating him. First, I'll go wake her up, he said as he opened the door, but then he heard busy sounds coming from the kitchen.
Obviously, Shin Chuchu was making breakfast, just like she always did in the neighborhood.
Walking into the living room, he saw Shin Chuchu wearing an apron, preparing breakfast for the two of them. Steam rose vigorously toward the range hood. Although Shin Chuchu was usually quirky and lively, she was especially serious when cooking. Her skillful hands made Shin Feng feel she was like a virtuous and good wife.
How can I let such a capable little sister leave?
Shin Feng thought happily to himself as he walked up to her.
Good morning, girl, he greeted her.
Big Brother, why are you up so early?
I wasn't planning to wake you, I wanted you to sleep a bit longer. Early to bed and early to rise is good.
Remember to call me next time, I'm not used to not hearing from you, Shin Feng said nostalgically.
Okay. Shin Chuchu laughed and continued eating breakfast. Try to make this kind of breakfast less often and make more nutritious ones instead. Are you going to visit your milk tea shop this afternoon? Shin Feng asked curiously, holding her. Ding!
168 hours have passed, the system is activated, begin extracting the supernatural abilities. That mechanical voice suddenly sounded a week ago. Shin Feng coughed twice, girl, I'll go wash up first. He quickly walked into the bathroom, closed the door, picked up his toothbrush, and brushed his teeth while waiting for the superpower extraction.
Ding!
Congratulations on obtaining the superpower, Spacetime Wormhole, the system announced.
Damn!
Xin Feng shouted, a mouthful of toothpaste foam spraying onto the mirror. He didn't expect to get such a powerful ability this time.
Do you need me to explain this supernatural power? The system asked.
Yeah, okay. Xin Feng nodded, afraid he might misunderstand and have to wait a week before asking again. Wormholes in spacetime, simply put, are spacetime passages connecting different regions of the universe, with their exits maintained open by dark matter.
They can connect parallel universes and baby universes, allowing for time and space travel.
Wormholes may also be passages between black holes and white holes, known as gray pathways. This ability has evolved to allow you to freely open wormholes in your own world and travel anywhere. You also possess the power to open the gateways to black holes and white holes.
What are black holes and white holes? Xin Feng asked curiously.
Black holes and white holes are special celestial bodies in the universe according to general relativity, formed by the gravitational collapse of massive stars after death. Black holes have extremely strong gravity, so strong that not even light can escape. In the end, what the host now controls is a path to death.
Aside from the host, anyone or anything that enters the black hole or white hole will be instantly crushed into cosmic dust by the immense gravitational force.
Finally, this superpower is the most important and also the one the host cares about the most: time-space traversal.
Yes. Time-space traversal. Is it just like I thought, that I can travel freely through any world? Whether it's from anime or novels?
Xin Feng excitedly rubbed his hands, thinking that his world-destroying superpower was limited in this world and eager to showcase his abilities in a more powerful world. Reply to host, this ability is not as simple as you think, the system patiently reminded.
Xin Feng couldn't help but ask in a Chinibu manner, not that simple? Could it be that traversal requires a sacrifice? Or does each crossing cause immense harm to the body?
Host, please listen carefully, the system said calmly, providing a detailed explanation of the characteristics of the spacetime wormhole.
First of all, a spacetime wormhole can indeed allow the host to travel through time and space.
Whether in novels, films, or even the two-dimensional world, the host can shuttle back and forth.
But, host.
The system's tone grew serious. If the host frequently uses the ability to travel across parallel worlds, the world you reside in will be affected by other worlds.
My world will be affected? What kind of impact? Xin Feng asked curiously.
The system was silent for a moment, then helplessly said, this system cannot accurately analyze the specific impact, but frequent time travel will definitely cause earth-shattering changes to the host's original world. Xin Feng was shaken inside. This was the time travel ability he had dreamed of since middle school. If he could use it, he could go to the Arad continent and meet the goddess Syria from his game.
Is there anything else I need to be aware of? This time travel ability, Xin Feng asked eagerly.
What the host needs to be reminded of is that this ability cannot choose the target world to travel through.
Every time the spacetime tunnel is opened, the other connected world is unknown to us. Ah. So, it means the travel is random? Xin Feng asked in surprise.
The host can understand it that way, the system replied calmly. In addition, building a spacetime tunnel to another parallel world consumes a large amount of spatial matter energy. The host can open the dimensional gate up to 3 times now. After the energy is replenished, which takes about 15 days, the pathway to other worlds can be reopened. But the worlds that have already been traveled through, the host can freely enter and exit without any restrictions.
I understand. Xin Feng responded calmly.
The system made it sound complicated, but in reality, the spacetime wormhole has 3 core abilities.
First, it can travel infinitely within its own world, going wherever it wants.
Second, controlling black holes and white holes, simply put, is the key to 2 death portals. Anything put inside will be crushed into cosmic dust by the powerful gravity. Third, the ability to travel through other parallel worlds, but you cannot specify the target world, and after 3 uses, you must wait 15 days before continuing. As for the impact on his own world after traveling, Xin Feng wasn't interested in thinking it through.
Since the system couldn't analyze it, he was too lazy to guess. As long as the world didn't get destroyed, it was fine. Then let's try the first ability.
Shin Feng closed his eyes and mobilized the power of the spacetime wormhole. A huge crack appeared before him, like a shattered mirror, extremely eerie. The crack suddenly split open, a dazzling light flashed, and behind the crack was the cityscape viewed from the tallest building in Modu. Shin Feng excitedly walked into the crack and instantly arrived in Modu City, several hours' flight away from his original location in S City. So this is how it's used. He took out his phone and snapped a photo of the bustling street scene, smiled with satisfaction, then turned around and passed back through to the bathroom of his villa in S City.
Should we try to unlock those 3 parallel worlds first?
Shin Feng looked at his hands, pondering repeatedly. Since he would be using up 3 time travel attempts in advance and his energy would recover sooner, it was better to explore the parallel worlds first. As for the black hole and white hole abilities, he didn't want to use them for now and planned to find an open grassland to try them out.
Bang bang bang. Bro, I've been calling you for a while, what are you doing in the bathroom? Come eat breakfast.
Shin Shushu knocked urgently on the door from outside, clearly having called for some time.
I'm here. Shin Feng responded. Ah, let's come back this afternoon.
Shin Feng shook his head helplessly, planning to do 3 more random world runs in the afternoon. After freshening up, he walked out of the bathroom, went to the living room dining table, sat down, and started eating breakfast. The dining table was large, but Shin Shushu didn't just pick a random seat. Instead, as if they were in the neighborhood, she sat opposite Shin Feng, eating while foolishly staring at her brother. As Shin Feng drank the warm porridge, he suddenly remembered the matter of the spacetime wormhole and looked up at Shin Shushu saying, "Little girl, I'll be busy this afternoon.
Around 5 o'clock, let's go to that milk tea shop of yours." No problem, bro, you do your thing. Shin Shushu smiled and replied.
Shin Feng agreed that she shouldn't go to university but open a milk tea shop instead, and she was very satisfied.
Shin Feng nodded and continued drinking his porridge. At that moment, the phone rang. It was a prank call from Su Yue's elder sister, Su Yuling.
Shin Feng was curious but still answered the call.
Shin Shushu listened nearby, her ears perked up, thinking that besides herself, there weren't many people in the contacts. Could it be Su Yue? On the other end of the line, Su Yu's voice came through cold and lazy, as if just waking up. Shin Feng, have you moved over there?
She is still sleeping. She played games all night last night, Su Yuling said with a helpless smile. Shin Feng thought to himself, it really seems that my sister has arrived.
I've moved here, sis. Anything going on? Is the company busy? Need my help? Shin Feng asked. Today is Sunday, the company is closed. Do you think it's busy? Su Yu retorted coldly. I forgot. What's this about? Shin Feng continued to ask.
Su Yuling lay coldly on the bed, boredly playing with the pillow beside her, looking out at the sunny window, and said, "The girl said she would come to find you to play tonight, so I'll go see her as well."
Sure, Shin Feng agreed.
Then I'll sleep for a bit first, bye. After saying that, she hung up the phone and lay back on the soft bed with her eyes closed to rest. Shin Feng told Shin Shushu she said she would bring Yue over to play tonight.
Little girl, jealous again?
Shin Feng teased with a smile. He helplessly but gratefully patted Shin Shushu's head and comforted her, "Silly girl, I promise you, I will never go back on my word."
I'm not jealous, I'm definitely not petty.
Shin Shushu protested, but let him touch her head anyway, feeling very comfortable, even though this trick was meant to soothe little girls.
Alright then, I have to get busy now.
Shin Feng said, standing up and heading to his room, reminding her before leaving, "This mission is complicated, don't bother me this time, little girl."
Alright.
Shin Shushu propped up her chin and replied indignantly.
Silly girl.
Shin Feng smiled, then returned to the room to prepare to refresh the 3 chances for time travel. He used Magneto's power to melt the doorknob and stuck it behind the door to prevent Shin Shushu from coming in and discovering he wasn't there while time traveling, ruining the fun. He had no intention of telling anyone about the system, not even his sister Shin Shushu. Standing by the window, Shin Feng focused his mind, guiding the newly acquired spacetime wormhole ability. A dark crack gradually appeared before his eyes, with profound black light pouring out, mysterious and eerie. This was his world traversal ability, also like Doraemon's anywhere door.
He directly immersed one hand into the crack, as if becoming transparent. Let's go!
Qin Feng decisively leapt into the crack, disappearing entirely from the room. At this moment, Qin Shuchu, who had just finished washing the dishes, knocked on the door and said, "Brother, I'm going to my room to play games.
I'll come get you at 4 in the afternoon." No one responded.
She shrugged and returned to her room. With just one step, Qin Feng had crossed into another world, a glass rooftop in an unknown world. The sound of gunfire all around was deafening, screams rising and falling, smoke filling the air, as if a war was underway. He looked downstairs and saw dozens of massive robots of various kinds gathered together, chattering incessantly. Some of the robots had their hands on their heads, standing with their backs to the black or silver robots like prisoners of war. Those black and silver robots wore arrogant expressions, toying with the guns in their hands. Seeing an orange robot holding its head with both hands, Qin Feng immediately realized he had traveled to the world of Transformers. Without a doubt, that was the most popular robot, Bumblebee. So this is the world of Transformers. Qin Feng sat on the edge of the rooftop, his gaze deep as he looked out over this world full of smoke and fire.
If I'm not mistaken, this should be the timeline of the third Transformers movie.
The plot is that Megatron betrays and colludes with Galvatron, trying to use the space bridge to transport Cybertron from outside the universe and devour Earth. It seems the end is near, Qin Feng said calmly, staring at the strange sky. A huge planet outline faintly appeared in the sky, becoming clearer and clearer, as if another planet was forcibly colliding with Earth, gradually engulfing and merging with this world. That's Cybertron, being teleported here from outside the universe by the Decepticons and Megatron, ready to devour this place.
Exactly.
Qin Feng clapped excitedly.
I can transform into a transformer to go back. Most of them are vehicle forms, and even if they don't have a vehicle form, they can still transform into one.
Imagine having a transformable supercar with explosive firepower. That would be so cool.
This world is full of transformers. What does their destruction have to do with me? Every time I cross over, I save the world. Am I just a tool?
Let's deal with this little commotion first, then slowly check out the car show. He looked down from several tens of meters high, where a few Decepticon robots were discussing how to execute the captured Bumblebee, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the male and female leads were hiding under the overturned car, staring in horror at the imminent execution of Bumblebee and the other Autobots. "Your turn," a silver robot sneered, throwing Bumblebee's mechanical arm to the ground and aiming a gun at his head. Bumblebee reluctantly used electronic voice to say to the male lead, "Goodbye, old friend."
"Goodbye."
The silver robot sneered, firing a high-temperature blue projectile aimed at Bumblebee's head. But it stopped a few meters from the head, frozen in midair.
"What's going on?" the silver robot asked in confusion, clutching his mechanical head. "All of you, revert to your original forms." At this moment, a person suddenly appeared above the robots, rapidly diving down as if jumping from a great height. It was none other than Qin Feng. Upon hearing Qin Feng's command, the robots at his feet quickly transformed into more than a dozen luxury sports cars, parking around him. For example, Bumblebee, whose original form is an orange Chevrolet, making fans of Transformers envious. Qin Feng descended swiftly from above, using telekinesis to gently hover as he neared the ground, then braked sharply and landed steadily. Since this was not his own world, he held back no longer and unleashed all his supernatural powers. As expected, the forces of nature are effective against these robots. He looked at the sports car in front of him with a satisfied smile. As extraterrestrial advanced lifeforms, the Transformers have unique vitality, unlike humans, and Qin Feng could control them as easily as he controlled flowers, birds, fish, and insects. A loud explosion rang out. The high-temperature shell that should have struck Bumblebee was deflected by his telekinetic blast, hitting a nearby building with a deafening roar. "Which sports car should I choose?" Qin Feng approached the cars enthusiastically, as if he were at a car show. These Decepticon robots were cold and bloodthirsty, and Sam was surprised that Qin Feng, a human, could actually command them.
At this moment, the male lead Sam clumsily climbed out from under a wrecked car, covered in mud, and said earnestly, "Although I don't understand how you did it, please come with me to save the world."
The teleportation pillar is about to activate, Cybertron is going to be transported here, and we're all doomed.
Sheen Fong smiled faintly, "Sorry, I don't want to be a hero."
If you're doomed, it's not because of me.
After speaking, he continued to pick out a sports car.
Sam was stunned but unwilling to give up, asking, "Are you really going to watch the world be destroyed?"
Sheen Fong shrugged dismissively, didn't look back, and focused on choosing a car. At this moment, the male lead's girlfriend, a blonde woman, irritably pulled out a black handgun, aimed at Sheen Fong, and threatened, "I asked you for help, friend." Sam hurriedly tried to grab the gun, trying to avoid provoking this mysterious man. After all, he could control the Kwang faction robots, not to be underestimated. Sheen Fong looked at the sleek bodies of these luxury cars without even glancing at her and said coldly, "Go ahead and try."
Damn it!
She was so angry that she aimed at Sheen Fong and pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The bullet was fired, but stopped in midair, suddenly changed direction, and instantly shot toward her, grazing her cheek and almost piercing her temple. Everything happened too fast. Both the male and female leads were stunned, thinking the bullet was aimed directly at the female lead. A blood streak appeared on her face, with fresh blood continuously flowing down. Sheen Fong sneered, "Your girlfriend's marksmanship needs some practice."
The female lead was shocked and kept apologizing repeatedly, "Sorry, sorry." Sam knew very well that the abnormality with the bullet was definitely caused by Sheen Fong. Who could remain so calm when being held at gunpoint? "Transform, Bumblebee, follow me." The male lead grabbed the dazed female lead and shouted. Unfortunately, Bumblebee was controlled by Sheen Fong and didn't listen to them at all. "Damn it," the male lead cursed, grabbing the female lead and hurriedly leaving, afraid that Sheen Fong would do something terrible. Sheen Fong originally wanted to choose the Chevrolet Bumblebee, but after a closer look, he felt the sports car was too ordinary and lacked a sense of novelty. Suddenly, Sheen Fong felt a sharp jolt in his heart, his spider sense flared up. The ground beneath his feet shook violently, as if a giant drill was digging underground. Boom!
A huge mouthful of metal teeth burst out from the ground. Sheen Fong instantly leapt up, sticking to the glass wall, narrowly avoiding the giant steel jaws, clinging firmly to the wall like Spider-Man. The robots he controlled quickly transformed as well, escaping from the giant mouth. Soon, the metal mouth, along with the body, emerged from the ground like a giant serpent, moving forward slowly. Behind it followed a huge robot clad in black armor with only one red eye.
Shockwave!
Sheen Feng's eyes lit up as he recognized this Decepticon beast, the very enemy that controlled the drill bit to attack the glass building in Transformers 3. Sheen Fong stared at the giant metallic drill bit digging into the ground, with Shockwave following behind, a satisfied and excited smile on his face. Today, he decided that the car he would drive home would be this one, Shockwave. He reached out, using Magneto's power to instantly pull the drill bit out of the ground, floating it in the air. The massive body twisted in midair, stirring up gusts of wild wind.
Sheen Feng's supernatural abilities were almost invincible in the world of Transformers. This place was full of robots, and if he wished, not only Shockwave but even Optimus Prime, Megatron, and even Unicron could be instantly melted into molten metal by him. He didn't use the power of nature because he didn't want Shockwave to become an emotionless slave. If that were the case, wouldn't it be easier to just pick a sports car and go back? He wanted this arrogant guy to wholeheartedly submit and become his exclusive sports car that would be truly satisfying. Sheen Fong looked at the dazed Shockwave and used telekinesis. Shockwave suddenly stopped, its crimson eyes alertly scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Its steel body was immobilized, as if forcibly controlled. No hacker system detected. No Decepticon intrusion found. System operating normally. Shockwave's alarms kept ringing. "Stop checking, it was me." Sheen Fong hovered onto Shockwave's shoulder and smiled, "Big guy, how about admitting a new master? Following that idiot Megatron won't get you through this episode." Shockwave felt the life form on his shoulder, anger flashing in his eyes. He raised his cannon, aiming it at Sheen Fong. Sheen Fong lightly pointed with a finger, using telekinesis to slowly shift the gun barrel away,
ultimately directing it at Shockwave's mechanical head.
Soon, Shockwave's cannon was actually aimed at his own head, as if ready to self-destruct. He panicked, his entire mechanical core shaking violently. Who exactly are you?
Shockwave stared at the human on his shoulder, realizing that this strange situation was all caused by him.
Bang!
Before Qin Feng could finish speaking, Shockwave suddenly slapped his shoulder with the other hand, the motion as simple as swatting a fly. After all, the size difference between a transformer and a human was too great. Qin Feng deftly dodged the strike, floating before the crimson eyes of the Shockwave, and said with keen interest, "It seems we need to have a good talk." After speaking, he used telekinesis again, his 5 fingers moving skillfully like manipulating a puppet on strings.
The Shockwave gradually knelt on one knee, surrendering before Qin Feng like a knight.
Although Shockwave was full of anger and wished to annihilate Qin Feng instantly, at this moment he was unable to resist. Qin Feng's control over Shockwave's posture resembled the classic moves of Doflamingo from One Piece, except that Doflamingo needed to first bind his opponent with strings to control them, whereas Qin Feng could freely manipulate with just a thought. At present, this Decepticon giant is his controlled target. Suddenly, a blue and red truck chased closely behind a gray tank. The tank transformed beside the Shockwave into a towering silver-gray robot, the Decepticon leader Megatron. When Megatron arrived, he was surprised to see Shockwave kneeling on the ground, while Drillbit was actually floating in the air, its body twisting and writhing.
Shockwave, what are you doing?
Megatron roared, his voice like the roar of a steel lion. At this moment, a human voice reached his mechanical ear. "Megatron, you're really in a bad spot, being chased and beaten by Optimus Prime." Megatron suddenly realized that a human was floating right in front of him.
Go to hell, little meatball.
Burning with rage, Megatron recklessly swung his massive steel hand at Qin Feng. But Qin Feng had already taken off, instantly crashing like a cannonball into Optimus Prime behind him, the two mortal enemies clashing once again. Qin Feng said impatiently, "This is your master, Megatron. With just a slight move of my finger, he will turn to dust.
Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" After speaking, he released his telekinetic control over Shockwave. Shockwave looked at the hovering Drillbit, then glanced at Megatron being savagely beaten by Optimus Prime, and asked hoarsely in a mechanical voice, "What exactly are you?" "You are definitely not an ordinary human."
Qin Feng said calmly, "I'm not interested in answering you, but you can consider me as someone from the future. You will soon die here, your transfer plan will be destroyed by a human named Sam, and Megatron will be defeated by Optimus Prime."
Shockwave stared suspiciously at Qin Feng.
The planet Cybertron stopped devouring in the sky, began to crack, and ultimately turned into cosmic dust. All of this happened because Sam damaged the teleport pillar. Once the teleportation is disrupted, Cybertron will be torn apart by extreme heat and gravity. This is also how it was destroyed in the original story. Shockwave knelt on one knee, the ground cracking beneath him, and said resolutely, "Master, I will always follow you." With Cybertron gone and the Decepticon leader Megatron being driven back by Optimus Prime, the Decepticons were already on the verge of defeat. Shockwave decided to choose a stronger master. He knew this human master was extraordinary. At this moment, Megatron, who had escaped in a sorry state, arrived in front of Jetfire and the damaged teleport pillar. The two were now united in their hatred. If the plan failed, they would have to face both humans and Autobots together. Megatron roared angrily, "Jetfire, why did the plan fail? What were you doing guarding the teleport pillar?" Jetfire, furious beyond control, grabbed Megatron's steel head and smashed it violently against the bridge, sparks flying everywhere. "I told you before, I cooperated to rebuild Cybertron, not to listen to you. With the plan failed, you are nothing. Has the internal conflict begun?" Optimus Prime rushed over, a laser knife in his left hand and a fiery battle axe in his right, staring at the two. Megatron looked at Optimus Prime, his voice filled with regret, helplessness, and anger. He hated this former comrade, hated that he didn't stand on his side, but instead colluded with humans. "Then let's settle this, Optimus Prime." Megatron brandished a massive energy cleaver and a red shield. The two fought fiercely on the bridge, metal clashing and sparks flying everywhere. At this moment, a black sports car sped rapidly from the direction of the glass building toward the bridge. This sports car had a sleek and smooth body, entirely black, with lines extending from the front to the rear.
The diamond-shaped crimson taillights looked like 2 drops of bright red tears embedded in the front face. The black paint made it appear particularly domineering. This was the luxurious sports car formed by Shockwave's transformation, with a design style that fully reflected Qin Feng's aesthetics.
In front of the bridge, Shockwave slammed the brakes suddenly, and the rotating door opened 90 degrees. Qin Feng stepped out of the car.
Then, Shockwave quickly transformed back into that massive mechanical body.
On Qin Feng's right wrist was a black watch, whose design was completely different from those in his world.
Are they fighting again?
Qin Feng watched the intense battle between the two on the bridge, along with the barely living Megatron, deep in thought.
Shockwave!
He shouted meaningfully, giving the tall Shockwave beside him a faint glance.
Yes, Master.
Shockwave replied in a hoarse and obedient voice, quickly transforming back into a sports car and rushing towards the battlefield on the bridge.
You should go join the fun too.
Qin Feng took off the black watch from his wrist and raised his hand. The small watch instantly expanded into a massive metallic drilling beast, accompanied by the roar of an excavator. The drilling beast opened its mouth full of sharp metal teeth, continuously digging deep into the ground until it disappeared before them, leaving only a bottomless pit. I hope to see your true intentions. Qin Feng looked at Shockwave arriving on the bridge and the deep pit, a faint smile of anticipation appearing on his lips.
At this moment, Optimus Prime and Megatron, locked in fierce combat on the bridge, were both exhausted, but the more experienced Megatron appeared to handle it with ease.
Optimus Prime, nearly drained from his prolonged battle with Shockwave, struggled even to defend himself. Suddenly, Optimus Prime charged at Megatron again. The two clashed violently, metal striking metal with sparks flying, so intense they could melt everything. At that moment, Megatron seized the opportunity and used his giant sword to cut off one of Optimus Prime's mechanical arms. Sparks burst from the severed arm, which fell onto the bridge surface. Blinded by rage, Megatron showed no mercy, thrusting his long sword straight into Optimus Prime's other arm and kicking him to the ground. We were once all gods, but now, only one remains. Megatron drew his steel sword, gripping it tightly with both hands, and fiercely stabbed towards the barely breathing Optimus Prime. At the critical moment, the ground in front of the bridge suddenly cracked open, and a huge metallic giant snake burst forth from the earth. It opened its mouth filled with sharp teeth and fiercely lunged at Megatron to bite him. Megatron had no time to react and was immediately tightly entangled by the drilling beast, which coiled around him like a giant snake preying on its victim, holding him fast, then started gnawing from the head, sparks flying, and green metallic blood splattering everywhere. Before long, Megatron's mechanical body was completely devoured by the drilling beast, leaving only a few scattered metal fragments falling onto the bridge.
Optimus Prime was left utterly confused by this sudden scene, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Shockwave, transformed into a sports car, arrived beside Megatron and quickly reverted to a pitch-black steel giant. Bang! A high-temperature jet missile struck Megatron's core, and before he could react, he collapsed with a crash, his crimson eyes gradually dimming. This time, Megatron was completely defeated. Optimus Prime looked at Megatron, who had been betrayed and killed by his own subordinate, his face full of confusion, not understanding what had happened. Shockwave was cold and ruthless. After all, it is the law of the jungle, following the strong is the only way out. After killing Megatron, he reloaded his cannon and heavily approached the barely conscious Optimus Prime, aiming the barrel directly at his head. Enough! A human voice interrupted everything. Optimus Prime looked closely and saw a human about the same height as Sam, slowly walking across the bridge. Let's go! Qin Feng ordered Shockwave and Drill. Shockwave transformed back into a sports car without hesitation, sped over to Qin Feng, and automatically opened the door. Drill was retracted by Qin Feng's telekinesis, transforming into a sleek black watch worn on his wrist. Just as Optimus Prime was still pondering Qin Feng's identity, a time-space portal appeared before him, like the passageway when the teleport pillar is activated. Prime, I will come back to see you. Qin Feng smiled faintly, sat in the sports car transformed from Shockwave, drove into the time-space portal, and disappeared before Optimus Prime's eyes, leaving only the cold corpse of Megatron and scattered mechanical debris behind.
At this moment, Xin Feng was driving a black sports car, speeding through the streets of S City, disappearing into the night of the metropolis. Xin Feng chose a remote place without surveillance as the exit for the timespace gate. After all, it was impossible to drive the shockwave car directly out of the room. This cool and imposing sports car immediately attracted a large crowd of onlookers and photographers, exactly like the sports cars in the game.
Is this a Bugatti Veyron? So cool. How much does it cost? Are you kidding? This is clearly a McLaren, how could it be a Bugatti?
The body design of this car is so flashy, just like the Decepticons in QQ Speed.
Rich people are really lucky. The owner is even a young handsome guy. How lucky would it be to be with him? Zendanbo patrolled the bustling neighborhood, asking with curiosity and respect, "Master, is this your world?"
Xin Feng held the steering wheel, answering pleasantly, Actually, he didn't need to control it at all, since Shockwave was a high-tech lifeform fully capable of driving by himself. Shockwave and Drillbit, there are some rules you have to remember, Xin Feng reminded seriously. Please tell me, Master, Shockwave obediently replied. Drillbit transformed back from a watch to its original form, but it was very small, like a caterpillar, resting on Xin Feng's shoulder. First, under no circumstances are you to revert to your original form without my command. Second, never speak when others are around. Xin Feng emphasized, raising 2 fingers.
Understood, Master. Shockwave nodded without hesitation.
Although he wanted to ask why, he was Xin Feng's subordinate now and dared not disobey. The drilling beast also nodded, indicating obedience.
Good, then.
Xin Feng smiled satisfactorily, glanced at the time on the Shockwave screen, and casually set the home location as the navigation point.
This is our base, let's head back first. ZZZZ.
The drilling beast emitted an electromagnetic wave-like sound, transformed back into a watch, and was worn on Xin Feng's wrist.
Understood, Master, the Shockwave responded.
The car lights flashed twice and sped through the streets like black lightning, attracting admiring glances from passers-by. With it, commuting to and from work has become much more convenient.
After 15 days, let's see what new world can be refreshed. Xin Feng looked out at the bustling scene, full of anticipation. Not long after, he returned to the new home with 2 high-tech lifeforms and parked the Shockwave in the garage. Girl, come out and see the new sports car I bought. After sending a WeChat message to Qin Chuchu, Xin Feng knocked on the hood of the Tremor Wave and said, "From now on, every morning I'll take you to a place, and in the evening I'll bring you back. In 15 days, I'll take you to another world to play." The Shockwave asked excitedly, "Master, where do we go every morning? Are we expanding our territory in this world?"
The crimson car lights flashed twice.
Xin Feng said lazily, "No, I meant for you to take me to work." "Brother, where are you?" "The car you bought. I want to see it."
Shockwave and Drill Beast felt frustrated about Xin Feng having to go to work.
At this moment, Qin Chuchu ran out of the villa room excitedly and said, "Wow."
The drilling beast saw someone coming and quickly transformed into a watch, worn on Xin Feng's wrist.
Xin Feng pointed to the garage, "Right here."
Qin Chuchu ran into the garage, stunned speechless by Megatron's cool appearance.
The black body, crimson headlights, full of dominance, he was even cooler than the Decepticons in the game.
Just as Xin Feng was about to find a car to bluff her with, Megatron's headlights flashed, and a mechanical voice sounded, "Pagani Huayra, mid-engine supercar, equipped with AMG customized 6.0L twin-turbo V12 engine, 900 horsepower, peak torque of 1,000 Nm, gull-wing door design, alpaca-colored leather seats, full carbon fiber body, integrated audio and communication systems, combining luxury and technology."
Qin Chuchu exclaimed, "Wow, this car even has an automatic voice system." Xin Feng nodded, secretly pleased in his heart. This subordinate was quite sensible and knew how to help him ease the awkwardness. Qin Chuchu excitedly circled around the Shockwave. "Bro, you have such great taste. This car is so cool, 1,000 times cooler than a Lamborghini." She suddenly noticed the drilling beast on Xin Feng's wrist, ran over and picked up the watch. "Wow, bro, how much is this watch?" "It must be very expensive."
Xin Feng said awkwardly, "Street stall stuff, came with the car."
He instinctively pulled his arm back, knowing she wanted the watch. No way.
Qin Feng decisively refused. If it were an ordinary watch, I would have given it to you long ago. This is a watch made from the drilling beast. If I gave it to that girl, who knows what might happen?
Brother, you already have such a cool sports car, can't you give me this street vendor watch?
Qin Chuchu pouted a little unhappily. Actually, she didn't care about the watch, she just felt Qin Feng's refusal was too abrupt, as if he didn't care about her at all. Silly girl, if you had said earlier that you wanted a watch, I would have had the staff give you a red one.
The black watch doesn't look good on you. How about I take you to buy a new one now?
Qin Feng asked with concern. Seeing how much he cared, Qin Chuchu was overjoyed and teasingly said, "Silly big brother, I was just saying it casually, I didn't really want one.
I can just use my phone to tell the time." Silly girl.
Qin Feng smiled and patted her head, excitedly saying, "Come on, I'll take you for a drive and we can check out your milk tea shop along the way."
Okay.
Qin Chuchu nodded excitedly, unable to wait as she walked to the door of the Shockwave car. The Shockwave saw the human girl hesitate for a moment but still obediently opened the revolving door because she was the master's sister, considered the second master.
Wow, automatic mode? So cool. Like a spaceship cabin.
Qin Chuchu was amazed as if watching a sci-fi movie. Fortunately, I happened to pick up a piece of steel on the way back. Qin Feng smiled and tossed the black car key in his hand. These two keys were casually made by fusing a piece of steel using Magneto's powers, but in this world, things still have to be done properly. Qin Feng sat in the driver's seat, started the engine of the Shockwave, and slowly drove onto the road with a happy Qin Chuchu, then finally sped away like a black lightning bolt.
Night fell, and the siblings had played all afternoon, returning fully satisfied. Tonight, Su Yue and Su Yiling, the two sisters, were coming to visit, so more dishes needed to be prepared. Since it was his girlfriends coming over, Qin Feng was busy in the kitchen, preparing delicious food to entertain them well. Qin Chuchu sat on the living room sofa, happily playing with the black watch transformed from the drilling beast. The black watch actually looks pretty good. She shook her wrist excitedly and said to Qin Feng, "Bro, are you free next Sunday? Let's go racing again." Qin Feng smiled and turned his head, his eyes full of meaning. "Then are you free next Sunday?"
Qin Chuchu wanted to refuse and tease him a bit, but thinking of how awkward he was in the kitchen today, she swallowed the words back.
"Qin Feng, your cute girlfriend is here with her sister."
Just as Qin Feng was about to speak, the villa doorbell rang, its clear sound accompanied by Su Yue's cheerful shout. If it weren't for the obvious differences in their clothing and behavior, Qin Chuchu wouldn't be able to tell who was the elder sister and who was the younger.
Su Yu glanced irritably at her silly sister beside her, then turned to Qin Chuchu and asked softly, "Is Qin Feng here?" "He is. He's cooking right now."
"Sister Yue, Sister Yiling, please come in and have a seat," Qin Chuchu said politely with a smile, opening the villa door to welcome them.
Okay.
Su Yue smiled satisfactorily, thinking this future sister-in-law was quite polite. As soon as she entered, Su Yue proudly handed the tote bag to Qin Chuchu and said, "Here, little sister, I brought you a gift."
Qin Feng in the kitchen couldn't help but tease, "What are you bringing when you've just arrived?"
Qin Feng hearing the voice, Su Yue changed into slippers and excitedly ran toward the kitchen.
"Miss me? Handsome?"
She had just arrived in the kitchen and gently tapped Qin Feng's waist, with a playful teasing tone.
"I'm cooking." Qin Feng responded affectionately.
Su Yue watched his skilled knife work, feeling both satisfied and hopeful. "After we get married, I won't have to learn how to cook, hee."
"So sure I'll marry you? How long have we known each other?" "At most 2 months, right?" Qin Feng teased. 2 months, so what? I've seen people get married after just a few weeks.
"I'm so beautiful and in great shape, practically throwing myself at you."
"Aren't you happy about that?"
Su Yue said proudly. "Now that I think about it, I actually am quite happy," Qin Feng realized.
Right?
Su Yue smiled happily, saw the ingredients Qin Feng hadn't prepared yet, rolled up her sleeves, showing her fair arms, and said excitedly, "Let me help you."
"Can you do it?"
Qin Feng looked at her suspiciously. After all, her last dish made with dishwashing liquid was still fresh in his memory.
Just kidding, watch me.
Su Yue said confidently, picking up a kitchen knife and starting to chop the ingredients messily. Shin Chuchu held the gift, looking at the two close people in the kitchen with a complicated expression, feeling a bit lost inside.
Little sister.
Su Yuling called Shin Chuchu somewhat awkwardly. I want to take a shower, but I didn't bring any pajamas.
Do you have any extra clothes? She asked a little shyly. I do, wait for me a moment. Shin Chuchu quickly nodded and hurried to her room.
Before long, Shin Feng brought the last dish to the table. Su Yuling had just finished showering and was wearing the pajamas Shin Chuchu had worn a few days ago.
Yuling's sister, do these pajamas fit?
Shin Chuchu asked with some concern.
Quite fitting.
Su Yuling felt a bit guilty and tugged at his collar.
That's good.
Shin Chuchu smiled reassuringly.
So delicious. Su Yuling looked at the table full of dishes, very satisfied. Looks like my future brother-in-law is quite skilled.
Shin Feng smiled faintly. Stop flattering, sit down and eat.
Hee, I helped with these dishes too.
Su Yue said proudly, hands on her hips, as if boasting about her contribution.
Su Yuling shook his head helplessly, looking at her affectionately. I know you're amazing, now sit down and eat.
The four sat around the long table and picked up their chopsticks to start eating.
Eat first, then talk, Shin Feng said with a half-joking smile. This girl, what kind of mischief is she up to now? Su Yu thought coldly, how delicious could a piece of fish be?
She picked up a piece of steaming hot fish and put it in her mouth, immediately stunned. The fish tasted really good, much better than what she had eaten at five-star hotels by several times.
I didn't expect my brother-in-law's cooking to be so good.
She looked at the dishes on the table and felt even more satisfied with Shin Feng. Before long, the three women had finished all the food, even the large bowl of tomato and egg soup was completely drunk by Su Yue. Thanks to them, Shin Feng wasn't too full yet. It seemed he would have to prepare some extra dishes tonight.
Shin Feng, the dishes you make are simply 5-star. I've eaten at hundreds of restaurants, but yours taste the best.
Su Yue said excitedly, but her face showed discomfort as she hurriedly patted her bloated belly, as if trying to swallow down the food. It was quite comical. Shin Feng was about to tease her when he suddenly heard a small hiccup. Turning his head, he saw Su Yu's face flushed red as she wiped her mouth with a napkin.
After all, my sister is also human, perfectly normal. Shin Feng was secretly pleased. Who Shin Feng?
Su Yue leaned back satisfied in her chair, casting a meaningful smile, pointing at her bulging belly and saying, "It's all your fault, you have to take responsibility." Shin Feng glanced at her disdainfully without replying. After all, once you've caught a woman, you have to live with a little foolishness. Sit properly, pigs only lie down or lean after they're full. Su Yuling gave Su Yue a serious look. After all, this was someone else's home, and she couldn't be so unruly.
Ha, this is a bit awkward. Su Yue smiled but still sat upright.
Big brother, should I clear the table? Shin Chuchu glanced at Shin Feng. Cleaning up after the meal was his decision. Shin Feng glanced at the messy table, then looked toward the night sky and smiled. No need to rush, we'll clean up when we get back.
How about we take a walk by the sea?
Sure. Su Yue nodded excitedly. Behind the villa was the beach.
Some exercise is good too, so that chunk of yours doesn't get too big, Su Yulan teasingly said, and everyone understood the joke.
Su Yue knew her sister was joking and didn't argue, as the atmosphere was just right and she didn't want to spoil it.
Shin Feng, I just saw that black sports car in your garage. It's so cool, is it yours? Su Yue suddenly asked. Shin Feng nodded lightly. Let's go for a walk by the sea, and we'll tidy up when we get back.
Shin Feng said as he got up to grab his coat and also prepared one for Su Yue.
Shin Feng, what model is that car? Is it the same as my sister's Bugatti Veyron? Su Yue asked closely. Pagani. Shin Feng replied.
The two walked and talked. Shin Chuchu looked at the messy things on the table, feeling empty inside, but she didn't dare show it, not wanting to spoil the mood. Su Yueling noticed Qin Chuchu's unhappiness, gently took her hand, and said softly, "Let's go, let's take a walk by the sea together." Before long, the four of them arrived at the beach, walking forward aimlessly on the soft sand under the night sky. When leaving, Su Yu quietly reminded Su Yue to get along well with Qin Chuchu, without explaining why. So, Su Yue and Qin Chuchu walked ahead, chatting about amusing things from class, making Qin Chuchu burst into laughter. Qin Feng and Su Yuling followed behind like parents, looking at the two affectionately, not wanting to disturb the lively atmosphere at all. Qin Feng had also long wanted the two of them to get closer, so he didn't interfere.
At this moment, Su Yiling suddenly asked Qin Feng, "What do you plan to do in the future?" "Aren't you ready to propose to that girl yet?" she continued, making it clear. "Sis, it's still too early. You talk about Su Yue, is she suitable for marriage right now?"
Qin Feng smiled helplessly.
"That's true. But are you sure you can keep seeing her? What if you ran away that day?" Su Yiling asked bluntly, not afraid Qin Feng would misunderstand since Su Yue wasn't around.
"It should be fine," Qin Feng answered confidently. Su Yiling chuckled lightly, "But I hope you're the one for her."
"Brother-in-law, you've got to step up."
Qin Feng suddenly turned his head and asked, "Sis, what do you plan to do in the future?"
"I heard from Yue that you don't want to find a boyfriend? That girl told you everything."
Su Yuling smiled bitterly, it seemed all the secrets were exposed.
"So what kind of man are you looking for?" Qin Feng asked curiously.
After all, she was his girlfriend's sister, so there was no harm in asking. Su Yuling thought for a moment and pointed at Qin Feng, saying, "If possible, I hope to find a man like you."
"No, not at all."
Qin Feng smiled modestly.
"Actually, I had set a few standards before."
"After looking over the past 2 months, they all match you," Su Yiling said. Qin Feng didn't dare to ask further, after all, this was her private matter, and as her brother-in-law, he needed to maintain appropriate boundaries. "Sigh, I wonder where my man is yon," Su Yiling stretched lazily and coquettishly whimpered.
The usually domineering female CEO suddenly seemed a bit more adorable. "But honestly, Qin Feng, don't tell Yue everything.
Don't let her come to me causing trouble, saying I have ulterior motives with you," Su Yu said teasingly.
Qin Feng nodded.
At this moment, the sea breeze blew, messing up Su Yiling's black hair. She shivered and muttered, wearing pajamas to the seaside, "It seems I'm getting senile." Qin Feng quickly draped his jacket over her, and Su Yiling immediately felt much warmer. She looked at Qin Feng and smiled, "Your girlfriend is just ahead, and you dare to flirt with her sister?"
"Brother-in-law?"
Qin Feng sighed as he adjusted the jacket. "You and Su Yue are exactly the same when it comes to joking about this."
"Oh? That girl often jokes with you? Tell me, how does she tease you?" Su Yiling's eyes flashed with anticipation, wanting to eavesdrop on their daily interactions and experience what it's like to have a man's company. "Actually, nothing hilarious, but once she really scared me. The first time I went to your place, she came to pick me up, disguised as you, imitating your voice. I almost mistook her for you." Qin Feng rubbed his head and added, "So every time I call or meet, I have to ask whether it's the sister or the younger one, afraid of mixing you up again and doing something inappropriate, which would be troublesome." Thinking of this, Su Yuling's face gradually flushed. Qin Feng was right in front of her, and this shyness and embarrassment made her feel utterly humiliated. However, it was late, and Qin Feng didn't notice her change. "What else do you want to do to me?" Su Yiling blamed that night's incident entirely on Qin Feng and briskly walked forward in a bad mood. Qin Feng then used his insight eye and strategy ability to observe her, trying to figure out why she suddenly lost her temper. Insight eye displayed. Su Yiling, 24 years old, female, chairman and CEO of Tingyuan Real Estate, with extensive connections and influence in S-City. Single, recently started looking for a partner due to envy of her younger sister Su Yue having a boyfriend. When busy with work, she goes to her friend Lin Yu's hotel for a few drinks to relieve stress. In good health, but needs to ensure adequate rest and avoid overworking. Strategy ability displayed. Su Yiling, female, attractiveness score 95. She has a 60% favorable impression of Qin Feng, and 100% trust.
She likes her younger sister Suyue, but has more thoughts about Qin Feng than before. Her goal is set as a typical domineering female CEO, excluding men except close friends and family. It is suggested that Qin Feng help her more with work, showing no other intentions, and often caring for her. When the timing is right, she may take the initiative to get close to Qin Feng.
Qin Feng murmured. She didn't explicitly say why she was angry. After strolling by the seaside for half an hour, the four of them returned to Qin Feng's villa full of excitement. Su Yue and Su Yiling planned to stay the night here.
Qin Chuchu and Su Yue were playing Metal Slug in the living room, while Su Yiling was tidying things up in the next room. Su Yiling didn't care about Su Yue at all. After all, it was she who suggested spending the night at Qin Feng's place tonight. Everyone knew that it was definitely because she wanted to be squeezed together with Qin Feng.
Having a boyfriend really makes a difference.
Su Yulong was tidying up the sheets while casually complaining, but there was a hint of envy and anticipation in her tone. Qin Feng, having just finished showering, walked to the living room and reminded Su Yue, "Yue, it's your turn to shower, hurry up."
"Oh." Su Yue responded happily, put down the game controller, and ran to the bathroom.
Passing by Qin Feng, she even gave him a meaningful look. Luckily, there are still a few left unused.
Qin Feng watched Su Yue rush into the bathroom, secretly relieved.
The two were still young and shouldn't be thinking about these things too early. Qin Feng sat on the living room floor, picked up Su Yue's game controller, and said, "Come on, girl, I'll play with you." Qin Chuchu replied happily, actively moving closer to Qin Feng. After all, both sisters were not around, so nothing dramatic would happen.
Gaming Talent +1. Gaming Master, Gaming Talent +1, current level 10, proficiency 10 out of 10.
Congratulations to the host for successfully achieving the Gaming Master talent.
No matter what game you play, you have top-tier skills and awareness. Bro.
Just as Qin Feng was listening to the upgrade notification, Qin Chuchu suddenly called him.
"What's wrong, girl?" Qin Feng asked. "So, what do you want to say?"
Qin Feng asked calmly, knowing what she was thinking. Qin Chuchu shyly lowered her head. The game character on the screen had just been killed by a monster and was counting down to respawn. Qin Feng responded without hesitation, then added, "Watch me.
Look, the first level boss is like this, easily passed."
Before Qin Chuchu finished speaking, Qin Feng proudly continued, the character on the screen cheering happily after defeating the boss.
"I told you, watch me."
Qin Feng emphasized again, turning his head with a confident expression.
Qin Chuchu paused, then nodded happily. "Yeah, big brother, I'm counting on you." She didn't want to be separated from Qin Feng, so she could only cheer for him, hoping Su Yue would accept them. "Girl, hurry and revive me. The second level is full of zombies, you watch the back," Qin Feng reminded as he rapidly operated the controller. Qin Chuchu nodded happily, pressed the revive button, and clumsily followed the character controlled by Qin Feng.
Qin Feng's game character was frantically killing monsters on the screen, while Qin Chuchu's character acted like a fool, swaying behind Qin Feng and almost being knocked down by monsters several times. Seeing this scene, Qin Chuchu immediately remembered how, when she was a child, she had also foolishly followed Qin Feng around. Qin Feng never looked down on her and would rather not play with other boys than not accompany her.
"Hey, silly girl, my character died."
Qin Feng helplessly and affectionately patted Qin Chuchu's head and said gently,
Is the game that important?"
Qin Chuchu huffed proudly.
"It's not that important,"
Qin Feng said with a smile.
"Bro, come on, defeat Sister Yue."
Qin Chuchu earnestly cheered for Qin Feng with a clenched fist.
"Yeah, of course."
Qin Feng looked out at the starry sky and agreed with anticipation. After a while, Su Yue finished showering and took over Qin Feng's spot to continue the game with Qin Chuchu. Su Yuning tidied the blanket and sat on the sofa watching the two girls' clumsy and unfamiliar gameplay to pass the time. After playing for more than 3 hours, Qin Chuchu and Su Yue finally cleared Metal Slug. As for how many times they respawned, no one remembered, just that they kept dying and resurrecting as if their lives depended on it.
"Alright, Qin Feng, go to sleep." Su Yue put down the controller,
glanced at Qin Feng, and stood up to walk toward his room. I'm going to sleep too, I still have school tomorrow. Qin Chuchu, extremely tired, put down the controller and walked back to her room. Okay, then I'll sleep too. Su Yulang said as she stood up and walked toward the prepared room, reminding on her way out, keep the noise down at night, I'm a light sleeper. Early the next morning, Su Yue got up early and brushed her teeth in the bathroom. She was used to waking up early, with many tasks waiting for her at the company. She always got up earlier than others. Su Yuling couldn't help but want to laugh, but she held it back. Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face, go to school with him, I have to go to the company, a pile of documents are waiting for me to sign. With that, she walked toward the living room. By the way, Su Yuling suddenly turned around, seeing Su Yue walking oddly with her legs crossed, unable to hide a smile on her face, but she still held back. After all, she was her younger sister. Ahem, are you coming back tonight? If not, I won't come to pick you up after school. Su Yuling teased, really wanting to take a picture of her ridiculous look right now. I'll come back. Definitely come back. Su Yue nodded anxiously. Big sister, you must come pick me up, or my younger sister will die here. Don't say the word die so early in the morning, it's too unlucky. Su Yuling looked at her helplessly and nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll come pick you up tonight. After saying that, Su Yue picked up her briefcase and coldly left Qin Feng's villa. The weather is really nice today. Qin Feng got up full of energy, walked into the bathroom, saw Su Yue's angry face, and teasingly said, Honey, you got up so early, I thought you'd sleep in a bit. Screw you. Su Yue was itching to pounce on him and give him a good lesson. Qin Feng smiled helplessly, walked behind her, and hugged her slender body. Why are you angry so early? Looking at the little fluff in his arms, Qin Feng chuckled to himself. This was just the first step of the plan, there were more exciting things to come. Before long, the three finished breakfast at the villa. Qin Feng drove the cool Shockwave, taking Qin Chuchu and Su Yue to school. As soon as Shockwave transformed into a black sports car, it immediately attracted a crowd of students. Many took out their phones to take pictures, and some even ran after the car, marveling at this cool transformer. But when Qin Feng drove into the school gate, the security guard stopped him. Which teacher are you? I've never seen your car before. The guard tapped on the car window, looking suspicious. Su Yue rolled down the window and asked irritably, What's the problem? Is there no parking space at the school? My boyfriend's car can't park here? Ah, it's Su Yue. The guard immediately smiled when he saw her and said, You can park here, no problem. The barrier at the school gate was raised for the first time to let a student's sports car through. I told you, there's a parking lot at the supermarket by the gate, but you insisted on parking inside the school, Qin Feng sighed helplessly, feeling the envious gazes of his classmates. Whose fault do you think it is? If my leg wasn't inconvenient, I would have driven into the school myself. Su Yue said angrily. Yue, don't be mad. Your health is the most important, Qin Chuchu quickly comforted her. Qin Feng laughed out loud, Chuchu, you talk as if you're speaking to a pregnant woman. What are you laughing at? I'll bite you to death. Su Yue immediately flared up. Before long, Qin Feng stopped the Shockwave in the parking lot behind the teaching building. The drilling beast was left in the car last night, now worn on the wrist as an accessory. The school hasn't said watches are prohibited. Brother, I'm going to class first. Qin Chuchu reminded him. Qin Feng nodded. Goodbye, Sister Yue. Goodbye, little sister. Su Yue forced a smile and waved her hand. Qin Chuchu left first, heading towards the classroom. Do you want me to carry you? Qin Feng asked with concern when he saw Su Yue still trembling. Su Yue looked at the classmates around her, then glanced towards the road to the teaching building, and nodded. Come on. Qin Feng squatted down, letting her lie across his back. After all, she was his girlfriend, so he should take care of her. Her condition was also his fault. Su Yue struggled to wrap her arms around Qin Feng's neck. All right, let's go. Shin Feng carried her on his back and walked into the teaching building, attracting quite a few surprised looks. Easily reaching the third floor, Su Yue patted Shin Feng's shoulder and said, "Put me down, don't let people say I'm bullying you, having to be carried to school." Shin Feng carefully put her down and took the bag.
Are you okay?
The two walked to the classroom door. Su Yue, leaning against the wall, trying to act strong, caught the attention of the girls, who felt a pang of sadness. After all, yesterday was the weekend, and everyone didn't go to school. Those who understood, understood. Shin Feng noticed the girls' glances and immediately straightened his back, following behind Su Yue with an imposing and heroic demeanor. Su Yue exerted all her strength to sit down, like a deflated balloon, resting her head on the desk.
Li Keqing asked with concern, "Sister Yue, do you have a cold?"
Su Yue shook her head, too weak to respond.
Shin Feng, what's wrong with her? Li Keqing asked in a low voice.
Some things are better for you not to know too much about, Shin Feng said earnestly.
Li Keqing tilted her head, not quite understanding.
When the class bell rang, head teacher Su Xinyan quickly started the lesson.
Su Yue fell asleep lying next to Shin Feng.
She hadn't slept last night, so she was too tired to pay attention in class and didn't want to listen either. Although Shin Feng hadn't slept either, he was very alert. Supporting his chin with his hand, he watched Su Xinyan, who was lecturing attentively. "Teacher Su," a girl in the front row suddenly called out curiously.
When the class bell rang, Su Xinyan didn't prolong the lesson. She gave instructions for after class and hurriedly left.
Shin Feng woke up and saw that Su Yue was still asleep, her faint snoring echoing in his ears.
"Forget it, I won't disturb her," Shin Feng thought to himself. Suddenly, Shen Xinya poked him from behind. "Shin Feng, are you free? Teacher Su didn't explain it clearly just now, can you help me go over these problems?"
"Sure." Shin Feng turned around, picked up her pen, twirled it skillfully, and began explaining the problems. When the bell for the second class rang, Shin Feng had just finished explaining her question, put the pen back on her desk, and asked,
"Do you almost understand everything now? Are you complimenting me or criticizing me?"
Shin Feng looked at her helplessly.
"Of course, I'm praising you," Shen Xinya said with a smile, then asked, "The high school entrance exam is coming soon, are you ready?"
"I plan to help out at my sister's company, so I'm not preparing," Shin Feng said indifferently. Grades don't matter to him.
Having a wealthy and powerful girlfriend, what do grades matter?
Even if he doesn't come to school for a whole year, Su Yiling can still help him get his diploma.
If you're not around, the class monitor can take first place, isn't that even better? Shin Feng teased. "Are you mocking me?" Shen Xinya asked with concern. "Of course not, I'm just praising you," Shin Feng said.
"Stingy man," Shen Xinya complained in her heart, looking down at his penmanship.
This class was history.
Shin Feng saw the history teacher approaching and lazily yawned. "Forget it, I'll sleep through this class." He looked out the window and, using the power of nature, made the sunlight disappear, the sky darken, and the ground dim. This kind of weather is best for sleeping. Shin Feng smiled and stretched lazily, lying down but not sleeping, playing with Su Yue's black hair beside him.
"What's wrong, class president?"
He heard Chen Xinya sigh and asked curiously. After glancing at her, he turned back to playing with Su Yue's hair, finding it quite amusing. After school in the afternoon, Su Yue was picked up by Su Yiling. Shin Feng wanted to leave together with Qin Chuchu, but she said she needed to stay to work on the blackboard newspaper and it would take an hour. Having no choice, he grabbed his bag and went to the parking lot, leaning against his Shockwave car, playing on his phone while waiting for her. His new home was far from the school, and during the after-school rush hour, he didn't want Qin Chuchu to take the crowded bus alone. The parking lot was full of teachers' cars, and the only student car was his Shockwave.
Shin Feng.
At this moment, the sports teacher Lu Li suddenly called out from behind Shin Feng. Shin Feng turned around and saw Lu Li and Su Xinyan walking towards him. There was unease and shyness on Su Xinyan's face, probably because after that night, she didn't know how to face Shin Feng. "I'm waiting for my sister, she's making the blackboard newspaper," Shin Feng answered truthfully, then looked at the nervous Su Xinyan and smiled, saying, "Teacher Su is here too."
"What's wrong with you?" Lu Li stared at Su Xinyan curiously. Su Xinyan's expression was strange, and Luli was puzzled.
She shrugged and shifted her gaze to the car beside Qin Feng.
Qin Feng, is this your car? So cool. It must be expensive, right?
Luli excitedly leaned closer.
I'm telling you, it's free, do you believe me?
Qin Feng teased with a smile.
Humph, I know, it was your rich girlfriend who bought it, Luli grumbled in disbelief, then suggested,
Qin Feng, take Xan Yen and me for a ride. Your sister hasn't finished the bulletin board yet, so she'll just be done when we get back.
Luli, stop it.
Qin Feng is waiting for his sister, we should hurry back.
Didn't you want to watch the live football game? It's about to start.
Su Xinyan tugged at Luli's arm, gently urging her.
If it were just Qin Feng, Su Xinyan would certainly be happy. But since Luli was there too, Su Xinyan was unwilling.
She had known Luli for many years, and Luli was well aware of her feelings. Any slight change would be noticed. Su Xinyan was afraid that her secret with Qin Feng would be exposed, which would cause trouble.
All right.
Luli sighed helplessly, waving her hand with a smile and said, then I'll take off first, see you on Wednesday.
Qin Feng nodded.
Luli drove her Audi A4, slowly passing by Qin Feng with Su Xinyan beside her. On the road, Su Xinyan sat in the front passenger seat, shyly waving at Qin Feng.
After the two left, Qin Feng tapped on the hood of Shockwave's car and said, "You've been here all day, how about going out to get some fresh air?"
Just as he finished speaking, the door of Shockwave's car swung open, revealing an eager expression.
All right, she still has more than an hour before she comes out.
Qin Feng sat in the driver's seat and suggested, let's drive around the back roads near the school and come back in an hour.
Drive a bit slower, there are many people on campus.
The Shockwave's headlights flashed red briefly, then it started up skillfully and slowly headed toward the school gate. Once outside the gate, the Shockwave began to accelerate, speeding along the back roads as rice fields and pedestrians flashed by quickly. Clearly, the Shockwave was restless after sitting all day. Qin Feng looked at the students and pedestrians on the road, tapped the steering wheel, and reminded, slow down, be careful not to hit anyone.
Zendangbo listened and gradually slowed down the car.
The vehicle moved slowly along the narrow road, with the scenery on the roadside flashing past Qin Feng's eyes one by one. Suddenly, a strange sour smell wafted into Qin Feng's nose, like the odor of rotting fruit, growing stronger the further ahead they went. Qin Feng suddenly saw a familiar figure in the farmland, hobbling along while carrying a pile of watermelons.
Qin Feng rolled down the car window and saw that it was class monitor Chen Xinya. Zendangbo, pull over to the side. Qin Feng immediately ordered.
Zendangbo slammed on the brakes and stopped by the edge of the field. The car door swung open, and Qin Feng got out. Hearing the sudden braking, Chen Xinya looked up and saw Qin Feng walking towards her. She instantly panicked, wearing tattered farm clothes, and the stench of rotten watermelons on her made her extremely embarrassed and afraid Qin Feng would see her and feel ashamed. She hugged the rotten watermelon tightly, hurriedly turned around and ran, looking extremely ridiculous.
Hey, class monitor, don't be like that.
After all, we're classmates, Qin Feng called out to her. Chen Xinya stopped, turned to look at Qin Feng, her expression nervous and shy, but she said nothing. Qin Feng walked over, smiling teasingly, class monitor, if you're afraid I'll laugh at you, then you owe an apology to all the farmers.
Chen Xinya's face reddened, and she whispered an apology, sorry. She was holding that pile of rotten watermelons. Class monitor, what's going on with these watermelons? Qin Feng asked curiously.
Chen Xinya sighed and said, the weather has been abnormal, and most of the watermelons in my parents' melon field have gone bad.
When cut open, they're all white inside.
She threw down a watermelon and stomped on it to check. Inside, it was white and pale, with watermelon seeds half white and half black. No one would buy watermelons like this, supermarkets and passers-by all refused to bother with them.
At this moment, Chen Xinya's father walked over, looking at the sports car and then at Qin Feng, asking nervously, Xinya, who is this? Classmate. Chen Xinya quickly replied, afraid he would think too much. Classmate, huh? Chen's father nodded, but his tone revealed a faint disappointment. Qin Feng, I have to get busy first.
Chen Shinya didn't want Qin Feng to see her like this, so she grabbed the rotten watermelon and hurried to the small tent.
Qin Feng nodded. Uncle, are all the watermelons in this melon field ruined? Now there isn't even a single watermelon vine left.
Qin Feng asked bluntly, since it was his fault. Chen's father sighed and said, about 80% are spoiled, and the rest aren't sweet. The quality of the watermelons directly affected their income. The spoiled ones can only be sold to pig and chicken farmers, barely making any money, not even covering costs. He looked helplessly at the melon field and added, we just plowed the field today and planted new seeds.
If the weather stays this weird, I'm afraid we won't even make enough money for your college tuition. At this moment, Chen Shinya walked over holding a fresh piece of watermelon and said, this is one of the few that isn't spoiled, go ahead and eat it.
Qin Feng took it and started biting into it without any hesitation. Seeing this, Chen's father quickly gave Chen Shinya a signal with his eyes, then quietly patted her shoulder and whispered, have a good chat with your classmate, I'll go continue digging the ground.
Just classmates, what's the big deal? Chen Shinya muttered.
Chen's father laughed, but he's a man, handsome and rich. If you succeed, your dad won't have to work in this broken melon field anymore. After saying this, he gave a knowing look and turned to walk toward the tent.
Chen Shinya blushed and said, I'm not your tool.
By the time she came back to her senses, Qin Feng had already run to the freshly sown field.
Consider it an apology.
Qin Feng stretched after using the power of nature.
No problem. She nodded, girls all have a bit of vanity.
Well, I'll head back first.
My sister is still waiting for me at school. Chen Shinya smiled and nodded, feeling that he was quite considerate.
The two walked along the muddy path, leaving the newly sown melon field behind.
Just after 3 in the morning, Chen Shinya was woken up by mosquitoes inside the tent. There were many mosquitoes and insects here, and sometimes even snakes. Chen Shinya's family was single parent. Last night, her father took the bad watermelons away and hadn't returned yet.
Only people raising pigs and ducks in the countryside would use these bad melons, so she was guarding the melon field alone, although it wasn't very useful. She scratched the itchy bump, lay down, and picked up the notes left by Qin Feng to review. The exam was coming soon, she couldn't waste time. Looking at Qin Feng's beautiful handwriting and problem-solving formulas, Chen Shinya smiled with satisfaction. After about half an hour, Chen Shinya packed all the textbooks on the small bed into her shoulder bag, preparing to go home and freshen up. After all, she had school today, and it was about time. Just as she stepped out of the small tent, she stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Rubbing her aching ankle, she shakily stood up and looked at what had tripped her. It was a huge, bright green watermelon.